The Bonehunters by Stephen Erickson. Series Malazan Book of the Fallen. Book 6. Part 4. Chapter 19. Cruel misapprehension! You choose the shape and cast of this wet clay in your hands, as the wheel ever spins, tempered in granite. This fired shell hardens into the scarred shield of your deeds, and the dark decisions within settle, hidden in suspension, unseen in banded strata, awaiting death's weary arrival. The journey's repast to close you out. We blind grievers raise you high, honouring all you never were, and what rots sealed inside follows you to the grave. I stand now among the mourners, displeased by my suspicions, as the vessel's dust drifts. Oh, how I despise funerals. The secrets of clay, Panith Fanal. His eyes opened in the darkness. Lying motionless, he waited until his mind separated the sounds that had awakened him. Two sources, Barathol decided. One distant, one close at hand. Caution dictated he concentrate on the latter. Bedclothes rustling, pulled and tugged by adjusting hands, a faint scrape of sandy gravel, then a muted murmur. A long exhaled breath, then some more shifting of positions until the sounds became rhythmic and two sets of breathing conjoined. It was well. Hood knew Barathol wasn't the one with a chance of easing the haunted look in the Daru's eyes. He then added another silent prayer that Silara not damage the man with some future betrayal. If that happened, he suspected Cuttle would retreat so far from life there would be no return. In any case, such matters were out of his hands, and that, too, was well. And so the other, more distant sound, a susurration, more patient in its rhythm than the now quickening love-making on the opposite side of the smouldering fire-pit. Like wind stroking treetops, but there were no trees and no wind. It is the sea. Dawn was approaching, paling the eastern sky. Barathol heard Silara roll to one side, her gasps low but long in settling down. From Cuttle, a drawing up of coverings, and he then turned onto one side and moments later fell into sleep once more. Silara sat up. Flint and iron, a patter of sparks, as she awakened her pipe. She had used the last of her coins to resupply herself with rust leaf the day before, when they passed a modest caravan working its way inland. The meeting had been sudden, as the parties virtually collided on a bend in the rocky trail. An exchange of wary looks, and something like relief arriving in the faces of the traders. The plague was broken. Tanno spirit-walkers had so pronounced it, lifting the self-imposed isolation of the island of Otatarul. But Barathol and his companions were the first living people this troop had encountered since leaving the small, empty village on the coast where their ship had delivered them. The merchants transporting basic staples from Rutu Jelba had begun to fear they were entering a ghost land. 2 days of withdrawal for Silara had had Barathol regretting ever leaving his smithy. Rustleaf, and now lovemaking. The woman is at peace once more. Thank Hood. Silara spoke. "You want I should prepare breakfast, Barathol?" He rolled onto his back and sat up, studied her in the faint light. She shrugged. "A woman knows. Are you upset?" "Why would I be?" He replied in a rumble. He looked over at the still motionless form of Cuttle. "Is he truly asleep once more?" Silara nodded. "Most nights he hardly sleeps at all. Nightmares, and his fear of them, an added benefit to a role with him, breaks loose his exhaustion afterwards." "I applaud your altruism," Barathol said, moving closer to the fire pit and prodding at the dim coals with the point of his cook knife. From the gloom to his right, Chor appeared, smiling. "You should at that," Silara said in reply to Barathol's comment. He glanced up. "And is that all there is for you?" She looked away, drew hard on her pipe. "Don't hurt him, Silara." "Fool! Don't you see I'm doing the opposite? That's what I concluded." "But what if he falls in love with you?" "He won't. He can't." "Why not?" She rose and walked over to the packs. "Get that fire going, Barathol. Some hot tea should take away the chill in our bones. Unless that's all you have in them, woman." Chor went to Silara's side, crouching to stroke her hair as, ignoring him, she drew out wrapped foodstuffs. Chor watched, with avid fascination, every stream of smoke Silara exhaled. "Aye, lad, like the legends say, some demons breathe fire." They let Cuttle sleep, and he did not awaken until mid-morning, bolting into a sitting position, with a confused, then guilty expression on his face. The sun was finally warm, tempered by a pleasantly cool breeze coming in from the east. Barathol watched as Cuttle's scanning gaze found Silara, who sat with her back to a boulder, and the Daru flinched slightly at her greeting wink and blown kiss. Chor was circling the camp like an excited dog. The roar of surf was much louder now, carried on the wind, and he could not contain his eagerness to discover the source of that sound. Cuttle pulled his attention from Silara and watched Chor for a time. "What's with him?" the sea, Barathol said. "He's never seen it. He probably doesn't even know what it is. There's still some tea, Cuttle, and those packets in front of Silara are your breakfast." "It's late," he said, rising. "You should have woken me then." He halted. "The sea, Barufend. We're that close?" "Can't you smell it? Hear it?" Cuttle suddenly smiled. And it was a true smile, the first Barathol had seen on the young man. "Did anyone see the moon last night?" Silara asked. It was mottled. Strange, like holes had been poked through it. Some of those holes, Barathol observed, seemed to be getting bigger. She looked over, nodding. "Good, I thought so too, but I couldn't be sure. What do you think it means?" Barathol shrugged. "It's said the moon is another realm, like ours, with people on its surface. Sometimes things fall from our sky, rocks, balls of fire. The fall of the Crippled God was said to be like that, whole mountains plunging down, obliterating most of a continent and filling half the sky with smoke and ash." He glanced across at Silara, then over at Cuttle. "I was thinking maybe that something hit the moon in the same way, like a god being pulled down." "Yes, like that." "So what are those dark blotches?" "I don't know. Could be smoke and ash. Could be pieces of the world that broke away." "Getting bigger." "Yes." Barathol shrugged again. "Smoke and ash spreads. It stands to reason then, doesn't it?" Cuttle was quickly breaking his fast. "Sorry to make you all wait. We should get going. I want to see what's in that abandoned village. Anything seaworthy is all we need," Barathol said. "That is what I'm hoping we'll find." Cuttle brushed crumbs from his hands, tossed one last dried fig into his mouth, then rose. "I'm ready," he said around a mouthful. "All right, Silara, you did well." There were sun-bleached, dog-gnawed bones in the back street of the fisher village. Doors to the residences within sight, the inn and the Malazan assessor's building were all open. Drifts of fine sand heaped in the entranceways. Moored on both sides of the stone jetty were half-submerged fisher craft, the ropes holding them fast, stretched to unravelling, while in the shallow bay beyond, two slightly larger carracks waited at anchor next to mooring poles. Chor still stood on the spot where he had first come in sight of the sea and its rolling white-edged waves. His smile was unchanged, but tears streamed unchecked and unabating from his eyes, and it seemed he was trying to sing without opening his mouth. Strange mewling sounds emerged. What had run down from his nose was now caked with wind-blown sand. Silara wandered through the village, looking for whatever might prove useful on the voyage they now planned. Rope, baskets, casks, dried foodstuffs, nets, gaffs, salt for storing fish, anything. Mostly what she found were the remnants of villagers, all worried by dogs. Two squat storage buildings flanked the avenue that ran inward from the jetty, and these were both locked with Barathol's help. Both buildings were broken into, and in these structures they found more supplies than they could ever use. Cuttle swam out to examine the carracks, returning after a time to report that both remained sound and neither was particularly more seaworthy than the other. Of matching length and beam, the craft were like twins. Made by the same hands, Cuttle said. I think you could judge that better than me, Barathol, if you're at all interested. I will take your word for it, Cuttle, so we can choose either one then. Yes, of course. Maybe they belong to the traders we met. No, they're not Jelban. What are their names? Denrabi's tail is the one on the left. The other's called Sanal's Grief. I wonder who Sanal was. We'll take Grief, Barathol said, and before you ask, don't. Silara laughed. Cuttle waded alongside one of the swamped skulls beside the jetty. We should bail one of these to move our supplies out to her. Barathol rose. I'll start bringing those supplies down from the warehouse. Silara watched the huge man make his way up the avenue, then turned her attention to the Daru, who had found a half-gored bailer and was scooping water from one of the skulls.
Want me to help? She asked. It's all right. Finally, I've got something to do, day and night now. The glance he threw her was shy. I've never tasted milk before. Laughing, she repacked her pipe. Yes, you have. You just don't remember it. Ah, I suppose you're right anyway. You're a lot gentler than that little sweet-faced bloodfly was. You've not given her a name? No, leave that to her new mothers to fight over. Not even in your own mind?
I mean, apart from bloodfly and leech and horse-tick. Cuttle, she said, you don't understand. I give her a real name. I'll end up having to turn round and head back. I'll have to take her then. Oh, I'm sorry, Silara. You're right. There's not much I understand about anything. You need to trust yourself more. No. He paused, eyes on the sea to the east. There's nothing I've done to make that possible. Look at what happened when Felisin Younger trusted me to protect her. Even Heboric, he said, I was showing leadership. He said that was good, so he too trusted me. You damned idiot. We were ambushed by Tilan Imas. What do you think you could have done? I don't know, and that's my point. Heboric was the destriant of Treach. They killed him as if he was nothing more than a lame dog. They lopped limbs off Greyfrog like they were getting ready to cook a feast. Cuttle, people like you and me, we can't stop creatures like that. They cut us down, then step over us, and that's that as far as they're concerned. Yes, it's a hard thing to take, for anyone. The fact that we're insignificant, irrelevant, nothing is expected of us. So better we just hunch down and stay out of sight. Stay beneath the notice of things like Tilan Imas, things like gods and goddesses, you and me, Cuttle, and Barathol there. And sure, we're the ones who, if we're lucky, stay alive long enough to clean up the mess, put things back together to reassert the normal world. That's what we do when we can. Look at you. You've just resurrected a dead boat. You gave it its function again. Look at it. Cuttle. It finally looks the way it should, and that's satisfying, isn't it? For Hood's sake, Cuttle said, shaking his head. Silara, we're not just worker termites clearing a tunnel after a god's careless footfall. That's not enough. I'm not suggesting it's enough, she said. I'm telling you it's what we have to start with, when we're rebuilding villages and rebuilding our lives. Barathol had been trudging back and forth during this conversation, and now Chor had come down, timidly, closer to the water. The mute had unpacked the supplies from the horses, including Heboric's wrapped corpse, and the beasts, unsaddled, their bits removed, now wandered along the grassy fringe beyond the tide-line, tails swishing. Cuttle began loading the skull. He paused at one point and grinned wryly. Lighting a pipe's a good way of getting out of work, isn't it? You said you didn't need any help. With the bailing, yes. What you don't understand, Cuttle, is the spiritual necessity for reward, not to mention the clarity that comes to one's mind during such repasts, and in not understanding you instead feel resentment, which sours the blood in your heart and makes you bitter. It's that bitterness that kills people. You know, it eats them up inside. He studied her. Meaning, I'm actually jealous. Of course you are, but because I can empathize with you, I am comfortable withholding judgment. Tell me, can you say the same for yourself? Barathol arrived with a pair of casks under his arms. Get off your ass, woman. We've got a good wind, and the sooner we're on our way, the better. She threw him a salute as she rose. There you go, Cutter, a man who takes charge. Watch him, listen and learn. The Daru stared at her, bemused. She read his face. But you just said. So I did, my young lover. We are contrary creatures, us humans, but that isn't something we need be afraid of, or even much troubled by. And if you make a list of those people who worship consistency, you'll find they're one and all tyrants or would-be tyrants, ruling over thousands, or over a husband or a wife, or some cowering child. Never fear contradiction, Cutter. It is the very heart of diversity. Chor held on to the steering oar whilst Cutter and Barathol worked the sails. The day was bright, the wind fresh, and the carrack rode the swells as if its very wood was alive. Every now and then the bow pitched down, raising spray, and Chor would laugh, the sound childlike, a thing of pure joy. Silara settled down amidships, the sun on her face warm, not hot, and stretched out. We sail a carrack named Grief, with a corpse on board. That cutter means to deliver to its final place of rest. Heboric, did you know such loyalty could exist there in your shadow? Barathol moved past her at one point, and as Chor laughed once more, she saw an answering smile on his battered, scarified face. Oh yes, it is indeed blessed music, so unexpected and in its innocence so needed. The return of certain mortal traits Onrak the Broken realized reminded one that life was far from perfect. Not that he had held many illusions in that regard. In truth, he held no illusions at all about anything. Even so, some time passed, in something like a state of fugue, before Onrak recognized that what he was feeling was impatience. The enemy would come again. These caverns would echo with screams, with the clangor of weapons, with voices raised in rage, and Onrak would stand at Trull Sengar's side, and with him witness, in helpless fury, the death of still more of Minala's children. Of course, children was a term that no longer fit. Had they been Imas, they would have survived the ordeal of the passage into adulthood by now. They would be taking mates, leading hunting parties, and joining their voices to the night songs of the clan when the darkness returned to remind them all that death waited there at the end of life's path. Lying with lovers also belonged to night, and that made sense, for it was in the midst of true darkness that the first fire of life was born, flickering awake to drive back the unchanging absence of light. To lie with a lover was to celebrate the creation of fire, from this in the flesh to the world beyond. Here in the chasm night reigned eternal, and there was no fire in the soul, no heat of love-making. There was only the promise of death. And Onrak was impatient with that. There was no glory in waiting for oblivion. No, in an existence bound with true meaning and purpose, oblivion should ever arrive unexpected, unanticipated, and unseen. One moment racing full tilt, the next gone. As a Talan Imas of Logros, Onrak had known the terrible cost borne in wars of attrition. The spirit exhausted beyond reason, with no salvation awaiting it, only more of the same. The kin falling to the wayside, shattered and motionless, eyes fixed on some skewed vista, a scene to be watched for eternity, the minute changes measuring the centuries of indifference. some timid creature scampering through, a plant's exuberant green, pushing up from the earth after a rain, birds pecking at seeds, insects building empires. Trull Sengar came to his side where Onrak stood guarding the choke point. Monok Ochem says the Edur's presence has contracted away from us. For now, as if something made my kin retreat. I feel, my friend, that we have been granted a reprieve, one that is not welcome. I don't know how much longer I can fight. When you can no longer fight in truth, Trull Sengar, the failure will cease to matter. I did not think they would defy her, you know, but now I see that it makes sense. She expected them to just abandon this, leaving the handful remaining here to their fate. Our fate, I mean. He shrugged. Panic was not surprised. The other children looked to him. Onrak said, "They would not abandon him, nor their mothers, and in staying, they will break the hearts of us all." Yes. The Tiste Edur looked over. "Have you come to regret the awakening of emotions within you, Onrak? This awakening serves to remind me, Trull Sengar, of what? Of why I am called the broken as the rest of us. Not Monok Okem, nor Ibra Golan. No, not them. Trull Sengar. When the attackers come, I would... You know, I intend to leave your side. Indeed, yes, I intend to challenge their leader, to slay him or be destroyed in the attempt. Perhaps, if I can deliver a truly frightful cost, they will reconsider their alliance with the Crippled God. At the very least, they may withdraw and not return for a long time." "I understand." Trull then smiled in the gloom. "I will miss your presence at my side in those final moments, my friend. Should I succeed in what I intend, Trull Sengar, I shall return to your side. Then you had better be quick killing that leader. Such is my intention. Onrak, I hear something new in your voice." "Yes. What does it mean?" "It means, Trull Sengar, that Onrak the Broken, in discovering impatience, has discovered something else." "What?" "This I am done with defending the indefensible. I am done with witnessing the fall of friends. In the battle to come, you shall see in me something terrible, something neither Ibra Golan nor Monok Ochem can achieve. Trull Sengar, you shall see a Tlan Imas awakened to anger." Banashar opened the door, wavered for a moment, leaning with one hand against the frame, then staggered into his decrepit room. The rank smell of sweat and unclean bedding, stale food left on the small table beneath the barred window. He paused, considering whether or not to light the lantern, but the oil was low and he'd forgotten to buy more. He rubbed at the bristle on his chin more vigorously than normal, since it seemed his face had gone numb. A creak from the chair against the far wall, 6 paces distant. Banashar froze in place, seeking to pierce the darkness. "Who's there?" he demanded. "There are few things in this world," said the figure seated in the chair, "more pathetic than a once Dimidrek fallen into such disrepair, Banashar, stumbling drunk into this vermin-filled hovel every night. Why are you here?" Banashar stepped to his right and sank heavily onto the cot. "I don't know who you are," he said, "so I see no reason to answer you. A sigh, then. You send, one after another for a while there, cryptic messages, pleading with increasing desperation to meet with the Imperial High Mage." "Then you must realize," Banashar said, struggling to force sobriety into his thoughts, the terror was helping, that the matter concerns only devotees of Durek, a description that no longer fits either you or Teshrin. "There are things," Banashar said, "that cannot be left behind. Teshrin knows this as much as I. Actually, the Imperial High Mage knows nothing." A pause, accompanying a gesture that Banashar interpreted as the man studying his fingernails, and something in his tone changed. "Not yet. That is, perhaps not at all. You see, Banashar, the decision is mine. Who are you? You are not ready yet to know that. Why are you intercepting my missives to Tashren? Well, to be precise, I have said no such thing. Banashar frowned. You just said the decision was yours. Yes, I did. That decision centers on whether I remain inactive in this matter, as I have been thus far, or, given sufficient cause, I elect to, intervene. Then who is blocking my efforts? You must understand, Banashar Tashren is the Imperial High Mage first and foremost. Whatever else he once was is now irrelevant. No, it isn't. Not given what I have discovered. Tell me. No. Better yet, Banashar, convince me.
I cannot, he replied, hands clutching the grimy bedding to either side. An imperial matter? No. Well, that is a start. As you said then, the subject pertains to once followers of Derek, a subject one presumes related to the succession of mysterious deaths within the cult of the worm. Succession? More like slaughter, yes? Tell me, is there anyone left, anyone at all? Banashar said nothing.
Except, of course, the stranger added, those few who have at some time in the past, and for whatever reasons, fallen away from the cult. From worship, you know too much of this, Banashar said. He should never have stayed in this room. He should have been finding different hovels every night. He hadn't thought there'd be anyone left who'd remember him after all. Those who might have were now all dead. And I know why. Gods below, how I wish I didn't. Tashren, said the man after a moment, is being isolated, thoroughly and most efficiently. In my professional standing, I admit to considerable admiration, in fact. Alas, in that same capacity, I am also experiencing considerable alarm. You are a claw. Very good, at least some intelligence is sifting through that drunken haze. Banashar. Yes, my name is Pearl. How did you find me? Does that make a difference? It does. To me it does, Pearl. Another sigh and a wave of one hand. Oh, I was bored. I followed someone who it turned out was keeping track of you, with whom you spoke, where you went, you know, the usual things required. Required? For what? Why preparatory, I imagine, to assassination, when that killer's master deems it expedient. Banashar was suddenly shivering, the sweat cold and clammy beneath his clothes. There is nothing political, he whispered. Nothing that has anything to do with the Empire. There is no reason. Oh, but you have made it so, Banashar. Do you forget? Tashren is being isolated. You are seeking to break that, to awaken the Imperial High Mage. Why is he permitting it? Banashar demanded. He's no fool. A soft laugh. Oh no, Tashren is no fool, and in that you may well have your answer. Banashar blinked in the gloom. I must meet with him, Pearl. You have not yet convinced me. A long silence in which Banashar closed his eyes, then placed his hands over them, as if that would achieve some kind of absolution. But only words could do that. Words uttered now to this man. Oh, how he wanted to believe it would. Suffice. A claw who would be my ally. Why? Because the claw has rivals. A new organization that has deemed it expedient to raise impenetrable walls around the Imperial High Mage. What does that reveal of that new organization? They see Tashren as an enemy, or they would so exclude him as to make his inaction desirable, even to himself. They know he knows, and wait to see if he finally objects. But he has not yet done so, leading them to believe that he might not, during whatever is coming. Abyss, take me, what are we dealing with here? Banashar spoke from behind his hands. I would ask you something, Pearl? Very well. Consider the most grand of schemes, he said. Consider time measured in millennia. Consider the aging faces of gods, goddesses, beliefs and civilizations. Go on. What is it you would ask? Still he hesitated. Then he slowly lowered his hands and looked across to that grey, ghostly face opposite him. Which is the greater crime, Pearl? A god betraying its followers, or its followers betraying their god? Followers who then choose to commit atrocities in that god's name. Which? Pearl, tell me, please. The claw was silent for a dozen heartbeats. Then he shrugged. You ask a man without faith, Banashar? Who better to judge? Gods betray their followers all the time, as far as I can tell. Every unanswered prayer, every unmet plea for salvation, the very things that define faith, I might add. Failure, silence, and indifference. These are the definitions of faith, Pearl. As I said, I am not the man for this discussion. But are those things true betrayal? That depends, I suppose, on whether the god worshipped is by virtue of being worshipped in turn beholden to the worshipper. If that god isn't, if there is no moral compact, then your answer is no, it's not betrayal. To whom, for whom does a god act? Banashar asked. If we proceed on the aforementioned assertion, the god acts and answers only to him or herself. After all, Banashar said, his voice rasping as he leaned forward, who are we to judge? As you say, yes, if, Pearl said on the other hand, a moral compact does exist between God and worshipper, then each and every denial represents a betrayal, assuming that which is asked of that God is in itself bound to a certain morality. True. A husband praying his wife dies in some terrible accident so that he can marry his mistress, for example, is hardly something any self-respecting God would acquiesce to or assist in. Banashar heard the mockery in the man's voice, but chose to ignore it. And if the wife is a tyrant who beats their children, then a truly just God would act without the necessity for prayer, meaning the prayer itself voiced by that husband is also implicitly evil, regardless of his motive. Well, Banashar, in my scenario, his motive is made suspect by the presence of the mistress. And if that mistress would be a most loving and adoring stepmother, Pearl snarled, chopping with one hand, enough of this, damn you. You can wallow in this moral quandary all you want. I don't see the relevance. His voice fell away. His heart smothered in a bed of ashes. Banashar waited, willing himself not to sob aloud, not to cry out.
They prayed but did not ask, nor beseech, nor plead, Pearl said. Their prayers were a demand. The betrayal was theirs, wasn't it? The claw sat forward. Banashar, are you telling me that Derek killed them all, her entire priesthood? They betrayed her. In what way? What did they demand? There is war, he said in a dull voice. Yes, war among the gods. Yes, gods below. Those worshippers chose the wrong side. She heard them, Banashar said, forcing the words out.
She heard them choose the crippled God, and the power they demanded was the power of blood. Well, she decided if they so lusted for blood, she would give them all they wanted. His voice dropped to a whisper. All they wanted. Banashar, hold on a moment. Why would Derek's followers choose blood, the power of blood? That is an elder way. What you are saying makes no sense. The cult of the worm is ancient, Pearl. Even we cannot determine just how old. There is mention of a goddess, the matron of decay, the mistress of worms, a half-dozen titles in Gothos's folly in the fragments possessed by the temple. Or at least once in the temple's possession, those scrolls disappeared. When? Banashar managed a bitter smile. On the night of Teshren's flight from the Grand Temple in Khartoul, he has them. He must have them. Don't you see something is wrong with all of this? The knowledge that I hold, and the knowledge that Teshren must possess, with his access to Gothos's folly, we must speak. We must make sense of what has happened and what it means. This goes beyond the Imperium, yet this war among the gods. Tell me, whose blood do you think will be spilled? What happened in the cult of Derek? That is but the beginning. The gods will betray us, Pearl asked, leaning back. Us, mortals?
Whether we worship or not, it is mortal blood that will soak the earth. He paused, then said, perhaps given the opportunity, you will be able to persuade Teshren. But what of the other priesthoods? Do you truly believe you can convince them, and what will you say to them? Will you plead for some kind of reformation, Banashar, some revolution among believers? They will laugh in your face. Banashar looked away. In my face, perhaps, but Teishren.
The man opposite him said nothing for a time. A graininess filled the gloom. Dawn was coming, and with it a dull chill. Finally, Pearl rose, the motion fluid and silent. This is a matter for the Empress, her. Don't be a fool. Careful, the claw warned in a soft voice. Banashar thought quickly, in desperation. She only comes into play with regard to releasing Teishren from his position as High Mage, in freeing him to act. And besides, if the rumors are true about the Grey Mistress stalking 7 cities, then it is clear that the pantheonic war has already begun in its myriad manipulations of the mortal realm. She would be wise to heed that threat. Banashar, Pearl said, the rumors do not even come close to the truth. Hundreds of thousands have died. Perhaps millions. Millions. I shall speak with the Empress, Pearl repeated. When do you leave? Banashar asked. And what of those who are isolating Teishren? What of those who contemplate killing me? There will be no need for that, the claw said, walking to the door. She is coming here. Here? When? Soon? Why? But he did not voice that question, for the man had gone. Saying it needed the exercise, Iskarol Pust was sitting atop his mule, struggling to guide it in circles on the mid-deck. From the looks of it, he was working far harder than the strange beast, as it was cajoled into a step every 50 heartbeats or so. Red-eyed and sickly, Mappo sat with his back to the cabin wall. Each night in his dreams he wept, and would awaken to find that what had plagued his dreams had pushed through the barrier of sleep, and he would lie beneath the furs, shivering with something like a fever. A sickness, in truth, born of dread, guilt, and shame. Too many failures, too many bad judgments. He had been stumbling blind for so long. Out of friendship, he had betrayed his only friend. I will make amends for all of this, so I vow, before all the Trell spirits. Standing at the prow, the woman named Spite was barely visible within the gritty, mud-brown haze that engulfed her. Not one of the Bokarala, scrambling about in the rigging or back and forth on the decks, would come near her. She was in conversation. So Iskarol Pust had claimed, with a spirit that didn't belong. Not here in the sea, and that wavering haze, like dust skirling through yellow grasses, even to Mappo's dull eyes, blatantly out of place. An intruder, but one of power, and that power seemed to be growing. Male, Iskarol Pust had said with a manic laugh. He's resisting and getting his nose blooded. Do you sense his fury, Trell? His spitting outrage? He? But she's not afraid of him. Oh no, she's not afraid of anyone. Mappo had no idea who that she was, and had not the energy to ask. At first, he had thought the high priest had been referring to Spite. But no, it became increasingly apparent that the power manifesting itself over the bow of the ship was nothing like Spite's. No draconian stink, no cold brutality. No, the sighs of wind reaching the Trell were warm, dry, smelling of grasslands. The conversation had begun at dawn, and now the sun was directly overhead. It seemed there was much to discuss about something. Mappo saw 2 spiders scuttle past his moccasined feet. You damned witch, I don't think you're fooling anyone. Was there a connection here? On this nameless ship, 2 shamans from Dal Hon, a land of yellow grasses, acacias, huge herds, and big cats, savannah, and now this visitor striding across foreign seas. Outraged? Yes, Iskarol Pust had said. Yet, do you sense his reluctance? Oh, he struggles, but he knows too that she who chooses to be in one place, and not many, she is more than his match. Dare he focus? He doesn't even want this stupid war. Ha! But oh, it is that very ambivalence that so frees his followers to do as they please, a snarling cry as the high priest of shadow fell from the back of the mule. The animal brayed, dancing away and wheeling round to stare down at the thrashing old man. It brayed again, and in that sound Mappo imagined he could hear laughter. Icarium Pust ceased moving, then lifted his head. She's gone. The wind that had been driving them steady and hard, ever on course, grew fitful. Mappo saw Spite making her way down the forecastle steps, looking weary and somewhat dismayed. "Well?" Icarium demanded. Spite's gaze dropped to regard the high priest where he lay on the deck. "She must leave us for a time. I sought to dissuade her, and alas, I failed. This places us at risk." "From what?" Mappo asked. She glanced over at him. "Why, the vagaries of the natural world, Trell, which can at times prove alarming and most random." Her attention returned to Icarium Pust. "High priest, please assert some control over your Bokarala. They keep undoing knots that should remain fast, not to mention leaving those unsightly offerings to you everywhere underfoot." "Assert some control?" Icarium asked, sitting up with a bewildered look on his face. "But they're crewing this ship." "Don't be an idiot," Spite said. "This ship is being crewed by ghosts. Tiste Edur ghosts, specifically. True, it was amusing to think otherwise, but now your little small-brained worshippers are becoming troublesome." "Troublesome? You have no idea, Spite. Ha!" He cocked his head. "Yes, let her think on that for a while. That tiny frown wrinkling her brow is so endearing. More than that, admit it. It inspires lust. Oh yes, I'm not as shriveled up as they no doubt think, and in so thinking perforce nearly convince me. Besides, she wants me. I can tell, after all, I had a wife, didn't I? Not like Mappo there, with his bestial, no doubt burgeoning traits. No, he has no one. Indeed, am I not experienced? Am I not capable of delicious, enticing subtlety? Am I not favoured by my idiotic, endlessly miscalculating God?" Shaking her head, Spite walked past him and halted before Mappo. "Would that I could convince you, Trell, of the necessity for patience and faith. We have stumbled upon a most extraordinary allies. They ever fail you in the end. Motives clash, divisive violence follows, and friend betrays friend. Will you devour your own soul, Mappo Runt?" "I do not understand you," he said. "Why do you involve yourself with my purpose, my quest?" "Because," she said, "I know where it shall lead. The future unfolds before you, does it? Never clearly, never completely, but I can well sense the convergence ahead. It shall be vast, Mappo, more terrible than this or any other realm has ever seen before. The fall of the crippled god, the rage of Kala, the wounding at morn, the chainings, they all shall be dwarfed by what is coming, and you shall be there, for you are part of that convergence. As is Icarium, just as I will come face to face with my evil sister at the very end, a meeting from which but one of us will walk away when all is done between us." Mappo stared at her. "Will I?" he whispered. "Will I stop him in the end? Or is he the end of everything? I do not know." "Perhaps the possibilities, Mappo Runt, depend entirely on how prepared you are at that moment, at your readiness, your faith, if you will." He slowly sighed, closed his eyes, then nodded. "I understand." And, not seeing, he did not witness her flinch, and was himself unaware of the pathos filling the tone of that admission. When he looked upon her once more, he saw naught but a calm, patient expression. Cool, gauging. Mappo nodded. "As you say, I shall try." "I would expect no less, Trell, quiet." Icarium Pust hissed, still lying on the deck, but now on his belly he was sniffing the air. "Smell her, I smell her, on this ship, that udder-knotted cow. Where is she?" The mule brayed once more. Taralak Veed crouched before Icarium. The jag was paler than he had ever seen him before. the consequence of day after day in this hold, giving his skin a ghoulish green cast. The soft hiss of iron blade against whetstone was the only sound between them for a moment. Then the growl cleared his throat and said, "A week away at the least. These Edur take their time. Like you, Icarium, they have already begun their preparations. Why do they force an enemy upon me, Taralac Veed?" The question was so lifeless that for a moment the growl wondered if it had been rhetorical. He sighed, reaching up to ensure that his hair was as it should be. The winds upside were fierce, then said, "My friend, they must be shown the extent of your martial prowess. The enemy with which they have clashed, a number of times apparently, has proved both resilient and ferocious. The Edur have lost warriors." Icarium continued, working the sword's single notched edge. Then he paused, his eyes fixed on the weapon in his hands. "I feel," he said, "I feel they are making a mistake. This notion of testing me, if what you have told me is true, those tales of my anger unleashed." He shook his head. "Who are those I will face, do you know?" Taralac Veed shrugged. "No, I know very little. They do not trust me, and why should they? I am not an ally, indeed, we are not allies, and yet we shall soon fight for them. Do you not see the contradictions, Taralac Veed? There is no good side in the battle to come, my friend. They fight each other endlessly, for both sides lack the capacity or the will to do anything else. Both thirst for the blood of their enemies. You and I, we have seen all of this before. The manner in which two opposing forces, no matter how disparate their origins, no matter how righteously one begins the conflict, end up becoming virtually identical to each other. Brutality matches brutality, stupidity matches stupidity. You would have me ask the Tiste Edur about their terrible, evil enemies. What is the point? This, my friend, is a matter of killing that and nothing more now. Do you see that? A matter of killing, Icarium repeated, his words a whisper. After a moment he resumed, honing the edge of his sword. "And such a matter," Taralac Veed said, "belongs to you, to me. You must show them that, by ending the battle utterly, ending it, all the killing, ending it forever." "Yes, my friend, it is your purpose."
"With my sword I can deliver peace. Oh yes, Icarium, you can and you will. Mappo Runt, you were a fool. How you might have made use of this jag for the good of all. Icarium is the sword, after all, forged to be used as all weapons are. The weapon, then, that promises peace. Why, you foolish trell, did you ever flee from this?"
North of the Olfara Peninsula, the winds freshened, filling the sails, and the ships seemed to surge like migrating Denrabi across the midnight blue of the seas. Despite her shallow draught, the Cylinder struggled to keep pace with the Dromons and enormous transports. Almost as bored as the other marines, Bottle walked up and down the deck, trying to ignore their bickering, trying to nail down this sense of unease growing within him. Something in this wind? Something?
Bonemonger, Smiles said, pointing her knife at Korik. "That's what you remind me of with all those bones hanging from you. I remember one who used to come through the village outside our estate, I mean, collecting from kitchen middens, grinding up all kinds and sticking them in flasks, with labels, dog jaws for toothaches, horse hips for making babies, bird skulls for failing eyes, penis bones for homely little girls." Korik cut in. In a blur, the knife in Smiles's hand reversed grip, and she held the point between thumb and fingers. "Don't even think it," Cuttle said in a growl. "Besides," Tar observed, "Korik ain't the only one wearing lots of bones. Hood's breath, Smiles, you're wearing your own." "Tastefully," she retorted, still holding the knife by its point. "It's the excess that makes it crass. Latest court fashion in Unta, you mean?" Cuttle asked, one brow lifting. Tar laughed. Subtle and understated, that modest tiny finger bone, dangling just so the ladies swooned with envy. In all of this, Bottle noted in passing,
Korab Bilan Thenualas simply stared from one soldier to the next as they bantered, on the man's face baffled incomprehension. From the cabin house, voices rising in argument again, Gessler, Balm, Stormy and Fiddler. One of Wigatan's pups was listening, but Bottle paid little attention, since the clash was an old one, as both Stormy and Balm sought to convince Fiddler to play games with the deck of dragons. Besides, what was important was out here, a whisper in the air, in this steady, unceasing near-gale, a scent mostly obscured by the salty sea spray. Pausing at the port rail, Bottle looked out at that distant ridge of land to the south. Hazy, strangely blurred, it seemed to be visibly sweeping by, although at this distance such a perception should have been impossible. The wind itself was brown-tinged, as if it had skirled out from some desert. We have left 7 cities, thank the gods. He never wanted to set foot on that land again. Its sand was a gritty patina on his soul, fused by heat, storms, and uncounted people whose bodies had been incinerated. Remnants of them were in him now, and would never be fully expunged from his flesh, his lungs. He could taste their death, hear the echo of their screams. Short-Nose and Flashwit were wrestling over the deck, growling and biting like a pair of dogs. Some festering argument. Bottle wondered what part of Short-Nose would get bitten off this time, and there were shouts and curses as the two rolled into soldiers of Balm's squad who had been throwing bones, scattering the cast. Moments later, fights were erupting everywhere. As Bottle turned, Mayfly had picked up Loeb, and he saw the hapless soldier flung through the air to crash up against the mound of severed heads. Screams, as the ghastly things rolled about, eyes blinking in the sudden light. And the fight was over, soldiers hurrying to return the trophies to their pile beneath the tarpaulin. Fiddler emerged from the cabin, looking harried. He paused, scanning the scene, then shaking his head. He walked over to where Bottle leaned on the rail. "Korab should have left me in the tunnel," the sergeant said, scratching at his beard. "At least then I'd get some peace." "It's just balm," Bottle said, then snapped his mouth shut, but too late. "I knew it, you damned bastard. Fine, it stays between you and me, but in exchange I want to hear your thoughts. What about Balm? He's dull Honesi. I know that idiot. Well, his skin's crawling is my guess. So's mine, Bottle. Ah, that explains it then. She's with us. Now again. I mean, she. You know who?"
The one who plays with your? The one who also healed you, Sergeant. What's she got to do with Balm? I'm not sure. More like where his people live, I think. Why is she helping us? Is she, Sergeant Bottle, turned to study Fiddler? Helping us, I mean. True, the last time, quick Ben's illusion that chased off that enemy fleet. But so what?
Now we've got this gale at our backs, and it's driving us west, fast, maybe faster than should be possible. Look at that coast. Our lead ships must be due south of Monken by now. At this pace, we'll reach Sepik before night falls. We're being pushed, and that makes me very nervous. What's the damned hurry? Maybe just putting distance between us and those grey-skinned barbarians. Tiste Edur. Hardly barbarians, Sergeant, Fiddler grunted. I've clashed with the Tiste Andi, and they used elder magic, Kurald Galain, and it was nothing like what we saw a week ago. No, that wasn't Warren's. It was Hold's older roar, way too close to chaos. What it was, Fiddler said, doesn't belong in war. Bottle laughed. He could not help it. You mean a little bit of wholesale slaughter is all right, Sergeant? Like what we do on the battlefield, chasing down fleeing soldiers and caving their skulls in from behind. That's all right. Never said I was making sense. Bottle, Fiddler retorted. It's just what my gut tells me. I've been in battles where sorcery was let loose, really let loose, and it was nothing like what those Edur were up to. They want to win wars without drawing a sword. And that makes a difference. It makes victory unearned is what it does. And does the Empress earn her victories, Sergeant? Careful, Bottle. Well, he persisted. She's just sitting there on her throne. While we're out here, you think I fight for her, Bottle? Well, if that's what you think, you wasn't taught a damned thing at Wigatan. He turned and strode off. Bottle stared after him a moment, then returned his attention to the distant horizon. Fine, he's right. But still, what we're earning is her currency. And that's that. What in Hood's name are you doing down here?
Hiding? What's it look like? That's always been your problem, Cal. Your lack of subtlety. Sooner or later it's going to get you into trouble. Is it dark yet? No. Listen. What's with this damned gale up top? It's all wrong. You just noticed? Callum scowled in the gloom. Well, at least he'd found the wizard, the high mage of the 14th, hiding between crates and casks and bales. Oh, how bloody encouraging is that? The adjunct wants to talk to you?
Of course she does. I would too if I was her. But I'm not her, am I? No, she's a mystery. You notice how she almost never wears that sword. Now, I'll grant you I'm glad, now that I've been chained to this damned army. Remember those sky keeps? We're in the midst of something, Cal, and the adjunct knows more than she's letting on. A lot more, somehow. The Empress has recalled us. Why? What now? You're babbling, quick. It's embarrassing. You want babbling. Try this. Has it not occurred to you that we lost this one? What? Drijna, the apocalyptic, the whole prophecy, we didn't get it, we never did, and you and me, Cal, we should have, you know, the uprising, what did it achieve? How about slaughter, anarchy, rotting corpses everywhere, and what arrived in the wake of that? Plague. The apocalypse, Kalam, wasn't the war, it was the plague. So maybe we won, and maybe we lost. Both, do you see? Drijna never belonged to the Crippled God. Nor Polil. Hardly matters. It's ended up serving them both, hasn't it? We can't fight all that quick, Kalam said. We had a rebellion. We put it down. What these damned gods and goddesses are up to, it's not our fight, not the Empire's fight, and that includes Laseen. She's not going to see all this as some kind of failure. Tavore did what she had to do, and now we're going back, and then we'll get sent elsewhere. That's the way it is. Tavore sent us into the Imperial Warren, Cal. Why? The assassin shrugged. All right, like you said, she's a mystery. Quick Ben moved further into the narrow space between cargo. Here, there's room. After a moment, Kalam joined him. You got anything to eat? Drink? Naturally? Good. As the lookouts cried out the sighting of Sepik, Apsalar made her way forward. The adjunct, Nil, Keneb and Nether were already on the forecastle. The sun, low on the horizon to the west, lit the rising mass of land 2 pegs to starboard with a golden glow ahead. The lead ships of the fleet, 2 Dromons, were drawing near. Reaching the rail, Apsalar found she could now make out the harbour city tucked in its half-moon bay. No smoke rose from the tiers, and in the harbour itself a mere handful of ships rode at anchor. The nearest one had clearly lost its bow anchor. Some snag had hung the trader craft up, heeling it to one side, so that its starboard rail was very nearly under water. Keneb was speaking. Sighting Sepik, he said in a tone that suggested he was repeating himself. Should have been 4, maybe 5 days away. Apsalar watched the 2 Dromons work into the city's bay. One of them was Nock's own flagship. Something is wrong, Nether said. Fist Keneb, the adjunct said quietly. Stand down the Marines, adjunct. We shall be making no landfall. At that moment, Apsalar saw the foremost Dromon suddenly balk as if it had inexplicably lost headway, and its crew raced like frenzied ants, sails buckling overhead. A moment later, the same activity struck Nock's ship, and a signal flag began working its way upward. Beyond the 2 warcraft, the city of Sepik exploded into life. Gulls, tens of thousands, rising from the streets. The buildings, in their midst the black tatters of crows, island vultures, lifting like flakes of ash amidst the swirling smoke of the white gulls. Rising, billowing, casting a chaotic shadow over the city. Nether whispered, "They're all dead." "The Tiste Edur have visited," Apsalar said. Tavore faced her. "Is slaughter their answer to everything? They found their own kind adjunct, a remnant population. Subject, little more than slaves. They are not reluctant to unleash their fury, these Edur. How do you know this, Bridgeburner?" She eyed the woman. "How did you know adjunct?" At that, Tavore turned away. Keneb stood looking at the two women, one to the other, then back again. Apsalar fixed her gaze back upon the harbour, the gulls settling again to their feast as the two lead dromons worked clear of the bay, sails filling once more. The ships in their immediate wake also began changing course. "We shall seek resupply with Nemil," the adjunct said. As she turned away, she paused. "Apsalar, find Quick Ben. Use your skeletal servants if you must. The High Mage hides among the cargo below," she replied. Tavore's brows lifted. "Nothing sorcerous, then?" "No!" As the sound of the adjunct's boots receded, Fist Keneb stepped closer to Apsalar. "The Eder fleet, do you think it pursues us even now, Apsalar?" "No, they're going home. And how do you come by this knowledge?" Nether spoke. "Because a god visits her, Fist. He comes to break her heart, again and again." Apsalar felt as if she had been punched in the chest, the impact reverberating through her bones, the beat inside suddenly erratic, tightening as heat flooded through her veins. Yet, outwardly, she revealed nothing. Keneb's voice was taut with fury. "Was that necessary, Nether?" "Don't mind my sister," Nil said. "She lusts after someone." "Bastard!" The young Wiccan woman rushed off. Nil watched her for a moment, then he looked over at Keneb and Apsalar and shrugged. A moment later, he too left. "My apologies," Keneb said to Apsalar. "I would never have invited such a cruel answer, had I known what Nether would say. No matter, Fist, you need not apologize. Even so, I shall not pry again." She studied him for a moment. Looking uncomfortable, he managed a nod, then walked away. The island was now on the ship's starboard, almost 5 pegs along. He comes to break her heart, again and again. Oh, there could be so few secrets on a ship such as this one. And yet it seemed the adjunct was defying that notion. "No wonder Quick Ben is hiding. They killed everyone," Bottle said, shivering. "A whole damned island's worth of people. And Monken Isle, too. It's in the wind, now the truth of that." "Be glad for that wind," Corrick said. "We've left that nightmare behind, fast, damned fast, and that's good, isn't it?" Cuttle sat straighter and looked at Fiddler. "Sergeant, wasn't Sepik an imperial principality?" Fiddler nodded. "So, what these Tiste Edur did, it's an act of war, isn't it?" Bottle and the others looked over at the sergeant, who was scowling and clearly chewing over Cuttle's words. Then he said, "Technically, aye. Is the Empress going to see it that way, or even care? We got us enough enemies as it is." "The adjunct," Tar said. "She'll have to report it even so. And the fact that we already clashed once with that damned fleet of theirs, it's probably tracking us right now," Cuttle said, grimacing. "And we're going to lead it straight back to the heart of the Empire." "Good," Tar said. "Then we can crush the bastards." "That," Bottle muttered, "or they crush us. What Quick Ben did, it wasn't real—" "To start," Fiddler said. Bottle said nothing. Then, "Some allies you're better off without." "Why?" the sergeant demanded.
"Well," Bottle elaborated, "the allies that can't be figured out, the ones with motives and goals that stay forever outside our comprehension. That's what we're talking about here, Sergeant. And believe me, we don't want a war fought with the sorcery of the holds. We don't." The others were staring at him. Bottle looked away. "Drag him round the hull," Cuttle said. "That'll get him to cough it all up." "Tempting," Fiddler said, "but we got time, lots of time. You fools."
"Time is the last thing we got." That's what she's trying to tell us. With this eerie wind thrusting like a fist through Mael's realm, and there's not a thing he can do about it. Take that, Mael, you crusty barnacle. Time? Forget it. She's driving us into the heart of a storm. Chapter 20. Discipline is the greatest weapon against the self-righteous. We must measure the virtue of our own controlled response when answering the atrocities of fanatics. And yet, let it not be claimed in our own oratory of piety that we are without our own fanatics, for the self-righteous breed wherever tradition holds, and most often when there exists the perception that tradition is under assault. Fanatics can be created as easily in an environment of moral decay, whether real or imagined, as in an environment of legitimate inequity or under the banner of a common cause. Discipline is as much facing the enemy within as the enemy before you, for without critical judgment the weapon you wield delivers, and let us not be coy here naught but murder, and its first victim is the moral probity of your cause. Words to the adherents, mortal sword, Hellian, the grey swords. It was growing harder. Gano's Paran realized not to regret certain choices he had made. While scouts reported that the Deregoth were not trailing his army as it marched north and east across virtually empty lands, this very absence led to suspicion and trepidation. After all, if those hoary beasts were not following them, what were they up to? Ganath, the Jaghut sorceress, had more or less intimated that Paran's decision to unleash those beasts was a terrible mistake. He probably should have listened to her. It was a conceit to imagine he could manipulate indefinitely all the forces he had let loose to deal with the Trollbaral, and perhaps there had been a lack of confidence in the capabilities of ascendants already active in this realm. The Deregoth were primal, but sometimes that which was primal found itself assailed by a world that no longer permitted its unmitigated freedom. Well, enough of that. It's done, isn't it? Let someone else clean up the mess I made, just for a change. Then he frowned. Granted, that's probably not the proper attitude for the master of the deck. But I didn't ask for the title, did I? Paran rode in the company of soldiers, somewhere in the middle of the column. He didn't like the notion of an entourage or a vanguard. Fist Raith Bude was leading the way at the moment, although that position rotated among the fists. While Paran remained where he was, with only Noto Boyle beside him, and occasionally Herlashal, who appeared when there was some message to deliver, and there were blissfully scant few of those. You were more forceful, you know, Noto Boyle said beside him, when you were Captain Kindly. Oh, be quiet, Paran said, an observation, high fist. Not a complaint. Your every observation is a complaint healer. That's hurtful, sir. See what I mean? Tell me something interesting, Cartulian, right? Were you a follower of Derek, then? Hood, know very well. If you wish to hear something interesting, I shall tell you of my own history. As a youth, I was a leg breaker. A what? I broke dog legs. Just one per mongrel, mind you. Lame dogs were important for the festival. Ah, you mean the Derek Festival, that disgusting, barbaric, filth-strewn day of sordid celebration. So, you broke the legs of poor, bemused animals, so they could be stoned to death in alleys by psychotic little children. What is your point, High Fist? Yes, that is precisely what I did. 3 crescents a dog. It was a living, alas. I eventually tired of that. The Malazans outlawed the festival. Yes, that too, a most unfortunate decision. It has made my people moribund, forcing us to search elsewhere for your sick, obnoxious tastes in delivering misery and suffering. Well, yes. Whose story is this? Abyss, take me. Please accept my apologies. Do go on, assuming I can stomach it. Noto Boyle tilted his nose skyward. I was not busy running around skewering goddesses in my youth. Neither was I, although I suppose, like any healthy young, non-leg-breaking boy, I lusted after a few. At least, based on their statues and the like. Take Soliel, for instance. Soliel, a likeness expressly visualized to encourage notions of motherhood. Oh, really? That's a little too revealing, isn't it? Mind you, Noto Boyle said in a commiserating tone, you were a young boy. So I was. Now, let's forget all that. You were saying? After your leg-breaker career died with a whimper, then what? Oh, how very droll, sir. I should also point out the manifestation of Soliel back in Gdanistan. Damned disappointing, Perrin agreed. You've no idea how many adolescent fantasies were obliterated by that. I thought you had no desire to discuss that subject any further. Fine, go on. I was apprenticed for a short time to a local healer, healing lame dogs. Not our primary source of income, sir. There was a misunderstanding, as a consequence of which I was forced to depart his company in some haste. A local recruiting drive proved opportune, especially since such efforts by the Malazans rarely garnered more than a handful of Cartulians, and most of those either destitute or criminal. And you were both. The principal source of their delight at my joining the ranks derived from my skills as a healer. Anyway, my first campaign was in Corel, the Theftian campaigns, where I was fortunate to acquire further tutelage from a healer who would later become infamous. Ipshank? Truly? Indeed, none other. And yes, I met Manask as well. It must be said, and you, High Fist, will comprehend more than most the necessity of this. It must be said, both Ipshank and Manask remained loyal to Greymane to the last. Well, as far as I knew, that is, I was healer to a full legion by then, and we were sent to Genabakis. In due course. Noto Boyle, Perrin interrupted. It seems you have a singular talent for consorting with the famous and the infamous. Why, yes, sir, I suppose I have at that, and now I suspect you are wondering into which category I place you. Me? No, don't bother. The healer prepared to speak again, but was interrupted by the arrival of Herloshal. High Fist. Outrider! The trail ahead, sir, has up until now revealed little more than a scattering of your so-called pilgrims. But it seems that a troop of riders have joined the migration. Any idea how many? More than 500, High Fist, could be as many as 1,000. They are riding in formation, so it's difficult to tell. Formation. Now, who might they be, I wonder? All right, Herloshal, advance your scouts and flanking outriders. How far ahead are they?
4 or 5 days, sir. Riding at a collected canter for the most part. Very good. Thank you, Herloshal. The outrider rode back out of the column. What do you think this means, High Fist? Perrin shrugged at the healer's question. I imagine we'll discover soon enough, Boyle. Noto Boyle, sir. Please, good thing, Perrin continued, unable to help himself. You became a healer and not a lancer.
If you don't mind, sir, I think I hear someone complaining up ahead about saddle sores. The man clucked his mount forward. Oh my, he prefers saddle sores to my company. Well, to each his own. High Fist Perrin, Captain, Sweet Creek muttered. What's he doing riding back there, and what's all that about no saluting? It's bad for discipline. I don't care what the soldiers think. I don't even care that he once commanded the bridge burners. After all, he took them over only to see them obliterated. It's not proper. I'm saying none of it. Fist Writhe Bude glanced over at the woman. Her colour was up. The Fist observed, eyes flashing. Clearly, the captain was not prepared to forget that punch in the jaw. Mind you, I probably wouldn't forgive something like that either. I think the Fists need to organize a meeting, Captain, Rithbude warned. You forget yourself. My apologies, sir. But now that we're trailing some kind of army, well, I don't want to end up like the bridge burners. That's all Dujek Onherm's confidence in Perrin, and his admiration for the man, Captain, is sufficient for me. And my fellow Fists, I strongly advise you to suppress your anger and recall your own discipline. As for the army ahead of us, even 1,000 mounted warriors hardly represents a significant threat to the host. This rebellion is over. There's no one left to rebel, after all, and little left to fight over. She gestured forward with one gauntleted hand. Even these pilgrims keep falling to the wayside. A low mound of stones was visible to one side of the rough track, another sad victim of this pilgrimage, and from this one rose a staff bedecked in crow feathers. "That's eerie too," Sweet Creek said. "All these cultane worshippers. This land breeds cults like maggots in a corpse, Captain." Sweet Creek grunted, a most appropriate image, fist, in this instance. Ryth Bude grunted, "Aye, I stumble on those every now and then." Behind the two riders, Corporal Futhgar said, "Sirs, what are those?" They twisted round in their saddles, then looked to where the man was pointing. The eastern sky. Voices were rising among the soldiers now, invoked prayers, a few shouts of surprise, a string of suns, a dozen in all, each small but bright enough to burn blinding holes in the blue sky, from two stretched tails of fiery mist. The row of suns curved like a longbow, the ends higher, and above it was the blurred, misshapen face of the moon, an omen of death. Someone shouted, "Captain!" Ryth Bude snapped, "Get that fool to shut his mouth." "Aye, sir." "The sky falls," Noto Boyle said as he fell back in beside the high fist. Scowling, Perrin continued studying the strange appearance in the eastern sky, seeking some sense of what it was they were witnessing. "Whatever it is, I don't take it." "You doubt me?" the healer asked. "High Fist, I have walked the lands of Corel. I have seen the craters left behind by all that descended from the sky. Have you ever perused a map of Corel? The entire northern subcontinent and its host of islands. Fling a handful of gravel into mud, then wait whilst water fills the pocks. That is Corel, sir. The people still tell tales of the countless fires that fell from the sky in the bringing down of the Crippled God. "Ride to the head of the column," Noto Boyle, Perrin said. "Sir, call a halt. Right now. And get me Haloshel and his outriders. I need a sense of the surrounding area. We may need to find cover." For once, the healer made no complaint. Perrin stared at the string of fires, growing like a salvo from the abyss. "Damn! Where's Ormologoon? I need to find him, and he'd better have that deck ready, or at least the cards etched out, preferably scribed and ready for the threads of paint. Gods below, he'd better have something, because I don't have time to." His thoughts trailed away. He could feel them now, coming ever closer. He could feel their heat. Was that even possible? The damned moon. I should have paid attention. I should have quested, found out what has happened up there to that forlorn world. And then another thought struck him, and he went cold. War among the gods. Is this an attack? A salvo, in truth? Perrin bared his teeth. "If you're out there," he whispered, glaring at the eastern sky as his horse shied nervously beneath him, "you're not playing fair. And I don't like that." He straightened, stood in his stirrups, and looked about. "Ormologan, where in Hood's name are you?" Against this, Iscaral Pust muttered, "I can do nothing." He hugged himself. "I think I should start gibbering now. Yes, that would be highly appropriate. A crazed look in my eyes. Drool, then froth, yes, who could blame me? We're all going to die." These last words were a shriek sufficient to shake Mappo from his insensate lethargy. Lifting his head, he looked across at the high priest of shadow. The doll Honisi was huddled beside his mule, and both were bathed in a strange light, green-hued. No, the Trell realized that light was everywhere. Spite descended from the forecastle, and Mappo saw in her expression cold rage. "We are in trouble," she said in a grating voice. "Out of time, I had hoped. Never mind." Suddenly, her head snapped round, and she stared southwestward. Her eyes narrowed. Then she said, "Oh, who in Hood's name are you, and what do you think you're up to?" Falling silent once more, her frown deepening, blinking, Mappo Runt pushed himself upright and saw that the sky was on fire, almost directly above them, as if the sun had spawned a host of children, a string of incandescent pearls. Their flames wreathed in halos of jade, growing, descending. What are those? The sea seemed to tremble around them, the waves choppy, clashing in confusion. The air felt brittle, hot, and all wind had fallen away. And there, above the mass of land to the east, that was Otatarol Island. Mappo looked back at Iskarol Pust. The high priest, crouching now, had his hands covering his head. Bokarala were converging around him, mewling and whimpering, reaching out to touch the shivering old man. As he babbled, "We didn't plan for this, did we? I don't remember. Gods, I don't remember anything. Mogora, my dear hag, where are you? This is my moment of greatest need. I want sex, even with you."
"I'll drink the white parrot later? What choice? It's that or the memory of most regrettable weakness on my part. There is only so much I can suffer. Stop touching me, you vile apes. Shadow Throne, you miserable, insane shade, where are you hiding, and is there room for me, your most devoted servant, your Magus? There'd better be. Come, get me, damn you. Never mind anyone else, just me. Of course there's room, you mucus-smeared knee in the growing fart cloud. Save me."
"Spirits below," Mogora muttered at Mappo's side. "Listen to that pathetic creature. And to think, I married him." Spite suddenly wheeled and ran back to the bow, Bokarala scattering from her path. Once there, she spun round and shouted, "I see them! Make for them, fools! Quickly!" And then she veered, rising above the wallowing, rocking ship, silver-etched wings spreading wide. Swirling mists, writhing, growing solid, until an enormous dragon hovered before the ship, dwarfing the craft in its immensity. Lambent eyes flared like quicksilver in the eerie emerald light. The creature's long, sinuous tail slithered down, snake-like, and coiled round the upthrust prow. The dragon then twisted in the air, a savage beat of the wings, and with an alarming jolt, the ship lunged forward. Mappo was flung back into the cabin wall, wood splintering behind him. Gasping, the Trell regained his feet and clambered towards the bows. She seized them. Who? The sky was filling with spears of green fire, plunging towards them. Iskarol Pust screamed. Over 1,000 leagues away, westward, Bottle stood with the others and stared at the eastern horizon, where darkness should have been crawling heavenward to announce the unending cycle of day's death and night's birth. Instead, they could see distinctly a dozen motes of fire descending, filling a third of the sky with a lurid, incandescent, greenish glow. "Oh," Bottle whispered, "this is bad." Fiddler clutched at his sleeve, pulled him close. "Do you understand this?" the sergeant demanded in a harsh whisper. Bottle shook his head. Is this another crippled god?" Bottle stared at Fiddler, eyes widening. "Another gods below, is it? I don't know." Swearing, Fiddler pushed him away. Bottle staggered back, shouldering into Sergeant Balm, who barely reacted. Then he twisted through the press, stumbling as he made his way clear, looked across the waters. To the south, the Nemil ships, war berimas and supply transports, had every sheet to the wind as they raced back towards their homeland, the former swiftly outdistancing the latter. Many of the transports still half-filled with cargo, the resupply abandoned. Aye, it's every fool for himself now. But when those things hit, that shockwave will roll fast. It will smash us all into kindling. Poor bastards, you'll never make it. Not even those ugly berimas. The unceasing wind seemed to pause, as if gathering breath, then returned with redoubled force, sending everyone on deck staggering, sailcloth bucked, mast and spars creaking. The cylinder groaned beneath them. "Quick, Ben. Best make your escape now, and take whoever you can with you. Against what's coming, there is no illusion that will dissuade it. As for those Tiste Edur, well, they're as finished as we are. I will accept that as consolation. Well, Grandma, you always said, the sea will be the death of me." Sergeant Hellian wandered across the deck, marvelling at the green world she had found. This Nemil brandy packed a punch, didn't it just? People were screaming or just standing as if frozen in place. But that's how things usually were, those times she accidentally, oops, slipped over that blurry line of not quite drunk. Still, this green was making her a little sick. Hood-damned Nemil brandy. What idiots drank this rubbish? Well, she could trade it for some Falari sailor's rum. There were enough idiots on this ship who didn't know better. She just had to find one. A sailor like that one there. Hey,
Look, I got Emil brandy, but I'm thirsty for rum, right? Paid 10 crescents for this. I know it's a lot, but my squad, they love me, Hizzy. Took up a collection, so's I'm thinking, how about we trade straight across, ball for ball? Sure, I drunk most of this, but it's worth more, right? Which, as you can see, ins things up then. She waited. The man was a tall bastard, kind of severe-looking. Other people were staring. What was their problem, anyway?
Then the man took the bottle, swished it back and forth, and frowned. He drank it down, 3 quick swallows, hey, and reached beneath his fancy cloak, drawing out a flask which he passed across to her. Here, soldier, he said. Now get below and drink until you pass out. She collected the flask with both hands, marvelling at its polished silver surface, even the gouge that ran diagonally across one side, and the sigils stamped into it. Very nice.
the imperial scepter and 4 old ones, the ones that used to identify flagships, she'd seen those before. There, that was Cartheron Crust's, and that one was Urko's, and that one she didn't know. But the last one was the same as on the flag up top of this ship she was on. That's a coincidence now, ain't it? She blinked at the man. Can't, she said. I got orders. I'm countermanding those orders, Sergeant. You can do that under these circumstances? Yes. Well then, I'll never forget you, sailor. Promise. Now, where's the hatch? He guided her with one firm hand on her shoulder in the right direction. Clutching the beautiful and beautifully swishing flask against her chest, Hellian made her way along through the green murk and all the staring faces. She stuck out her tongue. They can get their own. Apsalar turned at the sigh from the adjunct. Tavore's expression was philosophic as she stared at the eastern horizon. Humbling, is it not? Yes, adjunct, I suppose it is. All of our plans are conceits, as if the sheer force of our wills, each of us, can somehow ensure that all else remains unchanged around us, awaiting naught but what we do, what we say. The gods. Yes, I know, but that, she nodded eastward, does not belong to them. No. It is too devastating, soldier. Neither side is that desperate yet. And now, she shrugged. Even their games dwindle into insignificance. Adjunct, Apsalar said. You lack confidence? Do I? In what? Our resilience? Perhaps, but Apsalar could feel her own confidence crumbling, clinging to a single thought, and the resolve behind that thought was itself weakening. Even so, a single thought. This was anticipated by someone. It had to be. Someone saw this coming. Most people were blind, willfully or otherwise. But there were some who weren't. So now, my prescient friend, you had better do something about it. And quick. Ormologan, trailed by his toad, stumbled into view, an overflowing leather satchel in his arms. The toad was bleating something about delusional artists and the brutal world in a tone of pessimistic satisfaction. Ormologan tripped and fell almost at Perrin's feet, the satchel tipping and spilling its contents, including scores of wooden cards, most of them blank. You've barely started, you damned fool. Perfection. Ormologan shrieked. You said, never mind, Perrin snarled. He looked back at the eastern sky. Spears of fire were descending like rain. Mainland, into the sea, he wondered aloud? Or Ottertarl Island? Maybe all three, Noto Boyle said, licking his lips. Well, Perrin said, crouching down and clearing a space in the sand before him. Sees worse, that means. He began drawing with his index finger. I have some. Ormologan whimpered, fumbling through the cards. Mail. I hope you're paying attention. I hope you're ready to do what needs doing. He studied the streaks he had etched in the sand. Enough? It has to be. Closing his eyes, he focused his will. The gate is before me. I have this one. The shout was loud in Paran's right ear, and even as the force of his will was unleashed, he opened his eyes and saw, hovering before him, another card, and all of his power rushed into it, onto his knees, skidding on clay that deformed beneath him, hands thrusting out to catch himself. Grey air a charnel stench, and Paran lifted his head. Before him stood a gate, a mass of twisted bones and pale, bruised flesh, dangling strands of hair, innumerable staring eyes, and beyond it was grey, murky oblivion. Oh, Hood! He was at the very threshold. He had damned near flung himself right through. A figure appeared in the portal, black-cloaked, cowled, tall. This isn't one of his servants. This is the hoary old bastard himself. Is there time for such unpleasant thoughts, mortal? The voice was mild, only faintly rasping. With what is about to happen? Well, Ganos Paran, master of the deck of dragons, you have positioned yourself in a most unfortunate place, unless you wish to be trampled by the multitudes who shall momentarily find themselves on this path. Oh, be quiet, Hood. Paran hissed, trying to climb to his feet, then stopping when he realized that doing so would not be a good idea. Help me. Us. Stop what's coming. It'll destroy far too much. Yes, too many plans. I can do little, however. You have sought out the wrong god. I know, I was trying for mail. Pointless. Yet even as Hood spoke that word, Paran detected a certain hesitation. Ah, you've had a thought. I have. Very well, Ganos Paran. Bargain. Abyss. Take us. There's no time for that. Think quickly, then. What do you want more than anything else, Hood? What do you want? And so Hood told him. And among the corpses, limbs and staring faces in the gate, one face in particular suddenly grew animate, its eyes opening very wide, a detail neither noticed. Paran stared at the god, disbelieving. You can't be serious. Death is always serious. Oh, enough with the portentous crap. Are you certain? Can you achieve what I ask, Ganos Paran? I will, somehow. Do you so vow? I do. Very well, leave here. I must open this gate. What? It is open. But the god had turned away, and Paran barely heard Hood's reply. Not from this side. Chaw squealed as a hail of firestones struck the roiling waters barely a ship's breadth away. Explosions of steam, a terrible shrieking sound tearing through the air. Cutter pushed hard on the steering oar, trying to scull the wallowing craft, but he didn't have the strength for that. The grief wasn't going anywhere, except, I fear, to the bottom. Something struck the deck, a thud, splintering, reverberations trembling the entire hull. Then steam was billowing from the fist-sized hole. The grief seemed to sag beneath them. Cursing, Barathol scrambled to the breach, dragging a bundle of spare sailcloth. Even as he sought to push it down into the hole, two more stones struck the craft, one up front, tearing away the prow, another, a flash of heat against Cutter's left thigh, and he looked down to see steam, then water gushing up. The air seethed like the breath from a forge. The entire sky overhead seemed to be on fire. The sail above them was burning, ripped through. Another concussion, and more than half of the port rail was simply gone, pulverized wood, a mist drifting away, flaring with motes of flame. "We're sinking!" Silara shouted, grasping hold of the opposite rail as the Grief's deck tilted alarmingly. Cargo shifted, too many supplies. We got greedy, making the dying craft lean further. The wrapped corpse of Heboric rolled towards the choppy waves. Crying out, Cuttle sought to make his way towards it, but he was too far away. The cloth-wrapped form slid down into the water, and, wailing, Chor followed it. "No!" Barathol yelled. "Chor, no!" The mute giant's huge arms closed about the corpse, a moment before both simply slipped from sight. Sea Bara called it sea, warm now, wet. Was so nice now, sky bad and sea bad up there, but nice now here.
Dark night. Night is coming. Ears hurt. Ears hurt. Hurt. Bara said, never breathe in sea. Need to breathe now. Oh, hurt, breathe. He filled his lungs and fire burst through his chest. Then, cool, calm, the spasms slowing. Darkness closed in round him. But Chor was no longer frightened by that. The cold was gone, the heat was gone, and numbness filled his head. He had so loved the sea. The wrapped body in his arms pulled ever down, and the limbs that had been severed and that he had collected when Bara told him to seemed to move about within as the canvas stretched, lost shape. Darkness. Now inside and out, something hot and savage tore past him, racing downward like a spear of light, and Chor flinched. And he closed his eyes to make those things go away. The ache was finally gone from his lungs. I sleep now. Geysers of steam shooting skyward, thunderous concussions racking the air and visibly battering the sea so that it shook, trembled, and Cuttle saw Barathol dive into the churning water, into Chor's wake. The body, Heboric, Chor, O gods! He reached Solara's side and pulled her close into his arms. She clutched his sodden shirt. "I'm so glad," she whispered, as the grief groaned and canted further onto its side. "About what?" "That I left her back there. I left her?" Cuttle hugged her all the tighter. "I'm sorry, Apsalar. For everything. Sudden buffeting winds, a sweeping shadow." He looked up and his eyes widened at the monstrous shape occluding the sky, descending. A dragon. What now? And then he heard shouts, and at that moment the grief seemed to explode. Cuttle found himself in the water, thrashing panic awakened within him, like a fist closing round his heart. Reaching, reaching. What is this sound? Where am I? A million voices screaming, plunging into terrible death. Oh, they had travelled the dark span for so long, weightless, seeing before them that vast emptiness, unmindful of their arguing, their discussions, their fierce debates. It swallowed them. Utterly, then, out, through to the other side. A net of power spreading out, something eager for mass, something that grew ever stronger. And the journey was suddenly in crazed, violent motion. A world beneath, so many lost then, and beyond it, another. This one larger, oh, hear us, so many annihilated. Mountains struck to dust, rock spinning away into dark, blinding clouds that scintillated in harsh sunlight. And now, this beast world that fills our vision, is this home? Have we come home, reaching? Hands of jade, dusty, raw, not yet polished into lurid brightness. I remember you had to die, Treach, didn't you? Before ascendancy, before true godhood, you had to die first. Was I ever your destriant? Did that title ever belong to me? Did I need to be killed, reaching these hands, these unknown, unknowable hands? How can I answer these screams, these millions in their shattered prisons? I touched, once, fingertip to fingertip, I touched. Oh, the voices, this is not salvation. We simply die, destruction. No, no, you fool home. We have come home,
Annihilation is not salvation. Where is he? Where is our God? I tell you, the search ends. No argument there. Listen to me. Who is that? He returns, the one outside, the brother. Listen to me, please. I'm not your brother. I'm no one. I thought... Destriant. Did I know it for certain? Have I been lied to, Destriant? Well, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we all got it wrong. Every one of us. Maybe even Treach got it wrong. He has lost his mind. Forget him. Look, death. Terrible death. It comes. Mad. So what? I'd rather listen to him than any of you, he said. Listen. He said that, and so I shall. We will all listen, idiot. We have no choice, have we? Destriant, we got it all wrong, don't you see? All I have done cannot be forgiven. Can never be forgiven. He's sent me back. Even Hood, he's rejected me, flung me back. But it's slipping away, so tenuous, I am failing. Failing, falling, what's the difference? Reaching. What? My hands, do you see them, cut loose? That's what happened. The hands cut loose, freed. I can't do this, but I think they can. Don't you see? Senseless words. No, wait. Not Destriant. Shield anvil. Reaching. Look upon me. All of you reach. See my hands. See them. They're reaching. Reaching out for you. They are reaching. Barathol swam down into darkness. He could see nothing. No one Chor. Oh gods, what have Jay done? He continued clawing his way downward. Better he drowned as well. He could not live with this, not with that poor man-child's death on his hands. He could not. His own breath was failing, the pressure closing in, pounding in his skull. He was blind, a flash of emerald green below, blooming, incandescent, billowing out, and at its core, oh gods, wait, wait for me. Limp, snagged in unravelled folds of canvas. Chor was sinking, arms out to the sides, his eyes closed, his mouth open. No, no, no. From the pulsing glow, heat, such heat, Barathol fought closer, his chest ready to explode, and reached down, down. A section of the aft deck floated free from what was now little more than pummeled wreckage. The firestones tore down on all sides, as Cuttle struggled to help Silara clamber onto the pitching fragment. Those firestones, they were smaller than pebbles, despite the fist-sized holes they had punched through the grief. Smaller than pebbles, more like grains of sand, glowing bright green, like spatters of glass, their colour changing almost instantly into rust red as they plummeted into the depths. Silara cried out, "Are you hit?" "Oh, gods, no!" She twisted round. "Look, Hood, take us, look!" And she lifted an arm, pointed as a swelling wave lifted them pointed eastward, towards Ottertaral Island. It had ignited. Jade green, a glowing dome that might have spanned the entire island, writhing, lifting skyward, and rising up through it, hands of jade, like Heborics, rising like trees. Arms, huge, dozens of them, rising fingers, spreading, green light spiralling out from their upturned palms, from the fingers, from the veins and arteries, cabling their muscled lengths, green light slashing into the heavens like sword blades. Those arms were too big to comprehend, reaching upward like pillars through the dome, as the fires filling the sky seemed to flinch, tremble, and then began to converge, above the island, above the hands of jade, reaching up through the billowing green light. The first falling sun struck the glowing dome. The sound was like a drum beat on a scale to deafen the gods. Its pulse rippled through the dome's burgeoning flanks, racing outward and seeming to strip the surface of the sea, shivering through Cuttle's bones, a concussion that triggered bursting agony in his ears. Then another, and another as sun after sun plunged into that buckling, pocked dome. He was screaming, yet unable to hear himself. Red mist filled his eyes. He felt himself sliding from the raft, down into the foam-laden waves. even as an enormous clawed foot reached down, spread wide over Cuttle and Silara, who was grasping him by an arm, seeking to drag him back onto the raft, and talons the size of scimitars closed round them both. They were lifted from the thrashing water, upward, up, reaching, yes, for me closer, closer. Never mind the pain. It will not last, I promise.
I know, because I remember. No, I cannot be forgiven. But maybe you can. Maybe I can do that. If you feel it's needed, I don't know. I was the wrong one to have touched, there in that desert. I didn't understand, and Bodine could never have guessed what would happen, how I would be marked. Marked! Yes, I see now for this need. Can you hear me? Closer. Do you see the darkness there? That is where I am.
Millions of voices, weeping, crying out, voices filled with yearning. He could hear them. Ah, gods, who am one? I cannot remember. Only this, the darkness that surrounds me. We, yes, all of you, we can all wait here, in this darkness. Never mind the pain. Wait with me, in this darkness. And the voices in their millions, in their vast, unbearable need, rushed towards him. Shield Anvil, who would take their pain, for he could remember such pain. The darkness took them, and it was then that Heboric ghost hands, Shield Anvil, realized a most terrible truth. One cannot, in any real measure, remember pain. Two bodies tumbling like broken dolls onto the deck. Mappo struggled towards them, even as Spite wheeled away one more time. He could feel the dragon's agony with every ragged breath she drew, and the air was foul with the reek of scorched scales and flesh. The rain of fire had descended in a torrent all round them, wild as a hailstorm and far deadlier, yet not one particle had struck their ship. Protection gifted, Mappo realized, not by Spite, nor indeed by Iscarel, Pust, or Mogera. No, as the high priest's fawning wet kisses gave proof, some power born in that damned black-eyed mule was responsible. Somehow. The beast simply stood unmoving and seemingly indifferent, tail flicking the absence of flies. Slowly blinking, as if half asleep, its lips twitching every now and then. While the world went mad around them, while it tore that other ship to pieces, Mappo rolled the nearer figure over. Blood-smeared face, streams from the ears, the nose, the corners of the eyes. Yet he knew this man. He knew him. Crocus, the Daru. Oh, lad, what has brought you to this? Then the young man's eyes opened, filled with fear and apprehension. Be at ease, Mappo said. You are safe now. The other figure, a woman, was coughing up seawater, and there was blood flowing down from her left ear to track the underside of her jaw before dripping from her chin. On her hands and knees she lifted her head and met the Trell's gaze. "Are you all right?" Mappo asked. She nodded, crawled closer to Crocus. "He will live," the Trell assured her. "It seems we all shall live. I had not believed." Iscarel Pust screamed, pointed. A large, scarred, black-skinned arm had appeared over the port rail, like some slithering eel, the hand grasping hard on the slick wood, the muscles straining. Mappo clambered over. The man he looked down upon was holding onto another body. A man easily as large as he was, and it was clear that the former was fast losing his strength. Mappo reached down and dragged them both onto the deck. "Barathol!" the woman gasped. Mappo watched as the man named Barathol quickly rolled his companion over and began pushing the water from his lungs. "Barathol! Quiet! Scilara! He was under too long! Quiet!" Mappo watched, trying to remember what such ferocity, such loyalty, felt like. He could almost recall. Almost he has drowned this one. See all that water? Yet Barathol would not cease in his efforts, pulling the limp, flopping body about this way and that, rocking the arms, then, finally, dragging the head and shoulders onto his lap, where he cradled the face as if it was a newborn babe. The man's expression twisted, terrible in its grief. "Chor, listen to me, this is Barathol. Listen, I want you to bury the horses. Do you hear me? You have to bury the horses before the wolves come down. I'm not asking, Chor, do you understand? I'm telling you, he has lost his mind. From this there is no recovery. I know, Chor. I will get angry, do you understand? Angry with you, Chor. Do you want Barathol angry at you, Chor? Do you want—" A cough, gouting water, a convulsion. Then the huge man held so tenderly in Barathol's arms seemed to curl up, one hand reaching up, and a wailing cry worked its way through the mucus and froth. "No, no, my friend," Barathol gasped, pulling the man into a tight, rocking embrace. "I'm not angry. No, I'm not. Never mind the horses. You did that already. Remember. Oh, Chor, I'm not angry." But the man bawled, clutching at Barathol like a child. He is a simpleton. Otherwise, this Barathol, he would not have spoken to him in such a manner. He is a child in a man's body. This Chor Mappo watched, as the two huge men wept in each other's arms. Spite now stood beside the trell, and as soon as Mappo became aware of her, he sensed her pain, and then her will, pushing it away with such ferocity, he dragged his gaze from the two men on the deck and stared at her. Pushing away all that pain. "How? How did you do that?" he demanded. "Are you blind, Mappo Runt?" she asked. Look at them, Trell." Sure, his fear is gone now. He believes Barathol, he believes him utterly without question. You cannot be blind to this, to what it means. You are looking upon joy, Mappo Runt. In the face of this I will not obsess on my own pain, my own suffering. Do you understand? I will not. Ah, spirits below, you break my heart, woman. He looked back at the two men, then across to where Silara held Crocus in her arms, stroking the man's hair as he came round, broken by all this again. I had forgotten. Iscaral Pust was dancing round Mogara, who watched him with a sour expression, her face contracting until it resembled a dried-up prune. Then, in a moment when the high priest drew too close, she lashed out with a kick that swept his feet out from beneath him. He thumped hard onto the deck, then began swearing, "Despicable woman, woman. Did I say woman? Ha! You're what a shedding snake leaves behind, a sickly snake, with scabs and pustules and wheals and bunions. I heard you lusting after me, you disgusting creep. I tried to, you mean in desperation, but even imminent death was not enough. Do you understand? Not enough." Mogara advanced on him. Iscaral Pust squealed, then slithered his way beneath the mule. "Come any closer, hag, and my servant will kick you. Do you know how many fools die each year from a mule kick? You would be surprised." The Dal Honisi witch hissed at him, then promptly collapsed into a swarm of spiders that raced everywhere, and moments later not one remained in sight. The high priest, his eyes wide, looked about frantically, then began scratching beneath his clothes. Oh, you awful creature! Mappo's bemused attention was drawn away by Crocus, who had moved towards Barathol and Char. Barathol, the Daru said. There was no chance. The man looked over, then shook his head. "I'm sorry, Cutter, but he saved Chor's life. Even dead, he saved Chor." "What do you mean?" The body was glowing, Barathol said. "Bright green. It's how I saw them. Chor was snagged in the bolt cloth. I had to cut him free. I could not carry both of them to the surface. I barely made it." "It's all right," Crocus said. He sank down, and the glow ebbed, the darkness swallowed him. "But listen, you got him close enough, do you understand? Not all the way, but close enough. Whatever happened, whatever saved us all, it came from him." Mappo spoke. "Crocus, it is Cutter now, yes? Cutter, who are you speaking about? Did someone else drown? No, Mappo. I mean, not really. A friend, he died. I was trying to take his body to the island. It's where he wanted to go, you see, to give something back. Something. I believe your friend here is right then? The Trell said. You brought him close enough to make a difference, to do what even death could not prevent him doing. He was named Heboric Ghost Hands. I will remember that name, then, Mappo said, with gratitude. You look different. Cutter was frowning. Those tattoos, then his eyes widened, and he asked what Mappo feared he would ask. Where is he? Doors within the Trell that had cracked open suddenly slammed shut once more. He looked away. I lost him. You lost him. Gone? Yes, I failed him. I failed us all. He could not look at the Daru. He could not bear it. My shame. Oh, Mappo, I'm sorry. You are what? A hand settled on his shoulder, and that was too much. He could feel the tears, the grief flooding his eyes, running down. He flinched away. My fault, my fault. Spite stood watching for a moment longer. Mappo, the Trell, who walked with Icarium. Ah, he now blames himself. I understand. That is unfortunate. But such was our intent, after all. And there is the chance, the one chance I most cherish, Icarium. He may well encounter my sister before all of this is done. Yes, that would be sweet, delicious, a taste I could savour for a long, long time. Are you close enough, Envy, to sense my thoughts? My desire? I hope so. But no, this was not the time for such notions, alluring as they were. Aching still with wounds, she turned and studied the wild, roiling clouds above Otatarol Island. Blooms of colour, as if flames ravaged the land, tongues of fire flickering up those gargantuan jade arms, spinning from the fingers. Above the seething dome, night was dimming the penumbra of dust and smoke, where slashes of falling matter still cut through every now and then. Spite then faced the west, the mainland. Whoever you are, thank you. With a gasp, Paran opened his eyes to find himself pitching forward. Sandy gravel rising fast. Then he struck, grunting with the impact. His arms felt like unravelled ropes as he slowly dragged them up, sufficiently to push himself onto his side, which let him roll onto his back. Above him, a ring of faces, all looking down. High Fist, Rithbud asked, Did you just save the world? And us with it? Noto Boyle added, then frowned. Never mind that one, sir. After all, in answering the Fist's query, the second is implicitly, Be quiet, Paran said. If I saved the world, and by no means would I make such a claim, I am already regretting it. Does anyone have some water? With where I've just come back from, I've got a rather unpleasant taste in my mouth. Skins sloshed into view. But Paran held up a hand. The east, how bad does it look? Should have been much, much worse, sir, Fist-Writhe Bude said. There's a real ruckus over there, but nothing's actually coming out, if you understand me. Good. Good. Oh, Hood, did you truly mean it? Gods, me and my promises. Night to the east was a lurid, silent storm. Standing near the adjunct with Nil and Nether, a few strides off to one side, Fist Keneb shivered beneath his heavy cloak, despite the peculiar dry sultriness of the steady wind. He could not comprehend what had happened beyond that eastern horizon, not before, not now. The descent of green-flamed suns, the raging maelstrom, and for a time there, a pervasive malaise enshrouding everyone from what was coming, it had seemed there would be no reprieve, no escape, no hope of survival. Such a notion had, oddly enough, calmed Keneb when struggle was meaningless, all pressure simply drained away. It struck him now that there was something to be said for holding on to such sentiments. After all, death was itself inevitable, wasn't it? Inescapable. What point scratching and clawing in a doomed effort to evade it? The comfort of that was momentary, alas. Death took care of itself. It was in life, in living, that things mattered. Acts, desires, motives, fears, the gifts of joy and the bitter taste of failure, a feast we must all attend, at least until we leave. Stars wavered overhead, streaks of cloud clung to the north, the kind that made Keneb think of snow, and yet here I stand, sweating, the sweat cooling, this chill fashioned not by night or the wind, but by exhaustion. Nether had said something about this wind, its urgency, the will behind it. Thus, not natural. A god, then, manipulating us yet again. The fleets of Nemil patrolled a vast stretch of this coast. Their war biremes were primitive, awkward-looking, never straying far from the rocky shoreline. That shoreline traditionally belonged to the Trell, but there had been wars, generations of wars, and now Nemil settlements dotted the bays and inlets. And the Trell, who had never been seafarers, had been driven far inland into the hills, a dwindling enclave surrounded by settlers. Keneb had seen mixed bloods among the Nemil crews in the trader ships that sailed out with supplies. Belligerent as the Nemil were towards the Trell, they were not similarly inclined when facing a huge Malazan fleet entering their territorial waters. Sages among them had foretold this arrival, and the lure of profit had triggered a flotilla of merchant craft setting forth from the harbours, accompanied by a disorganized collection of escorts, some private, others royal. The resupply had resembled a feeding frenzy for a time there, until, that is, the eastern sky suddenly burst into savage light. Not a single Nemil ship remained now, and that coastline had been left behind, as the second bell after midnight tolled dully at the sand-watcher's hand, the sound taken up by nearby ships, rippling outward through the imperial fleet. From a Nemil captain earlier in the day had come interesting news, and it was that information that, despite the lateness, the adjunct continued to discuss with her two Wiccan companions. Are there any details from Malazan's sources? Nether was asking Tavore of the peoples beyond the Cuttle Sea. No more than a name. The adjunct replied, then said to Keneb, "Fist, do you recall it?" "Perish?" "Yes." "And nothing more is known of them?" Nether asked. There was no answer forthcoming from the others, and it seemed that the Wiccans then waited. "An interesting suggestion," the adjunct said after a moment. "And, given this near gale, we shall discover for ourselves soon enough what manner of people are these Perish." The Nemil captain had reported, second-hand, that another Eder fleet had been sighted the day before, well to the north, less than a score of ships, struggling eastward in the face of this unceasing wind. Those ships were in a bad way, the captain had said. Damaged, limping, struck by a storm perhaps, or they had seen battle. Whatever the cause, they were not eager to challenge the Nemil ships, which in itself was sufficient matter for comment. Apparently, the roving Edur ships had been preying on Nemil traders for nearly 2 years, and on those instances when Nemil escorts were close enough to engage, the results had been disastrous for the antiquated Biremes. Curious news. The adjunct had pressed the Nemil captain on information regarding the Perish, the inhabitants of the vast mountain-girdled peninsula on the western side of the Cuttle Sea, which was itself a substantial southward jutting inlet, at the very bottom of which was the heart of the Nemil kingdom. But the man had simply shaken his head, suddenly mute. Nether had, moments earlier, suggested that perhaps the Edur fleet had clashed with these Perish, and suffered in consequence. The Malazan fleet was cutting across the mouth of the Cuttle Inlet now, as it was called on the Malazan maps, a distance the captain had claimed was a journey of 4 days' sailing under ideal conditions. The lead ships were already a fourth of the way across. There was more than wind, magic or otherwise, the way the horizons looked blurry, especially headlands. The Nemil, Nil said, were not reluctant to speak of the Edur. Yet They would say nothing at all of the perish, Nether added. History between them, Keneb suggested. The others turned to him. Keneb shrugged. Just a thought. The Nemiel are clearly expansionist, and that entails a certain arrogance. They devoured the Trell peoples, providing a reassuring symbol of Nemiel prowess and righteousness. It may be that the perish delivered an opposing symbol, something that both shocked and humbled the Nemiel, neither sentiment quite fitting with their own notions of grandiosity, and so they will not speak of it. Your theory makes sense, the adjunct said. Thank you, Fist. She turned and studied the riotous eastern sky. Humbled, yes, she said in a low voice. In the writings of Duca, he speaks of the manifold scales to be found in war, from the soldier facing another soldier, to the very gods themselves locked in mortal combat. At first glance, it seems an outrage to consider that such extremes can coexist. Yet Duca then claims that the potential for cause and effect can proceed in both directions. It would be comforting to think so, Keneb said. I can think of a few gods that I'd love to trip up right now. It may be, the adjunct said, that someone has preceded you. Keneb frowned. Do you know who, adjunct? She glanced at him, said nothing. Thus ends her momentary loquaciousness. Well, and what did it tell me? She's well read, but I already knew that. Anything else? No. Kalam pushed his way forward, slumped once more at Quick Ben's side. It's official, he said in the gloom of the musty hold. What is? We're still alive. Oh, that's good, Cal. I was sitting on coals down here, waiting for that news. I prefer that image to the reality. Quick. What do you mean? Well, the idea that you were hiding, your loincloth suddenly baggy and a puddle spreading beneath you. You don't know anything I do. I know more than I'd ever want to. Impossible. You drink in secrets like Hellian does rum. The more you know, the drunker and more obnoxious you get. Oh, yeah. Well, I know things you'd want to know, and I was going to tell you, but now I think I'll change my mind. Out with it, wizard, before I go back up and tell the adjunct where she can find you. You can't do that. I need time to think, damn you. So talk. You can think while you're doing that, since with you the two activities are clearly distinct and mostly unrelated. What's got you so miserable? You, liar. All right, me. That's better. Anyway, I know who saved us. Really? Well, sort of. He started the big rock rolling, at least. Who? Ganos Paran. Kalam scowled. All right, I'm less surprised than I should be. Then you're an idiot. He did it by having a conversation with Hood. How do you know? I was there listening in at Hood's gate. What were you doing hanging around there? We were all going to die, weren't we? Oh, so you wanted to beat the rush. Hilarious, Kalam. No, I was planning on doing some bargaining, but that's irrelevant now. Ended up, it was Paran who did the bargaining. Hood said something. He wants something by his own damned breath. It shocked me, let me tell you. So do that. No, I need to think. Kalam closed his eyes and leaned back against the bale. It smelled of oats. Ganos Paran. A pause, then. Do you think she knows? Who, Tavore? Yes, who else? I have no idea. Wouldn't surprise me. Nothing about her would surprise me. In fact, she might even be listening in right now. Wouldn't you sense that? Kalam. Something's wandering through this fleet tonight, and it isn't pleasant, whatever it is. I keep feeling it brush by. Close, then. Before I can grab it by the throat, it whispers away again. So, you are hiding down here? Of course not. Not any more. I mean, now I'm staying here in order to lay a trap. A trap, right? Very clever, High Mage. It is, for the next time it sidles close. Do you really expect me to believe that? Believe what you like, Kalam. What do I care, even if it's my oldest friend who no longer trusts me? For Hood's sake, Quick Ben, I've never trusted you. Now that's hurtful. Wise? but still hurtful. Tell me something quick. Exactly how did you manage hiding at Hood's Gate, with both Paran and the god himself standing there? A sniff. They were distracted, of course. Sometimes the best place to hide is in plain sight. And between them, they saved the world, gave the rock a nudge. Cal, the rest belonged to someone else. Don't know who or what. But I will tell you one thing, those falling suns, they were filled with voices. Voices, enormous pieces of stone. Jade sailing down from the stars, and in those broken mountains or whatever they were, there were souls, millions of souls, Callum. I heard them.
Gods, no wonder you hid down here quick. That's uncanny. You're sending shivers all through me. I know. I feel the same way. So, how did you hide from Hood? I was part of the gate, of course. Just another corpse, just another staring face. Hey, now that was clever, wasn't it? What was it like among all those bones and bodies and stuff? Kind of comforting, I can see that. Kalam scowled again. Hold on, I wonder...
Is there maybe something wrong with us? Quick, you and me? Yes. I think we're insane. You're not? What do you mean? You're too slow. You can't be insane if you only just realized that we're insane. Understand? No, as I said then. Well, the assassin grunted. That's a relief. For you, yes. Shh. The wizard's hand clutched Callum's arm. It's back, he hissed. Close, within reach? Callum asked in a whisper. Gods, I hope not.
A solitary resident in this cabin, and in the surrounding alcoves and cubby berths, a cordon of red blades, fiercely protective of their embittered, broken commander, although none elected to share the Fist's quarters despite the ship's crowded conditions. Beyond those soldiers, the Hundrel burned tears, seasick one and all, filling the air below decks with the sour reek of bile, and so he remained alone.
Wreathed by his own close, fetid air, no lantern light to beat back the dark, and this was well, for all that was outside matched what was inside, and Fistene Baralta told himself again and again that this was well. Why Gatton? The adjunct had sent them in under strength, knowing there would be slaughter. She didn't want the damned veterans and their constant gnawing at her command. She wanted to be rid of the red blades and the marines, soldiers like Cuttle and Fiddler. She had probably worked it out, conspiring with Leoman himself. That conflagration, its execution had been too perfect, too well timed. There had been signals, those fools with the lanterns on the rooftops, along the walls' battlements. And the season itself, a city filled with olive oil, an entire year's harvest. She hadn't rushed the army after Leoman. She hadn't shown any haste at all, when any truly loyal commander would have chased that bastard down, long before he reached Yekatan. No, the timing was diabolical, and here he was, maimed and trapped in the midst of damned traitors. Yet again and again, events had transpired to befool the adjunct and her treasonous, murderous plans. The survival of the Marines, Lostara among them. Then, quick Ben's unexpected countering of those Edur mages. Oh yes, his soldiers reported to him every morsel of news. They understood, although they revealed nothing of their suspicions. He could well see it in their eyes. They understood. That necessary things were coming, soon, and it would be Fist Tene Baralta himself who would lead them. Tene Baralta, the mimed, the betrayed. Oh yes, there would be names for him. There would be cults to worship him, just as there were cults worshipping other great heroes of the Malazan Empire, like Cultain, Bolt, Barrier Setral and his brother Meska of the Red Blades. In such company Tene Baralta would belong. Such company, he told himself, was his only worthy company. One eye left, capable of seeing. Almost in daylight, a blurred haze swarmed before his vision, and there was pain, so much pain, until he could not even so much as turn his head. Oh yes, The healers had worked on him with orders. He now knew to fail him again and again, to leave him with a plague of senseless scars and phantom agonies. And once out of his room, they would laugh at the imagined success of their charade. Well, he would deliver their gifts back into their laps, all those healers. In this soft, warm darkness, he stared upward from where he lay on the cot. Things unseen creaked and groaned. A rat scuttled back and forth along one side of the cramped chamber, his sentinel, his bodyguard, his caged soul. A strange smell reached him, sweet, cloying, numbing, and he felt his aches fading, the shrieking nerves falling quiescent. "Who's there?" he croaked, a rasping reply. "A friend, Tene Baralta, one, indeed, whose visage matches your own. Like you, assaulted by betrayal. You and I, we are torn and twisted to remind us again and again that one who bears no scars cannot be trusted. Ever. It is a truth, my friend, that only a mortal who has been broken can emerge from the other side, whole once more complete, and to all his victims arrayed before him, blindingly bright. Yes, the searing white fires of his righteousness. Oh, I promise you that moment shall taste sweet." An apparition, Tene Baralta gasped. "Who has sent you the adjunct?" "Yes, a demonic assassin to end this." "Of course not, and even as you make such accusations, Tene Baralta, you know them to be false. She could kill you at any time. My soldiers protect me." "She will not kill you," the voice said. "She has no need. She has already cast you away, a useless, pathetic victim of Wigatan. She has no realization, Tene Baralta, that your mind lives on, as sharp as it has ever been, its judgment honed and eager to draw foul blood. She is complacent. Who are you? I am named Gethol. I am the herald of the House of Chains, and I am here, for you, you alone. For we have sensed, oh yes, we have sensed that you are destined for greatness. Ah, such emotion here at his words. No, hold it back. Be strong. Show this Gethol your strength. Greatness, he said.
Yes, of that I have always been aware, Herald. And the time has come, Tene Baralta. Yes, do you feel our gift within you, diminishing your pain? Yes, I do. Good, that gift is yours, and there is more to come. More, your lone eye, Tene Baralta, deserves more than a clouded, uncertain world, don't you think? You need a sharpness of vision to match the sharpness of your mind. That seems reasonable, indeed, just, yes.
That will be your reward, Tene Baralta. If I do what? Later. Such details are not for tonight, until we speak again. Follow your conscience, Tene Baralta. Make your plans for what will come. You are returning to the Malazan Empire, yes? That is good. Know this, the Empress awaits you, Tene Baralta, more than anyone else in this army. Be ready for her. Oh, I shall, Gethol. I must leave you now, lest this visitation be discovered. There are many powers hiding in this army. Be careful. Trust no one. I trust my red blades. If you must, yes, you will need them. Goodbye, Tene Baralta. Silence once more, and the gloom, unchanged and unchanging, inside and out. Destined, yes, for greatness. They shall see that, when I speak with the Empress. They shall all see that. Lying in her bunk, the underside of the one above a mere hand's breadth away, knotted twine and murky tufts of bedding. Lostara Yil kept her breathing slow, even. She could hear the beat of her own heart, the swish of blood in her ears. The soldier in the bunk beneath her grunted, then said in a low voice, "He's now talking to himself?" "Not good." The voice from within Tene Baralta's cabin had been murmuring through the wall for the past 50 heartbeats, but had now, it seemed, stopped. Talking to himself? Hardly. That was a damned conversation. She closed her eyes at the thought, wishing she had been asleep and unmindful of the ever more sordid nightmare that was her commander's world, the viscous light in his eye when she looked upon him, the muscles of his frame sagging into fat, the twisted face beginning to droop, growing flaccid where there were no taut scars, pallid skin, strands of hair thick with old sweat. What has burned away is what tempered his soul. Now there is only malice, a mottled collection of stains, fused impurities. And I am his captain once more by his own command. What does he want with me? What does he expect? Tene Baralta had ceased speaking. And now she could sleep, if only her mind would cease its frantic racing. Oh, Cotillion, you knew, didn't you? You knew this would come. Yet you left the choice to me, and now freedom feels like a curse. Cotillion, you never play fair. The western coast of the Cuttle Sea was jagged with fjords, high black cliffs and tumbled boulders. The mountains rising almost immediately behind the shoreline were thick with coniferous trees, their green needles so dark as to be almost black. Huge red-tailed ravens wheeled overhead, voicing strange, harsh laughter as they banked and pitched towards the fleet of ominous ships that approached the Malazans, swooping low only to lift with heavy, languid beats of their wings. The adjunct's flagship was now alongside Nock's own, and the admiral had just crossed over to join Tavore as they awaited the arrival of the Perish. Keneb stared with fascination at the massive warships drawing ever nearer. Each was in fact two dromons linked by arching spans, creating a catamaran of cyclopean proportions. The sudden dying of the wind had forced oars into the becalmed waters, and this included a double bank of oars on the inward side of each dromon, foreshortened by the spans. The fist had counted 31 of the giant craft, arrayed in a broad, flattened wedge. He could see ballistae mounted to either side of the wolf-head prows, and attached to the outer rails along the length of the ships was a double row of overlapping rectangular shields, their bronze facings polished and glinting in the muted sunlight. As the lid ship closed, oars were lifted, shipped. One of Nock's officers said, "Look beneath the surface between the hulls, Admiral. The spans above are matched by ones below the waterline, and those possess rams." "It would be unwise indeed," Nock said, "to invite battle with these Perish." Yet someone had done just that, the adjutant said. Mage fire damage, there on the one, flanking the flagship. "Admiral, what do you imagine to be the complement of soldiers aboard each of these catamarans? Could be as many as 200 marines, or the equivalent for each dromon. 400 per craft. I wonder if some of them are at the oars, unless, of course, there are slaves." The flag visible beneath the crow's nest on the lead ship's mainmast showed a wolf's head on a black field, bordered in grey. They watched as a long craft resembling a war canoe was lowered between the flagship's two hulls. Then armoured soldiers descended, taking up paddles. 3 more figures joined them. All but one wore iron helms, camailed at the back, with sweeping cheek guards, grey cloaks, leather gauntlets. The lone exception was a man, tall, gaunt and bald, wearing a heavy woolen robe of dark grey. Their skins were fair, but all other characteristics remained unseen beneath armour. "That's a whole lot of chain weighing down that canoe." The same officer muttered, "If she rolls, a score lumps rusting on the bottom." The craft slid over the submerged ram, swiftly propelled by the paddlers whose blades flashed in perfect unison. Moments later, a soft-voiced command triggered a withdrawal of the paddles, barring that of the soldier at the very stern who ruddered, bringing the canoe around to draw up alongside the Malazan flagship. At Nock's command, sailors rushed over to help the Perish contingent aboard. First to appear was a tall, broad-shouldered figure, black-cloaked. Beneath the thick wool was a surcoat of blackened chain that glistened with oil. The longsword at the left hip revealed a silver wolf's head pommel. The Perish paused, looked round, then approached the adjunct as others appeared from the rail. Among them was the robed man, who called out something to the one Keneb surmised was the commander. That person halted, half-turned, and the voice that emerged from behind the visored helm startled Keneb, for it was a woman's. "She's a damned giant. Even the women heavies in our army would hesitate facing this one." Her question was short. The bald man replied with a single word, at which the woman in armor bowed and stepped to one side. Keneb watched the robed man stride forward, eyes on the adjunct. "Mesla," he said. "Welcome. He speaks Malazan. Well, that should make this easier." The adjunct nodded. "Welcome in return, Perish. I am adjunct Tavore Paran, and this is Admiral Nock. Ah, yes, that name is known to us, sir." A low bow towards Nock, who seemed startled for a moment before replying in kind. "You speak our language well," Tavore said. "Forgive me, adjunct. I am Destriant Runthervian," he gestured to the huge woman beside him. "This is the mortal sword Krugava." And then, stepping to one side, he bowed to another soldier, standing 2 steps behind the mortal sword. "Shield, anvil, Tanakelian." The Destriant added something in his own language, and in response, both the mortal sword and the shield anvil removed their helms. Ah, these are hard, hard soldiers. Krugava, iron-haired, was blue-eyed, her weathered face seamed with scars, yet the bones beneath her stern, angular features were robust and even. The shield anvil was, in contrast, quite young, and, if anything, broader of shoulder, although not as tall as the mortal sword. His hair was yellow, the colour of stalks of wheat, his eyes deep grey. "Your ships have seen fighting, Admiral," Nock said to the Destriant. "Yes, sir. We lost 4 in the engagement." "And the Tiste Edur?" the adjunct asked. "How many did they lose?" The Destriant suddenly deferred to the mortal sword, bowing, and the woman replied in fluent Malazan, "Uncertain, perhaps 20, once their sorcery was fended aside. Although nimble, the ships were under strength. Nonetheless, they fought well, without quarter." "Are you in pursuit of the surviving ships?" "No, sir," Krugava replied, then fell silent. The Destriant said, "Noble sirs, we have been waiting for you, for the Mesla." He turned then and walked to stand at the shield anvil's side. Krugava positioned herself directly opposite the adjunct. "Admiral Nock, forgive me," she said, holding her gaze on Tavore. The mortal sword then drew her sword. As with every other Malazan officer witness to this, Keneb tensed, reaching for his own weapon. But the adjunct did not flinch. She wore no weapon at all. The length of blue iron sliding from the scabbard was etched from tip to hilt. 2 wolves stretched in full charge, every swirl of fur visible, their fangs polished brighter than all else, gleaming, the eyes blackened smears. The artisanship was superb, yet that blade's edge was notched and battered. Its length gleamed with oil. The mortal sword held the sword horizontally against her own chest, and there was a formal rigidity to her words as she said, "I am Krugava, mortal sword of the grey helms of the Perish, sworn to the wolves of winter, in solemn acceptance of all that shall soon come to pass. I pledge my army to your service, adjunct Tavore Paran. Our complement, 31 thrones of war, 13,079 brothers and sisters of the order. Before us, adjunct Tavore awaits the end of the world. In the name of Tog and Fandere, we shall fight until we die." No one spoke. The mortal sword settled onto one knee and laid the sword at Tavore's feet. On the forecastle, Kalam stood beside Quick Ben, watching the ceremony on the mid-deck. The wizard beside the assassin was muttering under his breath, the sound finally irritating Kalam enough to draw his gaze from the scene below, even as the adjunct, with a solemnity to match the mortal swords, picked up the sword and returned it to Krugava. "Will you be quiet? Quick," Kalam hissed. "What's wrong with you?" The wizard stared at him with a half-wild look in his dark eyes. "I recognize these. These perish. Those titles, the damned formality and high diction. I recognize these people, and nothing. But I will say this, Cal. If we ever end up besieged, woe to the attackers," the assassin grunted. Grey helms, swords gods below, Kalam. I need to talk to Tavore. Finally, I really need to talk to her. Go on down and introduce yourself, High Mage. You must be mad." Quick Ben's sudden trailing away brought Kalam's gaze back round to the crowd below, and he saw the destriant, Runthervian, looking up, eyes locked with Quick's own. Then the robed man smiled and bowed low in greeting. Heads turned. "Shit," Quick Ben said at his side. Kalam scowled. "High Mage Ben Adair von Delat," he said under his breath, "the Lord of High Diction." Chapter 21. A book of prophecy opens the door. You need a second book to close it. Tanno Spirit Walker Kimlock. With silver tongs, the servant set another disc of ground rust leaf atop the water pipe. Felicin Younger drew on the mouthpiece, waving the servant away, watching bemused as the old woman, head bowed so low her forehead, was almost scraping the floor, backed away on her hands and knees. More of Kulat's rules of propriety when in the presence of Shaikh Reborn, she was tired of arguing about it. If the fools felt the need to worship her, then so be it. After all, for the first time in her life, she found that her every need was met, attended to with fierce diligence, and those needs, much to her surprise, were growing in count with every day that passed. As if her soul was a vast cauldron, one that demanded filling, yet was in truth bottomless. They fed her constantly, and she was growing heavy, clumsy, with folds of soft fat beneath her breasts, and on her hips and behind, the underside of her arms, her belly and thighs. And no doubt her face as well, although she had outlawed the presence of mirrors in her throne room and private chambers. Food was not her only excess. There was wine and rust leaf, and now there was love-making. There were a dozen servants among those attending her whose task it was to deliver pleasure of the flesh. At first, Felicin had been shocked, even outraged, but persistence had won out. More of Kulat's twisted rules, she understood that now his desires were all of the voyeuristic variety, and many times she had heard the wet click of the stones in his mouth from behind a curtain or painted panel, as he spied on her with lascivious pathos. She understood her new god now. Finally, Bidithel had been entirely wrong. This was not a faith of abstinence. Apocalypse was announced in excess. The world ended in a glut, and just as her own soul was a bottomless cauldron, so too was the need of all humanity. And in this she was the perfect representative. As they devoured all that surrounded them, so too would she. As Shaikh Reborn, her task was to blaze bright and quick, and then die into death, where lay the true salvation, the paradise Kulat spoke of again and again. Oddly enough, Felicin Younger struggled to imagine that paradise. She could only conjure visions that matched what now embraced her. Her every want answered without hesitation, without judgment. Perhaps it would be like that, for everyone, but if everyone would know such an existence, then where were the servants? No, she told Kulat, there needed to be levels of salvation. Pure service in this world was rewarded with absolute indolence in the other. Humility, self-sacrifice, abject servitude. These were the ways of living that would be measured, judged. The only difficulty with this notion, which Kulat had readily accepted and converted into edicts, was the position of Felicin herself. After all, was her present indolence, her luxuriating in all the excesses promised to others only following their deaths, to be rewarded by an afterlife of brutal slavery, serving the needs of everyone else? Kulat assured her she had no need to be concerned. In life, She was the embodiment of paradise. She was the symbol of promise. Yet, upon her death, there would be absolution. She was Shaikh reborn, after all, and that was a role she had not assumed by choice. It had been thrust upon her, and this was the most profound form of servitude of them all. He was convincing, although a tiny sliver of doubt lodged deep inside her, a few thoughts, one tumbling after the next. Without excess, I might feel better about myself. I would be as I once was, when I walked in the wildlands with Cuttle and Silara, with Grey Frog and Heboric ghost hands. Without all these servants, I would be able to fend for myself, and to see clearly that a measured life, a life tempered in moderation, is better than all this. I would see that this is a mortal paradise, that cultivates flaws like flowers, that feeds only deathly roots, that chokes all life from me until I am left with this wandering mind. Laseen younger struggled to focus. Two men were standing before her. They had been standing there for some time, she realized. Kulat had announced them, although that had not been entirely necessary, for she knew that they were coming. Indeed, she recognized both of them. Those hard, weathered faces, the streaks of sweat through a layer of dust, the worn leather armor, round shields and scimitars at their hips. The one closest to her, tall, fierce, Mathok, who commanded the desert tribes in the army of the apocalypse. Mathok, Leoman's friend. And one pace behind the commander, Mathok's bodyguard Tavore, looking like some upright, hairless wolf. His eyes, a hunter's eyes, cold, intense. They had brought their army, their warriors. They had brought that, and more. Laseen the younger lowered her gaze from Mathok's face, down to the tattered hidebound book in his hands. The holy book of Drujhistan the apocalyptic. Whilst Leoman had led the Malazons on a wild chase into the trap that was Yigatan, Mathok and his desert warriors had travelled quietly, secretly, evading all contact. There had been intent, Mathok had explained, to rendezvous at Yigatan. But then the plague had struck, and the shamans in his troop had been beset by visions of Hanar-Ara, the city of the fallen of Shaikh, reborn yet again. Leoman and Yigatan, they told Mathok, was a dead end in every sense of the phrase, a feint, punctuated by annihilation, and so the commander had turned away with his army and had set out on the long journey to find the city of the fallen, to find her, to deliver the holy book into her hands. A difficult journey, one worthy of its own epic, no doubt. And now Mathok stood before her, and his army was encamping in the city, and Laseen sat amidst the cushions of her own fat, wreathed in smoke, and considered how she would tell him what he needed to hear, what they all needed to hear, Kulat included. Well, she would be direct. Thank you, Mathok, for delivering the book of Drujhistan. Thank you as well for delivering your army. Alas, I have no need of either gift. Mathok's brows rose fractionally. Shaikh reborn with the book, you can do as you like for my warriors. However, you have great need. A Malazan army approaches. I know, but you are not enough. Besides, I have no need for warriors. My army does not march in rank. My army carries no weapons, wears no armor. In conquering, my army kills not a single foe, enslaves no one, rapes no child. That which my army wields is salvation, Mathok, its promise, its invitation. And the Malazans? Timurol demanded in his grating voice, baring his teeth. That army does carry weapons and wear armor. That army, Holy One, marches in rank, and right now they're marching right up our ass. Kulat, Laseen said. Find a place for the holy book. Have the artisans prepare a new one, the pages blank. There will be a second holy book, my book of salvation. On its first page, Kulat, record what has been said here this day, and accord all present with the honor they have earned. Mathok and Timurol, you are most welcome here in the city of the fallen, as are your warriors. But understand your days of war, of slaughter, are done. Put away your scimitars and your shields, your bows, unsaddle your horses and loose them to the high pastures in the hills at Denetinar Spring. They shall live out their lives there, well and in peace. Mathoc, Timorol, do you accept? The commander stared down at the ancient tome in his hands, and Felisin saw a sneer emerge on his features. He spread his hands, the book fell to the floor, landing on its spine. The impact broke it. Ancient pages skirled out. Ignoring Felisin, Mathoc turned to Timorol. Gather the warriors. We will resupply as needed, then we leave. Timorol faced the throne and spat onto the floor before the dais. Then he wheeled and strode from the chamber. Mathoc hesitated. Then he faced Felisin once more. Shaikh Reborn, you will no doubt receive my shamans without the dishonor witnessed here. I leave them with you, to you. As for your world, your bloated, disgusting world, and its poisonous salvation, I leave that to you as well. For all of this, Leoman died. For all of this, Yagatan burned. He studied her a moment longer, then he spun about and walked from the throne room. Kulat scurried to kneel beside the broken book. It is ruined, he said in a voice filled with horror. Felisin nodded. Utterly. Then she smiled at her own joke. I judge 4,000, Fist, Raithbude said. The rebel army was positioned along a ridge. Horse warriors, lancers, archers, yet none had readied weapons. Round shields remained strapped to backs, quivers lidded bows unstrung and holstered on saddles. 2 riders had moved out from the line and were working their horses down the steep slope to where Paran and his officers waited. What do you think, High Fist? Herloshal asked. This has the look of a surrender. Paran nodded. The 2 men reached the base of the slope and cantered up to halt 4 paces from the host's vanguard. I am Mathoc, the one on the left, said, once of Sharik's army of the apocalypse. And now? Paran asked. A shrug. We dwelt in the holy desert, Raraku, a desert now a sea. We fought as rebels, but the rebellion has ended. We believed. We believe no longer. He unsheathed his scimitar and flung it onto the ground. Do with us as you will. Paran settled back in his saddle. He drew a deep breath and released it in a long sigh. Mathoc, he said, you and your warriors are free to go where you please. I am High Fist Ganos Paran, and I hereby release you. As you said, the war is over, and I, for one, am not interested in reparation, nor punishment. Nothing is gained by inflicting yet more atrocities in answer to past ones. The grizzled warrior beside Mathoc threw a leg over his horse's neck and slipped down to the ground. The impact made him wince and arch his lower back. Grimacing, then he hobbled over to his commander's scimitar. Collecting it, he wiped the dust from the blade and the grip, then delivered it back to Mathoc. Paran spoke again. You have come from the place of pilgrimage, the city of the fallen, yes. Do you intend to destroy them, High Fist? They are defenseless. I would speak with their leader. Then you waste your time. She claims she is Shaikh Reborn. If that is true, then the cult has seen a degradation from which it will never recover. She is fat, poisoned. I barely recognized her. She is indeed fallen. Her followers are sycophants, more interested in orgies and gluttony than anything else. They are disease-scarred and half-mad. Her high priest watches her sex acts from behind curtains and masturbates, and in both their energy is unbounded and insatiable. Nonetheless, Paran said after a moment, I sense power there, no doubt, Mathoc replied, leaning to one side and spitting slaughter them. Then, High Fist, and you will rid the world of a new kind of plague.
What do you mean? A religion of the maimed and broken. A religion proffering salvation. You just have to die first. I predict the cult will prove highly contagious. He's probably right. I cannot slaughter innocents, Mathoc. Then one day the most faithful and zealous among them will slaughter you, High Fist.
Perhaps. If so, I will worry about it then. In the meantime, I have other tasks before me. You will speak with Shaikh Reborn.
Paran considered, then he shook his head. No. As you suggest, there is little point. While I see the possible wisdom of expunging this cult before it gains a foothold, I admit I find the notion reprehensible. Then where, if I may ask, High Fist, will you go now? Paran hesitated. Dare I answer? Well, now is as good as later for everyone to hear. We turn round Mathok. The host marches to Aran. Do you march to war? The commander asked. Paran frowned. We're an army, Mathok. Eventually, yes, there will be fighting. Will you accept our service, High Fist? What? We are a wandering people, Mathok explained, but we have lost our home. Our families are scattered, and no doubt many are dead of plague. We have nowhere to go and no one to fight. If you should reject us now and free us to go, we shall ride into dissolution. We shall die with our backs covered in straw and sand in our gauntlets. Or warrior will turn upon warrior, and blood will be shed. That is without meaning. Accept us into your army, High Fist Ganos, Paran, and we will fight at your side and die with honor. You have no idea where I intend to lead the host, Mathok. The old warrior beside Mathok barked a laugh. The wasteland back of camp, or the wasteland few have ever seen before. What's the difference? He turned to his commander. Mathok, my friend, the shaman said this one here killed Polil. For that alone, I would follow him into the abyss, so long as he promises us heads to lop off, and maybe a woman or two to ride on the way. That's all we're looking for, right, before we dance in a god's lap one last time? Besides, I'm tired of running. To all of this, Mathok simply nodded, his gaze fixed on Paran. 4,000 or so of this continent's finest light cavalry just volunteered, veterans one and all. Herloshel, he said, attach yourself as liaison to Commander Mathok. Commander, you are now a fist, and Herloshel will require a written compilation of your officers, or potential officers. The Malaysian army employs mounted troops in units of 50, 100 and 300. Adjust your command structure accordingly. It shall be done, High Fist. Fist Wraith booed, see the host turned round, and Noto Boyle, find me Ormologun, again, the healer asked. Go, yes, again. I think I need a new card. I think I'll call it Salvation. At the moment it is in the House of Chain's sphere of influence, but something tells me it will claw free of that eventually. Such a taint will not last. This card is an unaligned, in every sense of the word, unaligned, and likely destined to be the most dangerous force in the world. Damn, I wish I was more ruthless. That Shaikh Reborn and all her twisted followers, I should ride up there and slaughter them all, which is precisely what Mathok wanted me to do. To do what he himself couldn't. We're the same in that, in our weakness. No wonder I already like the man. As Herloshel led his horse alongside Mathok, back up towards the desert warriors on the ridge, the outrider glanced over at the new fist. Sir, when you spoke of Shaikh Reborn, you said something about barely recognizing her. I did. She was one of Shaikh's adopted daughters in Raraku. Of course, as Leoman and I well knew, even that one was. Not, as she seemed, chosen by the whirlwind goddess, well enough, but she was not a child of the desert. She wasn't? No, she was Malazan. What? The commander's companion grunted and spat. Mesla, yes! And the adjunct never knew, or so we heard. She cut down a helmed, armoured woman, and then walked away. The corpse then vanished. A Mesla killing a Mesla, oh, how the gods must have laughed. Or, said Herloshel in a low voice, wept. He thought to ask more questions regarding this new Shaikh Reborn, but a succession of tragic images, variants on that fated duel at Raraku, before the seas rose from the desert, raced through his mind. And so he rode in silence up the slope, beside the warriors, and before long was thoroughly consumed with the necessities of reorganizing Mathok's horse warriors. So preoccupied, he did not report his conversation to the High Fist. 3 leagues from the city of the fallen, Paran turned the host away and set them on their path for distant Aran, the road that would take them from 7 cities, never to return. Saur Bathrada and Kolb Harat had walked into an upland village 4 leagues inland from the harbour city of Sepik. Leading 20 Edur warriors and 40 Lethari marines, they had gathered the enslaved, degenerate mixed bloods, ritually freeing the uncomprehending primitives from their symbolic chains, then chaining them in truth for the march back to the city and the Edur ships. Following this, Saur and Kolb had driven the Sepik humans into a sheep pen where a bonfire was built. One by one, mothers were forced to throw their babes and children into the roaring flames. Those women were then raped and finally beheaded. Husbands, brothers and fathers were made to watch. When they alone remained alive, they were systematically dismembered and left armless and legless to bleed out among bleating, blood-splashed sheep. A scream had been birthed that day in the heart of Al-Rada'an, and it had not ceased its desperate, terrible cry. Rulad's shadow covered the Tiste Edur, no matter how distant that throne and the insane creature seated upon it. And in that shadow roiled a nightmare from which there could be no awakening. That scream was echoed in his memories of that day, the shrieks wrung from the throats of burning children, the writhing forms in their bundled flames, the fires reflected on the impassive faces of Edur warriors. Even the Lethari had turned away, overcome with horror. Would that Al-Rada'an could have done the same without losing face. Instead he stood, one among the many, and revealed nothing of what raged inside. Raged, breaking everything. Within me, he told himself that night, back in Sepik, where the sounds of slaughter continued beyond the room he had found, within me, nothing is left standing on that night. For the first time ever, he considered taking his own life. A statement of weakness. The others would have seen it in no other way. They could not afford to. So, not a protest, but a surrender, and they would line up to spit upon his corpse. And warriors like Saur Bathrada and Kolb Harat would draw their knives and crouch down, and with pleasure in their eyes they would disfigure the senseless body. For these 2 Edur had grown to love blood and pain, and in that they were not alone. The king of Sepik was the last to die. He had been made to witness the obliteration of his cherished people. It was said that he was a benign ruler. Oh, how the Edur despised that statement, as if it was an insult, a grievous, vicious insult, that wretched man collapsing between 2 warriors who struggled to hold him upright, grasping his grey hair to force his head up to see. Oh, how he'd shrieked and wailed until Tomad Sengar wearied of those cries and ordered the king flung from the tower. And, as he fell, his wail became a sound filled with relief. He looked upon those cobbles rising fast to meet him as salvation, and this is our gift, our only gift. Al-Rada'an drew out his marood cutlasses once again, studied their deadly sharp edges. The grips felt good, felt proper, nestled in his large hands. He heard a stirring among the warriors gathered on the deck, and looked up to see the one named Taralak Veed pushing through the crowd, at his side Atri Preda Yantovis, and in their wake the jag known as Icarium. Taller than most Edur, the silent, sad-faced warrior carried naught but his old single-edged sword, no bow, no scabbard for the weapon in his right hand, no armour of any kind. Yet Orada Orhan felt a chill whisper through him. Is he in truth a champion?
What will we see this day beyond the gate? 200 Edur warriors, the Arape warlock Sathbaro Ranga, now dragging his malformed hulk on a route that would intercept Icarium, and 60 Lethari archers, all ready, all eager to begin the killing. The warlock squinted up at the Jag, who halted before him, not out of deference or even much in the way of attentiveness, rather because the twisted old man blocked his path. "I see," Sathbaro Ranga said in a rasp, "in you, nothing."
Vast emptiness, as if you are not even here, and your companion claims you to be a great warrior? I think we are deceived." Icarium said nothing. The human named Taralak Veed stepped forward, pausing to spit on his hands and sweep them back through his hair. "Warlock," he said in passable trader's tongue, "when the fight begins, you shall see the birth of all that waits within him. This I promise." "Icarium exists to destroy, exists to fight, I mean to say, and that is all. Then why does he weep at your words?" Tomad Sengar asked from behind Alarada An. Taralak Veed turned, then bowed low. "Prida, he grieves for what is lost within him, for all that your warlock perceives the absence, the empty vessel. It is no matter, it is no matter." Alarada An did not believe that. He could not. "You fools, look at him. What you see, Sathbaroranga, is nothing more than loss. Do none of you grasp the significance of that? What do we invite among us? And this Taralak Veed, this foul-smelling savage, see how nervous he looks, as if he himself dreads what is coming. No, I am not blind to the eager light in his eyes, but I see fear there too. It cries out in his every gesture. What are we about to do here?" Tomad Sengar said, "Warlock, prepare the path." At that everyone readied their weapons. Saur Bathrada and Kol Bharat would lead, followed by Sathbaro Ranga himself, and then Taralak and his charge, with the bulk of the Ida behind them, and the Lethari appearing last, arrows nocked. This would be Alrada An's first foray against the guardians of the throne. But he had heard enough tales. Battle without quarter, battle as vicious as any the Ida had experienced. He adjusted his grip on the cutlasses and moved into position in the front line of the main body. Low-voiced greetings reached him, every Edur warrior emboldened by Alarada An's presence in their ranks. Spearbreaker, fearless as if eager for death. Oh yes, I am that indeed. Death, my own. And yet, do I not still dream of going home? He watched the ragged gate blister the air, then split wide, limned in grey flames, its maw nothing but blurred darkness. The warlock stepped to one side, and Saur and Kolb lunged into it, vanished into the gloom. Sathbaro Rangar followed, then Taralak and Icarium, and it was Alarada An's turn. He pushed himself forward into the void and stumbled onto crackling loam, the air sweet with forest scents. As with the world they had just left, it was late afternoon, continuing to move forward. Alarada An looked around. They were alone, unopposed. He heard Icarium ask, "Where are we?" And the Arape warlock turned, "Drift Avali, warrior, where resides the throne of shadow?" "And who guards it?" Taralak Veed demanded. "Where is this fierce enemy of yours?" Sathbaro Ranga lifted his head as if sniffing the air, then he grunted in surprise. "The demons have fled. They have fled. Why? Why did they yield us the throne after all those battles? I do not understand." Alrada An glanced over at Icarium. "Demons, fleeing. I do not understand this," the warlock said again. "Perhaps I do. O sisters, who now walks among us?" He was startled then by a faint whispering sound, and he whirled, weapons lifting. But it was naught but an owl gliding away down the wide path before them. He saw a flicker of motion among the humus, and the raptor's talons snapped down. The owl then flapped upward once more, a tiny broken form clutched in its reptilian grip. No matter, the Arape warlock was saying, "Let us go claim our throne." And he set off, hobbling, dragging one bent leg down the trail. Baffled, Taralak Veed faced Icarium. "What do you sense of this place?" The eyes that regarded him were flat. The shadow demons left with our arrival. "There was someone, a man, but he too is gone. Some time past, he is the one I would have faced. Skilled enough to unleash you, Icarium? Skilled enough, perhaps, to kill me, Taralak Veed." Impossible. Nothing is impossible, Icarium said. They set off after the half-dozen Edur, who had hastened ahead to join Sathbaroranga. 15 paces down the path they came upon the first signs of past battle, bloated bodies of dead Aptorians and Azalan demons. They would not have fallen easily. Taralak Veed knew. He had heard of egregious losses among the Edur, and especially the Letheri. Those bodies had been recovered. A short distance beyond rose the walls of an overgrown courtyard. The gate had been shattered. Icarium trailing a step behind. Taralak Veed followed the others into the compound. Then the jug reached out and halted the Graal. No further. What? There was an odd expression on Icarium's face. There is no need. Alrada An, along with Saur and Kolb, accompanied the Arape warlock into the shadowy, refuse-filled chamber of the throne room. The seat of shadow, the soul of Kurald Emurlan, the throne that needed to be claimed before the sundered realm could be returned to what it once was, a warren hole seething with power. Perhaps with this, Rulad could break the... Sathbaroranga cried out, a terrible sound, and he staggered. Alrada An's thoughts fell away. He stared. The throne of shadow there on a raised dais at the far end of the room, it has been destroyed. Smashed to pieces, the black wood splintered to reveal its blood-red heartwood. The demons yielded us nothing. The throne of Kurald Emurlan is lost to us. The warlock was on his knees, shrieking at the stained ceiling. Saur and Kolb stood, weapons out, yet seemingly frozen in place. Alrada An strode up to Sathbaroranga and grasped the warlock by the collar, then pulled him onto his feet. "Enough of this," he said. "Gather yourself. We may be done here, but we are not done. You know this. The warriors will be thirsting for slaughter now. You must return to the gate. There is another throne to be won, and those defending it will not flee as these ones have done here. Attend to yourself, Sathbaroranga." "Yes," the warlock gasped, tugging free from Alrada An's grip. "Yes, you speak truth, warrior. Slaughter. Yes, that is what is needed. Come, let us depart. In the name of Father Bludai, let us leave this place." "They return," Taralak Veed said, as the Tiste Edur reappeared at the entrance to the temple. "The warlock, he looks aggrieved. What has happened?" Icarium said nothing, but something glittered in his eyes. "Yag," snarled Sathbaroranga as he limped past. "Gather yourself. A true battle awaits us." Confusion among the ranks of Edur, words exchanged, then an outcry, curses, bellows of fury. The anger spread out, a wildfire suddenly eager to devour all that would dare oppose it, wheeling about, hastening towards the flickering gate. They were not returning to the ships. Taralak Veed had heard from Twilight that an Edur commander named Hanradi Khalag had been sending his warriors against another foe through a gate, one that led in a journey of days to yet another private war. And it was these enemies who would now face the wrath of these Edur here, and that of Icarium, so they shall see after all. That is good. At his side there came a sound from the jag that drew Taralak Veed around in surprise. Low laughter. "You are amused?" he asked Icarium in a hoarse whisper. "Of shadow both." The jag said enigmatically, "The weaver deceives the worshipper. But I will say nothing. I am, after all, empty. I do not understand. No matter, Taralak Veed, no matter." The throne room was abandoned once more, dust settling, shadows slinking back to their predictable haunts. And, from the shattered throne itself, there grew a faint shimmering, a blurring of edges, then a wavering that would have alarmed any who witnessed it, but of such sentient creatures there were none. The broken, crushed fragments of wood melted away. And once more there on the dais stood the throne of shadow, and stepping free of it, a shadowy form more solid than any other. Hunched, short, shrouded in folds of midnight gauze. From the indistinct smudge where a face belonged, only the eyes were visible, momentarily, a glinting flash. The figure moved away from the throne towards the doorway, silver and ebony cane tapping on the paving-stones. A short while later it reached the temple's entrance and looked out. There at the gate walked the last of them, a growl, and the chilling, dread apparition that was Icarium. A catch of breath from the huddling shadow beneath the arched frame, as the jag paused once to glance back. And Shadow Throne caught in Icarium's expression something like a smile, then the faintest of nods before the jag turned away. The god cocked his head, listening to the party hurry back up the path. A short time later, and they were gone back through their gate. Meticulous illusion, crafted with genius, triggered by the arrival of strangers, of, indeed, any but Shadow Throne himself, triggered to transform into a shattered, powerless wreck. Manas, bound with mokra, flung across the span of the chamber, invisible strands webbing the formal entrance. Mokra, filaments of suggestion, invitation, the surrendering of natural skepticism, easing the way to witness the broken throne. Lesser warrens, yet manipulated by a god's hands, and not any god's hands either. No, mine. The Edur were gone. Idiots. 3 sorcerer kings, Destriant Runthervian, said, "Rule shall Morzin. They will contest our passage, adjunct Tavore Paran, and this cannot be permitted. We would seek to negotiate," the adjunct said, "indeed, to purchase supplies from them. Why would they oppose this? Because it pleases them to do so, and they are formidable."
Formidable? It may well prove, the Destriant said, that even with the assistance of your sorcerers, including your high mage here, we will suffer severe, perhaps devastating losses should we clash with them, losses sufficient to drive us back, even to destroy us utterly. The adjunct frowned across at Admiral Nock, then at Quick Ben. The latter shrugged. "I don't even know who they are, and I hate them already," Keneb grunted, some high mage.
"What? Destriant Runthervian, do you suggest?"
"We have prepared for this, adjunct, and with the assistance of your sorcerers, we believe we can succeed in our intention."
"A gate," Quick Ben said. "Yes. The realm of Fandarayan Tog possesses seas, harsh, fierce seas, but navigable nonetheless."
"It would not be wise to extend our journey in that realm over long. The risks are too vast, but I believe we can survive them long enough to, upon re-emerging, find ourselves off the Dalhonese Horn of Quantali. How long will that take?" Admiral Nock asked. "Days instead of months, sir," the Destriant replied. "Risks, you said?" Kenib ventured. "What kind of risks?" "Natural forces, Fist?" "Storms, submerged ice. In that realm the sea levels have plunged, for ice grips many lands. It is a world caught in the midst of catastrophic changes. Even so, the season we shall enter is the least violent. In that, we are most fortunate." Quick Ben snorted. "Forgive me, Destriant, but I sense nothing fortuitous in all this. We have some savannah spirit driving us along with these winds, as if every moment gained is somehow crucial. A savannah spirit, for Hood's sake. And now you've worked a ritual to fashion an enormous gate on the seas. That ritual must have been begun months ago, 2 years, High Mage. 2 years. You said you were waiting for us, you knew we were coming 2 years ago? Just how many spirits and gods are pushing us around here?" The Destriant said nothing, folding his hands together before him on the map table. 2 years, Quick Ben muttered. "From you, High Mage? We require raw power, taxing, yes, but not so arduous as to leave you damaged." "Oh, that's nice. High Mage," the adjunct said. "You will make yourself available to the Grey Helms." He sighed, then nodded. "How soon, Destriant?" Admiral Nock asked. "And how shall we align the fleet?" 3 ships across at the most, 2 cables apart, no more the span of a short bow arrow's flight between each. I suggest you begin readying your fleet immediately, sir. The gate shall be opened at dawn tomorrow. Knock rose. Then I must take my leave, adjunct. Kinib studied Quick Ben on the other side of the table. The High Mage looked miserable. Kalam waited until Quick Ben emerged onto the mid-deck, then made his way over. "What's got you shaking in your boots?" he asked. "Never mind. If you're here to badger me about something, anything, I'm not in the mood."
I just had a question, the assassin said, but I need to ask it in private. Our hole in the knuckle below.
"Good idea." A short time later they crouched once more in the narrow, unlit aisle between crates and bales. "It's this," Kalam said, dispensing with any small talk. "The adjunct. What about her?" "I'm nervous." "Oh, how sad for you. Take it from me. It beats being scared witless, Kalam. The adjunct, what is that? A question. I need to know, quick. Are you with her?" "With her? In what? In bed? No, Tamba would kill me now. Maybe if she decided to join in, it'd be a different matter. What in Hood's name are you going on about, quick?" "Sorry, with her, you asked." He paused, rubbed at his face. "Things are going to get ugly." "I know that. That's why I'm asking, idiot. Calm down. No reason to panic, isn't there?" Quick Ben shifted from rubbing his face to scratching it. Then he pulled his hands away and blinked tearily at the assassin. "Look what's happening to me. And it's all your damned fault. Mine." "Well, it's somebody's, is what I'm saying. You're here, so it might as well be you, Cal." "Fine. Have it that way. You haven't answered me yet." "Are you?" the wizard countered. "With her? I don't know. That's the problem. Me neither. I don't know. She's a hard one to like, almost as hard to hate. Since if you look back, there's nothing really to do either with, right? You're starting to not make sense. Quick. So what? So you don't know, and I don't know. I don't know about you, Kalam said, but I hate not knowing. I even hate you not knowing. That's because back then, Laseen talked you onto her side. You went to kill her, remember? And she turned you round. But now you're here with the adjunct, and we're on our way back to her. And you don't know if anything's changed, or if it's all changed. It was one thing standing with Whiskey Jack, even Dujek. We knew them, but the adjunct, well, things aren't so simple. Thank you, Quick, for reiterating everything I've just been telling you. My pleasure now. Are we done here? Sorry, in need of changing your loincloth again, are you? You have no idea what we're about to do, Cal. What I suggest is, come tomorrow morning, you head back down here, close your eyes, and wait. Wait and wait. Don't move, or try not to. You might get tossed round a bit, and maybe these bales will come down on you. In fact, you might end up getting crushed like a gnat. So better you stay up top. Eyes closed, though. Closed until I say otherwise. I don't believe you, the High Mage scowled. All right, maybe I was trying to scare you. It'll be rough, though, that much is true. And over on the Solander, Fiddler will be heaving his guts out. Kalam, thinking on it, suddenly smiled. That cheers me up. Me too. Like a tidal flow clashing at the mouth of a raging river. Walls of water rose in white, churning explosions on all sides as the Solander lunged prow plunging into the maelstrom of the massive gate. Beyond was a sky transformed steel, silver, and grey, the tumult of atmospheric convulsions seeming to tumble down as if but moments from crushing the score of ships already through. The scale to Bottle's eyes was all wrong. Moments earlier their warship had been but a cable behind the Froth Wolf, and now the adjunct's flagship was a third of a league distant, dwarfed by the looming clouds and heaving swells. Huddled beside Bottle, hands gripping the rail, Fiddler spat out the last of his breakfast, too sick to curse, too miserable to even so much as look up. Which was likely a good thing, Bottle decided, as he listened to other Marines being sick all around him, and the shouts close to panic from the scrambling sailors on the transport wallowing in their wake.
Gessler began blasting on that damned whistle as the ship rose above a huge swell, and Bottle almost cried out to see the stern of the Froth Wolf rearing immediately in front of them. Twisting round, he looked back to see the Sorceress Gate far away, its raging mouth filled with ships, that worked clear, then plunged suddenly close behind the Solander. By the abyss, we're damned near flying here. He could see to starboard a mass of icebergs spilling out from the white-lined horizon, a wall of ice, he realized, whilst to port rose a wind-battered coastline, thrashing deciduous trees, oak, arbutus, and here and there clumps of white pine, their tall trunks rocking back and forth with every savage gust. Between the fleet and that shore there were seals, their heads dotting the waves, the rocky beaches crowded with the beasts. Bottle Fiddler croaked, still not looking up. "Tell me some good news." "We're through the gate, Sergeant. It's rough, and it looks like we got a sea full of icebergs closing in to starboard. No, not that close yet. I think we'll outrun them. I'll wager the whole fleet's through now. Gods, those perish catamarans look like they were made for this. Lucky bastards. Anyway, rumour is this won't be long here in this realm, Sergeant." But the man was crawling away, heading for the hatch, Sergeant. "I said good news, Bottle, like we're all about to drop off the world's edge. Something like that." "Oh, well," he called out as the man slithered across the deck. "There's seals." The night of the green storm far to the north, 4 Malazan dromons slid into the harbour of Malaz City, the flags upon their masts indicating that they were from the Yucatan fleet, whose task it was to patrol the seas from Malaz Island west to the island of Guinea and on to the Horn of the mainland. There had been clashes a few months past with some unknown fleet, but the invaders had been driven away, albeit at some cost. At full strength, the Yucatan fleet sailed 27 dromons and 16 resupply ships. It was rumoured that 11 dromons had been lost in the multiple skirmishes with the foreign barbarians, although Banasher, upon hearing all this, suspected that the numbers were either an exaggeration or, in accordance with the policy of minimizing imperial losses, the opposite. The truth of the matter was, he didn't believe much of anything any more, no matter the source. Coops was crowded, with a lot of in and out as denizens repeatedly tramped outside to watch the northern night sky, where there was no night at all, then returned with still more expostulations, which in turn triggered yet another exodus, and so on. Banashar was indifferent to the rushing about, like dogs on the trail, darting from master to home and back again. Endless and brainless, really. Whatever was going on up there was well beyond the horizon, although given that, Banashar reluctantly concluded it was big. But far away, so far away, he quickly lost interest, at least after the first pitcher of ale had been drained. In any case, the 4 dromons that had just arrived had delivered a score of castaways. Found on a remote reef island southwest of the Horn, and what, Banashar wondered briefly, were the dromons doing out there? They had been picked up, brought to Malaz Island with 4 ships that had been losing a battle with shipping water, and this very night the castaways had disembarked into the glorious city of Malaz. Now finding castaways was not entirely uncommon, but what made these ones interesting was that only 2 of them were Malazans. As for the others? Banashar lifted his head from his cup, frowned across at his now regular drinking partner, Master Sergeant Braven Tooth, then over at the newcomers huddled round the long table at the back. The ex-priest wasn't alone in casting glances in that direction, but the castaways clearly weren't interested in conversation with anyone but themselves, and there didn't seem to be much of that either, Banashar noted. The 2 Malaysians were both drunk, the quiet kind, the miserable kind. The others were not drinking much, 7 in all to share a single carafe of wine. Damned unnatural as far as Banashar was concerned, but that in itself was hardly surprising, was it?
Those 7 were Tiste Edur. I know one of those 2, you know, Braven-tooth said. What? They're Malazans. They saw me earlier when they came in. One of them went white. That's how I could tell. Banashar grunted. Most veterans who come in here do that the first time they see you, Braven-tooth. Some of them do that every time. How's that feel, Bithiway? Striking terror in everyone you ever trained? Feels good. Besides, it's not everyone I trained, just most of them. I'm used to it. Why don't you drag them 2 over here then? Get their story. What in Hood's name are they doing with damned Tiste Edur anyway? Of course, with the feel in the air outside, there's a good chance those fools won't last the night. Wiccans, 7 cities, Corollary, Tiste Edur, foreigners one and all, and the mob's got its nose up and hackles rising. This city is about to explode. Ain't never seen this afore. Braven-tooth muttered, This hate. The old empire was never like that. Damn, it was the bloody opposite. Look around, Banashar, if ye can focus past that drink in your hand and you'll see it. Fear, paranoia, closed minds and bared teeth. You voice a complaint out loud these days and you'll end up cut to pieces in some alley. Was never like this afore, Banashar. Never. Drag one over. I heard the story already. Really, wasn't you sitting here with him all night tonight? No, I was over there for most of a bell. You never noticed. I don't even think you looked up. You're a big sea sponge, Banashar, and the more you pour in, the thirstier you get. I'm being followed, so you keep saying, they're going to kill me. Why, they can just sit back and wait for you to kill yourself. They're impatient. So I ask again, Banashar, why? They don't want me to reach through to him, to Tashren, you see. It's all about Tashren, locked up there in Mock's hold. They brought the bricks, but he's mixed the mortar. I got to talk to him, and they won't let me. They'll kill me if I even try. He waved wildly towards the door. I head out right now and start walking to the stairs, and I'm dead. That damned secret of yours, that's what's going to kill you, Banashar. It's what's killing you right now. She's cursed me. Who has? Derek, of course. The worm in my gut, in my brain, the worm that's eating me from the inside out. So what was the story? Braven-tooth scratched the bristling hair beneath his throat, then leaned back. Marine recruit Mudslinger. Forget the name he started with. Mudslinger is the one I gave him. It fits course. They always fit. He was a tough one, though, a survivor, and tonight's proof of that. The other one's named Gentur Kanise, I think. Not one of mine, anyway. They was shipwrecked after a battle with the grey-skinned barbarians. Ended up on Drifter Valley, where things got real messy. Seems those barbarians, they was looking for Drifter Valley all along. Well, there were Tiste Edur living on it, and before anyone could spit there was a huge fight between them and the barbarians. An ugly one. Before long, Mudslinger and the others with him were fighting alongside those Tiste Edur, along with someone named Traveller. The short of it is, Traveller told them all to leave, said he'd take on the barbarians by himself, and anybody else around was juice in the way, so they did leave, I mean. Only get hit by a damned storm, and what was left of 'em fetched up on an atoll where they spent months drinking coconut milk and eating clams. Braven-tooth reached for his tankard, and that's Mudslinger's story, when he was sober, which he's not anymore. The one named Traveller, he's the one that interests me. Something familiar about him, the way Slinger describes him, the way he fought, killing everything fast, without breaking a sweat. Too bad he didn't come with these ones. Banashar stared at the huge man opposite him. What was he talking about? Whatever it was, it went on and on and on. Travelling fast, slingers and fights with barbarians. The man was drunk and incomprehensible. So, what was Mud's story again? I just told you. And what about those Tiste Edur Braven-tooth? They're going to get killed. No, they ain't. See the tallest one there, with the long white hair. His name is Nimander Golit. And that pretty woman beside him, that's Fade, his first daughter. All 7 of them are cousins, sisters, brothers, but it's Nimander who leads, since he's the oldest. Nimander says he is the first son of the sun. The what? The son of darkness, Banashar. Know who that is. That's Anamander Rake. Look at him. They're all Rake's brood, grandchildren mostly, except for Nimander, who's father to a lot of 'em, but not all. Now, maybe someone's got a hate on for foreigners. You really think that someone would be stupid enough to go after the whelps of Anamander Rake? Banashar turned slightly, stared over at the figures. He slowly blinked, then shook his head. Not unless they're suicidal. Right, and that's something you'd know all about, ain't it? So, if Anamander Rake is Nimander's father, who was the mother? Ah, you're not completely blind then, you can see, can't you? Different mothers for some of them. And one of those mothers wasn't no Tiste Andy, was she? Look at Fade. I can only see the back of her head. Whatever. I looked at her and I asked her that very same question you just asked me. What? Who was your mother? Mine. And she smiled, and I nearly died, Banashar, and I mean it. Nearly died, bursting blood vessels in my brain, toppling over, nearly died. Anyway, she told me, and it wasn't no Tiste Andy kind of name, and from the looks of her, I'd say the other half was human, but then again, can you really tell with these things? Not really. No, really, what was the name? Lady Envy, who used to know Anamander Rake himself, and got her revenge taking his son as a lover. Messy, eh? But if she was anything like that Fade there, with that smile, well, envy's the only word for every other woman in the world. Gods below.
Hey, Banashar, what's wrong? You suddenly look real sick. The ale's not that bad. Not like what we had last night anyway. Look, if you're thinking of filling a plate on the tabletop, there ain't no plate, right? And the boards are warped, and that means it'll sluice onto my legs, and that'll get me very annoyed. For hood's sake, man, draw a damned breath.
Leaning on the scarred, stained bar top, 15 paces away, the man Banashar called Foreigner nursed a flagon of Malaz Dark, a brew for which he had acquired a taste despite the expense. He heard the ex-priest and the Master Sergeant arguing back and forth at a table behind him, something they had been doing a lot of lately. On other nights, Foreigner reflected, he would have joined them, leaning back to enjoy what would be an entertaining, if occasionally sad, performance. But not tonight. Not with them sitting back there. He needed to think now, and think hard. He needed to come to a decision, and he sensed, with a tremor of fear, that upon that decision rode his destiny. Coop another dark here, will you? The Carrick, drowned rat, looked eager to pull away from the stone pier south of the river mouth as the tide tugged fitfully on its way out. Scrubbed hull, fresh paint, and a bizarre lateen rig and centre-stern steering oar had garnered the curious attention of more than a few sailors and fisher folk who'd wandered past in the last few days. Irritating enough, the captain mused, but Opon was still smiling, nice twin smiles, and before long they'd be on their way, finally, out of this damned city, and the sooner the better. First Mate Palette was lying curled up on the mid-deck, still nursing the bruises and knocks he'd taken from a drunken mob the night before. The captain's lizard gaze settled on him for a moment, before moving on. They were docked, trussed up neat, and Vole was perched in his oversized crow's nest. The man was mad as a squirrel with a broken tail, and everything seemed about right. So right, in fact, that the captain's nerves were a taut, tangled mess. It wasn't just the fever of malice afflicting damned near everyone, with all those acid rumours of betrayal and murder in 7 cities. And now the unofficial pogrom unleashed against the Wiccans, there was, in addition, all that other stuff. Scratching at the stubble on his scalp, Cartharon Crust turned and fixed narrow eyes on Mock's hold, mostly dark, of course. Faint glow from the gatehouse top of the stairs, that would be Lubben, the old hunchback keeper, probably passed out by now, as was his wont whenever the hold had uninvited guests. Of course, all guests were uninvited, and even though a new fist had arrived a month ago, that man Aragan had been posted here before, and so he knew the way things worked best, and that was lying as low as you could, not once lifting your head above the parapet. Who knows? Aragan's probably sharing that bottle with Lubben. Uninvited guests, like High Mage Teishren. Long ago now, Crust had found himself in that snake's company all too often, and he'd struggled hard not to do something somebody'd probably regret. Not me, though. The Emperor, maybe. Teishren himself, definitely. But not me. He would dream of a moment alone, just the two of them. A moment, that was all he'd need. Both hands on that scrawny neck, squeeze and twist. Done. Simple. Problem solved. What problem? That's what Kellenved would have asked, in his usual apoplectic way. And Crust had an answer waiting. No idea, Emperor, but I'm sure there was one. Maybe two, maybe plenty. A good enough reply, he figured, although Kellenved might not have agreed. Dancer would have, though. Ha! 4 Drommons. Vole called down suddenly. Crust stared up at the idiot. We're in the harbour. What did you expect? That's it, Vole. No more sending your meals up there. Haul your carcass down here. Cutting in from the north, Captain. Top the masts. Something glinting silver. Crust's scowl deepened. It was damned dark out there. But Vole was never wrong. Silver. That's not good. No, that's plain awful. He strode over to Palette and nudged the man. Get up. Send what's left of the crew back to those warehouses. I don't care who's guarding them. Bribe the bastards. I want us low in the water and scuttling out of here like a 3-legged crab. The man looked up at him with owlish eyes. Captain, did they knock all sense from your brain, Pallet? Trouble's coming. Sitting up, the first mate looked round. Guards? No, a whole lot troubler. Like what? Like the Empress, you fool. Pallet was suddenly on his feet. Supplies, aye, sir. We're on our way. Crust watched the fool scamper. The crew was drunk. Too bad for them. They were sorely undermanned, too. It had been a bad idea, diving into the bay when old Ragstopper went down. What with all those sharks? 4 good sailors had been lost that night. Good sailors, bad swimmers. Funny how that goes together. He looked round once more. Damn, done forgot again, didn't I? No dinghies. Well, there's always something. 4 Drommons visible now, rounding into the bay, backlit by one of the ugliest storms he'd ever seen. Well, not entirely true. He'd seen the like once before, hadn't he? And what had come of it? Not a whole lot, except Matt is a mountain of Otatarl. The lead droneman Laseen's flagship, the Surly, 3 in her wake. 3, that was a lot. Who in Hood's name has she brought with her? A damned army. Uninvited guests, poor Aragan. Chapter 22. Who are these strangers, then, with their familiar faces? Emerging from the crowd with those indifferent eyes and the blood streaming down from their hands. It is what was hidden before, masked by the common and the harmless, now wrenching features revealed in a conflagration of hate and victims tumble underfoot. Who led and who followed, and why do flames thrive in darkness and all gaze, insensate and uncomprehending, come the morning light upon the legacy of unleashed spite? I am not fooled by wails of horror. I am not moved by expostulations of grief, for I remember the lurid night, the visage flashing in firelit puddles of blood was my own. Who was this stranger, then, with that familiar face, melting into the crowd in the fraught, chaotic heave, and the blood raging in the storm of my skull boils frantic as I plunge down and lay waste all these innocent lives, my hate at their weakness a cauldron overturned, whilst drowning in my own. This stranger. On the dawn I take my life. The Wiccan pogrom, Kayasan, as the longboat from the Jacatacan fleet's flagship drew up alongside, the commander and 4 marines quickly clambered aboard the Froth Wolf. They were untanned, one and all bedecked in elaborate, expensive armour, the commander tall, weak-chinned, with a watery, uneasy look in his pale eyes. He saluted Admiral Nock first, and then the adjunct. "We were not expecting you for months, Adjunct Tavore." Arms crossed. Fist Keneb stood a short distance away, leaning against the mainmast. After the commander's words, Keneb shifted his attention to the Marines. "Is that parade kit you're wearing?" And then he noticed their expressions of disdain and hatred as the soldiers stared over to where stood Nil and Nether. Keneb glanced round, then hesitated. The adjunct spoke. "Your name, Commander?" A slight bow. "My apologies, Adjunct." "I am Exent Hadar, of House Hadar in Unta, firstborn." "I know the family," Tavore cut in rather sharply. "Commander Hadar, tell your marines to stand down immediately. If I see one more hand casually touch a sword grip, they can swim back to your ship." The commander's pale eyes flicked to Admiral Nock, who said nothing. Keneb relaxed. He had been about to walk over to strip the hides from those fools. "Adjunct Tavore, you miss nothing, do you? Ever? Why do you continue to surprise me?" "No, wrong way of putting that. Why am I constantly surprised?" "Apologies again," Hadar said, his insincerity obvious as he gestured to his guards. "There have been a succession of, revelations. Regarding what? Wiccan complicity in the slaughter of Pormqual's loyal army at Arran Adjunct." Keneb stared at the man, dumbfounded. "Complicity?" His voice was hoarse, and the word barely made it out. The adjunct's expression was as fierce as Keneb had ever seen on the woman, but it was Admiral Nock who spoke first. "What insanity is this, Commander Hadar? The loyalty and service of the Wiccans was and remains beyond reproach." A shrug. "As I said, Admiral, revelations." "Never mind that," the adjunct snapped. "Commander, what are you doing patrolling these waters?" "The Empress commanded that we extend our range," Hadar replied, "for 2 reasons. Foremost, there have been incursions from an unknown enemy in black warships. We have had 6 engagements thus far. Initially, our ship mages were not able to contend with the sorcery the black ships employed, and accordingly we suffered in the exchanges. Since then, however, we have increased the complement and the caliber of our own cadres. Negating the sorcery in the battles evened matters considerably." "When was the last encounter?" 2 months past, Adjunct. "And the other reason?" Another slight bow. "Intercepting you, Adjunct. As I said, however, we were not expecting you for some time. Oddly enough, our precise position right now came by direct command from the Empress herself, 4 days ago. Needless to say, against this unseasonal gale, we were hard-pressed to make it here in time." "In time for what?" Another shrug. "Why, it turns out to meet you. It seems obvious," he added with condescension, "that the Empress detected your early arrival. In such matters, she is all-knowing, and that is, of course, only to be expected." Keneb watched as the adjunct mulled on these developments. Then she said, "And you are to be our escort to Unta?" "No, Adjunct. I am to instruct you to change the course of the Imperial fleet." "To where? Malaz City? Why?" Commander Hadar shook his head. "Tell me, if you know," Tavore said. "Where is the Empress right now?" "Well, Malaz City, I would think, Adjunct." "See that Marine on the left?" Kalam asked in a low whisper. "What of him?" Quick Ben asked with a shrug. "He's a claw." They stood on the forecastle deck, watching the proceedings below. The air was fresh, warm, the seas surprisingly gentle despite the hard, steady wind. Damned near paradise. The assassin considered after that wild 3 days in the raw, tumultuous warren of Tog and Fandere. The ships of the fleet, barring those of the Perish, were badly battered, especially the transports. None had gone down, fortunately, nor had any sailor or marine been lost. A few dozen horses, alas, had broken legs during the storms, but such attrition was expected, and no one begrudged fresh meat in the stew pots. Now, assuming this wind stayed at their backs, Malaz Island was only 2 days away, maybe a touch more. With his message delivered, Commander Haddar's haste to leave was pathetically obvious, and it seemed neither the adjunct nor the admiral was inclined to stretch out his stay. As the visitors returned to their longboat, a voice spoke quietly behind Kalam and Quick Ben. "Did I hear correctly? We are now sailing for Malaz City." Kalam fought down a shiver. He'd heard nothing again. "Aye, Apsalar!" But Quick Ben had wheeled round in alarm, and now anger. "The damned steps up here are right in front of us. How in Hood's name did you get there, Apsalar, breathing down our damned backs?" Clearly, the Kanese woman replied, her almond-shaped eyes blinking languidly. "You were both distracted. Tell me, Kalam Mekar, have you any theories as to why an agent of the Claw accompanied the Jacatacan commander?" "Plenty, but I'm not sharing any of them with you." She studied him for a moment, then said, "You are still undecided, aren't you?" "Oh, how I want to hit her. Right here, right now. You don't know what you're talking about, Apsalar. And I don't neither." "Well, that hardly makes sense. You're right," Quick Ben snapped. "It doesn't now. Get out of our shadows, damn you, High Mage. It occurs to me that you are under a certain misapprehension. The Hounds of Shadow in Gidanisban were after you. Opportunistic." "Certainly, if you care to believe that. In any case, it should then follow, even for one as immune to logic as you, that I acted then, alone. The choice was mine, High Mage, and mine alone." "What's she talking about? Quick," Kalam demanded. But his friend was silent, studying the woman before him. Then he asked why. She smiled. "I have my reasons, but at the moment I see no reason to share any of them with you." Apsalar then turned away, walked towards the prow. "It's just that, isn't it?" Quick Ben muttered under his breath. "What do you mean?" "Undecided, Cal. We're all undecided, aren't we?" Then he swung round and looked back down at the adjunct. The assassin did the same. Tavore and Nock were talking, but quietly, their words stolen by the wind. "Now, Quick Ben continued, is she undecided?" "Not about anything, it seems." Kalam grimaced. "Malaz City. I didn't have much fun the last time I visited, your skin crawling quick." "Mine is crawling bad, you notice something?" the wizard asked. "That commander, he didn't ask a damned thing about the Perish ships with us. Now, that Claw, he must have made his report already, by Warren, to Topper, or the Empress herself. So she knows we've got guests. Maybe that's why she doesn't want us sailing into Winter's Harbour." "Right," Laseen's rattled. Then Kalam grunted. "I just realized something else," he said in a low voice. "What?" "The adjunct, she sent the destriant to her cabin, and she made no formal invitation to the commander the way she's supposed to. No, she made them all discuss things out here in the open. Anyway, maybe the adjunct didn't want the commander or that Claw to see Runthervian or talk to him about anything. She's no fool. A damned game of troughs between them, isn't it? Quick, Ben, what is going on here? We'll find out, Cal, when." The High Mage scowled, then said, "The moment, friend. We stop being undecided." Aboard the cylinder, Fiddler had crawled from the hold like a crippled rat, dishevelled, pale and greasy. He spied Bottle and slowly, agonizingly, made his way over. Bottle was feeding out line. There were shoals out there, and he'd seen fish leaping clear of whatever chased them beneath the surface. One of the Jacatacan Drommons was sidling past to port, a rock's throw away, and the rest of the squad had lined up to give them a show. Bottle shook his head, then glanced over as his sergeant arrived. "Feeling any better? I think so. Gods, I think that nightmare realm cured me. You don't look any better. Thanks, Bottle. Fiddler pulled himself into a sitting position, then looked over at the rest of the squad. Hood's breath, he exploded. What are you doing? Corrick, Smiles, Cuttle and Tar had joined up with Deadsmell, Throatslitter and Widdershins, standing in a row at the rail, looking across at the passing Dromon, and under each soldier's left arm was a Tiste Edur head. At Fiddler's outburst, Gessler and Stormy appeared on deck. Bottle watched them take it all in. Then Gessler called out, "Give 'em a wave!" The soldiers complied, began waving cheerfully across at what seemed to be a mass of staring sailors and marines and bottle-squinted officers. Smiles said, "It's all right, Sergeant. We just thought they'd appreciate a change of scenery. Who? Why, these heads, of course." Then Stormy was running past, towards the stern, where he dragged down his breeches and sat over the rail, his back end hanging open. Exposed, with a savage grunt, he began defecating. And while his comrades lining the rail all turned to stare at the mad corporal, Bottle was transfixed by the ghastly expressions of delight on those severed heads. Those smiles, the line in Bottle's hands kept spinning out, then vanished unnoticed as sudden nausea clenched his gut, and he bolted for the opposite rail. Captain Kindly made a gagging sound. "That is disgusting," Lieutenant Porres nodded. "I'll say, gods, what did that man eat to produce those?" A crowd was gathering on the deck as laughing marines and sailors all watched the antics proceeding apace on the Solander half a cable ahead. The Yucatacan Droman was now to port, a mass of onlookers on the decks, silent watching. "That is highly unusual," Porres commented. "They're not rising to the bait." "They look scared witless," Kindly said. "So those marines have got themselves a collection of heads," Porres said, shrugging. "You idiot. Those heads are still alive." "They're what? Alive, Lieutenant? I have this from reliable sources?" "Even so, sir. Since when did Malazans get so soft?" Kindly regarded him as he would a skewered grub. "Your powers of observation are truly pathetic. That ship is filled with Untarn's coddled, noble-born pups. Look at those damned uniforms, will you? The only stains they got on 'em is gull shit, and that's because the gulls keep mistaking them for dead, bloated seals. Nice one, sir." "Another comment like that," Kindly said, "and I'll get the stitcher to sew up your mouth, Lieutenant." "Ha! We're changing course, sir. For Hood's sake, what are those fools doing?" Pause followed his captain's glare to the stern of their own ship, where two heavy infantry soldiers were seated side by side, their leggings round their ankles. "I would hazard a guess, sir, that Hanfeno and Senni are adding their stone's worth."
"Get back there and make them stop, Lieutenant, now. Sir, you heard me, and I want those two on report. Stop them, sir. How do I do that? I suggest corks. Now move. Porres scrambled. Oh, please, please be finished before I arrive. Please."
The send-off to the Yucatacan fleet encompassed every Malazan ship, a cavalcade of defecation that brought seagulls for leagues round with mad shrieks and wheeling plunges. The adjunct had not remained on deck for very long, but issued no orders to halt the proceedings, nor did Admiral Nock, although Keneb noticed that the sailors of the Dromon escorts and the transports did not participate. This gesture belonged exclusively to the 14th Army, and maybe it had some value. Hard to tell with things like this, Keneb knew. The wind drove them onward, east by southeast now, and before a quarter bell was sounded, the Yucatacans were far behind. Destriant Runthurvian had appeared earlier, and had watched the escapades of the Marines on the surrounding ships. Frowning for some time, he eventually spotted Keneb and approached. "Sir," he said, "I am somewhat confused. Is there no honor between elements of the Mesla military?" "Honor? Not really, Destriant. Rivalries provide the lifeblood, although in this case matters proved somewhat one-sided, and for the reason for that you will have to look to the Cylinder." A sage nod. "Of course, the ship woven in sorceries, where time itself is denied. Do you know the manner of those sorceries, Destriant?" Curald Emulan, Telan, Telas, and a residue of Toblachai, although in this latter case the nature of the power is uncertain. Of course, he added, there is nothing unusual in that. Among the ancient Toblachai, according to our own histories, there could arise individuals, warriors, who became something of a warren unto themselves. Such power varies in its efficacy, and it would appear that this sort of blood talent was waning in the last generations of the Toblachai civilization, growing ever weaker. In any case, the destriant added, shrugging, as I said, a residue remains on this cylinder, Toblachai, which is rather interesting since it was believed that the giant race was extinct. There are said to be remnants, Keneb offered, in the fen range of North Quan Tali, primitive, reclusive. Oh, yes, Runthervian said. Of mixed bloods there are known examples, vastly diminished, of course. The Trell, for example, and a tribe known as the Bargast, ignorant of past glories, as you suggest. Fist, may I ask you a question? Of course, the adjunct Tavore. It appears that the relationship with her empress has become strained. Have I surmised correctly? This is disturbing news given what awaits us. Keneb looked away. Then he cleared his throat. Destriant, I have no idea what awaits us, although it seems that you do. As for the Empress again, there is nothing I can imagine to give rise to mutual distrust. The adjunct is the hand of the Empress, an extension of Laseen's will. The Empress would not be inclined, therefore, Runthervian said, to sever that hand, yes. I am relieved to hear this. Good. Why? Because, the destriant said, turning away, your 14th army will not be enough. If wood could be exhausted by unceasing strain, the ships of the Imperial fleet were at their very limits, 2 bells out from Malaz Island on the night of the 2nd day, when the wind suddenly fell away, a coolness coming into the air, and it seemed that every ship sagged, settling deeper into the swells, and now in place of the hot, dry gale, a softer breeze arrived. Kalam Mekar had taken to pacing the deck, restless, his appetite gone, and a tightness gripping his guts. As he made his way aft, for the 30th time since dusk, Quick Ben appeared alongside him. Laseen's waiting for us, the High Mage said, and Tashren's there, like a scorpion under a rock. Cal, everything I'm feeling. I know, friend, like I did back outside Pale. They turned about and slowly walked forward. Kalam scratched at his beard. We had Whiskey Jack back then, even Dujek. But now, he growled under his breath, then rolled his shoulders. Ain't seen you do that in a long time, Cal? That shrug of yours? Well, that's what I thought. The High Mage sighed. Then he reached out and grasped the assassin's arm as a figure emerged from the gloom before them. The adjunct. High Mage, she said in a low voice, I want you to cross over to the Solander, by Warren. Now? Yes. Is that a problem? Kalam sensed his friend's unease, and the assassin cleared his throat. Adjunct. The Imperial High Mage Tashren is, dead ahead. He does not quest, she replied. Does he, Quick Ben? No. How did you know that? She ignored the question. By Warren immediately, High Mage. You are to collect Fiddler and the soldier named Bottle. Inform the sergeant that the time has come. Adjunct? For a game he will understand. Then the 3 of you are to return here, where you will join myself, Kalam, Fist, Keneb, Tamba, and Apsalar in my cabin. You have a 1/4 of a bell. High Mage, Kalam, come with me now, please. One of Fiddler's games. Gods below a game. A moccasined foot thumped into Bottle's side. Grunting, he sat up, still mostly asleep. That you, Smiles? Not now. But no, it wasn't Smiles. His heart thumped awake in a savage drumbeat. Oh, High Mage, what is it? On your feet. Quick Ben hissed, and quietly, Damn you, too late, muttered Coric from his bedroll nearby.
"It had better not be, soldier," the wizard said. "Another sound from you and I'll push your head up the next soldier's backside." A head lifted from blankets. "That'd beat the view I got now, sir." Then he settled back down. Bottle climbed to his feet, chilled yet sweating, and found himself looking at Fiddler's miserable face, hovering there behind the High Mage. "Sergeant, just follow us aft, Bottle." The three of them picked their way clear of the sleeping forms on the mid-deck. There was a strange scent in the air, Bottle realized. Familiar, yet, "Sergeant, you're carrying that new deck of yours?" "You and your damned rat," muttered Fiddler. "I knew it, you lying bastard." "Wasn't me," Bottle began, then fell quiet. "Gods below, even for me that was lame. Try something better, just looking out for you, Sergeant, your shaved knuckle in the hole. That's me." "Ha! Where have I heard that before, eh? Quick! Quiet, you two! We're going across now. Grab belts." Bottle blinked and found himself on another deck, and directly ahead, steps leading down. Abyss take me, that was fast, fast and appalling. Quick Ben waved them into his wake as he descended, ducking the frame, then halting 3 strides down the corridor, knocking upon a door to his left. It opened at once. Amber, the eyes that gave her her name, scanning the 3 men cramped in the narrow corridor. Then she stepped back. The adjunct stood behind her chair at the map table. The rest was seated, and Bottle stared wildly from one to the next. Fist Keneb, Apsalar, Kalam Mekar, a low moan from Fiddler. "Sergeant," the adjunct said, "you have your players." "Players? Oh no, I really don't think this is a good idea," the sergeant said. "Perhaps," the adjunct replied. "I agree," Tamba said. "Or, rather, my participation as a player. As I said earlier, Tavore, nonetheless, the adjunct cut in, drawing out the empty chair opposite the one reserved for Fiddler and sitting herself down on Keneb's left. She pulled her gloves free. "Explain the rules, please." Keneb watched as Fiddler cast helpless, desperate looks to both Kalam and Quick Ben, but neither would meet his eyes, and both were clearly miserable. Then the sergeant slowly walked over to the last chair. He settled into it. "That's just it, adjunct. There ain't no rules, except those I make up as I go." "Very well, begin." Fiddler scratched at his greying beard, his eyes fixing on Tamba, who sat to the adjunct's left, directly opposite Keneb. "This is your deck," he said, lifting it into view and setting it down on the tabletop. "It has new cards in it." "Your point?" the young woman demanded. "Just this. Who in Hood's name are you?" A shrug. "Does it matter?" A grunt from Kalam Mekar on Keneb's right. Beyond the assassin on the same side, and immediately to Fiddler's left, was Apsalar. Bottle was on the sergeant's right, with the High Mage beside him. "The only one who really doesn't belong is me. Where's Blistig, Nock, Temmel, Nil and Nether?" "Last chance," Fiddler said to the adjunct. "We stop this now. Begin, Sergeant. Bottle, find us some wine. Sergeant."
First rule, wine. Everybody gets a cup, except the dealer. He gets rum. Go to it, Bottle.
As the young soldier rose, Fiddler collected the cards. Player on dealer's right has to serve drinks during the first hand. He flung out a card, face down, and it slid crookedly to halt in front of Quick Ben. High Mage has last cards dealt out first, but not shown until the end. Bottle came back with cups. He set the first one down in front of the adjunct, then Tamba, Keneb, Quick, Kalam, Apsalar, Fiddler, and finally one into the place before his empty chair. As he returned with 2 jugs, one of wine and the other Falari rum, Fiddler held up a hand and halted him. In quick succession the sergeant flung out cards, matching the order Bottle had used in setting down the cups. Suddenly, 8 face-up cards marked the field, and Fiddler, gesturing Bottle over with the rum, began talking. "Dealer gets soldier of high house life, but it's bitter-sweet.
meaning it's for him and him alone, given this late hour. Empty chair gets weaver of life, and she needs a bath, but nobody's surprised by that. So we got 2 lives to start. Fiddler watched as Bottle poured rum into his cup, and that's why Kalam's looking at an unaligned obelisk, the sleeping goddess. You're getting a reversed field, Cal. Sorry, but there's nothing to be done for it. He downed his rum and held out his cup again, interrupting Bottle's efforts to fill the others with wine. Apsalar's got Assassin of High House Shadow. Oh, isn't that a surprise? It's the only card she gets. You mean I win? She asked, one brow lifting sardonically. And lose, too. Nice move, interrupting me like that. You're catching on now. Nobody else say a damned thing unless you want to up the ante. He drank down his second cupful. Poor quick Ben. He's got Life Slayer to deal with, and that puts him in a hole, but not the hole he thinks he's in, a different hole. Now, Tamba, she's opened the game with that card, thrown, and it's shifting every which way. The pivot card, then? What's a pivot card? Bottle asked, finally sitting down. Bastard knew I couldn't trust you. It's the hinge, of course. Finish that wine. You got to drink rum now. You're a sharp one, ain't you? Now fist Keneb. Well, that's a curious one. Lord of Wolves, the throne card of High House War, and aren't they looking baleful? Fist, where's Grub hiding these days? On Nock's ship, Keneb replied, bewildered and strangely frightened. Well, that knocks you out of the game, though you still get 4 more cards, since we've made a course correction and the northeast headlands rising up 2 pegs to starboard. In 70 heartbeats, we'll be sliding closest to that rocky coast, and Nock's ship will be even closer, and Grub will dive overboard. He's got 3 friends living in the caves in the cliff, and here are their cards, 3 more skidded out to just beyond the center of the table. Crown, scepter, orb. Let's ignore those for now. Kineb half rose. Diving overboard? Relax, he'll be back. So we get to the adjuncts card. House of War, Guardians of the Road or the Dead. Titles uncertain, so take your pick. He threw another card and it slid up beside it. Upon. As I thought, decisions yet to be made. Will it be the push or the pull? And what's that got to do with this one? A skitter, ending up in the middle, opposite both Kalam and Quick Ben, herald of High House death. A distinctly inactive and out-of-date card in this field, but I see a rusty gauntlet. A what? Demanded Kalam Mekar. Right here before me, a new drink that Bottle in his inebriated state just invented. Rum and wine, half and half, soldier. Fill us up, you too. That's what you get for making that face. Keneb rubbed at his own face. He'd taken but a single mouthful of the wine, but he felt drunk. Hot in here. He started as 4 cards appeared in a row in front of the one already before him. Spinner of Death, Queen of Dark, Queen of Life, and Ho, the King in Chains. Like hopping stones across a stream, isn't it? Expecting to see your wife any time soon, Fist? Forget it. She's set you aside for an untarn noble. And if it isn't Exent Hadar, I bet he kept his gaze averted back then. Probably ignored you outright. That's both guilt and smugness, you know. Must have been the weak chin that stole her heart. But look at you, sir. You look damned relieved, and that's a hand that tops us all. And even though you were out when it comes to winning, you're back in when it comes to losing. But in this case, you win when you lose. So relax. Well, muttered Bottle, hope I nev win one of Theson's. No, Fiddler said to him, you got it easy. She plays and she takes. And so, a card clattered before the owl-eyed soldier. Death Slayer. You can sleep now, Bottle. You're done as done for the night. The man's eyes promptly closed, and he slid down from his chair, the piece of furniture scraping back. Keneb heard the man's head thump on the boards, once.
Yes, that'd be nice. Exent Hadar, God's woman, really. So how does Kalam get from Herald Death to Obelisk? Let's see. Ah, King of High House Shadows, that shifty slime bung. Oh, doesn't he look smug, despite the sweat on his upper lip? Who's gone all chilled in here? Hands up, please, reluctantly. Kalam, Tamba, then Apsalar, all lifted hands. Well, that's ugly as ugly gets. You've got the bottles now, Apsalar, now that bottle's corked. This one's for you, Tamba, virgin of death, as far as you go. You're out, so relax. Kalam's cold, but he don't get another card, 'cause he don't need one, and now I know who gets pushed and who gets pulled, and I'll add the name to the dirge to come. Now for the hot bloods. Quick Ben gets the consort in chains, but he's from 7 cities, and he just saved his sister's life, so it's not as bad as it could have been anyway. That's it for you. And so who does that leave? Silence for a moment. Keneb managed to lift his leaden head, frowning confusedly at the scatter of cards all over the table. That would be me and you, Sergeant, the adjunct said in a low voice. You cold? Fiddler asked her, drinking down yet another cup of rusty gauntlet. No. Hot! No! Fiddler nodded, slamming his empty cup down for Apsalar to refill with wine and rum. Aye! He floated a card down the length of the table. It landed atop the first card. Master of the deck, Ganos Paran, adjunct, your brother, even cold iron, Tavore Paran, needs tempering. He lifted up another card and set it down before him. Priest of life? Ha! Now that's a good one. Game's done. Who wins, the adjunct? Her face pale as candle wax, asked in a whisper. Nobody, Fiddler replied. That's life for you. He suddenly rose, tottered, then staggered for the door. Hold it! Quick Ben demanded behind him. There's this face-down card in front of me. You said it closes the game. It just did, mumbled the sergeant as he struggled with the latch. Do I turn it over then? No. Fiddler stumbled out into the corridor, and Keneb listened to the man's ragged footsteps receding towards the stairs leading to the deck. The fist, shaking his head, pushed himself upright. He looked at the others. No one else had moved. Then, with a snort, Apsalar rose and walked out. If she was as drunk as Keneb felt, she did not show any signs of it. A moment later, both Quick Ben and Kalam followed. Under the table, Bottle was snoring. The adjunct and Tamba, Keneb slowly realized, were both looking at the unturned card. Then, with a hiss of frustration, Tavore reached out and flipped it over. After a moment, she half rose and leaned forward on the table to read its title. Knight of Shadow. I have never heard of such a card. Tamba. Who? What did you? I didn't? Tamba interrupted. You didn't? What? She looked up at the adjunct. Tavore. I have never seen that card before, and I certainly didn't paint it. Both women were silent again, both staring down at the strange card. Keneb struggled to focus on its murky image. That's one of those greyskins, he said. Tiste Edur, Tamba murmured. With a spear, the fist continued. A greyskin, like the ones we saw on those black ships. Keneb leaned back, his head swimming. I don't feel very well. Please stay for a moment, Fist, Tamba. What just happened here? The other woman shook her head. I have never seen a field laid in such a manner. It was chaotic, sorry. I did not mean that in an elemental sense. Like a rock bouncing down a gorge, ricocheting from this and that. Yet, everywhere it struck true. Can you make sense of it? Not much. Not yet. She hesitated, scanning the cards scattered all over the map table. Opon's presence was unexpected. The push or the pull, Keneb said. Someone's undecided about something. That's what Fiddler said. Who was it again? Callum Mikara, the adjunct replied. But the Herald of Death intervenes. Not the Herald, cut in Tamba.
but an inactive version, a detail I believe is crucial. Muted shouts from beyond announced the sighting of Malaz harbour. The adjunct faced Keneb. "Fist, these are your orders for this night. You are in command of the 14th. No one is to disembark, barring those I will dispatch on my own behalf. With the exception of the Froth Wolf, all other ships are to remain in the harbour itself. All commands directing the fleet to tie up at a pier or jetty are to be ignored until I inform you otherwise. Adjunct, any such orders, if they reach me, will be from the Empress herself. I am to ignore those? You are to misunderstand, Fist. I leave the details of that misunderstanding to your imagination. Adjunct, where will you be?"
The woman studied him for a moment. Then it seemed she reached a decision. "Fist Kenib, the Empress awaits me in Mock's Hold. I expect she will not wait until morning to issue her summons." A flicker of emotion in her face. "The soldiers of the 14th Army do not return as heroes, it would appear. I will not expose their lives to unnecessary risks. In particular, I speak of the Wiccans and the Kundril burned tears.
As for the Perish, the nature of their alliance depends upon my conversation with the Empress. Unless circumstances warrant a change, I assume their disposition rests with Laseen, but I must await her word on that. Ultimately, Fist, it is for mortal sword Kruhava. Do the Perish disembark and present to the Empress as they did with us? Or, if events turn unfortunate, do they leave? My point is this, Keneb. They must be free to choose, and Admiral Nock's view on that. We are agreed."
"Adjunct," said Keneb, "if the Empress decides to attempt to stay the Perish, we could end up with a battle in Malaz harbour. Malazan against Malazan, this could start a damned civil war." Tavore frowned. "I do not anticipate anything so extreme, Fist," but Keneb persisted. "Forgive me, but I believe it is you who misunderstands. The Perish swore service to you, not the Empress."
"She will not listen to that," Tamba said, with an unexpected tone of frustration in her voice, even as she walked to where Bottle slept. A kick elicited a grunt, then a cough. "Up, soldier," Tamba said, seemingly unmindful of the glare the adjunct had fixed upon her. "No, you fool, Keneb. Hardly unmindful. You have your orders, Fist," Tavore said. "I, adjunct, do you wish me to drag this marine here out with me?" "No, I must speak with Bottle in private. Go now, Keneb. And thank you for attending this night." "I'm fairly certain I had no choice." At the doorway he looked back once more at the cards. Lord of Wolves, Spinner of Death, Queens of Dark and Life, and the King in Chains, Lord of Wolves. That has to be the Perish. Gods below, I think it's begun. On the harbour-facing wall of Mock's Hold, Pearl stood at the parapet, watching the dark shapes of the Imperial fleet slowly swing round into the calm waters of the bay. Huge transports, like oversized Bedouin, and the Droman escorts on the flanks, lean as wolves. The Claw's eyes narrowed as he attempted to make out the foreign ships in the midst of the others. Enormous, twin-hulled, formidable. There seemed to be a lot of them. How had they come here so quickly? And how did the Empress know that they would? The only possibility in answer to the first question was by Warren. Yet, who among the adjunct's retinue could fashion a gate of such power and breadth? Quick Ben, Pearl did not think that likely. That bastard liked his secrets, and he liked playing both a weakling and something considerably deadlier, but neither conceit impressed Pearl. No, Tavore's high mage didn't have what was necessary to open such a massive rift, leaving those damned foreigners. And that was very troubling indeed. Perhaps it might prove a propitious moment for some kind of preemptive, covert action, which would, now that the Empress had arrived, be possible after all, and expedient, for we have no idea who has now come among us, right to the heart of the Empire. A foreign navy arriving virtually unopposed within striking distance of the Empress herself. It was going to be a busy night. Pearl. The voice was low, yet he did not need to turn round to know who had spoken. He knew as well that Empress Laseen would frown disapprovingly should he turn to face her. Odd habits, that way. No, just paranoia. "Good evening, Empress. Does this view please you?" Pearl grimaced. She has arrived in all, well timed for everyone concerned. "Do you look forward to seeing her again?" "I travelled in her company for some time, Empress, and to answer your question, I am indifferent. My adjunct does not inspire loyalty. Not with me, Empress, nor, I think, with the soldiers of the 14th Army. And yet, Pearl, has she failed them, even once?" Wigton. The seemingly disembodied voice interrupted him. "Do not be a fool. This is you and I, Pearl, speaking here, in absolute private. What occurred at Wigton could not have been anticipated by anyone, given that Adjunct Tavore's actions were proper and indeed laudable." "Very well," Pearl said, remembering that night of flames. The distant screams he could hear from inside his tent. When, in my anger and hurt, I hid like some child. Facts aside, Empress, the matter hinges upon how one is perceived. Assuredly so. Adjunct Tavore rarely emerges from an event, no matter how benign or fortuitous, untarnished. And no, I do not understand why this should be so. The legacy of Cultain. Pearl nodded in the darkness. Then he frowned. "Ah, Empress, now I see, and so the dead hero is unmanned. His name becomes a curse, his deeds a lie. No, damn you, I was close enough to know otherwise. No, Empress, it will not work. Will it not? No. Instead, we all are tainted. Faith and loyalty vanish. All that gifts us with pride becomes stained. The Malazan Empire ceases to have heroes, and without heroes, Empress, we will self-destruct. You lack faith, Pearl, in what, precisely? The resilience of a civilization. The faith you suggest seems more a willful denial, Empress, refusing to acknowledge the symptoms because it's easier that way. Complacency serves nothing but dissolution. I may be many things, Laseen said, but complacent is not one of them. Forgive me, Empress, I did not mean to suggest that. That fleet of catamarans, she said after a moment, looks rather ominous. Can you sense the power emanating from it? Somewhat.
Does it not follow, given their appearance, Pearl, that in allying themselves with Adjunct Tavore, these foreigners perceived in her something we do not? I wonder what it might be. I cannot imagine their motives, Empress, for I have yet to meet them. Do you wish to, Pearl? As I anticipated. In truth, those motives are of little interest to me. It would seem that not much is these days, Pearl, with you. And who has made that particular report, Empress? He shrugged, said nothing. The fleet is anchoring in the bay, the Empress suddenly said, and she stepped up to stand beside Pearl, her gloved hands resting on the battered stone. There, 2 ships only, sliding forward to dock. What does she believe to have issued such orders? And, perhaps more significantly, why has Admiral Nock not countermanded her? The signal flags are lit, after all. There can be no mistaking my command. Empress, said Pearl, there are not enough berths for this fleet in the entire harbour. It may be that the ships will dock in a particular order. No. He fell silent, but he could feel sweat prickling beneath his clothes. Her first move, the Empress whispered, and there was something like excitement or dark satisfaction in her tone. A squeal sounded from the weather vane atop the tower behind them, and Pearl shivered. Aye, on a night with no wind. He looked down upon the city and saw torchlight in the streets. Sparks to tinder. The word of the arrival in the bay races from mouth to mouth. Eager as lust, the Wiccans have returned, and now the mob gathers. The rage awakens. Thus, Empress, you need those ships to close. You need the lines drawn fast. You need the victims to disembark, to bring the flames to a roar. She turned about then. Follow me.
Back along the watch-mount, across the causeway span to the keep itself. Her strides sure, almost eager. Beneath the arched entranceway, between the two cloaked, hooded forms of claws, he felt their warrens held open, power roiling invisibly from their unseen hands. A long, poorly lit corridor, the paver-stones humped where subsurface settling had occurred, marking where an enormous crack was riven through the entire fortress. One day, this whole damned place will tumble into the bay, and good riddance, of course. The engineers and mages had assured everyone that such a risk was half a century away or longer. Too bad. An intersection, the Empress leading him to the left. Oh yes, she was familiar with this place, where she had years ago assassinated the Emperor and Dancer. Assassination, if you could call it that. More like inadvertently aided and abetted. Along another canted corridor and finally to the doors of a meeting chamber, where stood two more claws, the one on the left turning upon sighting them and tugging open the left door in time for the Empress to pass within without change of pace. Pearl followed, his steps suddenly slowing as soon as he stepped into the room. Before him, a long T-shaped table, a tribunal arrangement. He found himself at its intersection. A raised chair marked the head, up the length of the axis, and that modest throne was flanked by figures already seated, although they both rose with Laseen's arrival. Malik Reld and Corbelo Dom. Pearl struggled to keep the disgust from his face. Immediately before him were the backs of 3 chairs along the horizontal span. He hesitated. "Where, Empress?" he asked. "Shall I sit?" Settling into the throne, she regarded him for a moment, then one thin brow rose. "Pearl, I do not expect you to be present. After all, you indicated you had no particular interest in seeing the adjunct again, and so I shall relieve you of that burden." "I see. Then what would you have me do?" The Gistal priest on her right cleared his throat, then said, "A burdensome but essential mission, Pearl, falls upon you. Organization is required, yes? The dispatch of a hand, which you will find assembled at the gate. A solitary killing. A drunkard who frequents coops hanged man in. His name, Banashar. Thereafter you may return to your quarters to await further instruction." Pearl's eyes remained fixed on the Empress, locked with her own, but she gave nothing away, as if daring him to ask what he so longed to. Does a claw take his orders from a Gistal priest of mail now? A man delivered here in chains not so long ago. But he knew her silence gave him his answer. He broke his gaze from her and studied Corbelo Dom. The Napan bastard was wearing the regalia of a high fist. Seeing the man's smug, contemptuous expression, Pearl's palms itched. 2 knives, my favorite ones, slowly slicing that face away. All of it. Gods, never mind that. I could bury a blade in his damned throat right now. Maybe I'd be fast enough. Maybe not. That's the problem. The hidden claw in this room will take me down, of course. But maybe they're not anticipating. No, don't be a fool, Pearl. He glanced once more at the Empress, and something in her look told him she had comprehended in full the desires with which he struggled, and was amused. Still he hesitated. Now was the time, he realized, to speak out against this. To seek to convince her that she'd invited 2 vultures, perched now on each shoulder, and what they hungered for was not the ones who would in a short time be seated before them. No, they wanted the throne they flanked. And they will kill you, Laseen.
They will kill you. You may now go, Malik Rel said in a sibilant voice. Empress Pearl forced himself to say, "Please consider well Tavore's words this night. She is your adjunct, and nothing has changed that. No one can change that. Thank you for the advice, Pearl," Laseen said. He opened his mouth to add more, then closed it again. He bowed to his Empress, turned about, and strode from the chamber. "And so, Pearl, you fling it into Tavore's lap, all of it.
You damned coward! Still, who killed Lostara Yil? Well, adjunct, such disregard ever comes home to roost. So be it. Tonight belonged to them. Corbelow Dom he could take another night at his leisure, and yes, indeed, he would do just that. And maybe that grinning lizard of a priest as well. Why not? Topper was missing, probably dead. So Pearl would act in the name of the Empire. Not in Laseen's name, but in the Empire's. And this was one instance, clearer than any other he could think of, where the two loyalties clashed. But, as ever with the Claw, as with you once, long ago, Empress, the choice is obvious and necessary. For all the bravado of his thoughts, as he made his way down to the courtyard, another voice whispered over and over, cutting through again and again. One word, burning like acid. One word, coward.
Scowling, Pearl descended the levels of the keep. A hand was waiting to be given the task of assassinating a drunk ex-priest. And in this, as well, Pearl had waited too long. He could have forced things into the open, reached through to Tashkran. That bastard had virtually entombed himself. Never mind that nest of hidden helpers. Oh, the Imperial High Mage wanted to be close to things, just not involved. Poor Banashar, a haunted, befuddled scholar who simply wanted to talk to an old friend. But Malik Rel did not want Tashkran disturbed, because the Gistal priest has plans. Was Laseen truly a fool? There was no possible way she trusted them, so what was the value in placing those two men in that chamber, to unbalance Tavore? Unbalance, more like a slap in the face? Is that really necessary, Empress? Never mind, Tavore, you cannot just use men like Malik Rel and Corbelow Dom. They will turn on you like the vipers they are. The risk in unleashing false rumors was when they proved too successful, trapping the liar in the lie, and Pearl began to realize something, a possibility. To ruin the name of Coltane, that of his enemy, must be raised. Corbelow Dom from traitor to hero. Somehow, no, I don't want to know the details. Laseen could not then execute or even imprison a hero, could she? Indeed, she'd have to promote him. Empress, you have trapped yourself. Now I cannot believe you are not aware of it. His steps slowed. He had reached the main floor, was 10 paces from the postern door that would take him out along the base of the wall, a path of shadows leading him to the gate. What do you seek to tell your adjunct, then? The extremity of the danger you are in? Do you ask Tavore for help? Will she, upon walking into that chamber, be in any condition to see and understand your plea? For Hood's sake, Laseen, this could go very, very wrong. Pearl halted. He could do what was necessary right now. Walk to the East Tower and kick down Tashkran's door, and tell the fool what he needed to hear. He could. 2 hooded figures stepped into view before him. Claws, both bowed, then the one on the left spoke. Claw, we are informed that our target is ensconced in the Hanged Man Inn. There is a piss trough in the alley behind it, which he will frequent throughout the night. Yes, Pearl said, suddenly exhausted. That would be ideal. The 2 cowled figures before him waited. There is more? Pearl asked. Such matters are for you to command. What matters? Sir, killing undesirables. Yes. Go on. Just that, sir. This target was delivered to us from elsewhere, from one who expected unquestioned compliance. Pearl's eyes narrowed. Then he said, this assassination tonight. You would not accede to it without my direct command. We seek affirmation. Did not the Empress herself confirm the Gistal's words? Sir, she did not. She said nothing, yet she was present. She was. Now what am I to make of that? Was she just feeding out enough rope? Or was she too frightened of Tashkran, and so was pleased to unleash Malik Rel on Banashar? Damn. I don't know enough about all of this. No choice, then, for now. Very well. The command is given. The Claw, Malik Rel, are not yours, and the Empress has abstained. No,
It seems that, until or if Topper returns, the claw are mine. Convenient as well, Laseen, that you brought 600 with you. The two assassins bowed, then departed through the postern door. Then again, why did it feel as if he was the one being used? And worse, why did it seem that he no longer cared? No, it was well. Tonight he would not think, simply obey. Tomorrow, well, that was another matter, wasn't it? Tomorrow, then, I will kick through what's left, and decide what needs to be decided. There you have it, Empress. Tomorrow, the new Clawmaster once more cleans house, and maybe that is what you ask from me, or you have asked it already, for it wasn't just the adjunct for whom you assembled that tribunal, was it? You just gave me command of 600 assassin mages, didn't you? What else would they be for? The truth was, he could not guess the mind of Empress Laseen, and in that he most certainly was not alone. Nerves slithered awake in his stomach, born of sudden fears he could not comprehend. 600 face it, Pearl. The adjunct did not kill Lostara. You did. You sent her away, and she died. And that's that. But that changes nothing. It makes no real difference what I do now. Let them all die. Pearl turned about and made his way to his rooms to await more orders. 600 killers to unleash, but upon whom, Hellian decided, she hated rum. She wanted something else, something not so sweet, something better suited to her nature. It was dark, the wind warm and humid but falling off, and the harbour front of Malaz seemed to whisper an invitation, like a lover's breath on the back of her neck. The sergeant stood watching as the froth wolf moved ahead of the rest of the ships, the Solander following in its wake. Yet from all around now came the liquid rattle of anchor chains sliding down, and the craft beneath her was tugged to a halt. Staring wildly about, Hellian cursed. "Corporal," she said. "Me?" asked Touchy behind her. "Me?" asked Breathless. "That's right, you. What's going on here? Look, there's soldiers on the jetties, and well-wishers. Why aren't we heading in?" They're waving. Hellian waved back, but it was unlikely they could see that there were hardly any lights from the fleet at all. "Gloom and gloom," she muttered, "like we was some beaten dog creeping home. Or like it's real late," Breathless said, "and you was never supposed to be with your mother's friend at all, especially when Ma knows and she's waiting up with that dented skillet. But sometimes, you know, older women, they come at you like a fiend, and what can you do?" "Not like that at all, you idiot," Touchy hissed. "More like that daughter of that priest and gods below you're running, but there ain't no escaping curses like those. Not ones from a priest anyway, which means your life is doomed for ever and ever, as if Byrne cares a whit she's sleeping anyway, right?" Hellian turned round and stared at a space directly between the two men. "Listen, Corporal, make up your damned mind, but then again don't bother. I wasn't interested. I was asking you a question, and if you can't answer then don't say nothing." The two men exchanged glances. Then Breathless shrugged. "We ain't disembarking, Sergeant," he said. "Words just come. Are they mad? Of course we're disembarking. We've just sailed 1,000,000 leagues. 5,000,000 even. We've been through fires and storms and green lights in the sky and nights with the shakes and broken jaws and that damned Ryzan piss they called wine. That's Malaz City there. Right there. And that's where I'm going." Corporal Breathy touchless. "And I don't care how many arms you got, I'm going, and that's that." She swung about, walked forward, reached the rail, pitched over, and was suddenly gone. Breathless and Touchy stared at each other again as a heavy splash sounded. "Now what?" Touchy demanded. "She's done drowned herself, hasn't she? We'd better report it to somebody. We do that and we're in real trouble. We was standing right here after all. They'll say we pushed her. But we didn't. That don't matter. We're not even trying to save her, are we? I can't swim. Me neither. Then we should shout an alarm or something. You do it. No, you. Maybe we should just go below, tell people we went looking for her, but we didn't never find her. At that, they both paused and looked round. A few figures moving in the gloom, sailors doing sailor things. Nobody saw or heard nothing. Looks like. Well, that's good, isn't it? So, we go below now, right? Throw up our hands and say nothing. Not nothing. We say we couldn't find her nowhere. Right, that's what I mean. Nothing is what I mean. I mean about her going over the side. That sort of nothing. A new voice from behind them. You two, what are you doing on deck? Both corporals turned. Nothing, they said in unison. Get below and stay there. They hurried off. 3 ashore, the young foppishly attired figure said, his eyes fixed on the knuckled dice, where they came to a rest on the weathered stone. His twin stood, facing the distant looming bulk of Mock's hold, the night's wind caressing the gaudy silks about her slim form. You see how it plays out? Her brother asked, collecting the dice with a sweep of one hand. Tell me truly, have you any idea at all of how mightily I struggled to retain our card during that horrendous game? I'm still weak, dizzy. He wanted to drag us out again and again and again. It was horrifying. Heroic indeed, she murmured without turning. 3 ashore, he said again. How very unexpected. Do you think that dreadful descent above Ottataral Island was responsible? I mean, for the one that's even now on its way? Straightening, he moved to join his sister. They were standing on a convenient tower rising from the city of Malaz, south of the river. To most citizens of the city, the tower appeared to be in ruins, but that was an illusion, maintained by the sorcerer who occupied its lower chambers, a sorcerer who seemed to be sleeping. The twin god and goddess known as Opon had the platform, and the view entirely to themselves. Certainly possible, she conceded. But is that not the charm of our games, beloved? She gestured towards the bay to their right. They have arrived, and even now there is a stirring among those abject mortals in those ships, especially the Solander, whilst in the fell hold opposite the nest slithers awake. There will be work for us this night. Oh yes, both you and me, pull, push, pull, push. He rubbed his hands together. I can hardly wait. She faced him suddenly. Can we be so sure, brother, that we comprehend all the players? All of them? What if one hides from us? Just one, wild, unexpected, so very terrible, we could end up in trouble. We could end up dead. It was that damned soldier, her brother snarled, stealing our power, the arrogance to usurp us in our very own game. I want his blood. She smiled in the darkness. Ah, such fire in your voice. So be it. Cast the knuckles, then, on his fate. Go on, cast them. He stared across at her, then grinned, whirled about, one hand flinging out and down. Knuckles struck, bounced, struck again, then spun and skidded, and finally fell still. The twins, breathing hard in perfect unison, hurried over and crouched down to study the cast. And then, had there been anyone present to see them, they would have witnessed on their perfect faces bemused expressions. Frowns deepening, confusion reigning in immortal eyes, and before this night was done, pure terror. The non-existent witness would then shake his or her head. Never, dear gods, never mess with mortals. Grub and 3 friends playing in a cave. A solitaken with a stolen sword. Tog and Fandere and damned castaways. Trapped since Fiddler's reading in a small closet-sized cabin on the Froth Wolf. Bottle worked the finishing touches on the doll nestled in his lap. The adjunct's commands made no sense. But no, he corrected with a scowl. Not the adjunct's. This, all of this, belonged to that tawny-eyed beauty, Tamba. Who in Hood's name is she? Oh, never mind. Only the 1000th time I've asked myself that question. But it's that look you see in her eyes, that knowing look, like she's plunged through, right into my heart. And she doesn't even like men, does she? He studied the doll, and his scowl deepened. You, he muttered. I've never seen you before, you know that. But here you are, with a sliver of iron in your gut. Gods, but that must hurt, cutting away, always cutting away inside. You, sir, are somewhere in Malaz City, and she wants me to find you, and that's that, a whole city, mind you, and I've got till dawn to track you down. Of course this doll would help, somewhat. Once the poor man was close enough for Bottle to stare into his eyes and see the same pain that now marked these uneven chips of oyster shell. That, and the seams of old scars on the forearms, but there were plenty of people with those, weren't there? I need help, he said under his breath. From above, the voices of sailors as the ship angled in towards the jetty, and some deeper, more distant sound from the dock front itself. And that one felt unpleasant. We've been betrayed, all of us. The door squealed open behind him. Bottle closed his eyes. The adjunct spoke. We're close. The High Mage is ready to send you across. You will find him in my cabin. I trust you are ready, soldier. Aye, adjunct. He turned, studied her face in the gloom of the corridor where she stood. The extremity of emotion within her was revealed only in a tightness around her eyes. Desperate.
You must not fail, Bottle. Adjunct, the odds are against me. Tamba says you must seek help. She says you know who. Tamba, the woman with those damned eyes like a lioness. What is it, damn it, about those eyes? Who is she, adjunct? A flicker of something like sympathy in the woman's gaze. Someone a lot more than she once was, soldier. And you trust her? Trust. She smiled slightly. You must know, as young as you are, Bottle, that truth is found in the touch. Always. No, he did not know. He did not understand. Not any of it. Sighing, he rose, stuffing the limp doll beneath his jerkin, where it sat nestled alongside the sheathed knife under his left arm. No uniform, no markings whatsoever that would suggest he was a soldier of the 14th. The absence of fetishes made him feel naked, vulnerable. All right, he said. She led him to her cabin, then halted at the doorway. Go on! I must be on deck now! Bottle hesitated, then said, Be careful, adjunct! A faint widening of the eyes. Then she turned and walked away. Kalam stood at the stern, squinting into the darkness, beyond where transports were anchoring. He'd thought he'd heard the winching of a longboat somewhere a few cables distant from shore, against every damned order the adjunct's given this night. Well, even he wasn't pleased with those orders. Quick Ben slicing open a sliver of a gate. Even that sliver might get detected, and that would be bad news for poor Bottle. He'd step out into a nest of claw. He wouldn't stand a chance. And who might come through the other way? All too risky, all too extreme. He rolled his shoulders, lifting then shrugging off the tension, but the tautness came back only moments later. The palms of the assassin's hands were itching beneath the worn leather of his gloves. Decide? Damn you, just decide. Something skittered on the planks to his right, and he turned to see a shin-high reptilian skeleton, its long-snouted head tilting as the empty eye sockets regarded him. The segmented tail flicked. Don't you smell nice? The creature hissed, jaws clacking out of sequence. Doesn't he smell nice, Cuttle? Oh, yes, said another thin voice, this time to Callum's left, and he glanced over to see a matching skeleton perched on the stern rail, almost within reach. Blood and strength and will and mindfulness, nearly a match to our sweetheart. Imagine the fight between them. Telerast, wouldn't that be something to see? And where is she? Callum asked in a rumble. Where's Apsalar hiding? She's gone, Cuttle said, head bobbing. What? Gone, chimed in Telerast with another flick of the tail. It's only me and Curdle who are hiding right now. Not that we have to, of course, expedience, explained Curdle. It's scary out there tonight. You have no idea. None. We know who's here, you see. All of them, now from the dark waters. Callum could hear the creak of oars. Someone had indeed dropped a longboat and was making for shore. Damned fools, that mob will tear them to pieces. He turned about and set off for the mid-deck. The huge jetty appeared to starboard as the ship seemed to curl round, its flank sidling ever closer. The assassin saw the adjunct arrive from below, and he approached her. "We've got trouble," he said, without preamble. "Someone's going ashore in a longboat." Tavore nodded. "So I have been informed." "Oh, who then?" From nearby Tamba said, "There is a certain symmetry to this, a rather bitter one, alas. In the longboat, Callum Mekar, our fist Tene Baralta and his red blades." The assassin frowned. "Deeming it probable, perhaps," Tamba continued, "that our escort coming down from Mock's Hold will prove insufficient against the mob. Yet there seemed to be little conviction in the woman's tone, as if she was aware of a deeper truth, and was inviting Callum to seek it for himself. The Red Blades, said the adjunct, ever have great need to assert their loyalty. Their loyalty. Callum Mekar, Tavore continued, stepping closer, her eyes now fixed on his own. I expect I will be permitted but a minimal escort of my own choosing. Tamba, of course, and if you would exceed you. Not an order adjunct. No, she answered quietly, almost tremulously. And then she waited. Callum looked away. Dragons got hood by the nose hairs, one of Fid's observations during one of his games. Years ago now. Black Dog, was it? Probably. Why had he thought of that statement now? Because I know how Hood must have felt. That's why. Wait, I can decide on this without deciding on anything else, can't I? Of course I can. Very well, adjunct. I will be part of your escort. We'll get you to Mock's Hold. To the hold, yes. That is what I have asked of you here. As she turned away, Callum frowned, then glanced over at Tamba, who was regarding him flatly, as if disappointed. Something wrong? He asked the young woman. There are times, she said, when the adjunct's patience surpasses even mine, and you may not know this, but that is saying something. Frothwolf edged closer to the jetty. On the other side of the same stone pier, the longboat scraped up against the slimy foundation boulders. Lines were made fast to the rings set in the mortar, and Lostara Yil watched as one of the more nimble red blades hauled himself upward from ring to ring, trailing a knot ladder. Moments later, he had reached the top of the jetty, where he attached the ladder's hooks to still more rings. Tene Baralta was the first to ascend. Slowly awkward, using his one arm and grunting with each upward heave on the rungs. Feeling sick to her stomach, Lostara followed, ready to catch the man. Should he falter or slip? This is a lie. All of it. She reached the top, clambered upright and paused, adjusting her weapon belt and her cloak. "Captain," Tene Baralta said, "form up to await the adjunct." She glanced to the right and saw a contingent of Imperial Guard pushing through the milling crowd, an officer in their midst. Tene Baralta noticed them as well. Not enough, as I suspected. If this mob smells blood. Turning to the company of red blades, Lostara kept her face impassive, even as a sneering thought silently slithered through her mind. Whatever you say, Fist. Just don't expect me to believe any of this. At that moment, a deeper roaring sound filled the air, and the sky above the bay suddenly blazed bright. Banashar squinted through the haze of smoke, scanning the crowd. Then he grunted. "He's not here," he said. "In fact, I haven't seen him in days, I think." "How about you, Master Sergeant?" Braven Tooth simply shrugged, his only response to Mudslinger's question. The soldier glanced at Gentor, his silent companion, then said, "It's just this, Master Sergeant. First we lose them, then we hear something about him, and we put it together, you see." The hairy old man bared his teeth. "Oh, yeah, Mudslinger. Now go away before I tie a full cask to your back and send you round the harbour front at double time."
"He can't do that, can he?" Gentoo asked his fellow soldier. But Mudslinger had paled. "You never forget, do you, sir? Explain it to your friend. But not here. Try the alley." The two soldiers backed off, exchanging whispers as they made their way back to their table. "I always like to think," Banashar said, "that a nasty reputation is usually mostly undeserved. Benefit of the doubt, and maybe I've got some glimmer of faith in humanity clawing its way free every now and again. But with you, Braventooth, alas, such optimism is revealed for the delusion it truly is. Got that right? What about it? Nothing." They heard shouting in the street outside, a clamour of voices that then died away. This had been going on all evening, roving bands of idiots looking for someone to terrorize. The mood in the city was dark and ugly, and getting worse with every bell that chimed, and there seemed to be no reason for it, although Banashar reminded himself that had now changed. Well, maybe there was still no reason as such. Only there had arrived a target. "Some Wonans poking with a knife?" Braventooth said. "It's the Imperial fleet," Banashar said. "Bad timing, given all the Wiccans in those ships and the other foreigners with them too, I imagine. You ain't drinking much, Banashar. You sick or something?" "Worse than that," he replied. "I have reached a decision. Autumn has arrived. You can feel it in the wind. The worms are swarming to shore. It's Durrick's season tonight. I talk with the Imperial High Mage." The Master Sergeant scowled across at him. "Thought you said trying that would get you dead quick. Unless, of course, that's what you want. I plan on losing my follower in the crowd," Banashar said in a low voice, leaning over the table. "I'll take the waterfront way, at least to the bridge. I hear there's city watch there, pushing the brainless dolts back from the jetties. Gods, how stupid can people be? That's an army out on those ships. Like I said, someone's poking. Be nice to meet that someone, so's I can put my fist into his face and watch it come out the back of his head. Messy way to go, but fast, which is more than the bastard deserves." "What are you going on about?" Banashar asked. "Never mind." "Well," the ex-priest said, with more bravado in his voice than he in truth felt, "it's now or never. Come tomorrow night, I'll buy you a pitcher of Malaz Dark. That reminds me, you always seem to find enough coin. How is that?"
"Temple coffers, Braventooth. You stole from the direct temple here?" "Here." "That's good. Yes, here, and all the others I visited too. Got it all squirreled away, where no one but me can get to it. Problem is, I feel guilty every time I pinch from it. I never take much, no point in inviting a mugging after all. But that's just the excuse I use. Like I said, it's guilt. So, if you get yourself killed tonight," Banashar grinned and flung up his hands. "Foof."
"All of it. Gone. Forever. Nice trick, that. You want I should leave it to you? Hood, no. What would I do with chests of coin? Chests? Dear Master Sergeant, more like roomfuls. In any case, I'll see you tomorrow or not. And if not, then, well met, Braventooth. Forget that. Tomorrow, like you said." Nodding, Banashar backed away, then began threading his way towards the front door. Alone at the table now, Braventooth slowly raised his tankard for a drink, his eyes almost closed, and to anyone more than a pace or two away they would have seemed closed indeed. And so the figure who hastily rose, slipping like an adder into Banashar's wake, noticed nothing of the Master Sergeant's fixed attention, the small eyes tracking for a moment, before Braventooth finished the ale in 3 quick swallows. Then the huge, hairy man climbed gustily to his feet, weaving slightly, one hand reaching to the table for balance. He staggered over to Mudslinger and Gentoo, both of whom looked up in guilt and fear, as if they'd been discussing bad things. Braventooth leaned between them. "Listen, you fools," he said under his breath. "We're just waiting for foreigner," Mudslinger said, eyes wide. "That's all. We never." Quiet. "See that snake at the steps up front? Quickly."
"Just gone," Genture observed, squinting. "Snake, you said? I'd say more like a... And you'd be right. And the target is none other than Banashar. Now, are you two up for surprising a claw tonight? Do this, and I'll think nice thoughts about the both of you." The two men were already on their feet. Genture spat onto his hands and rubbed them together. "I used to dream of nights like this," he said. "Let's go, Mudder, before we lose him." Heading towards the waterfront, Braven Tooth said.
"Northering Teat the stairs, right?" He watched the two soldiers hurry to the back door. Out they went, looking far too eager. Mudslinger, he knew, was a lot tougher than he looked. Besides, he didn't think that Claw would be thinking about anyone on his own trail, and with the crowds, well, they shouldn't have too much trouble. Soldiers love killing assassins. Someone threw a handful of knuckle dice at the back of the low-ceilinged room, and Braven Tooth suddenly shivered. "I must be getting soft." There were plenty of well-armed figures among the crowd gathering along the harbour front, although for the moment those weapons remained beneath heavy cloaks as these selected agents moved into designated positions. Faint nods passing between them, a few whispered words here and there. The city watch stood in a ragged line, pikes shifting nervously as the bolder thugs edged forward with taunts and threats. "There were Wiccans in those ships out there, and we want them. Traitors one and all, and dealing with traitors was a punishment that belonged to the people. Wasn't the Empress herself up there at Mock's Hold, here to witness imperial wrath? She's done it before, right back when she commanded the Claw. Never mind you're waiting for an officer, you fools. The signals are lit and we ain't stupid. They're telling those bastards to come in. Tie up." Disembark. Look at 'em, the cowards. They know the time's come to answer their betrayal. Believe us, we're going to fill this bay with Wiccan heads. Won't that be a pretty sight come morning? Gods below. What's that? A chorus of voices shouted that or something similar, and hands lifted, fingers pointing, eyes tracking a blazing ball of fire that slanted down across half the sky to the west, trailing a blue-grey plume of smoke, like the track of an eel on black sand, growing in size with alarming swiftness, then gone. And a moment later a savage crack rolled in from beyond the bay, where rose a tumbling cloud of steam. Close, a third of a league, you think. Less. Not much impact, though. Must have been small, smaller than it looked. Went right overhead. "It's an omen, an omen! A Wiccan head, did you see it? It was a Wiccan head sent down by the gods." Momentarily distracted by the plunging fireball that seemed to land just beyond the bay, the Claw-Sagan Morale pushed himself forward once more. The assassin was pleased with the heaving press he moved through, a press settling down once again, although at a higher pitch of anticipation than before. Up ahead, the crowd had slowed the ex-priest's pace, which was good, since already nothing was going as planned. The target should have been settled in for the night at Coop's, and the hand was likely closing in on the alley behind the inn, there to await his contacting them with the necessary details. Pointing the skull, they used to call it, identifying the target right there, right then in person. A proper reward for following the fool around for sometimes weeks on end, seeing the actual assassination. Be that as it may, as things were turning out, he would be bloodying his own hands with this target tonight, now that the decision had been made to kill the drunkard. A convenient conjoining of Sagan Morale's divided loyalties. Trained from childhood in the Imperial Claw, ever since he had been taken from his dead mother's side, aged 14, at the Cull of the Wax Witches in the Mouse Quarter, all those years ago, his disaffection with the Empress had taken a long time to emerge, and even then, if not for the Gistal Master, it would never have found focus, or indeed purpose. Of course, discovering precisely how his mother had died had helped considerably. The Empire was rotten through and through, and he knew he wasn't the only claw to realize this, just as he wasn't the only one who now followed the commands of the Gistal Master. Most of the hand on its way down from Mock's hold belonged to the phantom black glove that was the name of Malik Rel's spectral organization. In truth, there was no way of telling just how many of the Imperial Claw had been turned. Each agent was aware of but 3 others, forming a discrete cell, in itself a classic Claw structure. In any case, Clawmaster Pearl had confirmed the order to kill Banashar. Comforting that, he remained 10 paces behind the ex-priest, acutely aware of the seething violence in this mob, encouraged by the idiotic cries of an omen and a Wiccan head. But he carried on his person certain items invested with sorcery that encouraged a lack of attention from everyone he pushed past, that dampened their ire momentarily, no matter how rude and painful his jabbing elbows. They were close to the docks now, and agents of the Gistal Master were in the milling crowd, working them ever nastier and more belligerent with well-timed shouts and exhortations. No more than 50 City Watch soldiers faced a mass, now numbering in the high hundreds, an understrength presence that had been carefully coordinated by selective incompetence among the officers at the nearby barracks. He noted a retinue of more heavily armed and armoured soldiers escorting a ranking officer towards the centre dock, before which now loomed the adjunct's flagship. The captain Sagan Maral knew was delivering a most auspicious set of imperial commands, and those in turn would lead inexorably to a night of slaughter such as this city had never before experienced. Not even the cull in the mouse would compare. The assassin smiled. "Welcome home, adjunct." His breath caught suddenly as a prickling sensation awoke on his left shoulder beneath his clothes. A small sliver of metal threaded under his skin had awakened, informing him that he was being followed by someone with murderous intent. Clumsy. A killer should ever mask such thoughts. After all, Mokra is the most common natural talent, needing no formal training, that whispering unease, the hair rising on the back of the neck. Far too many people possess such things. Nonetheless, even a clumsy killer could know the lady's pull on occasion, just as Sagan Maral, for all his skills and preparation, could stumble fatally to the Lord's push. Ahead, now 15 paces away, Banashar was working free of the crowd, and Sagan sensed the man's warren, Mokra. Yes, achieving what my own invested items have done. Uninterest, sudden fugue, confusion, the sharper the mind, after all, the more vulnerable it proves to such passive assaults. To be a killer, of course, one needed to fend off such sorcery. Simple awareness of the trap sufficed, and so Sagan Maral was not concerned. His intent was most singular. Of course, he would have to eliminate his own hunters first. Banashar was heading for the stairs. There was little risk in Sagan effecting a slight delay. He saw an alley mouth off to the left, where the crowd was thin. The assassin angled himself towards it, and, as he stepped past the last figure, quickly turned left and slipped into the alley. Gloom, rubbish underfoot, a tortured winding route before him. He continued on 5 more steps, found an alcove, and edged into it. "He's getting ready to take the drunk," Genta hissed. "He'll circle round." "Then let's get after him," Mudslinger whispered, pushing his friend on. They entered the alley, padded forward. The shadows swallowing the niche were too deep, too opaque to be natural, and both soldiers went right past without a second thought. A faint sound, whistling past Mudslinger's left shoulder, and Genta grunted, flinging up his hands as he staggered forward, then collapsed. Whirling, Mudslinger ducked low, but not low enough, as a second tiny quarrel struck him on his chest, directly over his heart, and, still spinning round with his own momentum, the soldier's feet skidded out beneath him. He fell hard, the back of his head crunching on the greasy cobbles. Sagan Maral studied the 2 motionless bodies for a moment longer, then he reloaded the corkscrew crossbows strapped to his wrists. First shot base of the skull. Second shot, heart. That was a lucky one, since I was aiming for low in the gut. Guess he didn't want all that pain. Too bad, anyway. What were they thinking of doing? Mugging me? No matter, it's done. Adjusting his sleeves, hiding the weapons once more, he set off after Banashar. A sixth of a bell later, the claw realized that he had lost the man. In rising panic, he began backtracking down alleys and streets as a cool breeze lifted withered leaves that spun random paths across cobbles, making clicking sounds like the skittering of dice. The huge wheels of twisted rope suspended on the side of the stone jetty compressed as the froth wolf shouldered its bulk against them. Then the craft slid away again momentarily until the lines made fast to the dock's huge bollards drew taut. The gangplank rattled and thumped into place, even as the garrison captain and his guards approached along the jetty's length, pointedly ignoring the troop of red blades standing at attention opposite the plank with their one-armed, one-eyed commander. Something had just struck the sea beyond the anchored fleet, and the thunderous sound of its impact still echoed, even as darkness swept back into the wake of the bright, blazing fireball. The smell of steam was heavy in the air. It had seemed to Keneb that there was a peculiar lack of reaction to this event, from the adjunct and timbre at any rate. There had been plenty of shouts, warding gestures, then animated talk among the sailors. But that was to be expected. Let's face it, Keneb admitted, the timing was less than auspicious. It was no wonder that thousands-strong mob awaiting them were shouting about omens. The fist's attention was drawn once more to the approaching contingent.
They mean to come aboard, Adjunct,
Keneb said as she prepared to disembark. Tavore frowned, then nodded and stepped back. Tamba positioned herself to the adjunct's left. Boots thumped on the plank, and the captain halted one step from the ship's deck. He looked round as if deciding what to do next. Moving forward, Keneb said, "Good evening, Captain. I am Fist Keneb, 8th Legion, 14th Army." A moment's hesitation, then a salute.
Fist Keneb.
"I have orders for the adjunct Tavore Paran. May I come on deck?" "Of course," Keneb said. Mostly unintelligible shouts and curses reached them from the crowds, massing behind a line of soldiers on the waterfront, many of them taunts directed at the red blades. At these sounds, the captain winced slightly, then he moved forward until he faced the adjunct. "The Empress awaits you," he said, "in Mock's hold. In your absence, command of the 14th Army temporarily falls to me with respect to disembarking and standing down." "I see," Tavore said. The captain shifted uneasily, as if he had been expecting some kind of protest, as if her lack of reaction to his words was the very last thing he anticipated. "It appears that the transports are anchoring in the bay adjunct." "Yes, it does appear so, Captain. That will need to be countermanded immediately."
Captain, what is your name? Adjunct, my apologies, it is Rheinag. Captain Rheinag of the Untan Imperial Guard. Ah, then you have accompanied the Empress to the island. Your normal posting is as an officer in the Palace Guard. Rheinag cleared his throat.
"Correct, Adjunct. Although as a matter of course my responsibilities have expanded." "Tamba," the Adjunct cut in. "Please collect Callum Mekar. He is, I believe, once more at the stern." She studied the captain for a moment longer, then asked him, "The Empress commands that I meet her alone?" She was not specific." "Very well. Excuse me, Adjunct. Not specific, as I said, with one exception." "Oh, yes. The High Mage Adifon de Lat is to remain on board until such time as directed otherwise." Tavore frowned for a moment, then said, "Very well. I believe I was speaking about countermanding the order to drop anchor. I leave that to you, Captain Rheinag," the adjunct said as Tamba reappeared, Callum trailing a step behind. "We will make use of your escort, as well as that of Fist Beralta's red blades, to ensure our passage through that mob." With that, and a gesture to Tamba and the assassin to follow, She disembarked. Bemused, the captain watched them cross over to the jetty. A few curt commands to the Imperial Guards assembled there, and a careless gesture to Tene Baralta and his soldiers to fall in, and the two groups moved out in uneasy company to flank Tavore and her two companions. Then the party set off. Rheinag swung back to Keneb Fist. Yes? Well, things aren't going as planned, Captain. Keneb stepped close and slapped a hand on the man's shoulder. Consider this. It could be worse. Correct that. It is much worse. No longer, the man snapped, finally angry. I am now in command of the 14th Army, Fist Keneb, and these are my orders. Signal flag to Admiral Nock. The escorts are to withdraw and set sail without delay for Unter. Signal flag to the foreign fleet. They are to anchor outside the bay, this side of the shoals on the headland north of Mock's Hold. A pilot ship will guide them. Finally, signal flag to the transports. We will establish a number system, and thereafter, in sets of 15, they will weigh anchor and draw in to the designated moorings. The disembarking will begin as soon as possible. Fist. Furthermore, the soldiers are to be unarmed, their kits secured for transportation. Keneb scratched his stubbly jaw. Why are you just standing there, Fist Keneb? I'm trying to decide, Captain, where to begin. What do you mean? All right, never mind. First of all, whether you are in command of the 14th Army or not, you do not outrank Admiral Nock. Signal him all you want. He will do precisely as he pleases. I am instructed by the Empress. He will need to see those orders, Captain, in person. The Admiral is very precise with such protocol. I assume you have said orders. Of course I have. Very well, signal him aboard. Alas, he will not comply. What? Now, as for the Perish, the foreign fleet, Captain Rheinag, the only command they acknowledge, under the circumstances, is their own. By all means, make your request, but be certain that it is a request, lest they take offence, and, Captain, you truly do not want them to take offence. You are leaving me no choice but to relieve you of command, Fist. Excuse me? I have given you my orders, yet still you stand here. Well, that is precisely the problem, Captain. Not one of your orders can be carried out, for the imperative overriding them cannot be challenged. Not by you, not even by the Empress herself. What are you talking about? Keneb said. Follow me, please, Captain. They walked to the stem. In the bay beyond, the huge transports loomed a short distance away, like gigantic slumbering beasts. Granted, Keneb said, darkness obscures, and for this reason it is understandable that you do not as yet comprehend. But allow me to direct your gaze, Captain, to the topmost signal flag on those near ships, a flag identical to those on Nock's dromons in a moment, when that cloud passes by the moon. With Opon's blessing there will be enough light with which to see. There is an edict, Captain, pertaining to survival itself. You seem to forget both the 14th Army and the Imperial fleet have come from 7 cities. The cloud slid away from the blurred, hazy moon, and enough light licked waves, ships, and flags for Rheinag to see. The captain's breath caught in a half-choke. Gods below, he whispered. And 7 cities, Keneb continued in a calm voice, was struck by a most virulent plague, which, as you can now see, we inadvertently brought with us. So, Captain, do you now understand why we cannot comply with your commands? The man spun to face him, his eyes filled with terror and panic. And this damned ship, he demanded in a hoarse voice. And the other one that just docked? Fist Keneb? Plague-free, both of them, Captain, as was the ship from whence came the red blades? We would not have moored alongside were it otherwise. Anyway, beyond signal flags, there is no contact between ships, for obvious reasons. I suppose if you believe the Empress would nonetheless insist we one and all disembark, regardless of the slaughter our presence would deliver to Malaz Island, and inevitably to the entire mainland, you can insist on countermanding our collective gesture of compassion and mercy. Unquestionably, the name of Captain Reinag will acquire legendary status, at least among devotees to Poliel. Nothing wrong with seeing the positives, don't you think? The group marched ever closer to the wall of belligerents blocking the streets. Kalam loosened the long knives in their scabbards. Glancing over, he found himself walking alongside Captain Lostara Yil, who looked profoundly unhappy. "Suggest you all draw your weapons any time now," the assassin said to her. "That should be enough to make them back off." She grunted. "Until they start throwing bricks." "I doubt it. We're for the Empress, not them. The ones these people are hungry to sink their teeth into are out there in the transports. The Wiccans, the Hundril burned tears." "Clever ruse," Lostara said under her breath. "Those flags, Fist Kenib, indeed. I." Then Kalam smiled, "Spinner of death. A prettier lie you won't find. Fid must be grinning ear to ear if he ain't drowning." "Drowning?" "He was over the side before the Solander shipped oars, is my guess. Probably Gesler and Stormy went with him too." Just then they reached the line of city watch, who parted to let them pass. Weapons hissed from scabbards and shields were brought round by the red blades, and, as Kalam had predicted, the crowds fell silent, watchful, and backed away to each side to let the party make its way through. So the assassin said under his breath, "We've got ourselves a long, dull walk. Sound idea, by the way, Captain. Your Fist deciding to act on his own." The look she shot him started sweat beneath Kalam's clothing as she asked, "Was it Kalam Mekar?" "Well," she faced straight ahead again. "The Fist," she said in a whisper, "hasn't even begun. Well, oh, that's not good at all. Behind the troop, the mob closed in once again, and there arose new shouts, this time of horror. Plague flags on the transports in the bay. Plague flags. In moments, belligerents drained away like piss down a leg, and terror grabbed hold between those legs, squeezing hard, and people began swarming in every direction, but a heartbeat away from pure, frenzied panic. Kalam kept his smile to himself. Ever so faint, the clatter of knuckles bouncing and skidding had alerted Banasha. This night the worm was awake, and with it the return of the ex-priest's old sensitivities to the whisper of magic. In rapid succession thereafter, as he shifted from his path and found a dead-end alley in which to crouch, heart pounding, he felt multiple pulses of sorcery, a gate, slicing open the thinnest rent, the sudden violent unravelling of some unseen tapestry, and then, finally, a trembling underfoot, as if something terrible and vast had just stepped onto the dry land of this island. Dizzy from the successive waves of virulent power, Banashar straightened once more, one hand against a grimy wall for support. Then he headed off, back towards the harbour front. No choice, no choice. I need to see, to understand, as he drew nearer. He could smell panic in the air, acrid and bitter, and all at once there were mute figures hurrying past him, the beginnings of an exodus. Faces twisted in fear blurred by, and others dark with rage, as if their plans had been suddenly knocked awry, and there was not yet time to find a means to regroup, nor yet the opportunity to think things through. Something's happened. Maybe to do with that falling rock or whatever it was. In the old days, such an occurrence on the eve of autumn, the eve of Derek's arrival upon the mortal earth, well, we'd have flooded the streets. Out from the temples, raising our voices to the heavens, and the coffers would overflow because there could be no mistaking. The thoughts trailed away, vanished, leaving naught but a taste of ashes in his mouth. We were such fools. The sky casts down, the world heaves up, the waters wash it all away. None of this, none of it, has anything to do with our precious gods. He reached the broad avenue fronting the docks. People moving about here and there. If anger remained, it was roiling about, all direction lost. Some vast desire had been blunted. Passing an old woman, Banashar reached out to her. "Here," he said, "what has happened?" She glared up at him, pulling free as if his touch was a contaminant. "Plague ships," she hissed. "Get away from me!" He let her go, halted, stared out at the ships filling the bay. "Ah, the flags." Banashar sniffed the air. "Poliel, I can't sense you at all out there." "Or anywhere else, come to think of it." His eyes narrowed, then, slowly, he smiled. At that moment, a heavy hand thumped down on his left shoulder, spun him round, and someone screamed, lifting clear of the swirling black, filthy waters, straightening slime and grit streaming off, blood-sucking eels flapping down to writhe on the muddy rocks, the broken pottery and the brick fragments beneath the wooden dock. One step forward, then another, heavy, scraping. A rough wall directly ahead, revealing layers of street levels, bulwarks, old drainage holes dating back to the city's youth, before iron was first forged by humans, when the sewer system was a superb, efficient subterranean web beneath level streets. In all, plenty of hand and footholds, given sufficient determination, strength, and will. Of all three, the one standing facing that wall had been given plenty. More steps. Then, climbing. A stranger had come to Malaz City. Gasping, she leaned against a wall. What a mistake, trying to swim in all that armor. And then all those damned eels. She'd emerged from the water covered in the damned things. Hands, arms, legs, neck, head, face, dangling and squirming, and probably getting drunk, every one of them. And it wasn't no fun anyway, pulling them off. Squeezed too hard, and they sprayed blood. Black stuff, smelly stuff. But you had to squeeze to get a good grip, because those mouths they held fast, leaving huge circular wheels on her flesh, puckered and oozing. Stumbling ashore like some kind of worm witch or demon. Ha! That mongrel dog that sniffled up to her. Sure did run, didn't it? Stupid dog. Sewer ramp, pretty steep, but there were rungs on the sides, and she was able to work her way along it. Then the climb which had damn near killed her, but no chance of that. Thirst was a demanding master. The most demanding master. But she'd dumped her armor down there, knee-deep in the muck of the bottom, with the keel of the damned ship nearly taking her head off. Took the helmet, didn't it? And if that strap hadn't broke so conveniently anyway, she'd even dropped her weapon belt. Nothing to pawn, and that was bad, except for this knife, but it was the only knife she got, the only one left. Still, she was thirsty. She needed to get the taste of the harbour soup out of her mouth, especially that first gasp after struggling back up to the surface, sucking in head first the bloated corpse of a disgusting rat that had come as close to killing her as anything so far. What if it had been alive and eager to climb down her throat? She'd had nightmares like that once. During a dry spell, it was. But that's what dry spells did. They reminded you that the world was awful and ugly and miserable, and there were things out there that wanted to get you. Spiders, rats, eels, caterpillars. Had there been a crowd up here? Not many left now, and those that came close to her kept crying out and running away in some weird blind panic. She wiped at the stinging wheels on her face, blinked more muck from her eyes, lifted her head and looked around. And now, who is that? Sudden sobriety, sudden intent, a blast of white incandescence purging her brain, and who knew what else? And now, just who, oh, who is that? Right there, no, don't turn your back, too late. Too late, late. Hellian crept forward as quiet as could be, came up right behind him. Drew her knife with her right hand, reached out with her left. 5 more paces to go. Sajan Morale stepped out from the alley. The target had doubled back, the bastard, but there he was, not 10 paces away, and few people around him, convenient. He would cease being subtle sometimes. It paid to remind citizens that the claw was ever present, ever ready to do what was necessary. The assassin drew out from beneath his cloak a parrot-smeared dagger, gingerly adjusting his grip on the weapon as he moved forward. Some woman was staring at Banashar, a hoary, sodden thing, with an eel dangling from under her left ear and round sores all over her exposed flesh. People, upon seeing her, were running away. Aye, she looks like she's got the plague, but she doesn't. Must have fallen in or something. No matter. He returned his attention to his target's back, moved lithely forward, his footsteps making no sound. He'd spin the fool around to catch the death in the man's eyes. Always more pleasurable that way, the rush of power that raced through the killer when the eyes locked, and recognition blossomed, along with pain and the sudden knowledge of impending death. He was addicted to it, he knew, but he was hardly alone in that now, was he? With a half-smile, Sagan Morale drew up behind the drunkard, reached out and gripped the man's shoulder, then spun him round, even as the knife in his other hand rustled free of the cloak, darted forward. A scream sounded from down the avenue. As Banashar was pulled around, he saw on the face of the man opposite him a look of shock, then consternation. A woman had grasped the man's forearm, an arm at the end of which was a gleaming, stained knife, and, as Banashar stared, still not quite comprehending, he saw her drive the heel of a palm into the elbow joint of that arm, snapping it clean. The knife sprung loose, spun away to clatter on the cobbles even as the woman, snarling something under her breath, tugged the broken arm down and drove her knee into the man's face. A savage cracking sound, blood spraying as the head rocked back, eyes wide, and the woman twisted the arm round, forcing the man face first onto the cobbles. She descended onto him, grasped him by the hair with both hands, and began systematically pounding his skull into the street. And, between each cracking impact, words grated from her. No, crunch. You, crunch. Don't, crunch. This one's crunch. Mine, appalled. Banashar reached down, grasped the terrible apparition by her sodden jerkin, and dragged her back. For Hood's sake, woman, you've shattered his skull. It's all pulp. Stop, stop. She twisted free, turned on him, and with smooth precision set the tip of a knife just beneath his right eye. Her pocked, blood-smeared, filthy face shifted into a sneer as she snarled, "You! Finally, you're under arrest," and someone screamed from down the avenue, again. 30 paces away, Fiddler, Gessler and Stormy all stared at the commotion not far from an alley mouth. An attempted assassination interrupted with fatal ferocity by some woman. Gessler suddenly gripped Fiddler's arm. "Hey, that's Hellian there. Hellian, Sergeant Hellian?" They then heard her pronounce an arrest, even as screams ripped the air from farther down, and figures began racing away from the waterfront. Now, what's all that about? Never mind. His eyes still fixed on Hellian, who was now struggling with the poor man who looked as drunk as she was, her husband. Fiddler hesitated, then he shook his head. "Not a chance. You got that right," Gessler said. "So, Fid, meet you in a bell, right?" "Aye. Until then." The 3 soldiers set off, then almost immediately parted ways, Gessler and Stormy turning south on a route that would take them across the river on the first bridge, Fiddler continuing west into the heart of the centre district, leaving behind those frantic, terrified cries from the north end of the centre docks harbour front, which seemed, despite Fiddler's pace, to be drawing ever nearer. Plague. Smart man. Keneb. Wonder how long the ruse will last. Then, as he reached very familiar streets on the bay side of Ravenhill Park, there came a surge of pleasure. Hey, I'm home. Imagine that. I'm home. And there, 10 paces ahead, a small shop front, little more than a narrow door beneath a crumbling overhang from which dangled a polished tin disc, on its surface an acid-etched symbol, a burning mouse. Fiddler halted before it, then thumped on the door. It was a lot more solid than it looked. He pounded some more until he heard a scratching of latches being drawn back on the other side. The door opened a crack. A small, roomy eye regarded him for a moment, then withdrew. A push, and the door swung back. Fiddler stepped inside, a landing with stairs leading upward. The owner was already halfway up them, dragging one stiff leg beneath misaligned hips, his midnight blue nightrobe trailing like some imperial train. In one hand was a lantern swinging back and forth and casting wild shadows. The sergeant followed. The shop on the next floor was cluttered, a looter's hall from 100 battles, 100 overrun cities, weapons, armor, jewelry, tapestries, bolts of precious silk, the standards of fallen armies, statues of unknown heroes, kings and queens, of gods, goddesses, and demonic spirits. Looking round as the old man lit 2 more lanterns, Fiddler said, "You've done well, Tack."
You lost it, didn't you?
The sergeant winced. "Sorry." Tack moved behind a broad, lacquered table and sat down gingerly in a plush chair that might have been the throne of some minor Quan king. "You careless runt, Fiddler. You know I only make one at a time. No market, you see. I keep my promises there. Labours of love, every time. But that kind of love don't fill the belly. Don't feed the wives and all those urchins, not one of 'em looking like me." The small eyes were like barrow coins. "Where is it, then?" Fiddler scowled. "Under Wigatan." "Better it than you." "I certainly thought so. Changed your mind since?" "Look, Tack, I'm no wide-eyed recruit any more. You can stop treating me like I was a damned apprentice, and you my master." Gnarled brows rose. "Why, Fiddler? I wasn't doing nothing of the sort. You feel that way. It's because of what's been stirred awake inside that knobby skull of yours. Old habits and all that. I meant what I said. Better it than you, even so. How many is it now?" "Never mind," the sergeant growled, finding a chair and dragging it over. He slumped down into it. "Like I said, you've done well, Tack. So how come you never got that hip fixed?" "I gauge it this way," the old man said. "The limp earns sympathy, near 5%. Better still, since I don't say nothing about nothing, they all think I'm some kind of veteran. For my soldiering customers, that's another 5%. Then there's the domestic wives are happier since they all know I can't catch them." "Wives? Why did you agree to that in the first place?" "Well, 4 women get together and decide they want to marry you. It's kind of hard to say no, right? Sure, wasn't my manly looks, wasn't even that crooked baby maker between my legs. It was this new shop and all that mysterious coin that helped me set up again. It was the house here in the Centre District. You think I was the only one who ended up losing everything in the mouse? All right, if it makes you happy. So, you kept the limp, and you kept the promise. Well." Tack smiled, then reached under the table, released 2 latches, and Fiddler heard the clunk of a hidden drawer dropping down onto its rails. Pushing the throne back, the old man slid open the large drawer, then carefully removed a cloth-wrapped object. He set it down on the table and pulled the cloth away. "A few improvements," he purred. "Better range for 1. His eyes on the extraordinary crossbow between them, Fiddler asked, "How much better? Add 50 paces, I figure. Never tested that, though. But look at the ribs. That's 10 strips of iron folded together. Inside band has the most spring, grading less and less as you go out. The cable's 400 strands into 20, then wound in Bedouin gut and soaked in Denrabi oil. Your old one was 200 strands into 10. Now, look at the cradle. I only had clay mock-ups of cussers and sharpers and burners, weighted as close as I could figure. Sharpers and burners, an eager nod.
Why just cussers, I asked. Well, because that's what was wanted, and that's how we did the cradle, right? But the mock-ups gave me an idea. He reached back into the drawer and lifted free a clay cusser-sized granado. So I made cradles inside this to fit 5 sharpers or 3 burners. The weight's close on all 3 configurations, by the way. The Moranth were always precise on these sort of things, you know. As he was speaking, he took the clay object, one hand on top, the other beneath, and pushed in opposite directions until there was a grating click. Then he was holding 2 halves of the hollow mock-up. Like I said, improvements. You can load up how you like, without ever having to change the bow's cradle. I got 10 of these made empty. They're nice and light, and you won't fly through Hood's Gate if one of them breaks by accident in your satchel. You are a genius, Tack. Tell me something I don't know. How much do you want for all of this? A frown. Don't be an idiot, Fiddler. You saved my life. You and Dujek got me out of the mouse with only a crushed hip. You gave me money, Tack. We wanted you to make crossbows like that old jeweler did before you. But he was dead, and you weren't. That don't matter. Call it a replacement guarantee for life. Fiddler shook his head. Then he reached into his pack and withdrew a real cusser. Let's see how it fits, shall we? Tack's eyes glittered. Oh, yes, do that. Then heft the weapon. Check the balance. See that over-shoulder clamp there. It's a brace for steadying aim and evening out the weight. Your arms won't get tired holding and aiming, he rose. I will be right back. Distracted. Fiddler nodded. He set the cusser down into the weapon's cradle and clamped in place the open-ended, padded basket. That motion in turn raised from the forward base of the cradle a denticulate bar to prevent the cusser slipping out when the weapon was held point down. That bar was in turn linked to the release trigger, dropping it flush with the cradle in time for the projectile to fly clear. Oh, the sapper murmured, very clever, Tack. With this weapon there was no need for a shaft. The cradle was the launcher. The old man was rummaging in a chest at the back of the shop. So tell me, Fiddler said, how many more of these have you made? That's it, the only one. Right, so where are the others? In a crate above your head. Fiddler glanced up to see a long box balanced across 2 blackened beams. How many in there? 4. Identical to this one? More or less? Any more? Lots. For when you lose these ones, I want those 4 above me, Tack, and I'll pay for them. Take 'em. I don't want your coin. Take 'em and go blow up people you don't like. The old man straightened and made his way back to the table. In his hands was something that made Fiddler's eyes widen. Gods below, Tack. Found it a year ago, thought to myself. Oh, yes, there's always the chance. Cost me 4 copper crescents. Tack reached out to set the fiddle in the sergeant's hands. You were robbed, Fiddler said. This is the ugliest piece of junk I've ever seen. What's the difference? You never play the damned things anyway. Good point. I'll take it. 2,000 gold. Got 12 diamonds with me. Worth maybe 4,000. All right, 6 then for the fiddle. You want to buy the bow as well? Why not? That's another 2,000. See the horsehair? It's white. I knew this horse used to pull carts of rubbish from Hood's own temple in Old Upper. Then one day the hauler had his heart burst, and he stumbled down under the animal's hoofs. It panicked and bolted, right through the webbed window wall this side of the 4th bridge. Wait, that huge lead window? 4th bridge? Fronting the recruiting kit store. Aye, that's it. That old temple. And you won't believe who was standing there with a half-dozen knock-kneed recruits when that insane horse exploded into the room, Braven Tooth. Tack nodded, and he turned right round, took one look, then hammered his fist right between the beast's eyes. It dropped dead right there. Only the animal lands half on one lad's leg, snapping it clean, and he starts screaming. Then, ignoring all that,
Master Sergeant, he just turns round again and says to the wide-eyed supply clerk, "I swear, I heard all this from one of those recruits." He said, "These pathetic mere rats are heading back up to Ashok to rejoin their regiment. You make sure they got water skins that don't leak." And he looks down at that screaming broke-leg recruit and he says, "Your name's now Limp." Not very imaginative, but it's like this. If you can't hear Hood laughing, well, I can. And so, that's where this horsehair come from. 2,000 gold for the bow. With a story like that, and it's a bargain. Done. Now let's get that crate down. I don't want the box. I'll just sling 'em all on my back. They ain't strung, and neither is this one. So we'll string 'em. You got extra cables? 3 for each. You want those mock-ups too?
Absolutely. And I've got sharpers and burners in this pack. So let's load 'em up and check the weight and all that. But let's be quick. Fiddler, it's not nice out there anymore, you know. Especially tonight. Smells like the old mouse. I know, and that's why I don't want to head back out without this cusser nestled in. Just be glad you're not Wiccan. First Wiccan hater I come across gets this egg up his dark dining hall.
Tell me, Braventooth, still live in the same house down in Lower, near Oboe's Tower? That he does. Hellian dragged Banashar down the winding alley. At least it seemed to be winding the way they kept careening off grimy walls. And she talked, "Sure, you thought you got away clean? Not a chance. No, this is Sergeant Hellian you're dealing with here. Think I wouldn't chase you across half the damned world, damned fool? You idiot. Half the damned world. I went straight back down to the docks and sailed back to Malaz City. And you thought that'd fool me? Forget it." Sure, the trail was cold, but not cold enough. And now I got you, a suspect wanted for questioning. The alley opened out onto a wider street. Off to their left was a bridge. Scowling, Hellian yanked her prisoner towards it. "I told you the first time, Sergeant," Banashar snapped. "I had nothing to do with that slaughter. The same thing had happened in every damned temple of Durek at precisely the same time. You don't understand. I have to get to Mock's Hold. I have to see the Imperial High Mage. That snake. I knew it. A conspiracy. Well, I'll deal with him later. One mass murderer at a time, I always say." "This is madness, Sergeant. Let go of me. I can explain. Save your explanations. I got some questions for you first, and you'd better answer them."
"With what?" he sneered. "Explanations?"
"No, answers. There's a difference." "Really? How? What difference? Explanations are what people use when they need to lie. Ye can always tell those, 'cause those explanations don't explain nothing, and then they look at you like they just cleared things up, when really they did the opposite, and they know it, and you know it, and they know you know, and you know they know that you know, and they know you, and you know them, and maybe you go out for a picture later. But who picks up the tab? That's what I want to know." "Right. And answers. Answers is what I get when I ask questions. Answers is when you got no choice. I ask, you tell. I ask again, you tell some more. Then I break your fingers, 'cause I don't like what you're telling me, because those answers don't explain nothing." "Ah. So you really want explanations, not till you give me the answers. So what are your questions?" "Who said I got questions? I already know what your answers are anyway. No point in questions, really. And there's no need to break my fingers. Sergeant, I give up already. Nice try."
"I don't believe you." Gods below, Hellian dragged him back, halting, looking about. The sergeant scowled. "Where are we? That depends. Where were you taking me? Back to the ships. You idiot, we went the wrong way. All you had to do was turn around back there when you first caught me." "Well, I didn't, did I? What's that?" she pointed. Banashar frowned at the brooding, unlit structure just beyond the low wall they had been walking along. Then he cursed under his breath and said, "That's the dead house." "What, some kind of bar? No, and don't even think of dragging me in there. I'm thirsty.
I have an idea then, Sergeant. We can go to Coop's. How far is that? Straight ahead. Forget it. It's a trap. She tugged him right, and they made their way along the front of the dead house, then through a short alley with uneven walls, where Hellian guided her prisoner left once more. Then she halted and pointed across the way. What place is that one? That's Smiley's. You don't want to go in there. It's where rats go to die. Perfect. You're buying me a drink. Then we're heading back to the ships. Banashar ran a hand across his scalp. As you like. They say the ale brewed in there uses water run off from the dead house, and then there's the proprietor. What about him? Related, it's rumoured, to the old dead emperor himself. That place used to be Kellenved's, you know. The emperor owned a tavern. He did, partnered with Dancer, and there was a serving wench named Surly. She shook him. Just because I ask questions don't mean I wanted answers, especially not those kind of answers, so be quiet. Sorry, one drink, then we go back to the ships and take a swim. A what? Easy. Ain't no drowned spiders in this bay. No, just blood-sucking eels, like the one dangling from behind your ear. It's already sucked all the blood from half of your face. Tell me, is your scalp getting numb on one side? She glared at him. I never gave you no permission to ask questions. That's my task. Remember that. Then she shook her head. Something long and bloated bumped against her neck. Hellian reached up and grasped the eel. She yanked it off. Ow! Glared at the writhing creature in her hand, then dropped it and crushed it under a heel. Black goo spattered out to the sides. See that, Banashar? Give me trouble, and you get the same treatment. If I hang from your ear, really, Sergeant, this is ridiculous. They turned at murmuring sounds from the street behind them. 30 or 40 locals came into view, heading for Front Street. Some of them were now carrying bows and canisters of burning pitch swinging from straps.
What are they about? Hellian asked.
They think the fleet's rotten with plague, the ex-priest said. I expect they mean to set a few transports on fire. Plague? There ain't no plague. I know that, and you know that. Now there's another problem, he added, as the mob saw them and a half-dozen thugs split away, then slowly, ominously approached. Those wheels all over you, Sergeant, easily mistaken for signs of plague. What god's below? Let's get into that tavern. They hurried forward, pushed through the doors. Inside, inky gloom broken only by a few tallow candles on blackened tabletops. There was but one other customer, seated near the back wall. The ceiling was low, the floor underfoot littered with rubbish. The thick air reminded Hellian of a cheese sock. From the right appeared the proprietor, a pike-thin Darujhistan of indeterminate age, each eye looking in a different direction, neither one fixing on Hellian or Banashar as he smiled unctuously, hands wringing. Ah, most sweet tryst, yes, come, I have a table, yes, reserved for such as you. Close that ugly mouth, or I'll sew it up myself, Hellian said. Just show us the damned table, then get us a picture of anything you got that won't come back up through our noses. Head bobbing, the man hobbled over to a table, and reaching out multiple times, he finally grasped hold of the chairs and made a show of dragging them back through the filth. Banashar made to sit. Then he recoiled. God's below that candle. Oh, yes, said the Darujhistan gleefully. The few wax witches left are most generous with smileys. It's the history, yes? Sudden loud voices outside the entrance, and the proprietor winced. Uninvited guests. A moment whilst I send them on their way. He headed off. Hellian finally released her grip on the ex-priest and slumped down in the chair opposite. Don't try nothing, she said in a growl. I ain't in the mood. Behind her, the door was pulled back by the owner. A few quiet words, then louder threats. Hellian saw Banashar's gaze flick past her. He had a good view of what was going on out front, and then he bolted back in his chair, eyes widening as shrieks erupted from the mob, followed by the sounds of panicked flight. Scowling, Hellian twisted round in her chair. The proprietor was gone, and in the man's place stood a demon, its back to them, big enough to fill the entire doorway. A thrashing victim was in its huge hands, and, as the sergeant watched, the demon tore off the screaming man's head, leaned through the doorway and threw it after the fleeing citizens. Then it flung the headless corpse in the same direction. A strange blurring and a sweet, spicy scent drifted back into the tavern, and then the demon was gone, in its place the old Dal Honez brushing clean his hands, then the front of his grimy tunic. He turned about and walked back to the table. Another smile beneath skewed eyes. Finished ale, then, a pitcher coming right up. Hellian swung back round in her chair. Her gaze flicked over to the other customer at the back wall, a woman, a whore. The sergeant grunted, then called to her, "You get much business." A snort in reply, then, "Who cares?" "Well, you got a point there, you do. Both of you be quiet." Banashar shouted, his voice sounding half-strangled. That was a Kenrilla demon. "He's not so bad," said the whore, "once you get to know him." From behind the bar came the sound of crashing crockery, then a curse. In clumps, in bands, in ragged troops, the crowds began reappearing along the centre dock's harbour front. More weapons among them now, and here and there bows. Torches flared in the dark, and voices rose, delivering commands. Leaning against the prow of the Solander, moored just behind the longboat the red blades had used, Coric watched the proceedings on the front street for a time. Then he turned about and made his way back down to the mid-deck. "Sergeant Balm." "What?" "We could be in for some trouble soon." "Typical," Balm hissed, rising to begin pacing. "Fid vanishes. Gessler vanishes. Leaving just me, and I ain't got no whistle, do I? Dead smell. Get up and over. Talk to Fist Keneb. See what they want us to do about it?" The corporal shrugged, then made his way to the boarding ladder. "Tar was climbing into his armour, Sergeant," he said. "We got Fid's crate of munitions below." "Hood's balls! You're right. Cuttle, get down there. Sharpers and burners. All you can lay hands on. Throat slitter, what are you doing there?" "Was thinking of sneaking into that crowd," the man said from the rail, where he'd thrown one leg over and was about to climb down into the murky water. "It doesn't sound right, does it? There's ringleaders up there. Claws, maybe, and you know how I like killing those. I could make things more confused, like they should be. You'll get torn to pieces, you idiot. No, you stay here. We're undermanned enough as it is." Coric crouched down near Tar and smiles.
Fid keeps doing this, doesn't he?
"Relax," Tar said. "If need be, me and Gessler's heavies will hold the jetty. You're looking forward to that?" Smiles accused. "Why not? Since when did the Wiccans deserve all this hate that mobs hungry for the 14th? Fine. Why disappoint them?" "'Cause we was ordered to stay aboard here," Smiles said. "Easier holding the jetty than letting the bastards jump down onto this deck." "They'd jump right back off," Coric predicted, "once they see those heads." "I'm itching for a fight, Coric." "Fine, Tar. You go up and get yourself ready, me. Smiles and Cuttle will be right behind you, with a few dozen sharpers." Korab Bilan Thenualas joined them. The man was strapping on a round shield. "I will flank you, Corporal Tar," he said. "I have found a cutlass, and I have some skill with that weapon." "Appreciate the company," Tar said, then looked over to where Short-Nose, Flashwit, Uruhela and Mayfly were donning armour. "6 in all, front line. Let them try and get past us." Cuttle reappeared, dragging a crate. "Pass 'em out, Sapper," Balm ordered. "Then we all go up top and give that mob a wave over." Coric loaded his crossbow, then pounded Tar on the shoulder. "Let's go take a look. I'm in the mood to kill someone, too." The corporal straightened, then spat over the side. "Aren't we all?" Chapter 23.
The twins stood on their tower as the slaughter began below and the knuckles bouncing wild to their delight. Now turned sudden, and sour, and this game they played, the mortals bleeding and crying in the dark. They saw it turn, and the game they played tossed to a new wind, a gale not their own, and so the twins were played. Oh, how they were played! Slayer's moon Vatten Urot. Within sight of Rampart Way, the stairs leading up to Mock's Hold, Kalam Mekhar glanced behind them yet again. Furtive crowds were closing in, moving one and all, it seemed, back towards the harbour front. Who was behind all of this? What possible reason could there be? The 14th would not be dragged down into slaughter. In fact, the only realistic outcome was the very opposite. Hundreds of citizens could well die tonight before the rest broke and fled. True, there were but a handful of marines at the jetty, but Kalam well knew they had Morant munitions. And then, of course, there was Quick Ben. Just don't use yourself up, friend. I think. The assassin reached beneath the folds of his cloak, reassured himself once again that he still carried the acorn the High Mage had prepared for him. My shaved knuckle in the hole. If it came to it, he could summon Quick. And I'm dunking. The adjunct did not hesitate, beginning her ascent of Rampart Way. The others followed. A long climb ahead, a tiring one, rows upon rows of steps that had seen more than their share of spilled blood. Kalam had few pleasant memories of Rampart Way. She's up there, and so it flows down, ever down. They were above the level of the upper estates now, passing through a roiling updraught of mists bitter with wood smoke. Condensation clung to the stone wall on their left, as if the promontory itself had begun to sweat. There was torchlight weaving through the streets below. City watch alarms sounded here and there, and suddenly an estate was in flames, black smoke rising eerily lit from beneath. Faint screams reached them, and they climbed without pause, not a single word shared among them. Naught but the muted clunk and rustle of armour, the scrape of boots, heavier breaths drawn with each step. The blurred moon emerged to throw a sickly light upon the city below and the bay, illuminating old Lookout Island at the very outside edge of the harbour, the silvery reeds of Mud Island, and further south, opposite the mouth of Red Cave River, Worm Island, where stood the ruins of a long-abandoned temple of Direct. The clear water this side of Mud Island was crowded with the transports, while Nock's escorts were positioned between those transports and the 4 quadromans of Empress Laseen's entourage, the latter still moored alongside the imperial docks, directly beneath Mock's Hold. The world suddenly seemed etched small to Kalam's eyes, an elaborate arrangement of some child's toys. If not for the masses of torchlight closing in on the centre docks, the faintly seen running figures in various streets and avenues, and the distant cries of a city convulsing upon itself, the panorama would look almost picturesque. Was he seeing the Malazan Empire's death throes on the island where it began? So too, perhaps, would its fall be announced here, this night, in a chaotic, senseless maelstrom of violence. The adjunct crushed the rebellion in 7 cities. This should be a triumphal return, Laseen. What have you done? Is this mad beast now broken free of your control? Civilization's veil was so very thin, he well knew. Casting it aside required little effort and even less instigation. There were enough thugs in the world, and those thugs could well be wearing the raiment of a noble or a fist, or indeed a priest's robes or a scholar's vestments, enough of them, without question, who lusted for chaos and the opportunities it provided, for senseless cruelty, for the unleashing of hatred, for killing and rape. Any excuse would suffice, or even none at all. Ahead of him the adjunct ascended without hesitation, as though she was climbing a scaffold, at peace with what the fates had decreed. Was he reading her true? Kalam did not know. But the time was coming, very soon now, when he would need to decide. And he hoped, he prayed, that the moment when it arrived
would make his choice obvious, indeed, inevitable. Yet a suspicion lurked that the choice would prove far harsher than he now dared admit. Do I choose to live, or do I choose to die? He looked down to his right, at those 4 ships directly below. She brought a lot of people with her, didn't she? Halfway to Ravenhill Park, Bottle drew up against a door, his heart pounding, sweat dripping from his face. Sorcery was roiling through every street, Mockra twisting the thoughts of the unsuspecting and the gullible, filling skulls with the hunger for violence. And lone figures making their way against the tide were victims in the waiting. He had been forced to take a roundabout route to this door, along narrow, choking alleys, down beneath North Riverwalk, buried up to his ankles in the filthy mud of Malaz River, where insects rose in voracious swarms. But at last he had arrived. He drew a knife, and fearful of making a louder noise, scratched against the door. At the moment the street behind him was empty, but he could hear riots beginning, the splintering of wood, the shrill cry of a dying horse, and everywhere throughout the city dogs were now barking, as if some ancient wolf memory had been awakened. He scratched again. The door suddenly swung open. A tall, grey-haired woman stared down at him, expressionless. A gaoler Bottle said, "My uncle married your aunt's husband's sister. We're family." She stepped back. "Get in here, unless you're of a mind to get torn to pieces. I'm Bottle," he said, following her into an apothecary thick with the scents of herbs. "That's not my real name, but... Oh, never mind all that. Your boots are filthy. Where have you come from, and why did you choose this night of all nights to visit Malaz City?" Tea. Blinking, Bottle nodded.
I'm from the 14th Army, a gaoler.
Well, that was silly of you, wasn't it? Excuse me? You should be hiding in the boats with all the rest, dear boy. I can't. I mean, the adjunct sent me. She turned. To see me whatever for? No, it's not that. It was my idea to find you. I'm looking for someone. It's important. I need your help. Her back to him once more, she poured the herbal brew into 2 cups. Come get your tea bottle. As he stepped forward, a gaoler quickly faced him again, reached into the folds of his cloak, and snatched free the doll. She studied it for a moment, then, with a scowl, shook the doll in front of Bottle's face. "And what is this? Have you any idea what you are dabbling in, child?" "Child? Hold on. Is this the man you need to find? Well, yes. Then you leave me no choice, do you? Sorry." She stuffed the doll back into the folds of his cloak and turned away once more. "Drink your tea, then we'll talk. You can help me? Save the world? Well, yes, of course. Save the world. Now, adjunct, you never mentioned that part." Coric rolled his shoulders to adjust the weight of the heavy chain armor. Longsword and shield were positioned on the damp stones behind him. In his gauntleted hands he held his crossbow. 3 paces to his left stood Smiles, a sharper in her right hand, her bared teeth gleaming in the dull moonlight. To his right was Cuttle, crouched down over a collection of munitions laid out on a rain cape. Among them was a cusser. "Hold on, Cuttle Coric," said upon seeing that oversized grenado. "Pass that cusser right back down, will you? Unless you're planning on blowing up everyone here, not to mention the Solander and the Froth Wolf." The sapper squinted up at him. "If it takes 100 of him with us, I'm happy, Coric. Don't mind that one. It's for the last thing left. You'll probably be all down by then anyway. But maybe still alive. Try and avoid that, soldier, unless you're happy with the mob having fun with what's left of you." Scowling, Coric returned his attention to the massing crowd opposite. 20 paces away, milling, shouting threats and ugly promises, plenty of serious weapons among them. The city guard had vanished, and all that seemed to be holding the fools back for the moment was the solid line of shield-locked soldiers facing them. Tara, Korab Bilan Thenu Alas, Uru Hela, Mayfly, Shortnose and Flashwit. A few rocks and brick fragments had been thrown across the killing ground,
and those that came close were met by shields lifting almost languidly to fend them off. Burning arrows were being readied along the flanks of the mob.
They'll try to fire the ships here first, and that is not good. He didn't think the Solander would burn, not after what Gessler had told them. But the Froth Wolf was another matter. He glanced over to see Corporal Deadsmell cross the gangplank back to the jetty, and behind him was Fist Keneb, who then spoke, "Sergeant Balm." "Aye, Fist." Keneb looked around. "Where you're Gessler and Fiddler?" "Scouting, sir." "Scouting. I see. So you're it, are you?" "Those arrows, sir. Destriant Runthervian assures me our moored craft will be safe. The transports, alas, are another matter. We have signalled the nearest ones with the command that they withdraw until out of range. What this means, Sergeant, is that you and your soldiers are on your own. The bow ballista on Froth Wolf will provide support." "Appreciate that, Sir," Balm said, a strangely bewildered look in his eyes. "Where's the siege?" "Excuse me." Deadsmell cleared his throat and said to Keneb, "Don't mind him, sir. Once the fighting starts, he'll be fine." "Fist, you're saying those arrows won't light up the ships. Once they see that, they'll turn 'em on us." Nodding, Keneb looked over at Cuttle. "Sapper, I want you to hit those archers on the flanks. Don't wait for their first move. Sharpers, assuming they're within range." Straightening, Cuttle looked over. "Easy, sir."
"Galt! Loeb, get over here and collect yourselves a couple sharpers. Not the cusser Galt, you idiot. Those small round ones, right? 2. Damn you, no more than that. Come back if you need more, maybe 3. No, think on it, Loeb. How many hands you got? Where you gonna hold the third one between your cheeks? 2, and don't drop 'em, or this whole jetty will vanish and us with it." He turned. "Fist, you want us to hit 'em now?" "Might as well," Keneb replied.
"With luck, the rest will scatter." Flaming arrows hissed out, seeking the rigging of the Froth Wolf. The sizzling arcs suddenly disappeared. Corrick grunted. "Cute. Better get to it, Cuttle. The next salvo's coming our way, I'd wager." Cuttle on the right, Galt and Loeb on the left, hefting sharpers. Then, at Cuttle's command, they threw the clay grenados. Detonations snapping like cracks in brittle stone, and bodies were down, writhing, screaming. The centre mob, with a guttural roar, charged. Shit from one of the heavies up front. Smiles launched her sharper into that onrushing midst. Another explosion, this one 10 paces in front of the shield wall, which instinctively flinched back, heads ducking beneath raised shields. Shrieks, tumbling figures, blood and bits of meat, bodies underfoot tripping the attackers. The front of that charge had become a chaotic mess. But those behind it pushed on. Corrick moved along to the right. He could hear someone shouting orders, a heavy voice, authoritarian, the cadence of a Malazan officer, and Corrick wanted the bastard. The ballista mounted on the prow of the Froth Wolf bucked. The oversized missiles speeding out, ripping through the crowd in a streak of spraying blood. A quarrel designed to knock holes in hulls punched through flesh and bone effortlessly, one body after another. A few arrows raced towards the soldiers on the jetty, and then the mob reached the front line. Undisciplined, convinced that the weight of impetus alone would suffice in shattering the shield wall. They were not prepared for the perfectly timed answering push from the heavies, the large shields hammering into them, blades lashing out. The only soldier untrained in holding a wall was Korab Bilan Thenu Alas, and Corrick saw smiles move up behind the man as he chopped away at a foe with his cutlass. The man before him was huge, wielding short swords, one thrusting, the other slashing, and Korab dropped into a sustained defence with his round shield and his weapon, even as Smiles, seeing an opening, threw a knife that took the attacker in the throat. As the man crumpled, Korab swung, and the cutlass crunched down into the unprotected head.
"Back into the gap,"
Smiles screamed, pushing Korab forward. Korik caught sight of a figure off to one side. Not the commander. Gods. That's a mage. And he's readying a warren. He raised his crossbow, depressed the trigger. The quarrel sent the man spinning. 3 more sharpers detonated further back in the pressing mob. All at once the attack crumpled, and the shield wall advanced a step, then another, weapons slashing down to finish off the wounded. Figures raced away, and Korik heard someone in the distance shouting, calling out a rallying point. For the moment he saw few were listening. 1 down, on the broad loading platform, and to either side, scores of bodies littered the cobbles, faint voices crying with sorrow and pain. Gods below, we're killing our own here. On the foredeck of the Froth Wolf, Keneb turned to Captain Rinag. He struggled to contain his fury as he said, "Captain, there were soldiers in that mob." "Out of uniform." The man was pale. "I know nothing of that, Fist. What is the point of this? They won't get their hands on the 14th. I don't know. It's the Wiccans. They want them. A pogrom's begun, and there's no way of stopping it. A crusade's been launched. There's an army marching onto the Wiccan plains." "An army? What kind of army?" "Well, a rabble, but they say it's 10,000 strong, and there's veterans among them." "The Empress approves?" "Never mind." Keneb turned once more and regarded the city. The bastards were regrouping. "All right," he said. "If this goes on long enough, I may defy the orders given me by the adjunct, and land the whole damned army. Fist, you cannot do that." Keneb spun round. "Not long ago you were insisting on it. Plague, Fist. You would unleash devastation. So what I'd rather give than receive under the circumstances. Now, unless the Empress has a whole army hidden here in the city, the 14th can put an end to this uprising. The gods know we've got enough experience when it comes to those. And I admit I am now of a mind to do just that. Fist, get off this ship, Captain. Now." The man stared. "You are threatening me?" "Threatening?" Coltane was pinned spread-eagled to a cross outside Aaron, while Pormqual's army hid behind the city's walls. "I'm sorely tempted, Captain, to nail you to something similar right here and now. A gift for the unbelievers out there, just to remind them that some of us remember the truth. I'm going to draw 3 breaths, and if you're still here when I'm done," the captain scrambled. Korik watched the officer rush down the gangplank, then edge round the heavies in their line. He seemed to be making for the nearest crowd that was rallying at the mouth of a broad street. Had Korik considered, he would have found that array of dark thoughts in his mind, each and every one ready to find voice, to give him the excuses he needed. But he did not consider, and as for excuses, there was, for him, no need at all. He raised his crossbow, loosed the quarrel, watched it strike the captain between the shoulder blades, watched the man sprawl forward, arms flung out to the sides. Tar and others in that front line turned to study him, silent, expressions blank beneath the rims of helms. Smiles voiced a disbelieving laugh. Heavy boots on the gangplank, then Kinib's harsh demand. Who was responsible for that? Korik faced the Fist. "I was, sir. You just murdered a captain of the Untan Palace Guard soldier." "Yes, sir." From Tar, "They're coming back for another try." "Looks like you got him mad, Korik." "Proof enough for me," the half-blood Seti said in a growl as he began reloading his crossbow. As he waited for Keneb to speak, waited for the command to Balm to arrest him. Instead, the Fist said nothing. He turned about and walked back to the Froth Wolf, a hiss from Smiles. "Look out, Korik. Wait till Fid hears about this." "Fid," snapped Sergeant Balm. "What about the adjunct? You're going to get strung up, Korik." "If I am, then I am, but I'd do it all over again." "Bastard wanted us to hand them the Wiccans." Numbed, Keneb stepped back onto the mid-deck. "Wanted us to hand them the Wiccans." Marines and sailors were all looking at him. and the destriant Runthurvian had appeared from below and now approached. Fist Keneb, this night is not proceeding well, is it? Keneb blinked. Destriant, a most grievous breach of discipline. I'm sorry, Keneb cut in. It's clear you misunderstand. Some time ago, the adjunct proclaimed the birth of the Bonehunters. What did she see then? I had but a sense of it, barely a sense. More like a suspicion, but now he shook his head. 3 squads on the jetty, standing their ground, and why? Fist, the threat is perceived and must be answered. We could cast lines and sail out. Instead, here we are. Here they are, ready to bloody the noses of anyone who dares come close, ready to answer blood with blood. Betrayal, destriant, stalks this night like a god right here in Malaz City. He strode past the others, back to the forecastle. That ballista loaded, he demanded. One of the crew nodded. Aye, Fist. Good, they're closing fast. The destriant moved up beside Keneb. Fist, I do not understand. Keneb pulled his attention from the hundreds edging ever closer. But I do. I've seen. We're holding the jetty, and not one damned soldier down there gives a damn about anything else. Why? He thumped the rail. Because we're waiting. We're waiting for the adjunct. Destriant. We're hers. Now. It's done. And the damned empire can rot. The other man's eyes slowly widened at this outburst, and then, with a faint smile, he bowed. As you say, Fist, as you say. Last door down the tenement hall, uppermost floor, typical. The knife edge slipped easily between the door and the frame, lifted the latch. A slow, even push moved the door back, with but the faintest moan from the leather hinges. Fiddler slipped inside, looked round in the gloom. Loud animals snoring and grunts from the cot, a smell of stale beer pervading the turgid air. Moving in the tiniest increments, Fiddler lowered his collection of crossbows to the floor, a procedure taking nearly 30 heartbeats, yet not once did the stentorian notes of slumber pause from the figure on the cot. Unburdened now, Fiddler crept closer, breathing nice and slow until he hovered right above his unsuspecting victim's shaggy head. Then he began whispering in a sing-song voice, Your ghosts, we're back, never to leave you alone, never to give you a moment's rest. Oh yes, dear Braven Tooth, it's me, Fiddler, dead but not gone, a ghost returning to haunt you until your last. The fist came out of nowhere, connecting solidly with Fiddler's midriff. All air driven from him, the sergeant collapsed backward onto the floor, where he curled up round the agony, as Braven Tooth climbed upright. That wasn't funny, Fiddler, he said, looking down. But you? Squirming round down there on the floor. Now that's funny. Shut that mouth, gasped Fiddler, and find me a chair. The master sergeant helped him to his feet. Leaning heavily, Fiddler carefully straightened, the effort punctuated with winces and the hiss of breath between his teeth. You'll live? A nod, and Fiddler managed to step back. All right, I deserved that. Goes without saying, Braven Tooth replied. They faced each other in the darkness for a moment, and then they embraced, and said nothing. A moment later the door swung open behind them. They parted to see Gessler and Stormy, the former carrying 2 bottles of wine, and the latter 3 loaves of bread. Hood's breath, Braven Tooth laughed. The old bastards one and all come home. As Gessler and Stormy set their victuals down on a small table, Fiddler examined the fiddle that had been strapped to his back. No damage beyond the old damage, he was pleased to see. He drew out the bow, looked round as Braven Tooth ignited a lantern, then walked over to a chair and sat down. A moment then all 3 men were staring across at him. I know, Fiddler said. Braven Tooth, you remember the last time I played? That was the last time. It was, and there's been a lot who've fallen since then. Friends? People we grew to love and now miss like holes in the heart. He drew a deep breath, then continued, "It's been waiting inside for a long time. So, my old friends, let's hear some names." Braventooth sat down on the cot, scratching at his beard. "Got a new one for you. A soldier I sent off this very night who got himself killed. Name of Gentua. His friend Mudslinger nearly died himself, but it looks like the lady pulled, and we found him in time to help things along." Fiddler nodded. "Gentua, all right. Gessler. Culp Bodine, and I think Felicin Paran. She had no luck at all, and when good things showed up, rare as that was, well, she didn't know what to do or say." He shrugged. "A person hurts enough inside. All they can do is hurt back. So her as well," he paused, then added. "Pella, Truth, and Coltane, Stormy said, and Duca, and the seventh." Fiddler began tuning the instrument. "Good names, one and all. I'll add a few more. Whiskey Jack, Hedge, Trots, and one more, no name yet, and it's not so bad as that. One more," he grimaced. "Could sound a little rough, no matter how much rosin I use, no matter. Got a sad dirge in my head that needs to come out." "All sad, Fid?" "No, not all. I leave the good memories to you. But I'll give you a whisper every now and then to tell you I know what you're feeling. Now settle down. Pour them cups full, Gessler. This'll take a while, I expect." And he began to play. The heavy door at the top of Rampart Way opened with a squeal, revealing a massive, humped form silhouetted on the threshold. As the adjunct reached the level, the figure stepped back. She strode into the gatehouse, followed by Tamba, then Fist Tene Baralta. Kalam entered the musty room. The air was sweet with the cloying fumes of rum. The assassin paused opposite the keeper. "Lubban." A heavy, rumbling reply. "Kalam Mekar." "Busy night?" "Not everybody uses the door," Lubban replied. Kalam nodded and said nothing more. He continued on, emerging out into the keep's courtyard, tilted flagstones underfoot, the old tower off to the left, the hold itself slightly to his right. The adjunct had already traversed half the length of the concourse. Behind Kalam, the escort of Untan Guard now separated themselves from the group, making for the barracks near the north wall. Kalam squinted up at the murky moon. A faint wind brushed across his face, warm, sultry and dry, plucking at the sweat on his brow. Somewhere overhead, a weather vane squealed momentarily. The assassin set off after the others. 2 claws flanked the keep entrance, not the usual guard. Kalam wondered where the resident Fist and his garrison were this night. Probably in the storehouse cellars, blind, drunk. Hood knows it's where I would be in their boots. Not old Lubban, of course. That hoary hunchback was as old as the rampart gate itself. He'd always been there, as far back as the Emperor's time, and even if rumours were true, back to Mok's rule of the island. As Kalam passed between the 2 assassins, both tilted their hooded heads in his direction. A mocking acknowledgement, he concluded, or something worse. He made no response, continuing on into the broad hallway. Another claw had been awaiting them, and this cowled figure now led them towards the staircase, ascending 2 levels, then down a corridor into an antechamber where Tenne Baralta ordered his red blades to remain, barring his captain, Lostara Yil. The Fist then sent off 2 of his soldiers after a brief whispered set of instructions. The adjunct watched all of this without expression, although Kalam was tempted to call Baralta out on what was obviously an act of pointed independence, as if Tene Baralta was divesting himself and his red blades of any association with the adjunct and the 14th Army. After a moment the claw led them onward, through another portal, into another corridor, then down its length to a set of double doors, not the usual room for official meetings, Kalam knew. This one was smaller, if the approach was any indication, and situated in a quarter of the keep rarely frequented. 2 more claws stood guard at the entrance, and both turned to open the doors. Kalam watched the adjunct stride in, then halt. As did Tamba and Tene Baralta. Beside the assassin, Lostara Yil's breath caught. A tribunal awaited them, and seated opposite them were Empress Laseen, Corbolo Dom, attired as a high fist, and another person Kalam did not recognize. Round-faced and full-featured, corpulent, wearing blue silks, his hair was colourless, cut short and oiled, sleepy eyes regarded the adjunct with an executioner's avarice. The tables were arranged in an inverted T, and 3 chairs waited, their high backs to the newcomers. After a long moment, the adjunct stepped forward, drew out the centre chair, and sat her back straight. Tamba took the chair to Tavore's left. Tene Baralta gestured Lostara Yil to accompany him, and moved off to the far right side, where he stood at attention, facing the Empress. Kalam slowly sighed, then walked to the remaining chair. Sitting down, he settled both gloved hands on the scarred tabletop before him. The oily fat man fixed his gaze on the assassin and leaned forward slightly. Kalam Mekar. Yes? Great pleasure, he murmured, in meeting you at last. Is it? I'm happy for you, whoever you are. Malik Rel, here in what capacity? Kalam asked. Chief Snake? That will be enough from you, the Empress said. Sit if you must, Kalam, but be silent and understand I did not request your presence here this night. Kalam sensed a hidden question in that statement, to which he but shrugged. No, Laseen, I'm not ready to give you anything. Laseen shifted her attention to the commander of the Red Blades. Tene Baralta, I understand you assisted in escorting the adjunct and her retinue through the city. Noble of you, I assume the adjunct did not invite you, nor compel you in any manner. Accordingly, it seems clear that you wish to speak to me on behalf of the Red Blades. The man with the ravaged face bowed, then said, Yes, Empress. Go on. The Red Blades were conscripted by the adjunct in Aran, Empress, whereupon I was made a fist in the 14th Army. I respectfully request that you countermand that order. The Red Blades have ever served the Malazan Empire in an independent capacity, as befitting our unique status, the first and foremost imperial guardians in 7 cities. The Empress nodded. I see no reason not to grant your request, Commander. Does the adjunct wish to make comment? No. Very well. Commander Tene Baralta, the Red Blades can be quartered here in Mock's Hold for the time being. You may leave. The man bowed again, then turning about, he marched from the chamber. His captain followed. The doors closed once more behind them. Laseen fixed her attention on the adjunct. Welcome home, Tavore, she said. Thank you, Empress. The transports in the harbour display the flag of plague. You and I both know that no plague is present among the soldiers of your army. She tilted her head. What am I to make of this attempt at deception? Empress Fist Kenib has evidently concluded that, regardless of Captain Rinag's views, Malaz City is in a state of civil unrest sufficient to make Kenib fear for the well-being of the 14th should the army disembark. After all, I have with me Wiccans, whose loyalty to the Empire, I might add, is beyond reproach. In addition, we have a substantial force of Krundril-burned Tears, who have also served with distinction to land such troops could invite a bloodbath. A bloodbath, adjunct. Laseen's brows rose. Captain Rinag was given specific orders to ensure that the soldiers of the 14th disarm prior to disembarking, thus leaving them at the mercy of an inflamed mob empress. Laseen waved dismissively. Empress, the adjunct continued, I believe there is now the misapprehension, here in the heart of the Empire, that the events commonly known as the Chain of Dogs, and those that followed at Aran, are somehow suspect. She paused, then resumed, I see that Corbolo Dom, who commanded the renegade dogslayers, and who was captured and arrested in Raraku, is once more a free man, and indeed a high fist. Furthermore, the Gistal priest and likely instigator in the slaughter of the Aran army, Malik Rel, now sits as your advisor in these proceedings. Needless to say, I am confused by this. Unless, of course, the Seven Cities rebellion has succeeded beyond its wildest dreams, regardless of my own successes in Seven Cities. My dear Tavore, Laseen said, I admit to some embarrassment on your behalf. You appear to hold to the childish notion that some truths are intransigent and undeniable. Alas, the adult world is never so simple. All truths are malleable, subject, by necessity, to revision. Have you not yet observed, Tavore, that in the minds of the people in this empire, truth is without relevance? It has lost its power. It no longer affects change, and indeed, the very will of the people, born of fear and ignorance, granted, the very will, as I said, can in turn revise those truths, can transform, if you like, the lies of convenience into faith, and that faith in turn is not open to challenge. In challenging, the adjunct said after a moment, one commits treason. The Empress smiled. I see you grow older with every heartbeat, Tavore. Perhaps we might mourn the loss of innocence, but not for long, I'm afraid. The Malazan Empire is at its most precarious moment, and all is uncertain, hovering on the cusp. We have lost Dujek Onam to plague, and his army appears to have vanished entirely, likely also victims of that plague. Events have taken a turn for the worse in Corel. The decimation of 7 cities has struck us a near-mortal blow with respect to our economy, and specifically the harvests. We may find ourselves facing starvation before the subcontinent can recover. It becomes imperative, Tavore, to force a new shape upon our empire. And what empress does this new shape entail? Malik Rel spoke, victims, alas, spilled blood to slacken the thirst, the need. Unfortunate, but no other path presents. All are saddened here. Tavore slowly blinked. You wish me to hand over the Wiccans? And Malik Rel said, the Khundril. Corbulo Dom suddenly leaned forward. One other matter, Tavore Paran. Who in Hood's name are on those catamarans? Soldiers of a people known as the Perish. Why are they here? The Napan demanded, baring his teeth. They have pledged allegiance, High Fist, to the Malazan Empire. The adjunct hesitated, then fixed her gaze once more upon Laseen. Empress, I must speak with you in private. There are matters that belong exclusively to the Empress and her adjunct. Malik Rel hissed, then said, Matters unleashed by an Otataral's sword, you mean? It is as I feared, Empress. She serves another now, and would draw cold iron across the throat of the Malazan Empire. Tavore's expression twisted, unveiling disgust as she looked upon the gistal priest. The Empire has ever refused an immortal patron, Malik Rel. For this reason, more than any other, we have survived, and indeed, grown ever stronger. What are you doing here, priest? Who do you now serve, woman? Malik Rel demanded. I am the adjunct to the Empress. Then you must do as she commands. Give us the Wiccans. Us? Ah, now I see. You were cheated of some of your glory outside Arn. Tell me how long before an arrest writ is issued for Fisblistig, the once commander of the Arn Guard, who defied the order to leave the city. Because of him and him alone, Arndt did not fall. Laseen asked. Were not the Red Blades in Arndt arrested by Blistig Tavore? At Pormquel's command? Please, Empress, we must speak, you and I alone. And Callum saw then in Laseen's eyes something he thought he would never see. A flicker of fear, but it was Corbulo Dom who spoke. Adjunct Tavore, I am now High Fist, and with Dujek's death, I am ranking High Fist. Furthermore, I have assumed the title and responsibilities of First Sword of the Empire, a post sadly vacant since Dasim Ultar's untimely death. Accordingly, I now assume command of the 14th Army. Tavore, Laseen said quietly, it was never the function of an adjunct to command armies. Necessity forced my hand with the rebellion in 7 cities, but that is now over. You have completed all that I asked of you, and I am not blind to your loyalty. It grieves me that this meeting has become so overtly hostile. You are the extension of my will, Tavore, and I do not regret my choice. No, not even now. It seems I must make the details of my will clear to you. I want you at my side once more in Unta. Malik Rel may well possess talents in many areas of administration, but he lacks in others. I need you for those, Tavore. I need you at my side to complement the Gistal priest. You see before you the restructuring of the Imperial High Command. A new First Sword now assumes overall command of the Malazan armies. The time has come, Tavore, to set aside your own sword. Silence from Tavore. No movement, not a single twitch of emotion, as you command, Empress. Beneath his clothes, Kalam felt his skin grow hot, as if close to blistering flames. Sweat ran down his body. He could feel it beading on his face and neck. He stared down at his leather-clad hands, motionless on the worn wood of the tabletop. I am pleased, Laseen said. It will be necessary, Tavore said, for me to return briefly to the docks. I believe Fist Keneb will doubt the veracity of the change of command if informed by anyone but me. A most loyal man, Malik Rel murmured. Yes, he is that, and these perish? Corbelow-Dom demanded. Are they worth the trouble? Will they submit to my authority? I cannot speak for them in that matter, Tavore said tonelessly, but they will not reject any overtures out of hand. As for their prowess, I believe it will suffice, at least in an auxiliary function to our regulars. There is nothing more to them? The adjunct's shrug was careless. They are foreigners, First Sword barbarians. Barbarians sailing the finest warships on the damned ocean. Aye. But Corbelow-Dom, in all his percipience and razor-honed judgment, simply nodded. Another moment of silence, in which so many things could have been said, in which the course of the Malazan Empire could have found firmer footing. Silence. And yet to Callum it seemed he could hear the slamming of doors, the clatter and crunch of portcullis dropping, and he saw hallways, avenues, where the flickering light dimmed, then vanished. If the Empress were to speak, then, with words for the adjunct alone, anything, any overture that did not ring false. Malik Rel said, Adjunct. There is the matter of two Wiccans, a warlock and a witch. Tavore's eyes remained on Laseen, of course. Fortunately, they are ineffectual, a consequence of the trauma they experienced with Coltane's death. Nonetheless, the claw will effect their arrest. The Empress said, It cannot be helped, Tavore. Even with a remnant of their old power, they could unleash slaughter upon the citizens of Malaz City, and that we cannot have. The blood this night belongs to the Wiccans and the Hundral, a statement from the adjunct, devoid of all emotion. It must be so, the Gistal priest murmured, as if struck anew by grief. Tavore Laseen said, Will the Hundral prove recalcitrant in yielding their arms and armour? Do they not number 2,000 or more? A word from me will suffice, the adjunct said. I am greatly relieved, the Empress said with a faint smile, that you now comprehend the necessity of what will occur this night. In the broader scheme of things, Tavore, the sacrifice is modest. It is also clear that the Wiccans have outlived their usefulness. The old covenants with the tribes must be dispensed with, now that 7 cities and its harvest have become so thoroughly disrupted. In other words, we need the Wiccan plains. The herds must be slaughtered, and the earth broken, crops planted. 7 cities has provided us a harsh lesson when it comes to relying upon distant lands for the resources the Empire consumes. In this way, Malik Rel said, spreading his hands, necessity is an economic matter. Yes, that an ignorant and backward people must be eradicated is sad indeed, but alas, inevitable. You would well know of that, Tavore said to him. The Gidorian Falari cult of the Gistal was eradicated in a similar manner by Emperor Kellenved. After all, Presumably you're among the very few survivors from that time. Malik Rel's round, oiled face slowly drained of what little colour it had possessed. The adjunct continued, a very minor note in the imperial histories, difficult to find, I believe, however. Should you peruse the works of Duiker, you will find suitable references. Of course, minor is a relative term, just as, I suppose, this Wiccan pogrom will be seen in later histories. For the Wiccans themselves, of course, it will be anything but minor. Your point, woman? Malik Rel asked. It is useful on occasion to halt upon a path and to turn and walk back some distance. Achieving what? An understanding of motivations gistal. It seems that this is a night of unravelling after all. Covenants, treaties, and memories. This debate, the Empress cut in, can be conducted another time. The mob in the city below will soon turn upon itself if the proper victims are not delivered. Are you ready, adjunct? Callum found he was holding his breath. He could not see Tavore's eyes, but something in Laseen's told him that the adjunct had locked gazes with the Empress, and in that moment something passed between them, and slowly in increments, the eyes of Laseen went flat, strangely colourless. The adjunct rose. I am Empress. Tamba also stood, and before anyone could shift their attention to Kalam, the assassin climbed to his feet. Adjunct, he said in a weary rumble, I will see you out. When you are done that courtesy, the Empress said, please return here. I have never accepted your resignation from the Claw Kalam Mekar, and indeed it is in my mind that worthy promotions are long overdue. The apparent loss of Topper in the Imperial Warren has left vacant the command of the Claw. I can think of no one more deserving of that position. Kalam's brows lifted. And do you imagine, Empress, that I would assume that mantle and just settle back in Unter's West Tower, surrounding myself with whores and sycophants? Do you expect another Topper? Now it was Laseen's turn to speak without inflection. Most certainly not. Kalam Mekar. The entire Claw under my control. Gods who would fall first. Malik, Rel, Corbulo, Dom. And she knows that. She offers that. I can cut the cancers out of the flesh, but first, some Wiccans need to die. And not just Wiccans. Not trusting himself to speak, and not knowing what he might say if he did. Kalam simply bowed to the Empress, then followed Tavore and Tamba as they strode from the chamber, into the corridor. 23 paces to the antechamber, no red blades remained. Where Tavore paused, gesturing to Tamba, who moved past and positioned herself at the far door. The adjunct then shut the one behind them, and faced Kalam. But it was Tamba who spoke. Kalam Mekar, how many hands await us? He looked away. Each hand is trained to work as a unit, both a strength and a flaw. How many? 4 ships moored below. Could be as many as 80. 80? The assassin nodded. You are dead, adjunct. So are you, Tamba. She will not let you get back to the ships, he said, still not meeting their gazes. To do so invites a civil war. No, Tavore said. Kalam frowned, glanced at her. We are leaving the Malazan Empire, and in all likelihood we will never return. He walked to a wall, leaned his back against it, and closed his eyes. Sweat streamed down his face. Don't you understand what she just offered me? I can walk right back into that room and do precisely what she wants me to do, what she needs me to do. She and I will then walk out of there, leaving 2 corpses, their heads sawed off and planted on that damned table. Damn this, Tavore, 80 hands. I understand, the adjunct said. Go then. I will not think less of you, Kalam Mekar. You are of the Malazan Empire. Now serve it. Still, he did not move, not open his eyes. So it means nothing to you now, Tavore. I have other concerns. Explain them. No. Why not? Tamba said,
There is a convergence this night, Kalam, here in Malaz City.
The game is in a frenzy of move and counter-move, and yes, Malik Rel is a participant, although the hand that guides him remains remote unseen. Removing him, as you intend to do, will prove a deadly blow and may well shift the entire balance. It may well save not just the Malazan Empire, but the world itself. How can we object to your desire? And yet, yes, Tamba said, we are asking you, Kalam. Without you we stand no chance at all. 600 assassins. Damn you. He set his head against the wall, unwilling, unable to look upon these two women, to see the need in their eyes. I'm not enough. You have to see that. We all go down, and Malik Rel lives, as you say, Tavore replied. He waited for her to add something more, a final plea. He waited for a new tack from Tamba, but there was only silence. Is it worth it, adjunct? Win this battle, Kalam, or win the war? I'm just one man. Yes. With a shaved knuckle in the hole, his palms itched against the damp leather of his gloves. That Gistal priest holds a grudge. A prolonged one, yes, said Tamba. That and a lust for power. Laseen is desperate. Yes, Kalam, she is. Why not stay right here, the both of you? Wait for me to kill them. Wait, and I will convince the Empress that this pogrom needs to be stopped. Right now, no more blood spilled. There's 600 assassins in the city below. We can crush this madness, scour away this fever. No more blood, Kalam Mekar. Tamba's question stung him, then he shook his head. Ringleaders, nothing more will be required. It is clear that something has not occurred to you, Tamba said. What hasn't? The claw. They are infiltrated extensively. The Gistal priest has not been idle. How do you know this? Silence once more. Kalam rubbed at his face with both hands. Gods below. May I ask you a question? He snorted. Go ahead, Tamba. You once railed at the purging of the old guard. In fact, you came to this very city not so long ago intending to assassinate the Empress. How does she know this? How could she know any of this? Who is she? Go on. You were driven by outrage, by indignation. Your own memories had been proclaimed nothing but lies, and you wanted to defy those revisionists who so sullied all that you valued. You wanted to look into the eyes of the one who decided the bridge burners had to die. You needed to see the truth there, and if you found it, you would act. But she talked you out of it. She wasn't even here. Ah, you knew that then. Well, no matter. Would that alone have stopped you from crossing to Unta, from chasing her down? He shook his head. In any case, where now is your indignation, Kalam Mekar? Coltane of the Crow clan, the Imperial Historian Duca, the 7th Army, and now the Wiccans of the 14th, Fist Temul, Nil, Nether, Gaul of the Kundril burned tears, who threw back Corbolo Dom at Saniman, cheating Corbolo's victory long before Arn. The betrayers are in the throne room. I can make that stay short-lived. You can, and if you so choose, the adjunct and I will die possessing at least that measure of satisfaction. But in dying, so too will many, many others, more than any of us can comprehend. You ask, where is my indignation? But you have the answer before you. It lives within me, and it is ready to kill right now. Killing Malik Rel and Corbolo Dom this night, Tamba said, will not save the Wiccans nor the Kundril, will not prevent war with the Perish, or the destruction of the Wiccan plains. The Empress is indeed desperate, so desperate that she will sacrifice her adjunct in exchange for the slaying of the two betrayers in her midst. But tell me, do you not think Malik Rel understood the essence of Laseen's offer to you? Is that your question? Yes. Corbolo Dom is a fool. Likely he comprehends nothing. The Gistal priest is, unfortunately, not a fool. So he is prepared. Kalam fell silent, although his thoughts continued, following countless tracks. Potentials. Possibilities. He may not know I possess an otataral weapon. The power he can draw upon is elder, Tamba said. So after all we've said here, I may fail. You may, and if I do, then we all lose. Yes. Kalam opened his eyes and found that the adjunct had turned away. Tamba alone faced him, her gold-hued eyes unwavering in their uncanny regard. 600. Tell me this, Tamba, between you and the adjunct, whose life matters more? The reply was immediate. The adjunct's. It seemed that Tavore flinched then, but would not face them. And Kalam asked, between you and me? Yours. Ah, adjunct. Choose, if you will, between yourself and the 14th. What is the purpose of all this? Tavore demanded, her voice ragged. Choose. Fist Keneb has his orders, she said. Kalam slowly closed his eyes once more. Somewhere at the back of his mind, a faint, ever-faint sound. Music, filled with sorrow. Warrens in the city, he said, in a soft voice. Many, seething with power. Quick Ben will be hard-pressed, even if I can get through to him, and there's no chance of using gates. Adjunct, you will need your sword. Otataral out front, and to the rear, strange music, the tune unfamiliar, and yet he knew it. Kalam opened his eyes, even as the adjunct slowly turned. The pain in her gaze was like a blow against his heart. Thank you, she said. The assassin drew a deep breath, then rolled his shoulders. All right, no point in keeping them waiting. Pearl stepped into the chamber. Malik Rel was pacing, and Corbulo Dom had uncorked a bottle of wine and was pouring himself a goblet. The Empress remained in her chair. She wasted no time on small talk. The three are nearing the gate, I see. So Kalam Mekar made his choice, then. A flicker of something like disappointment. Yes, he is out of your way now, Pearl. You bitch offered him the claw, did you? And where would that have left me? He and I have unfinished business, Empress. Do not let that interfere with what must be done. Kalam is the least relevant target. Do you understand me? Get him out of the way, of course, but then complete what is commanded of you. Of course, Empress. When you return, Laseen said with a small smile on her plain features, I have a surprise for you, a pleasant one. I doubt I shall be gone long. It is that overconfidence that I find most irritating in you, Pearl Empress. He is one man. Do you imagine the adjunct helpless? She wields an otataral sword. Pearl, the sorcery by which the claw conduct their ambushes, will not work. This will be brutal. Furthermore, there is Tamba, and she remains to all of us a mystery. I do not want you to return to me at dawn to inform me that success has left 200 dead claws in the streets and alleys below. Pearl bowed. Go, then. Malik Rel turned at that moment. Clawmaster, he said, when the task is done, be sure to dispatch 2 hands to the ship, Froth Wolf, with instructions to kill Neil and Nether. If opportunity arrives thereafter, they are to kill Fist Keneb as well. Pearl frowned. Quick Ben is on that ship. Leave him be, the Empress said. He will not act to defend the targets. His power is an illusion, Malik Rel said dismissively. His title as High Mage is unearned, yet I suspect he enjoys the status, and so will do nothing to reveal the paucity of his talents. Pearl slowly cocked his head. Really, Malik Rel? Send out the commands, Laseen said. The Clawmaster bowed again, then left the chamber. Kalam Mekar. Finally, we can end this. For that, Empress, thank you. They entered the gatehouse at the top of Rampart Way. Laban was a shadow hunched over a small table off to one side. The keeper glanced up, then down again. A large bronze tankard was nestled in his huge, battered hands. Kalam paused. Tilt that back once for us, will you? A nod. Count on it. They moved to the opposite gate. Behind them, Laban said, Mind that last step down there. We will.
And thanks for that, Lubben. They stepped out onto the landing. Below, buildings were burning here and there across the city. Torches scurried back and forth like glowworms in rotted flesh. Faint shouts, screams. Centre docks was a mass of humanity. Marines on the jetty, the adjunct said. Their holding, Tamba noted, as if to reassure Tavore. Gods below, there must be 1,000 or more in that mob. There's barely 3 squads there, adjunct.
She said nothing and began the descent. Tamba followed, and finally, with a last glance at the seething battle at Centre Docks, Callum set off in their wake. Tenebaralta strode into the well-furnished room, paused to look around for a moment, then made his way to a plush, high-backed chair. "By the 7, he said with a loud sigh, "at last we are done with the cold-eyed bitch." He sat down, stretched out his legs. "Pour us some wine, Captain." Lostara Yil approached her commander. "That can wait. Allow me to help you out of your armour, sir." "Good idea. The ghost of my arm pains me so my neck muscles are like twisted bars of iron." She drew the lone gauntlet off his remaining hand and set it on the table, then moved to behind the chair, reached over and unclasped the man's cloak. He half rose, allowing her to pull it away. She folded it carefully and set it on top of a wooden chest near the large cushion-piled bed. Returning to Tenebaralta, she said, "Stand for a moment, sir, if you will. We will remove the chain." Nodding, he straightened. It was awkward, but they finally managed to draw the heavy armour away. She placed it in a heap at the foot of the bed. Baralta's underquilting was damp with sweat, pungent and stained under the arms. She pulled it away, leaving the man bare above the hips. The scars of old burns were livid weals. His muscles had softened with disuse beneath a layer of fat. "High Dinul," Lostara said. "The Empress will not hesitate in seeing you properly mended." "That she will," he said, settling back into the chair. And then, "Lostara Yil, you will not flinch when looking upon me. I have had many thoughts of you and me." Indeed, she moved up behind him yet again and began kneading the rock-hard tension, gripping the muscles to either side of his neck. "Yes, it is, I believe now, meant to be." "Do you recall, sir," she said, "a visit I made long ago now, when on Kalam Mekar's trail, a visit to a garrison keep? I sat at the very same table as the assassin. A deck was unveiled, rather unexpectedly. Death and shadow predominated the field, if my memory serves, and that, I admit, I cannot guarantee. In any case, following your instructions precisely, I later conducted a thorough slaughter of everyone present, after Kalam's departure, of course. You have always followed orders with impressive precision, Lostara Yil." She brought her left hand up along his jawline, stroking softly. "That morning of murder, Commander, remains my greatest regret. They were innocents, one and all. Do not let such errors weigh on you, my love. That is a difficult task, sir, achieving the necessary coldness. You have singular talents in such matters." "I suppose I have," she said, as her palm brushed his mangled lips, then settled there against his mouth, and the knife in her other hand slid into the side of his neck, behind the windpipe, then slashed out and down. Blood flooded against the palm of her hand, along with gurgling sounds and bubbles of escaping air. The body in the chair twitched a few times, then slumped down. Lostara Yil stepped away. She wiped the knife and her hands on the silk bedding. Sheathing the weapon once more, she collected her gloves and walked to the door. She opened it only wide enough to permit her passage through, and to the 2 red blades standing guard outside, she said, "The commander sleeps now. Do not disturb him." The soldiers saluted. Lostara closed the door, then strode down the corridor. "Very well, Cotillion. You were right about him after all." And once again,
The necessary coldness was achieved. Uru Hela was down, screaming and curling up round the spear, transfixing her torso. Swearing, Korik pushed hard with his shield, driving the attackers back until he could step over her. Smiles edged in behind him, grasped the downed soldier by the belt, and pulled Uru Hela back. Another sharper exploded bodies whirling away in sheets of blood, the spray striking Korik's face beneath the helm. He blinked, stinging heat from his eyes, took a mace blow against his shield, then thrust upward from beneath it, the sword point ripping into a groin. The shriek that exploded from the crippled attacker nearly deafened him. He tugged the sword loose. There were shouts behind him, but he could make little sense of them. With Uru Hela out of the fight, and Shortnose getting crippled by a sword through a thigh in the last rush, the front line was desperately thin. Both Galt and Loeb had joined it now. Deadsmell worked on Shortnose's bleeder, and Widdershins was frantically trying to deflect assaults of Mokra, the sorceress attacks seeking to incite confusion and panic, and the squad mage was fast weakening. What in Hood's name was Quick Ben up to? Where was he? Why hadn't he emerged onto the deck of the Froth Wolf? Korik found himself swearing in every language he knew. They couldn't hold, and who was playing that damned music anyway? He fought on, and saw nothing of what was happening behind him, the sliding out of darkness of the enormous wolf-headed catamaran closing on the end of the jetty. The broad platforms scraping outward, thumping down on the solid stone, units of heavily armoured soldiers marching across those platforms, archers among them, long arrows knocked to bowstrings. Korik slashed with his sword, saw some poor Malazan citizen's face split in half, the jaw torn away, a torrent of blood, the white gleam of exposed bone beneath each ear. Then reeling away, eyes filled with disbelief, horror, killing our own gods below our own. A sudden ringing command from Sergeant Balm behind him. Disengage, Marines, disengage. And discipline took hold, that command echoing a hairy master sergeant's bald orders on a drill field years ago. Korik, snarling, lurched back, bringing up his shield to fend off an out-thrust spear. All at once, soldiers were moving past him on either side. A new shield wall clashing closed in front of him. A chorus of screams as arrows whispered into the heaving mob, thudding into flesh. Wheeling away, swords point, dragging, then skipping across the uneven cobbles, Korik staggered back. The Perish. They're here. And that's that. Galt was laughing. Our first real scrap, Sergeant, and it's against Malazans. Well, Balm said, laughing's better than crying. But shut that mouth anyway. As the fighting intensified at the foot of the jetty, the Marines sagged down onto the cobbles or staggered off in search of water, wiping spattered blood from his eyes. Korik looked round, bewildered, numbed. He saw two cloaked figures standing near the plank to the Froth Wolf, the Wiccan Witch and her warlock brother. Korik of the Seti, Nether said. Where is Bottle? No idea, he replied, squinting at the young woman. Somewhere, he nodded towards the city behind him. In there. Nil said, he cannot get back, not through that horde. Korik spat onto the cobbles. He'll find a way, he said. No worries about that, Smiles added, walking up to the half-blood with a water-skin in her hands. Nether spoke. You are all very confident. As Smiles handed Korik the water-skin, she said, Your heart's desire will be fine, is what I'm saying, Nether. He took his rat with him, didn't he? His what? Keeps it tucked in most of the time. It's true, but I seen it out more than once. Enough, Korik growled under his breath. Smile made a face at him. Spoil sport. You two should get back onto the ship, Korik said to Nil and Nether. It's safer there. Any stray arrow. Soldier, Nil cut in. You fight for the Wiccans and for the Kundril-burned tears this night we choose to witness. Fine, just do it from the deck. What's the point of all this if you drop with an arrow through the throat? After a moment the brother and sister both bowed to Coric and the other marines. Then they turned about and made their way back up the plank.
Gods below, I've never seen them bow before to anyone. Mind that last step?
Kalam moved up directly behind the adjunct.
20 steps remained. With 6 left, the assassin murmured, "Slow down and move to your left." She nodded. The 4 moored dromons were off to one side, no guards present on the jetties. Directly ahead, at the foot of Rampart Way, stretched out a concourse.
Opposite the clearing stood 3 imperial buildings, one a blockhouse and gale, another a customs and tithes building, and the third a solid, heavily fortified armory for the city watch. None of the usual guards were present, and the blockhouse was unlit. 7 steps from the bottom, Kalam unsheathed his long knives beneath his rain-cape. The adjunct edged to her left and hesitated. In a blur, Kalam swept past her, leading with his otataral weapon, and launched himself into the air, down, sailing over the last 6 steps. 5 figures seemed to materialize from nothing at the base of Rampart Way. One was crouched in Kalam's path, but twisted away to avoid a crushing collision. The otataral long knife slashed out, the edge biting deep into the claw's neck, dragging free to loose a jet of arterial blood. Landing in a crouch, Kalam parried an attack from his left twice, as the claw closed with a dagger in each hand. Blackened iron flickered between them, the snick of blade catching blade as, pivoting on his inside leg, Kalam dropped lower, lashing out with his other leg to sweep the claw from his feet. The killer landed hard on his left hip. Kalam locked both dagger blades hard against the hilts of his long knives, pushed them to either side, then drove his knee down into the center of the claw's chest. The sternum was punched inward with a sickening crunch, ribs to either side bowing outward. Even as he landed, Kalam threw his weight forward over the downed man, the tip of one of his long knives sinking deep into the claw's right eye socket as he passed. He felt a dagger blade cut through the rain-cape on his back, then skitter along the chain beneath, and then he was out of range, shoulder dipping, rolling back into a crouch and spinning round. The attacker had followed almost as quick, and Kalam grunted as the claw slammed into him. A dagger point plunged through chain links above his left hip, and twisting hard, he felt a shallow opening of his flesh. Then the point struck more chain, and was suddenly snagged. In the midst of this movement, and as the attacker seemed to bounce back from the impact, Kalam far outweighing him, or her, another dagger descended from overhead. An upward stop thrust impaled that arm. The dagger spilled from a spasming hand. Leaving his long knife there, Kalam slashed down against the other arm, severing tendons below the elbow. He then dropped that weapon as well, left hand inverting as it snapped up to grasp the front of the claw's jerkin, his other hand closing on a handful down at the killer's crotch, male, and Kalam heaved the figure upward. Over his left shoulder, then, spinning round, he hammered the claw headfirst onto the pavistones. Skull and entire head seemed to vanish within folds of hood and cloak. White matter spattered out. Releasing the flopping body, Kalam collected both long knives, then turned to face the last 2 of the hand. Both were already down. The adjunct stood above one, her sword out and slick with blood. Timbre appeared to have closed to hand with the other claw, somehow breaking the man's neck, even as he plunged both daggers into her. Kalam stared as she tugged the weapons free, lower right shoulder, just beneath a clavicle, and her right waist, and flung them aside as if they were mere slivers. He met the young woman's eyes, and it seemed the gold flared for a moment before she casually turned away. "Stuff those holes," Kalam said, "or you'll bleed out." "Never mind me," she replied. "Where to now?" There was anguish on the adjunct's face as she looked upon her lover, and it seemed she was struggling not to reach out. Kalam collected his other long knife. Where to now, Tamba? Ambushes set for every direct approach to center docks. Let's force them to pull up and move to intercept us. West adjunct, deeper into the city. We then swing south and keep going right through center district, then take one of the inland bridges across to the Mouse. I know that area well, and if we get that far, we head to the shoreline and back up north again. If necessary, we can steal a fisher boat and scull our way over to the Froth Wolf. Presumably we are being observed right now, the adjunct said. Kalam nodded. And they understand that their sorcery will fail them. I, forcing them to be more
direct. Before too long, Kalam said. More than one hand will have to come at us at once. That's when we're in real trouble. A faint smile. Kalam faced Tamba again. We have to move fast. I can keep up. Why didn't you use your sword on that fool? He was too close to the adjunct. I got him from behind, but he was skilled enough to strike anyway. Damn, talk about a bad start. Well, neither wound looks like much of a bleeder. We should get going.
As they set out westward, the cliff face of the promontory to their right, the adjunct said, Do most grown men bounce off when they run into you? Kalam Mekar? Quick always said, I was the densest man he ever knew. A hand has broken cover, Tamba said. They're moving parallel to us. Kalam glanced to his left, seeing nothing. No one. How does she know that? Do I doubt her? Not for a moment. Are they converging on our path? Not yet. More official buildings, and then the first of the major estates of the Lightings district. No marauding riots up here, narrowly. At least we've got the streets to ourselves, he muttered. More or less, there are but 3 gates leading down to old upper estates, the adjunct said after a moment, and we are fast coming opposite the last of them. Any further west, and it's all wall and ever higher drop the farther we go. But there's an old estate, abandoned for years and hopefully still empty. There's a way down, and if we're lucky the Claw don't know about it. Another hand's just come up through the last gate, Tamba said. They're linking up with the other one. Just the 2 here in Lightings? So far. Are you sure? She glanced across at him. I have a keen sense of smell. Kalam Mekar. Smell? I didn't know claw assassins have stopped bathing. Not that kind of smell. Aggression and fear. Fear. There's only the 3 of us, for Hood's sake, and one of them is you, Kalam. Even so, they all want to be the hand that takes you down. They will compete for that honor. Idiots. He gestured ahead. That one with the high walls. I see no lights. The gate is ajar, the adjunct said as they drew closer. Never mind that, Tamba said. Here they come. All 3 spun round. The deadening effect of the adjunct's unsheathed sword was far more efficacious than that of Kalam's long knife, and its range was revealed as, 30 paces up the street, 10 cloaked figures shimmered into existence. "Take cover!" Kalam hissed, ducking down. Silvery quarrels flashed, barbed heads flickering in the faint moonlight as they corkscrewed in flight. Multiple impacts on the moss-stained wall behind them. Straightening, Kalam cursed to see Tamba rushing the killers. "There's 10 of them, you fool!" He raced forward. 5 paces from the fast-closing claws, Tamba drew her sword. There was an old saying that for all the terror waiting in the gloved hands of an assassin, it was as nothing against a professional soldier. Tamba did not even slow down, her blade weaving to either side in a blur. Bodies sprawled in her wake, blood splashing out, knives clattering on the cobbles. A dagger hissed through the air, caught the woman on the right side of her chest, sinking deep. She ignored it. Kalam's eyes widened as he saw a severed head tumble away from what seemed the lightest slash of Tamba's longsword, and then he joined the fight. 2 claws had darted past, out of Tamba's reach, and set off towards the adjunct. Kalam shifted to come at them from their left. The nearer one leapt into his path, seeking to hold Kalam long enough for the other killer to close on Tavore. A dancing flurry of parries from the claw had begun even before Kalam engaged with his own weapons, and he recognized that form. The web. "Gods below, you fool," he said in a snarl as he reached both long knives into the skein of parries, feinted with minute jabs, then breaking his timing, evaded the knife blades as they snapped across and neatly impaled both hands. The man screamed as Kalam closed in, pushing both stuck hands out to the sides, and head-butted him. Hooded head snapped back and met the point of Kalam's right hand long knife as it completed its disengage to come up behind the claw. A grating crunch as the point drove up into the base of his brain. Even as he crumpled, Kalam was stepping over him, into the wake of the last killer. The adjunct watched calmly as the claw launched himself at her. Her stop thrust took him in the cup of his throat, between the breastbones, the heavy blade punching through windpipe, then spine and out the back, stretching but not cutting the cloak. The claw had thrown both daggers a heartbeat before spitting himself on the sword, and the adjunct had lithely evaded both as she turned her body sideways in extending the stop thrust. Kalam slowed down, turned round to see Tamba walking back towards them.
8 dead claws. Damned impressive.
Even if it took a knife in the lung to do it. There was frothy blood trickling onto Tamba's chin. She had pulled out the knife, and more blood soaked her tunic. Yet her strides were steady. Through the gate, then, Kalam said. They entered the courtyard, overgrown, filled with rubbish. A fountain commanded the centre, the pool entirely sheathed in gleaming algae. Insects rose from it in a cloud that spun and whirled towards them. Kalam pointed with one weapon to the far wall. That old well. There was once a natural cistern in the limestone under all of this. Some enterprising thief broke into it from below, stole an entire fortune from the family living here, left them destitute. This was long ago that hoard of wealth bankrolled Kellanved's early ventures in piracy on the lanes between here and the Napan Isles. The adjunct glanced over. Kellanved was the enterprising thief. More likely, dancer. The estate was Mock's family, and, accordingly, the hoard was takings from 20 years of piracy. Not long after, Kellanved usurped Mock and annexed the whole island, birth of the Malazan Empire. Among the few who know about it, this is called the Well of Plenty. A cough from Tamba, and she spat out a gout of blood. Kalam eyed her in the gloom. That perfect face had grown very pale. He faced the well once more. "I'll go first. The drop is about 2.5 man heights, if you can. Use the side walls to work your way down as far as possible. Adjunct, do you hear music?" "Yes." Faint. Nodding, Kalam vaulted onto the lip of the well, then worked his way down. "Not just me, then, Fiddler. You're breaking my heart. 4 hands, weapons out, hooded eyes scanning in every direction. Pearl stood above a body. The poor man's head had been driven into the street, hard enough to turn it into pulp, to push the jaw and the base of the skull into the column of the neck between the shoulders, chewing the spine into a coiled, splintered mess. That was the one thing about Kalam Mecca that one tended to forget, or even more erroneously, disregard. The bastard's animal strength. Westward, one of his lieutenants said in a whisper, along lightings, likely to the last gate. "They will seek to circle round, pulling loose our established ambushes." "Not all of them," Pearl murmured. "I did not for a moment believe he would attempt the direct route. In fact, he's about to run into the bulk of my small army." The lieutenant actually chuckled. Pearl faced him, stared for a long moment, then said, "Take 2 hands and trail him. Don't close, just get in sight every now and then. Push them onward. They'll turn and ambush us, Clawmaster. Probably. Enjoy your evening now, go. An evil snicker would have been worse, but the chuckle was bad enough. Pearl drew back the left sleeve of his loose silk shirt. The head of the quarrel set in the wrist-strapped crossbow was sheathed in thick wax, easily pulled off when the time was propitious. In the meantime, he would not risk any possible contact with the parrot smeared on the head's edges. No, this taste is for you, Kalam. You've eliminated sorcery after all. So you leave me little choice, and no, I do not care about the code. He rolled the sleeve back down, looked over at his two chosen hands, his favoured elite assassins. Not one of them a mage. Theirs was the most direct kind of talent. Tall, well-muscled, a match for Kalam's brawn, we position ourselves south of Admiral Bridge at the edge of the Mouse. One spoke, "You believe they will get that far, Clawmaster?" Pearl simply turned away. "Let's go." Kalam edged down the low, narrow tunnel. He could see the brush of the garden disguising the cave mouth ahead. There were broken branches among it, and the air stank of bile and blood. What's this then? Weapons out. He drew closer, came to the threshold. There had been a hand positioned around the tunnel entrance. 5 corpses, limbs sprawled. Kalam pushed through the brush. They had been cut to pieces, arms broken, legs snapped, blood everywhere, still dripping from some low branches on the tree commanding the abandoned orchard. 2 had been cleanly eviscerated, their intestines tumbled out, trailing across the leaf-littered ground like bloated worms. Movement behind him, and he turned. The adjunct and Tamba pushed their way into the clearing. "That was fast," Tavore said in a whisper. "Not me, adjunct. I'm sorry, I realize that. We have friends, it seems." "Don't count on it," Kalam said. "This has the look of vendetta. Someone or ones took out a whole lot of anger on these poor bastards. I don't think it has anything to do with us. As you said, the Claw is a compromised organization. Have they turned on themselves? Certainly looks that way. Still in our favor, Kalam." "Well," he muttered after a moment, "that's not as important as the revelation that taking the long way round was anticipated. We've real trouble ahead, adjunct." "There are sounds," Tamba said. "From the top of the well, I think." "Hands. 2. Fast," said Kalam, baring his teeth. "They want to flush us forward to Hood with that. Stay here, you two." He set off back into the tunnel. "Top of the well, meaning you've got to come down, one at a time. You were impatient fools, and now it's going to cost you." Reaching the cistern, he saw the first set of moccasined feet appear, dangling from the hole in the ceiling. Kalam moved closer. The claw dropped, landed lightly, and died with a knife blade through an eye socket. Kalam tugged his weapon free and pulled the slumping corpse to one side. Looking up, he waited for the next one. Then he heard, echoing down, a voice. Gathered round the well, the 2 hands hesitated, looking down into the darkness. "The lieutenant said he'd call up," one of them hissed. "I don't hear a thing down there." There then came a faint call, 3 fast clicks, a recognized signal. The assassins relaxed. "Was checking out the entrance, I guess. Kalam must have got past the ambush in the orchard. They say he's the meanest claw there ever was. Not even Dancer wanted to mess with him. Enough of that. Go on, Stirtho, get down there and give the lieutenant company, and be sure to wipe up the puddle around his feet while you're at it. Wouldn't want any of us to slip." The one named Stirtho clambered onto the well. A short time later, Kalam emerged from the tunnel mouth. Tamba, sitting with her back to a tree, looked up, then nodded and began to rise. Blood had pooled in her lap and now streaked down onto her thighs. "Which way ahead, the adjunct?" asked Kalam. "We follow the old orchard wall west until we hit Raven Hill Road, then straight south to the hill itself. It's a wide track, with plenty of barred or barricaded alleys. We'll skirt the hill on the east side, along the old city wall, and then across Admiral Bridge. Kalam hesitated, then said, "We've got to move fast at a run, never straight, but never stopping either. Now there's mobs out there, thugs looking for trouble. We need to avoid getting snagged up by those, so when I say we move fast and keep moving, that's exactly what I mean." "Tamba, I can keep up." "Listen, I said I can keep up. You shouldn't even be conscious. Damn you." She hefted her sword. "Let's go find the next ambush, shall we?" Tears glistened beneath Stormy's eyes as the sorrow-filled music born of strings filled the small room, and names and faces slowly resolved, one after another, in the minds of the 4 soldiers as the candles guttered down. Muted from the streets of the city outside, there rose and fell the sounds of fighting, of dying, a chorus like the accumulated voices of history, of human failure and its echoes reaching them from every place in this world. Fiddlers struggled to evade the grim monotony of a dirge, forced hesitation into the music, a seeking of hope and faith, and the solid meaning of friendship, not just with those who had fallen, but with the 3 other men in the room. But it was a struggle he knew he was losing. It seemed so easy for so many people to divide war from peace, to confine their definitions to the unambivalent, marching soldiers, pitched battles and slaughter. Locked armories, treaties, fate and city gates opened wide. But Fiddler knew that suffering thrived in both realms of existence. He'd witnessed too many faces of the poor, ancient crones and babes in a mother's arms, figures lying motionless on the roadside or in the gutters of streets, where the sewage flowed unceasing like rivers gathering their spent souls. And he had come to a conviction, lodged like an iron nail in his heart, and with its burning, searing realization, he could no longer look upon things the way he used to. He could no longer walk and see what he saw with a neatly partitioned mind, replete with its host of judgments, that critical act of moral relativity. This is less, that is more. The truth in his heart was this: he no longer believed in peace. It did not exist except as an ideal to which endless lofty words paid service, a litany offering up the delusion that the absence of overt violence was sufficient in itself, was proof that one was better than the other. There was no dichotomy between war and peace, no true opposition except in their particular expressions of a ubiquitous inequity. Suffering was all-pervasive. Children starved at the feet of wealthy lords, no matter how secure and unchallenged their rule. There was too much compassion within him. He knew that, for he could feel the pain, the helplessness, the invitation to despair, and from that despair came the desire, the need to disengage, to throw up his hands and simply walk away, turn his back on all that he saw, all that he knew. If he could do nothing, then, damn it, he would see nothing. What other choice was there? And so we weep for the fallen. We weep for those yet to fall. And in war the screams are loud and harsh, and in peace the wail is so drawn out we tell ourselves we hear nothing. And so this music is a lament, and I am doomed to hear its bittersweet notes for a lifetime. Show me a God that does not demand mortal suffering. Show me a God that celebrates diversity, a celebration that embraces even non-believers and is not threatened by them. Show me a God who understands the meaning of peace. In life, not in death. Stop, Gessler said in a grating voice. Blinking, Fiddler lowered the instrument. What? You cannot end with such anger, Fid. Please, anger. I am sorry. He would have spoken that aloud, but suddenly he could not. His gaze lowered, and he found himself studying the littered floor at his feet. Someone, in passing, perhaps Fiddler himself, had inadvertently stepped on a cockroach. Half crushed, smeared into the warped wood, its legs kicked feebly. He stared at it in fascination. Dear creature, do you now curse an indifferent God? You're right, he said. I can't end it there. He raised the fiddle again. Here's a different song for you, one of the few I've actually learned from Cuttle. It's called the Parrot's Dance.
He rested the bow on the strings, then began, wild, frantic, amusing. Its final notes recounted the triumphant female eating her lover. And even without words, the details of that closing flourish could not be mistaken. The four men laughed, then fell silent once more. It could have been worse, Bottle reflected as he hurried along the dark alley. A gaoler could have reached in to the left instead of to the right, there under his shirt, pulling out not a doll but a live rat, who would probably have bitten her, since that was what it seemed Gatan liked to do most. Would their subsequent conversation have taken another track, he wondered? Probably. The alleys of the Mouse twisted and turned, narrow and choking and unlit, and stumbling over a body in the gloom was not nearly as uncommon as one would like. But not 5 bodies. Heart-pounding, Bottle halted in his tracks. The stench of death engulfed him, bile and blood. 5 corpses, all clothed in black, hooded. They appeared to have been cut to pieces, perhaps only moments earlier. He heard screams erupt from a street nearby, cries filled with terror. Gods, what's out there? He contemplated releasing Wigaton, then decided against it. He would need the rat's eyes later. He was certain of it, and risking the creature now invited potential disaster. Besides, I'm not far from my destination, I think, I hope. He picked his way gingerly past the bodies, approached the alley mouth beyond. Whatever had elicited the shrieks had gone another way, although Bottle saw a few running figures flash past, heading towards the docks. Reaching the street, he turned right and set off in the same direction, until he came opposite the entrance to a tavern. Saddle-backed stairs leading down, the prickle of sweat stole over his body. In here. Thank you, Agala. Bottle made his way down the steps, pushed through the doorway, and entered Coop's Hanged Man Inn. The cramped, low-ceilinged den was crowded, yet strangely quiet. Pale faces turned in his direction, hard eyes fixing on him as he paused just inside the threshold, looking round. Damned veterans. Well, at least you're not all out there. Trying to kill Marine's Bottle made his way to the bar. Beneath the folds of his cloak he felt the doll move slightly, a limb twitching the right arm, and then he saw a figure before him facing in the other direction. Broad back and shoulders, lifting a tankard with his right hand as he leaned on the counter. The ragged sleeve on that arm slipped down, revealing a skein of scars. Bottle reached the man, tapped him on the shoulder. A slow turn, eyes dark as cold forges. "You're the one called foreigner." The man frowned. "Not many call me that, and you're not one of them." "I have a message to deliver," Bottle said. "From who?" "I can't say. Not here, anyway." "What's the message? Your long wait is at an end." The faintest gleam in those eyes, as of embers fanned to life once more. "Is that it?" Bottle nodded. "If there's things you need to gather up, I can wait here for you. But not for long. We need to move fast." Foreigner turned his head, called out to a huge figure behind the bar who had just driven a spigot into a cask. "Temper!" The older man looked over. "Keep an eye on this one," Foreigner said, "until I'm back. You want me to tie him up? Knock him senseless? No. Just make sure he stays breathing." "He's safe enough in here," Temper replied, stepping closer, his eyes on Bottle. "We know the 14th did well, soldier. That's why we're all in here and not out there." Foreigner's regard seemed to undergo some subtle alteration as he looked upon Bottle once more. "Ah," he said under his breath, "now it's making more sense. Wait, I won't be long." Bottle watched the man push his way through the crowd. Then he glanced back at Temper. "He got a real name?" "I'm sure of it," Temper replied, turning away. 3 shadows huddled round a table in the far corner. They hadn't been there a moment earlier. Sergeant Hellian was sure of that. Maybe. They didn't look to be drinking anything, which was suspicious enough,
and those black murky heads drawn together whispered of conspiracy, nefarious plans, malicious intentions. But if they were speaking, she could hear nothing of it, and the gloom was such that she could not see their mouths move. Assuming they had mouths, the whore at the other table was playing a game of troughs with no one. Hellian leaned closer to her prisoner. This place is strange, if you ask me. Brows lifted marginally. Really wraiths and ghosts, one haggardly whore and a demon behind the bar. Watch who you're callin' haggardly, the woman growled as black round stones bounced in the trough of their own accord. She scowled at the result and muttered, You're cheating, aren't you? I swear it, and I meant what I said. If I catch you at it, Hormel, I'm buying a candle with your name on it. Hellian looked over at the bar. The demonic owner, back into his scrawny, puny shape, was moving back and forth behind the counter, only his head visible. He seemed to be eating wedges of some kind of yellow fruit, his face twisting as he sucked all the juice from each wedge, then flung the rind over a shoulder. Back and forth, wedge after wedge. So who let him loose? She demanded. Ain't there supposed to be some master nearby? Don't they get summoned and then bound?
You're a priest. You're supposed to know about this stuff. It so happens that I do, Banashar replied. And yes, normally it's how you described. He rubbed at his face, then continued. Here's my guess, Sergeant. Was Kellenveed himself conjured this demon, probably as a bodyguard or Ian a bouncer. Then he left, and the demon took over the business. Ridiculous. What do demons know about running a business? You're lying.
Now drink up, suspect, and then we'll have one more and then we leave this madhouse. How can I convince you, Sergeant? I need to get to Mock's Hold. The fate of the world depends on it. Ha! That's a good one. Let me tell you about the fate of the world. Hey, barkeep, you head more ale. Damn you. Look at them shadows. Suspect they're what it's all about. Hidden behind every scene, behind every throne, behind every bathtub. Making plans, and nothing but plans and plans, while the rest of us, we go down the drain, choking along, leaking lead pipes, and out into the swill, where we drown. Counting coin, that's what they do. Coin we can't e'en see, but it's how they measure us. The scales. I mean, a sliver in the dish, a soul in the other one. Evened out, you see. What's the fate o' the world? Suspect? She made a gesture with her hand, index finger corkscrewing, spiraling round and round, then downward.
With them in charge, it's all going down. And the joke on 'em is this, they're going with it. Listen, woman, those are wraiths, creatures of shadow. They're not making plans. They're not counting coins. They're just hanging around. As if on cue, the three shadows rose. Chairs, audibly scraping back, drew cloaks tight, hooded faces hidden in darkness, then filed out the door. Hellian snorted. The barkeep arrived with another pitcher.
All right, sighed Banashar, closing his eyes. Arrest me, throw me in some dungeon, let me rot with the worms and rats. You're absolutely right, Sergeant. Head first down the drain here. Let me top you up. Now you're talking, suspect. Callum's forearm hammered into the claw's veiled face, shattering the nose and driving the head against the wall. Bone collapsed with a crunch, and the attacker slumped.
Spinning round, Kalam made his way quickly along the wall of the building, tracked by a half-dozen crossbow quarrels that struck the bricks with snaps and sounds of splintering. He could hear weapons clashing in the alley ahead, and to his right, where the adjunct and timbre had retreated under a fusillade of missiles from across the street, they had been shepherded into an ambush. 3 hands were rushing to close the trap. Swearing, Kalam reached the mouth of the alley. A quick glance revealed the 2 women locked in a vicious close-in battle with 4 assassins, and in that momentary glance, one of those 4 fell to Tambre's sword. Kalam turned his back on that fight, preparing to meet the hands approaching from the street. Daggers flickered through the air towards him. He threw himself down and to the right, regaining his feet in time to meet the first 4 claws. a flurry of parries, as Kalam worked his way further right, pulling himself beyond the range of two of the attackers. Long knife lashed out, opening one man's face, and as the man reeled back, Kalam stepped close, impaling the man's left thigh whilst blocking a frenzied attack from the other claw. Pivoting on the first claw's pinned thigh, he twisted behind the man and thrust with his free weapon over his victim's right shoulder, the point tearing into the second attacker's neck. Tugging free the blade impaling the thigh, Callum brought that arm up to lock beneath the first claw's chin, where he flexed hard and with a single savage wrenching motion snapped the man's neck. The one stabbed in the throat had stumbled, his jugular severed and blood spraying through the fingers, grasping futilely at the wound. The last two of the four assassins were coming up fast. Beyond them, Callum saw the other hands were racing for the adjunct and timbre. Snarling his rage, Callum launched himself past the two claws, taking their attacks on his long knives, slamming his foot into the nearer one's right leg, midway between knee and ankle, breaking bones. As the assassin shrieked her pain, the second attacker, seeking to move past her, collided with the falling woman, then lost balance entirely as both feet slid out on spilled blood. Callum's wild sprint struck the first group of claws, charging the adjunct and Tavore. Coming from their left and slightly behind them, his sudden arrival forced a half-dozen attackers to swing round to meet him. Taking counter-attacks with parries, he threw his shoulder into the chest of the nearest claw. The crack of ribs, a whoosh of breath driven from the lungs, and the attacker left his feet, flung backward to foul two claws directly behind him. One of these stumbled too close to Kalam as he surged past, within reach of his left long knife, and the cut he delivered into the victim's neck nearly severed the head. Only two of the remaining four were close enough to spring at him. One came low from the left, the other high from the right. Kalam, slashed across the path of the first attacker, felt his blade scrape along both knives in the claw's hands. He followed that with a knee between the figure's eyes. The second attacker he forced back with a fully extended arm and long knife, and the claw, leaning back in desperation, left both feet planted. Kalam dropped the high feint and cut vertically down through the attacker's stomach to the crotch. The claw squealed as intestines tumbled out between his knees. Tearing his long knife loose, Kalam continued his charge and heard someone closing on him from behind. Dropping into a crouch, Kalam skidded to a halt, then threw himself backward. A dagger sank into his left waist, just beneath the ribcage. The point angled upward, seeking his heart. And then the two assassins collided, Kalam flinging his head back, connecting with the claw's forehead. A second dagger skidded along mail beneath his right arm. Twisting away from the knife impaling him, he spun round and punched his elbow into the side of the claw's head, crushing the cheekbone. The attacker sprawled, losing his grip on the knife in Kalam's side. Gasping, Callum forced himself forward once more. Every motion sent the fierce fire of agony through his chest, but he had no time to pull out the knife, as the last two claws who had turned to meet him now rushed him. But too close together, almost side by side, Callum leapt to his right to take himself beyond the range of one of them. He ducked a horizontal slash, seeking his throat, caught the second knife with an edge-on-bone parry of the claw's forearm, then backhand thrust into the attacker's throat. Even as that victim began pitching forward, Kalam settled his left shoulder against the chest and pushed hard, following the body as it slammed into the other assassin. All three went down, with Kalam on top. The corpse between him and the live claw snagged one of his long knives. Pulling that hand free, Callum stabbed thumb and index finger into the assassin's eyes, hooking with the thumb and pushing ever deeper with the finger, until the bodies ceased spasming. Hearing more fighting from the alley, Callum pushed himself to his feet, paused to ease free the knife in his side, cursing at the blood that gushed in the wake of the blade. He collected the snagged long knife, then staggered into the alley. Only 3 claws remained, and Tamba had engaged 2 of them, driving both back, step by step, into Kalam's path. He moved up, thrust once, then twice, and 2 bodies writhed at his feet. Tamba had already turned and rushed to take the last assassin from behind, crushing the skull with the edge of her sword. One of the claws below heaved to one side, lifting a weapon. Kalam stamped his heel into the assassin's neck. Sudden silence beyond the gasping of breaths. He stared at the 2 women. Tamba was a mass of wounds. Frothy blood was streaming from her nose and mouth, and he saw the shuddering, frantic rise and fall of her chest. Grimacing against his own pain, Kalam turned to study the street he had just left. Bodies moving here and there, but none seemed inclined to renew the fight. The adjunct moved up beside him. Blood had splashed her face, mingling with grimy sweat. "Kalam Mekar! I watch you, it seems." She shook her head. "It seems you move faster than them, and for all their training, their skills, they cannot keep up with you." He wiped stinging sweat from his eyes. His hands, clenching the grips of the long knives, ached, but he could not relax them. "It all slows down, adjunct," he said in a rumble. "In my mind, they just slow down." He shook himself, forcing loose the muscles of his back and shoulders. He had managed to stem the bleeding, although he could feel the heat of blood down the outside of his leg, beneath the heavy cloth, forming a glue between the fabric and his skin. He was exhausted, a sour taste on his tongue. "We can't stop," he said. "There's plenty more. We're close to Admiral Bridge. Almost there. There, the Mouse. I hear riots. There's fires there and smoke. Kalam," he nodded.
Confusion. That's good.
He glanced back at Tamba. She was leaning with her back against a wall, sheathed in blood, her eyes closed. Kalam lowered his voice. "Adjunct, she needs healing before it's too late." But Tamba heard, eyes opening, a gleam like tiger eyes, and she straightened. "I'm ready." The adjunct took a half-step towards her lover, then was forced to turn as Tamba moved past her to the alley mouth. Kalam saw the anguish in Tavore's gaze, and he looked away, and saw 30 or more claws shimmer into view, not 40 paces up the street. Shit. Run. They emerged from the alley and set off. Kalam slowed his pace to allow the adjunct past him. Somehow Tamba stayed ahead of them, taking point. There'll be another ambush waiting for us. She'll stumble right into it, behind them. The assassins were in full pursuit, the faster sprinters among them closing the distance. Beyond the sound of soft footfalls, the thump of boots, and a chorus of fierce gasps, it seemed the cobbles beneath them, the buildings to either side, and even the lowering sky overhead, all conspired to close in upon them, upon this desperate scene, deadening the air, making it thicker, muffled. If eyes witnessed, the faces quickly turned away. If there were figures in the alleys they passed, they melted back into the darkness. The street angled westward, now opposite Ravenhill Park. Up ahead, it would link up with another street that bordered the park on the west side, before striking southward to the bridge. As they neared that intersection, Kalam saw Tamba suddenly shift direction, leading them into an alley on the left, and then he saw the reason for the unexpected detour, more hands massing in the intersection and now surging forward. "They're herding us to the bridge. What's waiting for us on the other side?" The alley widened into something like a street just past the first flanking buildings, and directly before them was the low wall encircling the park. Tamba slowed, as if unsure whether to skirt that wall to the left or the right. Then she staggered, lifting her sword as attackers closed in on her from both sides. The adjunct cried out. Blades clashed. A body tumbled to one side, the others swarming round Tamba. Kalam saw 2 knives sink into the woman's torso, yet still she remained on her feet, slashing out with her sword. As Tavore reached them, thrusting her otataral blade into the side of an assassin's head, a savage lateral tug freeing it, the rust-hued weapon hissing into the path of an arm, slicing through flesh and bone, the arm flying away. Kalam saw in the heartbeat before he joined the fight, Tamba reaching out with her free hand to take a claw by the throat, then pull the attacker into the air, pivoting to throw the claw against the stone wall. Even as the figure repeatedly stabbed the woman in the chest, shoulders, and upper arms. Gods below. Kalam arrived like a charging Bedouin, long knives licking out, even as he hammered his weight into one claw, then another, sending both sprawling. There in the gloom, before the wall of Ravenhill Park, a savage frenzy of close-in fighting, a second hand joining what was left of the first, a dozen rapid heartbeats, and it was over. And there was no time to pause, no time for a breath to recover, as quarrels began pounding into the wall. Kalam waved mutely to run along the wall. Westward, and somehow impossibly, Tamba once more took the lead. Screams erupted behind them. But there was no time to look. The wall curved southward, forming one side of the street leading to Admiral Bridge, and there stood the stone span unlit, so buried in shadows that it might have been at the base of a pit. As they drew closer, that sorcery wavered, then died, revealing nothing, no one in sight. "Tamba," Kalam hissed. "Hold up." Whatever had struck in their wake had snared the attention of the pursuing claws, at least for the moment adjunct. "Listen to me. You and Tamba get down into the river. Follow it straight to the harbour." "What about you?" Tavore demanded. "We haven't yet encountered a third of the hands in the city." Adjunct. He nodded towards the mouse.
"They're in there. I plan on leading them a merry chase." He paused, then spat out a mouthful of phlegm and blood. "I can lose them eventually. I know the mouse, Tavore. I'll take to the rooftops. There's no point in splitting up. Yes, Adjunct, there is." Kalam studied Tamba for a moment. "Yes, despite everything, not much longer for you. Tamba agrees with me. She'll get you to the harbour." From the streets and alleys behind them, ominous silence, now closing in. "Go."
The adjunct met his eyes. "Kalam, just go, Tavore." He watched as they moved to the edge of the river, the old sagging stone retaining wall at their feet. Tamba climbed down first. The river was befouled, sluggish and shallow. It would be slow going, but the darkness would hide them. And when they get to the harbour, well, it'll be time to improvise. Kalam adjusted his grips on the long knives. A last glance behind him. Still nothing there. Odd. He fixed his gaze on the bridge. All right. Let's get this over with. Lostara Yil made her way across the concourse, leaving Rampart Way and the bodies at its foot behind her. The sounds of rioting were still distant, coming from the harbour and beyond, while the nearby buildings and estates were silent and unlit, as if she had found herself in a necropolis, a fitting monument to imperial glory. The small figure that stepped out before her was thus all the more startling, and her disquiet only increased upon recognizing him. "Grub," she said, approaching. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you," the boy replied, wiping at a runny nose. "What do you mean?" "I'll take you where you need to go. It's a sad night, but it will be all right, you'll see that one day." With that, he turned around and headed off along the avenue southward. "We don't need to stay on the path, not yet. We can take the first bridge." Lostara Yil, a glance back. "You're very pretty." Suddenly chilled, despite the sultry air, she set off after him. What path? Doesn't matter. Skittering sounds in the shadows off to her left. She closed a hand on her sword. "Something's there." "That's okay," Grub said. "They're my friends. There won't be any trouble, but we should hurry." Before long they reached the bridge leading into Centre District, whereupon Grub angled them westward for a short time before turning south once more. They soon came upon the first of the bodies. Claws, sprawled in small groups at first,
where rats and wild dogs had already come out to feed, and then, as they neared Ravenhill Park, the street was literally filled with corpses. Lostara slowed her pace as she approached the elongated scene of slaughter, heading southward, as if a bladed whirlwind had raced through 100 or more Imperial assassins, and slowly Lostara Yil realized something, as she looked upon one cut-up figure after another, a pattern to the wounds, to their placements, to the smooth precision of every mortal blow. Her chill deepened, stole into her bones. 3 paces ahead, Grubb was humming a Wiccan drover's song. Halfway across Admiral Bridge, Kalam lodged one weapon under an arm and reached for the acorn tucked into the folds of his sash, smooth, warm even through the leather of his tattered glove, as if welcoming and impatient. Ducking into a crouch along one of the low retaining walls on the bridge, Kalam flung the acorn to the pavestones. It cracked, spun in place for a moment, then stilled. "All right, quick," Kalam muttered. "Any time now." In a cabin on the Froth Wolf, a deafened Delat, seated cross-legged on the floor, his eyes closed, flinched at that distant summons. Closer to hand, he could hear more fighting along the harbour front, and he knew the Perish were being pushed back, step by step, battered by sorcery and an ever-growing mass of frenzied attackers. Whilst above decks, Destriant Runthervian was maintaining a barrier against every magical assault on the ship itself. Quick Ben sensed that the man was not exactly hard-pressed, but clearly distracted by something, and so there was a hesitation in him, as if he but awaited a far more taxing calling, a moment that was fast approaching. Well, we got trouble everywhere, don't we just? It would not be easy slipping through the maze of warrens unleashed in the streets of the city this night. Pockets of virulent sorcery wandered here and there, mobile traps eager to deliver agonizing death. And Quick Ben recognized those ruse the path of the sea. Those traps are water, stolen from deep oceans, and retaining that savage pressure, they crush everything they envelop. This is high ruse, and it's damned ugly. Someone out there was waiting for him to make his move, and whoever it was, they wanted Quick Ben to remain precisely where he was, in a cabin on the Froth Wolf. Remain, doing nothing, staying out of the fight. Well, he had unveiled 4 warrens, woven an even dozen sorcerer's spells, all eager to be sprung loose. His hands itched, then burned, as if he was repeatedly dipping them in acid. Kalam's out there, and he needs my help. The High Mage allowed himself the briefest of nods, and the rent of a warren opened before him. He slowly rose to his feet, joints protesting the motion. Gods, I think I'm getting old. Who'd have thought? He drew a deep breath, then, blinking to clear his vision, he lunged forward into the rent, and even as he vanished he heard a soft giggle, then a sibilant voice. "You said you owed me, remember? Well, my dear snake, it's time. 20 heartbeats, 25, 30. Hood's breath, Kalam stared down at the broken acorn. Shit, shit, shit. 40, cursing under his breath, he set off. That's the problem with the shaved knuckle in the hole. Sometimes it doesn't work. So I'm on my own. Well, so be it. I've been getting sick of this life anyway. Murder was overrated, he decided. It achieved nothing, nothing of real value. There wasn't an assassin out there who didn't deserve to have his or her head cut off and stuck on a spike. Skill, talent, opportunity, none of them justified the taking of a life. How many of us, yes, you, how many of you hate what you are? It's not worth it, you know? Hood, take all those blistering egos. Let's flash our pathetic light one last time, then surrender to the darkness. I'm done with this. I'm done. He reached the end of the bridge and paused once more, another backward glance. Well, it ain't burning except here in my mind. Closing the circle, right hedge, trots, whiskey jack, the dark, pitted and broken face of the mouse beckoned. A decayed grin,
destitution and degradation, the misery that haunted so much life. It was, Kalam Makar decided, the right place. The assassin burst into motion, a diagonal sprint, hard and as low to the ground as he could manage, up to the leaning facade of a remnant of some estate wall, surging upward, 1 foot jamming in a cluttered murder hole, dislodging a bird's nest up, forearm, wrapping round the top edge, broken shards of cemented crockery, cutting through the sleeve, puncturing skin, then over 1 foot gaining purchase on the ragged row, launching himself forward, through the air, onto an angled roof that exploded with guano dust as he struck it, scrambling along the incline, 2 long strides taking him to the peak, then down the other side and onto the wild maze. The crackled, disjointed back of the vast mouse claws, crouched and waiting, lunged in from all sides. Big. The biggest assassins Kalam had seen yet, each wielding long knives in both hands, fast like vipers, lashing out. Kalam did not slow down. He needed to push right through them. He needed to keep going. He caught weapons against his own, felt blade edges gouge tracks along his armor, links parting, and 1 point, thrust hard, sank deep into his left thigh, twisting, cutting in an upward motion. Snarling, he writhed in the midst of the flashing weapons, wrapped an arm about the man's face and head. Then, as he pushed through with all his strength, he pulled that head in a twisting wrench, hearing the vertebrae pop. Kalam half-dragged the flopping corpse by its wobbly head into his wake, where he dropped it. A long knife from the right slashed into the side of his head, slicing down to sever his ear. He counter-thrust and felt his weapon skid a long chain. "Hood, take them! Someone used me to make more of me!" Continuing down to the edge, Kalam then launched himself through the air over the gap of an alley. He landed, pitching and rolling, on the flat roof of a sagging tenement, centuries old, the surface beneath him layered with the gravel of broken pottery. Multiple impacts followed, trembling along the rooftop as his hunters came after him. 2, 5, 7, Kalam regained his feet and turned, at bay, as 9 assassins, spread into a half-circle, rushed him. 9 Kalams against 1, hardly. He surged forward, straight ahead to the center of that half-circle. The man before him raised his weapons in alarm, caught by surprise. He managed to parry twice, with 1 long knife, once with the other as he desperately backpedaled, before Kalam's succession of attacks broke through, a blade sinking into the man's chest, impaling his heart, the second one stabbing beneath the jawline, then twisting upward and pushing hard into the brain. Using both jammed weapons, Kalam yanked the man around into the path of 2 more claws. Then he tore free his long knives and charged into one flank of attackers with blinding speed. A blade edge sliced into his left calf from one of the pursuers, not deep enough to slow him down, as he feinted low at the claw closest to him, then thrust high with his other weapon into the eye socket of the man, a step beyond the first assassin. The long knife jammed. Releasing his grip, Kalam dipped a shoulder and flung himself into the midsection of the next attacker. The impact jolted through his bones. This hood-cursed bastard's huge, yet he sank even lower, his freed arm sliding up between the man's legs, up behind. Blades tore down along his back, links popping like ticks on hot stones, and he felt the claws seeking to shift the angle of those weapons, to push them inward, as, legs bunching beneath him, Kalam then heaved the hunter upward off his feet, up, Kalam loosing a roar that tore the lining of his throat, using his weapon hand to grasp the front of the man's shirt, up and over, legs kicking the claw's head pitched forward, colliding with the chest of a pursuing assassin. Both went down. Kalam leapt after them, pounding an elbow into the forehead of the second claw, collapsing it like a melon husk, while he sank his remaining long knife into the back of the first man's neck. A blade jammed into his right thigh, the point bursting through the other side. Kalam twisted fast to pull the weapon from the attacker's hand, drew both legs up as he rolled onto his back, then kicked hard into the claw's belly, sending the figure flying. Another long knife thrust at his face. He flung up a forearm and blocked the weapon, brought his hand round and grasped the claw's wrist, pulled him closer and gutted him with his own long knife, the intestines spilling out to land in Kalam's lap. Scrambling upright, he pulled out the weapon, impaling his thigh, in time to parry a slash with it, then backing away, his slashed and punctured legs almost failing beneath him. He fell into a sustained defense. 3 hunters faced him, with the one he had kicked now regaining his feet, slowly struggling to draw breath. Too much blood loss. Kalam felt himself weakening, if any more hands arrived. He leapt back, almost to the edge of the roof, and threw both long knives, a move unexpected, particularly given the top-heavy imbalance of the weapons, but Kalam had practiced short-range throwing with them year after year. One buried itself deep in the chest of the claw to his right. The other struck the breastbone of the claw on the left with a solid thud and remained in place, quivering. Even as he threw the weapons, Kalam launched himself, bare-handed, at the man in the middle. Caught one forearm in both hands, pushed it back then across the hunter, attempted an upthrust from low with his other long knife, but Kalam kneed it aside. A savage wrench dislocated the arm in his hands. Then he pushed it back up, grinding the dislodged bones into the ruptured socket. The man shrieked. Releasing the arm, he brought both hands up behind the claw's head. Then, leaving his own feet, he drove that head downward, using all of his weight, downward, face first, into the roof. A crunch, a loud crack, and the entire rooftop sagged, explosions of old rotted timber beams, crumbling mortar and plaster. Swearing, Kalam rolled over the man, whose face was buried in the roof, amidst bubbling blood, and saw, through an ever-widening fissure, a darkened room below. He slid himself forward, time to leave. 10 paces away, Pearl stood and watched, shaken, disbelieving. On the slanting rooftop all round him lay bodies, the finest assassins of the Malazan Empire. He cut through them all, just cut through them. And in his heart there was terror, a sensation new to him, filling him with trembling weakness. He watched as Kalam Mekar, streaming blood, weaponless, dragged himself towards that hole in the roof. And Pearl drew back the sleeve of his left arm, extended it, aimed, and released the quarrel. A grunt with the impact, the quarrel sinking deep, just under Kalam's outstretched left arm, even as the man slid forward, down, and vanished from sight.
I am sorry, Kalam Mekar, but you...
I cannot accept your existence. I cannot. He then made his way forward, joined now by the lone survivor of the 2 hands, and collected Kalam's weapons. My trophies. He turned to the claw. Find the others. But what of Kalam? He's finished. Gather the hands here in the mouse. We're paying a visit to the center docks now. If the adjunct makes it that far, well, we have to take her down there. Understood? Clawmaster? Clawmaster? Yes.
It's done, Empress Laseen.
Yes, he's dead by my own hand. I am without an equal in the Malazan Empire. Where would he begin? Malik Rel. Corbelo Dom. Neither of you will see the dawn, I swear it. The other claw spoke from the edge of the hole in the roof. I don't see him, Clawmaster. He's crawling off to die, Pearl said. Cartulian Peralt. The man's head snapped round. Not the snake. The spiders, gods below. I, a most painful, protracted death. And there's not a priest left on the island who can neutralize that poison. 2 weapons clunked on the roof. Pearl looked over. What are you doing? He demanded. The man was staring at him. Enough. How much dishonor will you set at the feet of the claw? I am done with you. And he turned away. Find the adjunct yourself, Pearl. Give her one of your damned spider bites. Pearl raised his right arm. sent a second quarrel flying across the rooftop, striking the man between the shoulder blades. Arms flung out to the sides. The claw toppled. That, regrettably, was White Parrot, much quicker. Now, as he had intended all along, there were no witnesses left, and it was time to gather the remaining hands. He wished it could have been different, all of it. But this was a new Malazan empire, with new rules. Rules I can manage well enough. After all, I have nothing left. No one left. Closing his eyes, Fiddler set down his fiddle. He said nothing, for there was nothing to say. The reprise that had taken him was done. The music had left his hands, had left his mind, his heart. He felt empty inside, his soul riven, lifeless. He had known this was coming, a truth that neither diminished the pain of loss nor intensified it, a burden that was all just one more burden. Screams from the street below, then the sound of a door smashing into kindling. Braven Tooth glanced up, wiped at his eyes. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. Gessler collected the wine jug from the table and slowly refilled the cups. No one had touched the bread. Thumping steps coming up the corridor, scraping, dragging, halting before the Master Sergeant's door. Then a heavy, splintering knock, like claws gouging the wood. Gessler rose and walked over. Fiddler watched as the sergeant opened the door, stood motionless for a long moment, staring at whoever was in the corridor. Then Gessler said, "Stormy, it's for you." The huge man slowly rose as Gessler turned about and walked back to his chair. A shape filled the entrance, broad-shouldered, wearing tattered, dripping furs, a flat face, the skin beetle brown and stretched taut over robust bones, pits for eyes, long arms hanging to the sides. Fiddler's brows rose, a Talan Imas. Stormy cleared his throat. "Legana breed," he said, his voice oddly high. The reply that rasped from the apparition was like the grating of barrow stones. "I have come for my sword, mortal." Gessler collapsed into his chair and collected his cup. A long, wet walk, was it, Breed? The head swiveled with a creak, but the Lan Imas said nothing. Stormy collected the flint sword and walked over to Legana Breed. "You've been scaring a lot of people below," he said. "Sensitive souls, you mortals." The Marine held the sword out horizontally. "Took your time getting out of that portal." Legana Breed grasped it. "Nothing is ever as easy as it seems. Shield Anvil, carry the pain in your heart, and know this, you are far from finished with this world." Fiddler glanced across at Braven Tooth. "Shield Anvil?" The Master Sergeant simply shook his head. Legana Breed was studying the weapon in his skeletal hands. "It's scratched. What?" "Oh, but oh, well. Humour is extinct," the Talanimas said, turning back to the doorway. Gessler suddenly straightened. "A moment, Legana Breed." The creature paused. "Stormy did all that you asked of him. Now we need repayment." Sweat sprang out on Fiddler's skin. "Gessler," the Talanimas faced them again. "Repayment, Shield, Anvil, did not my weapon serve you well?" "Aye, well enough. Then there is no debt." "Not true," Gessler said in a growl. "We saw you take that Tiste Andy head with you. But we told your fellow Talanimas nothing. We kept your secret, Legana Breed, when we could have bargained with it, gotten ourselves right out of that damned mess we were in. There is a debt." Silence from the ancient undead warrior. Then, "What do you demand of me?" Me, Stormy, and Fiddler here, we need an escort back to our ship. It could mean a fight." "There are 4,000 mortals between us and the docks," Legana Breed said. "One and all, driven into madness by chaotic sorcery." "And," Gessler sneered, "are you afraid, Telan Imas?" "Afraid," a declarative statement. Then the head cocked. "Humour. So what's the problem?
The docks. Hesitation then. I just came from there. Fiddler began collecting his gear. With answers like that one, Legana Breed, he said, "You belong in the Marines." He glanced over at Braven Tooth. "Well met, old friend." The Master Sergeant nodded. "And with you, the three of you, sorry about punching you in the gut, Fid. Like Hood you are? I didn't know it was you. To Hood you didn't. All right, I heard you come in, heard cloth against fiddle strings. Smelled Morant munitions, not hard with all that. So you punched me anyway?" Braven Tooth smiled, the particular smile that gave the bastard his name. Legana Breed spoke. "You are all Marines, I," Fiddler said. "Tonight then, I too am a Marine. Let us go kill people." Throatsliter clambered up the gangplank, stumbled down onto the deck. "Fist," he gasped, "we need to call more in. We none of us can hold much longer." "No, soldier," Keneb replied, his gaze fixed on the vicious fighting on the concourse before them, the ever-contracting Perish lines, the ever-growing mass of frenzied attackers pouring in from every street and alley mouth between warehouse buildings. "Don't you see we commit more and we get pulled deeper into this mess? Deeper and deeper until we cannot extricate ourselves. There's too much sorcery out there. Gods below, my head feels ready to explode." He so wanted to explain all of this to the desperate Marine, but that was not what a commander did. Just like the adjunct, you want to gods how you want to, if only to see the understanding in their eyes. But you cannot. All right, so I'm starting to comprehend. Attend Fist Keneb. The warning came from the Destrian. Assassins seeking to penetrate our defences. A hiss from Throatsliter, and he turned, called down to the Marines on the jetty. "Sergeant, get the squads up here. We got claws on the way." Keneb faced Runthervian. "Can you block them?" A slow nod of the suddenly pallid face. "This time, yes, at the last moment, but they are persistent and clever. When they breach, they will appear suddenly all about us. Who is their target, do you know? All of us, I believe." Perhaps, most of all, the Destriant glanced over at Nil and Nether, who stood on the foredeck silent witnesses to the defence. Those two, their power sleeps. For now it cannot be awakened. It is not for us, you see. Not for us. Hood's breath. He turned to see the first Marines arrive. Coric, Tar, Smiles. "Damn you, Fiddler. Where are you?" Then Cuttle and Korab Bilan Thenu Alas. A moment later, Sergeant Balm appeared, followed by Galt and Loeb. "Sergeant, where is your healer? And your mage?" "Used up," the Dalhanese replied. "They're recovering on the Solander, sir." "Very well. I want you to form a cordon around Nil and Nether. The claw will go for them first and foremost." As the soldiers scrambled, he turned to Runthervian and said in a low voice, "I assume you can protect yourself, Destriant." "Yes, I have held myself in abeyance, anticipating such a moment. But what of you, Fist Keneb?" "I doubt I'm important enough." Then something occurred to him, and he called over to the Marines. "Smiles, head down to the first mate's cabin. Warn Quick Ben, and if you can, convince him to get up here." He made his way to the starboard rail, leaned out to study the fighting at the base of the jetty. There were uniformed Malazan soldiers amidst the mob. Now all pretense gone. Armoured, many with shields, others holding back with crossbows, sending one quarrel after another into the line of Perish. The foreign allies had been pushed back almost to the jetty itself. Cuttle was on the foredeck, yelling at the ballista crew. The sapper held a handful of fishing net in one hand and a large round object in the other. A cusser. After a moment, the crew stepped back, and Cuttle set to affixing the munition just behind the head of the oversized dart. Nice thinking. A messy way to clear a space. But there's little choice. Smiles returned, hurried up to Keneb. "Fist, he's not there." "What? He's gone. Very well, never mind. Go join your squad, soldier." From somewhere in Malaz City a bell sounded, the sonorous tones ringing 4 times.
Gods below, is that all? Lieutenant Porres stood beside his captain, staring across the dark water to the mayhem at centre docks. "We're losing, sir," he said. "That's precisely why I made you an officer," kindly replied. "Your extraordinary perceptiveness. And no, Lieutenant, we will not disobey our orders. We remain here." "It's not proper, sir," Porres persisted. "Our allies are dying there. It's not even their fight. What they choose to do is their business. Still not proper, sir. Lieutenant, are you truly that eager to kill fellow Malazans? If so, get out of that armor and you can swim ashore. With Opon's luck, the sharks won't find you, despite my fervent prayers to the contrary. And you'll arrive just in time to get your head lopped off, forcing me to find myself a new lieutenant, which I grant you will not be hard, all things considered. Maybe, Hanfeno. Now there's officer material, to the level of lieutenant, and no higher, of course, almost as thick and pig-headed as you. Now go on, climb out of that armor, so Senny can start laying bets." "Thank you, sir, but I'd rather not." "Very well, but one more complaint from you, Lieutenant, and I'll throw you over the side myself." "Yes, sir. In your armor. Yes, sir, after docking your pay for the loss of equipment. Of course, Captain. And if you keep trying to get the last word here, I think I will kill you outright." "Yes, sir, Lieutenant." Porres clamped his jaws shut and held off for the moment. With barely a whisper, the figure landed on the sundered, pitched rooftop, paused to look round at the sprawl of corpses, then approached a gaping hole near one end. As it neared, another figure seemed to materialize, as if from nowhere, crouched down on one knee above a body lying face down near the breach. A quarrel was buried deep in that body's back, the fletching fashioned of fishbone, the cheek sections of some large sea-dwelling species, pale and semi-translucent. The newcomer swung a ghostly face up to regard the one who approached. "The Clawmaster killed me," the apparition said in a rasp, gesturing to its own body beneath it, "even as I cursed his name with my last breath." "I think? Yes. I think that is why I am still here, not yet ready to walk through Hood's Gate. It is a gift to you. He killed Kalam Mekar with Cartulian Peralt." The ghost turned slightly and gestured to the edge of the hole. "Kalam, he pulled the quarrel loose. No point, of course. It makes no difference since the Peralt's in his blood. But I did not tell Pearl. It's right there, balanced on the very lip. Take it. There is plenty of poison left. Take it. For the Clawmaster." A moment later the ghost was gone. The cloth-wrapped figure crouched down and collected the blood-smeared quarrel in one gloved hand, tucked it into a fold of the sash belt, then straightened and set off. Through skeins of vicious sorcery, the lone figure moved with blinding speed down the street, deftly avoiding every snare, the coruscating pockets of high ruse, the whispering invitations of Mokra, and then into the light-stealing paths of Rashan, where assassins of the Claw had raced along only moments earlier, and onto their trail, fast closing, a dagger in each leather-clad hand. Near the harbour front, the Claws began emerging from their warrens, massing by the score, moments from launching an all-out assault on the foreign soldiers, on everyone aboard the two moored ships. Approaching fast from behind, the figure's movements acquired a fluidity, sinuous, weaving a flow of shadows, and the approach that had been quick transformed into something else, faster than a mortal eye could perceive in this night of gloom and smoke. And then the lone attacker struck the first of the hands. Blood sprayed, sheeted into the air, bodies spun to either side from its path, a whirlwind of death tearing into the ranks. Claws spun round, shouted, screamed, and died. Clawmaster Pearl turned at the sounds. He was positioned over 20 hands from the rearguard. A rearguard now down, writhing or motionless on the cobbles, as someone tore through them. Gods below, a shadow dancer, who, Cotillion, cold terror seized his chest with piercing talons, the god, the patron of assassins, coming for me. In Callum Mekar's name coming for me, he spun round, eyes searching frantically for a bolt hole, to hood with the hands. Pearl pushed his way clear, then ran. An alley, narrow between two warehouses, swallowed in darkness. Moments to go, then he would open his warren, force a rent, plunge through and away. Weapons in his hands now. If I go down, it will be fighting God or no God. Into the alley, embraced by darkness, behind him more screams coming closer. Pearl reached in his mind like a drowning man for his warren. Mokra! Use it! Twist reality. Cut into another warren. Rashan, and then the Imperial, and then... Nothing answered his quest. A ragged gasp burst from Pearl's throat as he sprinted onward, up the alley. Something behind him, right behind, strokes of agony slicing through both Achilles' tendons. Pearl shrieked as the severed ligaments rolled up beneath the skin, stumbled on feet that felt like clods of mud, shifting hopelessly beneath him. Sprawling, refusing to release his weapons, still grasping out for his warren, blade edges licking like tongues of acid, hamstrings, elbows, then he was lifted from the blackened cobbles by a single hand and thrown into a wall. The impact shattered half his face, and as he fell backward, that hand returned, fingers digging in, forcing his head back. Cold iron slashed into his mouth, slicing, severing his tongue. Choking on blood, Pearl twisted his head around. He was grasped again, thrown into the opposite wall, breaking his left arm. Landing on his side, a foot hammered down on the point of his hip, the bone cradle collapsing into a splintered mess beneath it. Gods, the pain sweeping up through his mind, overwhelming him, his warren where, all motion ceased. His attacker was standing over him, crouching down. Pearl could see nothing. Blood filled his eyes, a savage ringing filled his head, nausea rising up his throat, spilling out in racking heaves, streaked with gore from the gouting stub of his tongue. Lostara, my love, come close to the gate, and you will see me walking. A voice, soft and low, cut through it all, brutally clear, brutally close. My final target, you, Pearl. I had planned to make it quick. A long pause in which he heard slow, even breathing, but for Callum Mekar. Something stabbed into his stomach, was pushed deep. I give you back the quarrel that killed him, Pearl. And the figure straightened once more, walked a few paces away, then returned, even as the first horrifying pulses of fire began to sear his veins, gathering behind his eyes. A poison that would keep him alive for as long as possible, feeding his heart with everything it needed, even as vessels throughout his body burst again and again and again. Kalam's long knives, Pearl. You weren't thinking. You cannot open a warren with Otatarl in your hand, and so he and I together, we have killed you. Fitting, fires, God's fire. As Apsalar walked away, continuing up the alley, away from the harbour front, away from everything. A scrawny, shadowy apparition appeared before her near the far end, where the alley reached a side street, just this side of a bridge, leading across the river and into the Mouse. Apsalar halted before it.
Tell Cotillion, I have done as he asked. Shadowthrone made a whispering sound, like sighing, and one almost formless hand emerged from the folds of his ghostly cloak, gripping the silver head of a cane that tapped once on the cobbles. I watched, my dear, your shadow dance. From the foot of Rampart Way and onward I was witness. She said nothing. Shadowthrone resumed, not even Cotillion, not even Cotillion. Still, Apsalar did not speak. The god suddenly giggled.
Too many bad judgments, the poor woman, as we feared. A pause, then another giggle. Tonight, the Clawmaster, and 307 claws, all by your hands, dear lass. I still disbelieve, no matter. She's on her own now. Too bad for her. the barely substantial hooded head cocked slightly. "Ah, yes, Apsalar. We keep our promises. You are free. Go." She held out the two long knives, handles first, a bow and the god-accepted Kalam Mekar's weapons.
Then Apsalar moved past Shadow Throne and walked on. He watched her cross the bridge. Another sigh. A sudden lifting of the cowled head, sniffing the air. Oh, happy news, but for me not yet. First, a modest detour, yes. My what a night. The god began to fade, then wavered, then reformed. Shadow Throne looked down at the long knives in his right hand. Absurd. I must walk, and perforce, quickly. He scurried off, cane rapping on the stones. A short time later, Shadow Throne reached the base of a tower that was not nearly as ruined as it looked, lifted the cane and tapped on the door, waited for a dozen heartbeats, then repeated the effort. The door was yanked open, dark eyes stared down at him, and in them was a growing fury. Now, Obo, Shadow Throne said, this is a courtesy, I assure you. 2 most meddling twins have commandeered the top of your tower. I humbly suggest you oust them in your usual kindly manner. The god then sketched a salute with his cane, turned about and departed. The door slammed shut after 2 strides, and now Shadow Throne began to quicken his pace once more, for one last rendezvous this night, a most precious one. The cane rapped swift as a soldier's drum. Halfway to his destination, the top of Obo's tower erupted in a thunderous fireball that sent pieces of brick and tile flying. Amidst that eruption there came 2 outraged screams. Recovering from his instinctive duck, Shadow Throne murmured, "Most kindly, Obo, most kindly indeed," and the god walked the streets of Malaz City once more with uncharacteristic haste. They moved quickly along the street, keeping to the shadows, 10 paces behind Legana Breed, who walked down the centre, sword tip clattering along the cobbles. The few figures who had crossed their path had hurriedly fled upon sighting the tattered apparition of the Telenimas. Fiddler had given Gessler and Stormy crossbows, both fitted with the sharper-packed grenados, whilst his own weapon held a cusser. They approached a wider street that ran parallel to the harbour front, still south of the bridge leading over to centre docks. Familiar buildings for Fiddler on all sides, yet a surreal quality had come to the air, as if the master hand of some mad artist had lifted every detail into something more profound than it should have been. From the docks came the roar of battle, punctuated with the occasional crackle of Morant munitions. Sharpers, mostly, Cuttle. He's using up my supply. They reached the intersection. Legana Breed paused in the middle, slowly faced the sagging facade of a tavern opposite, where the door slammed open and 2 figures stumbled out. Reeling, negotiating the cobbles beneath them, as if traversing stepping stones across a raging river, one grasping the other by an arm, tugging, pulling, then leaning against him, causing both to stagger. Swearing under his breath, Fiddler headed towards them. "Sergeant Hellian, what in Hood's name are you doing ashore?" Both figures hitched up at the voice, turned, and Hellian's eyes fixed on the Talan Imas. "Fiddler," she said, "you look awful. Over here, you drunken idiot." He waved Gessler and Stormy ahead as he came closer. "Who's that with you?" Hellian turned and regarded the man she held by an arm for what seemed a long time. "Your prisoner," the man said by way of encouragement. "Thaz right." Hellian straightened as she faced Fiddler again. "He's wanted for questioning." "By whom?" "Me, Thazoo." "So's anyway, where's the boat?" Gessler and Stormy were making their way towards the bridge. "Go with them," Fiddler said to Legana Breed, and the Talan Imas set off, feet scraping. The sapper turned back to Hellian. "Stay close. We're heading back to the ships right now." "Good, glad you could make it, Fid, in case this one tries and escapes, right? You got my permission to shoot him down, but only in the foot.
I want answers from him, and I'm going to get 'em. Hellian, Fiddler said, could be we'll need to make a run for it. We can do that. Right, Banash?
Fool? Fiddler muttered. That Smiley's there. The demon doesn't serve regular ale. Any other place. He then shook his head. Come on, you two. Up ahead. Gessler and Stormy had reached the bridge. Crouched low, they moved across its span. Fiddler heard Gessler shout. A cry of surprise and alarm, and all at once both he and Stormy were running, straight for a heaving crowd that loomed up before them. Shit! Fiddler sprinted forward. A winding trench swallowed in gloom, a vein that seemed to run beneath the level where the frenzy of slaughter commanded every street, every alley to either side. The woman behind her coughing gouts of blood as she sloshed along, the adjunct Tavore Paran waded through a turgid stream of sewage. Ever closer to the sounds of fighting at centre docks. It had seemed impossible. The claws had not found them, had not plunged down the rotted brick walls to deliver murder in the foul soup that was Malaz River. Oh, Tavore and Tamba had pushed past enough corpses on their journey, but the only sounds embracing them were the swirl of water, the skittering of rats along the ledges to either side, and the whine of biting insects. That all changed when they reached the edge of the concourse. The concussion of a sharper, startlingly close, then the tumbling of a half-dozen bodies as a section of the retaining wall collapsed directly ahead. More figures sliding down, screaming, weapons waving in the air, and a soldier turned, saw them. As he bellowed his discovery, Tamba pushed past the adjunct. Longsword arced across, diagonally, and cut off the top third of the man's head, helm and bone, white matter spraying out. Then Tamba reached back, closed a bloody hand on the adjunct's cloak, dragged her forward onto the sunken bank of dislodged brick, sand, and gravel. The strength in that grip stunned Tavore as Tamba assailed the slope, dragging the adjunct from her feet, up onto the level of the concourse.
Stumbling onto her knees even as that hand left her, and the sounds of fighting erupted around them. City guard, 3 squads at least, detonations had pushed them to this side of the concourse, and they turned upon the 2 women like rabid wolves. Tavore pushed herself upright, caught a sword thrust reaching for her midsection with a desperate parry, the weapons ringing. She instinctively counterattacked, and felt the tip of her sword tear through chain and gouge the muscles of a shoulder. Her opponent grunted, flinched back. Tavore chopped down onto the knee of his lead leg, cutting in 2 the patella. He shrieked and fell. To her left, Tamba cut, slashed, parried and lunged, and bodies were falling all around her. Even as swords sank into the woman and she staggered, Tavore cried out, twisting to move towards Tamba, and saw less than 20 paces away a score or more claws rushing to join the fray. A sword burst from Tamba's back, between the shoulder blades, and the soldier, gripping the weapon, pushed close to the woman and heaved her from her feet, throwing her backward, where she slid off the length of iron, landing hard on the cobbles, her own sword leaving her hand clattering away. 6 paces between the adjunct and a dozen guards, and behind them, and closing fast, the claws. Tavore backed away. Faces turned to her, faces twisted in blind rage, eyes cold and hard, inhuman. The adjunct raised her sword, both hands on the grip now, took a step back. The guards rushed forward. Then a blinding flash immediately behind them, and that rush became a mass of torn bodies, severed limbs, sheets of blood. The roar of the detonation seemed to ignite in the center of Tavore's skull. The world pitched. She saw night sky, wheeling stars seeming to race outward in all directions, her head cracking on the cobbles, dislodging her helm, and she was on her back, staring up, confused by the tumbling smoke, the red mist, the thundering protest of every muscle and bone in her body. A second explosion lifted her from the cobbles, pounded her back down on a surface suddenly heaved askew.
More blood rained down. Someone skidded up against her, a hand reaching down to rest lightly on her sternum, a face, blurred, looming close. She watched the mouth move but heard nothing. A flash, recognition. Sergeant Fiddler. What? What are you doing? And then she was being dragged along, boots pulling loose at the ends of senseless legs, the right one dislodging left behind. She stared at her cloth-wrapped foot, soaked in river slime and blood. She could now see behind her as the sergeant continued pulling her towards the jetty. 2 more Marines, covering their retreat with strange, oversized crossbows in their hands. But no one was coming after them. They were busy dying beneath a stone sword in the desiccated hands of a Tilan Imas, the creature punched at by virulent sorcery, yet pushing ever forward, killing. What was happening? Where had the Marines come from? She saw another one, struggling with a prisoner. He wasn't trying to escape, however, just stay on his feet. They're drunk, the both of them. Well, on this night, I think I'll let it pass. Oh, Tamba, more figures surrounding them now, bloodied soldiers. The perish. People were shouting, she could see that, but the roaring in her head was unabated, drowning out all else. She half lifted one arm, stared at her gauntleted hand. My sword. Where is my sword? Never mind. Just sleep now, sleep. Grub led her into the alley to where a body was lying, curled up, racked with spasms and voicing a dreadful moaning. As she drew closer, Lostara recognized him. Anguish rose up within her, and she lunged past Grub, fell to her knees. Pearl was covered in wounds, as if he had been systematically tortured, and pain was consuming him. Oh, my love! Grub spoke behind her. The poison has him, Lostara Yill. You must take his life. What? He thought you were dead, the boy continued. He'd given up on everything, except revenge against the adjunct. Who did this? I won't tell you, Grub said. Pearl hungered for vengeance, and vengeance was repaid him. That's all, that's all. Kill him now, Lostara. He can't hear you, he can't see you. There's only the pain. It's the spiders, you see. They breathe the blood of their victims. They need it rich, bright red. And so the venom, it doesn't let go. And then there's the acid in the stomach, leaking out, eating everything up. Numbed, she drew out her knife. Make the heart stop. Yes, there behind and beneath the shoulder blade. Push deep, work the edges, pull it loose. Look how the body stills, how the muscles cease their clenching. It's quiet. Now. He's gone. Come along, there's more, quickly. He set off, and she rose and followed. You've left me. You were there, in Moxhold, but I didn't know you didn't know. Past a tumbled mass of corpses now. Claws. The alley was filled with them. Ahead, centre docks, the clearing. Sudden detonations, rocking the buildings, screams at the alley mouth between warehouses. Grub crouched and waved her down to his side. People were fleeing, those still on their feet, and they were scant few. At least 2 cussers had exploded in the midst of the mobs. Cussers and sharpers, and there a hood-damned Tlan Imas, cutting down the last ones within reach.
Gods, Lostara muttered. There must be 1,000 dead out there.
Yes, but look, you must see this. He pointed to their right, near the river.
What?
Oh! Grub reached out and settled a hand on her forearm, and the scene seemed to somehow shift, a new illumination. It was gathered about a single body, too distant to make out details. Tamba, Grub said. Only you and me can see, so watch, Lostara, watch. The golden glow was coalescing, rising up from the corpse. A faint wind flowed past. Lostara and Grub, familiar now, heady with the scent of savanna grasses, warm and dry. She stayed with us a long time, Grub whispered. She used Tamba a lot. There wasn't any choice. The 14th, it's going to war, and we're going with it. We have to. A figure now stood at a half-crouch over the body, furred, tall, and female. No clothing, no ornamentation of any kind. Lostara saw the Talan Emas, 30 or more paces away, slowly turn to regard the apparition, and then, head bowing, the undead warrior slowly settled onto one knee. "I thought you said we were the only ones who could see Grub." "I was wrong. She has that effect. What is she?" "The Irizal." "Lostara, you must never tell the adjunct. Never." The Red Blade captain scowled. "Another damned secret to keep from her. Just the two," Grub said. "You can do that." Lostara glanced over at the boy. "Two, you said?" Grub nodded. "Her sister. Yes. That one, and this one. 2 secrets never to tell." "That won't be hard," she said, straightening. "I'm not going with them." "Yes, you are. Look at the Erisal." The strange female was lowering her head towards the body of Tamba. "What's she doing?" "Just a kiss on the forehead." "A thank you." The apparition, straightened once more, seemed to sniff the air, then, in a blur, vanished. "Oh," said Grub, yet added nothing. Instead, taking her hand in his. "Lostara, the adjunct, she's lost Tamba now. You need to take that place. I'm done with lovers, male or female." "No, not that. Just at her side. You have to. She cannot do this alone." "Do what?" "We have to go, no, not that way, to the mouse docks." "Grub, they're casting off."
"Never mind that. Come on." Deadsmell pushed Fiddler out of the way and knelt beside the body of the adjunct. He set a hand on her begrimed forehead, then snatched it back. "Hood's breath! She doesn't need me." He backed away, shaking his head. "Damned Ottertarrel, I never could get that, what it does." Tavore's eyes opened. After a moment, she struggled into a sitting position, then accepted Fiddler's hand in helping her to her feet.
The Froth Wolf was edging away from the jetty. The Solander had pulled further out, the oars sweeping and sliding into the water. Blinking, the adjunct looked round, then she turned to Fiddler. "Sergeant, where is Bottle?" "I don't know. He never made it back. Seems we lost Quick Ben, too, and Kalam, at the last name." She flinched. But Fiddler had already known. "The game, adjunct, I have never seen a man fight as he did," she said.
"Him and Pamba, the two of them cutting through an entire city, adjunct? There's signals from the other ships. Where are we going?"
But she turned away.
"Bottle, we have failed, Sergeant. He was to retrieve someone who, it doesn't matter now. We have failed. All of this, all of the fallen this night, for one person? Adjunct, we can wait here in the bay until light, send a detachment into the city, looking, no."
"Admiral Knox's escorts will be ordered to sink the transports. The parish will intervene, and more will die. We must leave. They can chase us down, but they won't find us. The Admiral has assured me of his impending incompetence. So we signal the others to ship their anchors and make sail." "Yes." A shout from one of the crew. Ship closing to starboard. Fiddler followed the adjunct to the rail, where Fist Keneb already stood. A small craft was approaching on an intercept course. A lantern appeared at its bow, flashing. They got passengers to drop off. The lookout called down. The ship came alongside with a crunch and grinding of hulls. Lines were thrown, rope ladders dropped down. Fiddler nodded. Bottle. Then he scowled. "I thought you said one person. The fool's brought a damned score with him." The first to arrive over the rail, however, was Grub, a bright grin. "Hello, father," he said, as Keneb reached out and lifted the boy, setting him on the deck. "I brought Captain Lostara Yill, and Bottles brought lots of people." A stranger then clambered aboard, landing lightly on the deck and pausing, hands on hips, to look round. "A damned mess," he said. As soon as he spoke, Fiddler stepped forward. "Cartharon Crust." "I thought you were
"Nobody here by that name," the man said in a growl, one hand settling on the knife handle jutting from his belt. Fiddler stepped back. More figures were arriving, strangers one and all, the first a huge man, his expression flat, cautious, and on his forearms were scars and old wheals that Fiddler recognized. He was about to speak when Crust, who was not Crust, spoke, adjunct Tavore, right?
"Well, I'm charging you 16 gold imperials for delivering this mob of fools to your ship." "Very well. So get it, because we're not hanging round this damned harbour any longer than we have to." Tavore turned to Keneb. "Fist, go to the Legion pay chest and extract 200 gold imperials." "I said 16, 200, the adjunct repeated. Keneb set off for below. "Captain," the adjunct began, then fell silent.
The figures now climbing aboard were one and all, tall, black-skinned. One, a woman, stood very near the scarred man, and this one now faced the adjunct, and in rough Malazan she said, "My husband has been waiting for you a long time, but don't think I am just letting you take him away. What is to come belongs to us, to the Tiste Edur, as much and perhaps more than it does to you." After a moment the adjunct nodded, then bowed. "Welcome aboard, then. Tiste Edur." 3 small black shapes scrambled over the rail, made immediately for the rigging. "Gods below," Fiddler muttered. "Nachts, I hate those things, mine," the scarred stranger said. "What is your name?" Tavore asked him. "Withal, and this is my wife, Sandalath Drukorlat." Listen in on the conversation. Tavore was speaking. "Pogrom, the Wiccans of your homeland need you both and Temel. Alas, you won't be able to take your horses. The captain's ship is not large enough, but we can crowd every Wiccan aboard. Please, make yourself ready, and for all that you have done for me, thank you both." Nil was the first to descend to the mid-deck. Nether followed a moment later, but made for Bottle, who was slumped into a sitting position, his back to the railing. She glared down at him until, some instinct warning him, he opened his eyes and looked up at her. "When you are done," Nether said, "come back." Then she set off. Bottle stared after her, a dumbfounded expression on his face. Fiddler turned away. Lucky bastard. Or not. He ascended to the forecastle, stared across at Malaz City, fires here and there, smoke and the reek of death. Kalam Mekar, my friend. Farewell. Blood loss, ironically, had kept him alive this far. Blood and poison streaming out from his wounds as he staggered along, almost blind with the agony exploding in his muscles, the hammering of his heart deafening in his skull. And he continued fighting his way. One step, then another, doubling over as the pain clenched suddenly, excruciating in its intensity, before easing a fraction, enough to let him draw breath and force one foot forward yet again, then another. He reached a corner, struggled to lift his head, but fire consumed his eyes. He could make out nothing of the world beyond. This far on instinct, following a map in his head, a map now torn into ribbons by the pain. He was close. He could feel it. Kalam Mekar reached out to steady himself on a wall, but there was no wall, and he toppled, thudded hard onto the cobbles, where, unable to prevent it, his limbs drew inward, and he curled up round the seething, lashing agony. Lost. There should have been a wall, a corner, right there. His map had failed him, and now it was too late. He could feel his legs dying, his arms, his spine, a spear of molten fire. He felt one temple resting on the hard, damp stone. Well, dying was dying. The assassin's art ever turns on its wielder. Nothing in the world could be more just, more proper. 10 paces away, Shadow Throne bared his teeth. "Get up, you fool! You're very nearly there! Get up!" But the body did not stir. Hissing in fury, the god slipped forward. A gesture, and the 3 shadow wraiths in his wake rushed forward, gathered round the motionless form of Kalam Mekar.
One rasped, "He's dead." Shadowthrone snarled, pushed his servants aside, and crouched down. "Not yet," he said after a moment. "But oh so very close." He lurched back a step. "Pick him up, you damned idiots! We're going to drag him." "We?" one asked. "Careful," the god murmured. Then watched as the wraiths reached down, grasped limbs, and lifted the assassin. "Good. Now follow me, and quickly. To the gate," the barrier squealing as Shadowthrone pushed it aside. Onto the rough path, its tilted stones and snarls of dead grass. Mounds to either side, the humps beginning to steam. Dawn's arrival? Hardly. No, the ones within sensed him. The god allowed himself a small, dry laugh, then ducked as it came out louder than he had intended. Approaching the front door, Shadowthrone halted, edged as close as he could to one side of the path, then waved the wraiths forward. "Quickly, drop him there, at the threshold."
"Oh, and here you take his long knives? Back in the sheaths? Yes. Now all of you get out of here and stay on the path. You brainless worms, who are you trying to awaken?" Another step closer to that dark, dew-beaded door. Lifting the cane, a single rap with the silver head. Then the god turned about and hurried down the path, reaching the gate, then spinning round as that door groaned open. A huge armored figure filled the portal, looking down.
Shadowthrone whispered, "Take him, you oaf. Take him, then." With infuriating slowness, the enormous guardian of the deadhouse reached down, collected the assassin by the scruff of the neck, and dragged him across the threshold. The god crouched at the gate, watched as Callum's feet vanished into the gloom. Then the door slammed shut. In time, no way of knowing. Not for a while. My Shadowthrone's collection is most impressive. Yes? And he turned away to see his wraiths fleeing down the street, even as a nearby tavern door thundered open and the god winced, ducking still lower. "Uh-oh, time to leave, I think." A swirl of shadows, and then Shadowthrone was gone. Master Sergeant Braventooth neared the entrance to Coops. Not yet dawn, and the damned night was now quiet as a tomb. He shivered, as if he had just crossed the path of some hoary ghost, passing invisible yet pausing to give him a hungry glance. Coop's door opened and closed, hard, the object of some anger, and Braventooth slowed. An armoured monstrosity ascended into view. Braventooth blinked, then grunted under his breath and approached evening temper. The helmed head turned to him, as if distracted by the Master Sergeant's sudden presence. "Braventooth, what brings you out?" Temper seemed to sniff the air, then glanced across at the old deadhouse. A softly clattering shrug as he said, "Thought I'd take a walk." Braventooth nodded. "I see you dressed appropriately." Both men stepped back as a woman emerged from a nearby alley and came right past them, descended the steps, and vanished into the maw of Coops. Now that was some swaying walk, the Master Sergeant muttered in appreciation. But Temper's attention was on the cobbles, and Braventooth looked down. She'd left footprints, dark red. So, Temper, I suppose we can't hope that's mud now, can we? I think not, Brav. Well, think I'll plant myself in Coops. You done with your walk? A final glance across at the deadhouse, then the huge man nodded. So it seems the two went down into the murky confines of the Hanged Man. An auspicious guest had holed up in Coops this night. Fist Aragon, who'd taken the cramped booth farthest from the door in the darkest corner, where he sat alone, nursing a tankard of ale as bell after bell tolled outside, amidst a distant and sometimes not-so-distant chorus of riotous mayhem. He was not alone in looking up, then holding his gaze fixed in admiration for the unknown black-haired Kanese woman who walked in moments before dawn. He watched from beneath hooded brows as she headed to the bar and ordered Kanese rice wine, forcing Coop to scramble in desperate search before coming up with a dusty, amber-hued glass bottle, in itself worth a small fortune. Moments later, Temper, weighed down in a heap of archaic armour, entered the tavern, followed by Master Sergeant Braventooth, and Aragan hunched down deep in his seat, averting his gaze. No company for him this night. He'd been battling a headache since dusk, and he'd thought it beaten, but suddenly the pounding in his skull returned, redoubled in intensity, and a small groan escaped him. Braventooth tried talking to the woman, but got a knife point pressed beneath his eye for the effort, and the woman then paid for the entire bottle, claimed a room upstairs, and headed up, entirely on her own. And no one followed. The Master Sergeant, swearing, wiped sweat from his face, then roared for ale. Strange goings-on at Coop's, but as always, ale and wine soon muddied the waters, and as for dawn stealing into life outside, well, that belonged to another world, didn't it?
Chapter 20. 4. Draw a breath, a deep breath. Now hold it, my friends. Hold it long for the world drowns. Woo. There were many faces to chaos, to the realm between the realms, and this path they had taken, Taralak Veed reflected, was truly horrific. Defoliated trees rose here and there, broken-fingered branches slowly spinning in the chill, desultory wind, wreaths of smoke drifting across the blasted landscape of mud, and everywhere corpses. Sheathed in clay, limbs jutting from the ground, huddled forms caked and half submerged. In the distance was the flash of sorcery, signs of a battle still underway, but the place where they walked was lifeless, silence like a shroud on all sides, the only sounds tremulously close by, the sob of boots pulling free of the grey slime, the rustle of weapons and armour, and the occasional soft-voiced curse in both Lethiri and Edur. Days of this madness, this brutal reminder of what was possible, the way things could slide down, ever down, until warriors fought without meaning, and lives rushed away to fill muddy pools, cold flesh giving way underfoot. And we march to our own battle, pretending indifference to all that surrounds us. He was no fool. He had been born to a tribe that most called primitive, backward, warrior castes, cults of blood, and ceaseless vendetta. The Graal were without sophistication, driven by shallow desires and baseless convictions, worshippers of violence. Yet, was there not wisdom in imposing rules to keep madness in check, to never go too far in the bloodletting? Taralak Veed realized now that he had absorbed something of civilized ways. Like fever from bad water, his thoughts had been twisted with dreams of annihilation, an entire clan. He'd wanted every person in it killed, preferably by his own hand. Man, woman, child, babe. And then, in a measure of modest tempering, he had imagined a lesser whirlwind of slaughter, one that would give him enough kin over which he could rule, unopposed, free to do with them as he pleased. He would be the male wolf in its prime, commanding with a look in its eye, proving with a simple gesture its absolute domination. None of it made sense any more. Up ahead, the Ida warrior Alarada An called out a rest, and Taralak Veed sank down against the sloped, sodden wall of a trench, stared down at his legs, which seemed to end just beneath his knees, the rest invisible beneath an opaque pool of water reflecting the grey sludge of sky. The dark-skinned Tiste Edur made his way back along the line, halted before the Graal and the Jarg warrior behind him. Sathbaroranga says, "We are close," he said. "He will open the gate soon. We have outstayed our welcome in this realm in any case." "What do you mean?" Taralak asked. "It would not do to be seen here by its inhabitants. True, we would be as apparitions to them, ghostly, simply one more trudging line of soldiers. Even so, such witnessing could create ripples." "Ripples?" Alrada. An shook his head. "I myself am unclear, but our warlock is insistent. This realm is like the nascent. To open the way is to invite devastation." He paused, then said,
I have seen the nascent. Tarelak Veed watched the Edur walk on, halting to speak every now and then with an Edur or Lethery. He commands with honor, Icarium said. He is a fool, the Graal said under his breath. You are harsh in your judgment, Tarelak Veed. He plays at deceit, Slayer, and they are all taken in. But I am not. Can you not see it? He is different from the others. I'm sorry, Icarium said, but I do not see as you do, different. How? Tarelak Veed shrugged. He fades his skin. I can smell the compound he uses. It reminds me of Gothar flowers, which my people use to whiten deer hide. Fades, Icarium slowly straightened and looked back down the line. Then he sighed. Yes, now I see, I have been careless. You have been lost inside yourself, my friend. Yes, it is not good. You must ready yourself. You must remain mindful, Slayer. Do not call me that. This too is inside yourself, this resistance to the truth. Yes, it is a harsh truth, but only a coward would not face it, would turn away and pretend to a more comforting falsehood. Such cowardice is beneath you. Perhaps not, Tarelak Veed. I believe I am indeed a coward, and yet this is the least of my crimes, if all that you say of me is true. Do you doubt me? There is no hunger within me, the Jag said, no lust to kill, and all that you set at my feet, all that you say I have done, I recall nothing of it. So is the nature of your curse, my friend. Would that I could confess, here and now, that I have deceived you. There have been changes in my soul, and now I feel as if we are trapped, doomed to our fate. I have come to know you better than I ever have before, and I grieve for you, Icarium. The pale grey eyes regarded him. You have told me that we have travelled together a long time, that we have made these journeys of the spirit before, and you have been fierce in your zeal, your desire to see me unleashed. Tarelak Veed, if we have been together for many years, what you now say makes no sense. Sweat prickled beneath the Graal's clothes, and he looked away. You claim Alrada Ahan is the deceiver among us. Perhaps it takes a deceiver to know his kin. Unkind words from you, my friend. I no longer believe we are friends. I now suspect you are my keeper, and that I am little more than your weapon. And now you voice words of doubt as to its sharpness, as if through mutual uncertainty we may step closer to one another. But I will take no such step, Tarelak Veed, except back, away from you. Bastard, he has pretended to be oblivious, but all the while he has listened, he has observed, and now closes upon the truth. The weapon is clever. I have been careless, invited into being dismissive, and if my words were themselves weapons, I forgot that this Jag knows how to defend himself, that he possesses centuries of armour. He looked up as Alrada, on, strode past them again, heading for the front of the column. Soon, the warrior reminded them. The journey resumed. Captain Varat Tawan, second to Atripreda Yan Tovis, Twilight, waved his Lethery archers forward. He spat in an effort to get the taste of mud from his mouth, but it was hopeless. The sorcery of the holds had been let loose here in coruscating waves of annihilation. The air stank of it, and in the wind he could hear the echoes of 10,000 soldiers dying, and the mud on his tongue was that of pulverized flesh, gritty with fragments of bone. Yet perhaps there was a kind of gift in all of this, a measure providing perspective. For grim as the Lethery Empire under the rule of the Tiste Edur had become, well, there were still green hills, farms, and blue sky overhead. Children were born to mothers, and joyous tears flowed easy down warm, soft cheeks, the eyes brimming with love. Ah, my darling wife, these memories of you are all that hold me together, all that keep me sane. You and our precious daughter, I will see you again. I promise that. Perhaps soon. Alrada An was once more at the head of the column. Poor man. His facial features gave him away quickly enough to a soldier hailing from Blue Arrows, such as Varat town. An impostor, what were the reasons for such deception? Survival, maybe. That and nothing more. Yet he had heard from Letheri's slaves serving the Tiste Edur there was an ancient enmity between the Edur and the Tiste Andi, and if the Edur knew of the hidden enclaves in Blue Arrows, of their hated dark-skinned kin, well, and so Alarada Arn was among them here, a spy. Varat town wished him success. The Onyx Order had been benign rulers after all, of course, under the present circumstances. The past was an invitation to romantic idealism, even considering that it could not have been worse than now. Another pointless battle awaited them. More Litheri dead. He so wanted Twilight's respect, and this command could prove a true testing ground. Could Varat command well? Could he show that fine balance between ferocity and caution?
Ah, but I have apprenticed myself to the best commander of the Letheri armies since Freda Annutelhebaz, have I not? That thought alone seemed to redouble the pressure he felt. The trench they had been trudging along debouched onto a muddy plain, the surface chewed by horse hoofs and cartwheels and the craters of sorcerous detonations. Here, the reek of rotting flesh hung like a mist.
Gravestones were visible here and there, pitched askew or broken, and there was splintered wood, black with sodden decay, and thin white bones amidst the dead still clothed in flesh. Perhaps half a league away ran a ridge, possibly a raised road, and figures were visible there in a ragged line, marching towards the distant battle, pikes on their backs. Quickly, Sathbara Ranga hissed, hobbling forward. "Stay low, gather round, know there, crouch, you fools, we must leave."
Steth and Aestar, brother and sister, who had shared memories of pain, hands and feet nailed to wood, ravens at their faces, tearing at their eyes, terrible nightmares. The conjurings of creative imaginations, said their mother, Minala, crept forward through the gloom of the fissure, the rocky floor beneath them slick, sharp-edged, treacherous. Neither had yet fought, although both voiced their zeal, for they were still too young, or so mother had decided.
But Steth was 10 years of age, and Aestar his sister was 9, and they wore the armour of the Company of Shadow, weapons at their belts, and they had trained with the others, as hard and diligently as any of them. And somewhere ahead stood their favourite sentinel, guarding the passage. They were sneaking up on him, their favourite game of all, crouching. They drew closer to where he usually stood, and then a grating voice spoke from their left. "You two breathe too loud." Aestar squealed in frustration, jumping up. "It's Steth. I don't breathe at all. I'm just like you." She advanced on the hulking Tilan Imas, who stood with his back to the crevasse wall. Then she flung herself at him, arms wrapping about his midsection. Onrak's dark, empty gaze settled upon her. Then the withered hand, not holding the sword, reached up and gingerly patted her on the head. "You are breathing now," the warrior said, "and you smell like dust and worse." Steth moved 2 paces past Onrak's position and perched himself atop a boulder, squinting into the gloom beyond. "I saw a rat today," he said. "Shot 2 arrows at it. One came close, really close. Climbed down from there," the clan Imas said, prying Aestar's arms from his waist. "You present a target in silhouette." "Nobody's coming any more, Onrak," the boy said, twisting round as the undead warrior approached. "They've given up. We were too nasty for them." Mother was talking about leaving. The arrow took him full on the side of the head, in the temple, punching through bone and spinning the boy round, legs sliding out onto a side of the boulder. Then, with a limp roll, Steth fell to the ground. Aestar began screaming, a piercing cry that rang up and down the fissure as Onrak shoved her behind him and said, "Run back! Stay along a wall! Run!" More arrows hissed down the length of the crevasse, 2 of them thudding into Onrak with puffs of dust. He pulled them loose and dropped them to the floor, striding forward and taking his sword into both hands. Manala's face looked old, drawn with days and nights of fear and worry. The relentless pressure of waiting, of looking upon her adopted children, rank on rank, and seeing naught but soldiers who had learned to kill, who had learned to watch their comrades die, all to defend a vacant throne. Trull Sengar could comprehend the mocking absurdity of this stand. A ghost had claimed the first throne, a thing of shadows so faded from this world even the undead Tlan Imas looked bloated with excess beside it. A ghost, a god, a gauze-thin web-tracing of desire, possessiveness, and nefarious designs. This is what had claimed the seat of power over all the Tlan Imas and would now see it held, blocked against intruders. There were broken Tilan Imas out there somewhere who sought to usurp the first throne, to take its power and gift it to the Crippled God, to the force that now chained all of the Tiste Edur. The Crippled God who had given Rulad a sword riven with a terrible curse. Yet, for that fallen creature, an army of Edur was not enough. An army of Litheri was not enough. No, it wanted the Tilan Imas. And we would stop him, this Crippled God, this pathetic little army of ours. Onrak had promised anger, with the battle that would inevitably come at last, but Trull knew that anger would not be enough, nor what he himself felt, desperation, nor Minala's harsh terror, nor, he now believed, the stolid insensibility of Monarch Ochem and Ibra Golan. That too was doomed to fail. What a menagerie we are! He pulled his gaze from Minala, glanced over to where stood Monarch Ochem, motionless before the arched entranceway leading into the throne room. The bone-caster had not moved in at least 3 cycles of sleeping and waking. The silver-tipped fur on his shoulders shimmered vaguely in the lantern light. Then, as Trull studied the figure, he saw the head cock slightly. Well, a child's shrieking, echoing from up the passage, brought Trull Sengar to his feet. His spear leaned against a wall. Snatching it in one hand, he rushed towards the cries. Astar suddenly appeared, arms outflung, her face a blur of white. Steth's dead. He's been killed. He's dead. And then Minala was in the child's path, wrapping her in a fierce hug, then twisting round. Panic. Gather the soldiers. The second line of defence, halfway between Onrak's position and the main encampment, was held by Ibra Golan, and this Tilan Imas turned as Trull Sengar approached. Onrak battles, Ibra Golan said, to slow their advance. There are many Tiste Edur this time, and humans. A shaman is among them, an Edur, wielding chaotic power. This time Trull Sengar. They mean to take the first throne. He could hear sounds of fighting now. Onrak, alone against a mass of Trull's own kin, and a damned warlock. Get Monarch Ochem up here, then. If that warlock decides to unleash a wave of sorcery, we're finished. Perhaps you are. You don't understand. You sack of bones. Chaotic sorcery. We need to kill that bastard. And Trull moved forward, leaving Ibra Golan behind. Alrada An watched 3 of his warriors fall to the Tlan Imas's huge stone sword. The undead bastard had yet to take a step back from the narrow choke point in the passage. Alrada An turned to Sathbaro Ranga. We need to drive that thing back. It won't tire. It can hold that position forever. Taralak Veed pushed into view. Send Icarium against it. The Jag is empty, the warlock said dismissively. Withdraw your warriors, Alrada An. And get those Lethri to cease with their arrows. I do not want an errant shaft in the back. Sathbaro Ranga then moved forward, and Alrada An saw a figure coming up behind the Tilan Imas, a figure wielding a spear, tall, hidden in shadows, yet a familiar silhouette. The fluid movement, he saw an arrow hiss past the undead's shoulder, then saw that spear shaft flick it aside. No, this cannot be, I am mistaken. Sathbaro, the Tilan Imas, suddenly yielded its position, stepping back into darkness, and then it and the other figure moved away up the passage. Sathbaro Ranga hobbled closer to the choke point, power building round him, a silver-etched rising wave, flickering argent. The damp stone of the fissure's walls began snapping, a strange percussive sound as water burst into steam. A large sheet of rock near the narrowed portal suddenly exfoliated, crashing down to shatter on the floor. The sorcery lifted higher, fuller, spreading out to the sides. Then over Sathbaro's head, a standing wave of power that crackled and hissed like 1,000 serpents. Alarada An moved forward. "Sathbaro, wait!" But the warlock ignored him, and with a roar the seething wave of magic plunged into the choke point, blistering a path up the channel, where it suddenly shattered. The concussion pushed Alarada An back 3 steps, a wave of heat striking him like a fist. Sathbaro Ranga screamed as something huge appeared in the choke point, humped shoulders pushing through the aperture, gaunt with undeath, its skin a mottled map of grey and black, silver-tipped fur on the neck, and reaching along the shoulders like hackles. The creature emerged from the choke point and rushed on its knuckles and hand-like hind feet, straight for Sathbaro Ranga. Alarada An shouted out a warning. Too late, for the beast reached out and closed enormous hands on the warlock, lifted him into the air, tore off one arm, then the other blood gouting as the apparition then twisted the shrieking Sathbaro round and bit into the back of the Edor's neck, huge canines sinking deep. As the jaws clenched, the undead demon's head snapped back and ripped half the neck away, Sathbaro's spine racing out like an anchor chain, whipping bloody in the air. The beast then flung the corpse aside and advanced on Alarada An. Icarium stood over the corpse of a child, stared down at the fluids leaking from the broken skull, at the glazed eyes and half-open mouth. The Jag stood as if rooted, trembling. Taralak Veed was before him. Now Slayer. Now is the time. "No need," Icarium muttered. "No need for this. Listen to me. Be silent. I will not kill children. I will have none of this. A detonation of sorcery ahead. The concussion rolling back, rocking them both. Shouts, then screams, and a bestial snarl. Shrieks, cries of horror from the Letheria and Edor, then the sound of fear. Icarium, a demon is upon us. A demon. No child, no children. Do you see? You must act. Now show them. Show the Edor what is within you." Taralak was dragging at his arm. Frowning, Icarium allowed himself to be pulled forward through a mass of cowering Edor. No, I do not want this, yet he could feel the pounding of his hearts rising like war drums with songs of fire. The stench of spilled blood and waste, and both warriors arrived to witness the savage death of Sathbaro Ranga. And the Solar Taken then surged into a charge, and Alarada An, the brave warrior, seeking to protect his soldiers, stepped into the creature's path. Icarium found his single-edged sword in his right hand. He did not recall unsheathing it, and he was moving forward, every motion seeming improbably slow, disjointed, as he reached out, grasping the Tiste Edur and throwing him back as if he weighed little more than a cloth hanging. And then the Jag advanced to meet the undead ape. He saw it suddenly recoil, another step forward as a strange humming filled Icarium's skull, and the beast backed further away into the choke point. Then beyond, where it whirled round and fled up the passage, Icarium staggered, gasped, threw one hand up against one edge of the narrowed portal, felt its brittle surface beneath his palm. The eerie song in his mind faded, and then Edur were plunging past him, rushing through the breach, and once more, ahead, the sounds of battle. Hard iron clashing, all scent of sorcery gone. Beyond the choke point, Alarada An saw before him a widening of the fissure, and there, in a ragged line at least 3 deep, stood soldiers of some kind, weapons wavering, pale, smudged faces beneath helms. "Sisters, take me. They are so young. What is this? Children face us." And then he saw the two clan Imas, and between them a tall, grey-skinned figure. No, no, it cannot be. We left him, we. A savage war cry from Kolb Harat, echoed almost immediately by Saur Bathrada. "Trull Sengar, the traitor is before us. You are mine." Despite Saur's bold claim, both he and Kolb lunged together, closing on Trull Sengar. Then the remaining Edur was spreading out, rushing the line of armoured children, and the two forces collided in a cacophony of ringing weapons and shields. Screams of pain and rage rebounded off the battered stone walls, and Olorada On stood frozen in place, watching, disbelieving. Trull Sengar fought a frantic defence with his spear as weapons slashed and thrust at him from both Saur and Kolb. They were forcing him back, and Olorada On could see, could understand. Trull was seeking to protect these children, the ones behind him. Edur screams the two clan Imas were pushing forward in counterattack, one to either side, and it seemed nothing could stop them. Yet still he stood, and then, with a brutal hoarse cry, he sprang forward. Trull Sengar knew these two warriors. He could see the hatred in their eyes, felt their fury and the weight of their blows as they sought to batter through his guard. He could not hold them much longer. And when he fell, he knew the pitifully young soldiers behind would come face to face with these Edur killers. Where was Apt? Why was Minala holding the demon back? What more could assail them? Someone else was shouting his name now from among the packed Edur. A name voiced not in rage, but in anguish. But Trull had no time to look, no time even to wonder. Holb had laid a blade along his left wrist, opening the flesh wide, and blood was streaming along the underneath of that forearm, seeping into the hand's grip on the shaft. Not much longer. They've improved, the both of them. He then saw a marood cutlass slash inward from behind Kolb, taking the warrior solidly in the neck. Through, and Kolb Harat's head rolled on its side, tumbled down. The body wavered a moment, then crumpled. A snarling curse from Saur Bathrada, who spun round, stabbing low, his sword digging deep into the newcomer's right thigh. And Trull lunged, sinking the point of his spear into Saur's forehead, just beneath the rim of the helmet. And saw with horror both of the warrior's eyes leap from their sockets, as if on strings as the head pitched back. Trull dragged his weapon free as an Edur staggered into him, gasping, "Trull Sengar, Alrada." The warrior twisted round, raising both cutlasses. "I fight at your side, Trull. Amends, please, I beg you. Amends. I don't understand, but I do not doubt. Welcome." A sound was building in Trull's head, seeming to assail him from every direction. He saw a child clamp hands to ears off to his left. Then another one. "Trull Sengar. It is the Jag sisters take us. He is coming. Who? What? What is that sound?" Onrak the Broken saw the Jag, felt the power growing in the figure that staggered forward, as if drunk, and the clanny mass moved into his path. Is this their leader, Jagut blood? Yes. Oh, how the old bitterness and fury rises again. The Jag suddenly straightened, raising his sword, and the high-pitched moaning burgeoned with physical force, pummeling Onrak back a step, and the Talan Imas saw, at last, the Jag's eyes. Flat, lifeless, then seeming to light, all at once, with a dreadful rage. The tall, olive-hued warrior surged at him, weapon flashing with blinding speed. Onrak caught that blade on his sword, slashed high in riposte, intending to take off the Jag's head, and impossibly that sword was there to meet his own. With a force that rocked the Tilan Imas, a hand punched outward, caught the undead warrior on the chest, lifting him clear from the rock floor, a heavy crash against a wall, ribs splintering. Sliding down, Onrak landed on his feet, crouching to gather himself. Then he launched himself forward once more. The jag was moving past, straight for Minala's front line of young soldiers, the keening sound now deafening. Onrak collided with the half-blood indurate bone and the weight of a mule behind the force hammering into the jag's midsection, and the Telanimas was thrown back, thumping hard to the floor. His target had been staggered as well, and Onrak saw its bared teeth as it whirled and, shimmering fast, closed on the undead warrior before he could even rise, that free hand snapping down, fingers pushing through thick, desiccated hide, wrapping round his sternum, lifting Onrak into the air, then flinging the Talan Imas away into the wall once again, this time with a force that shattered both bone and the stone flank of the fissure. Onrak crumpled in a heap, amidst shards of rock, and did not move. But the jag had been turned round by the effort, and now faced a mass of Tiste Edur and Letheri. Trull Sengar saw the green-skinned monstrosity, who had crushed Onrak against a wall as if he had been a sack of melons, suddenly plunge among the Edur crowded behind him and begin a terrible slaughter. The keening sound rose yet higher, bringing with it a swirling, cavorting wind of raw power. Building, flailing the flesh from those Edur and Letheri closest to him, a nightmare had arrived, roaring a promise of obliteration. Trull stared, disbelieving as blood blossomed in the air in a dreadful mist, as bodies fell. 2, 3 at a time, then 4, 5, the warriors seemed to melt away, toppling, spun round by savage impacts. A stained hand grasped his left forearm, drew him round. And through the terrible keening, Trull, we shall die now, all of us, but I have found you, Trull Sengar. I am sorry for the shorning, for all the rest. Minala stumbled close. Where is Monok Okem? She demanded, spitting blood. A spear had thrust into her chest, just beneath the right clavicle, and her face was deathly white. Where is the bone caster? Trull pointed back towards the entranceway to the throne room. He went through there like a knife-stuck dog, and then he stared, for Ibra Golan now stood in that archway, as if waiting. All at once words were impossible, and they were pushed back by a raging wind, spinning, buffeting, so strong it lifted dead children into the air, whirled them round, limbs flailing about. The jag stood 20 paces away, amidst heaps of corpses, and beyond him Trull could see now shimmered a gate, wavering as if jarred loose, unanchored to the rock floor. It appeared to be edging ever closer, as if pulled forward by the storm of power. Beyond it was a tunnel, seeming to spin, revealing flashes of a vast killing field, then, at the centre and impossibly distant, something like a rocking ship on rough seas. Minola had staggered past, edging round Ibra Golan and vanishing into the throne room. The jag, silver light blazing from his eyes, then turned round, and leaning forward with stilted overlong strides, as if his own flesh and bone had become impediments to the rage within him, he marched closer. Spirits bless me, Trull launched himself to meet the apparition. The sword seemed to come at him from everywhere at once. Trull had no opportunity for counterattack. The shaft of the spear ringing, jumping in his hands with every blow he desperately shunted aside. And then Olrada On attacked from the jag's right. 2 lightning clashes as the lone single-edged sword batted aside both marooned cutlasses, then licked out and blood exploded from Olrada On's chest, an impact hard enough to fling the warrior from the ground, legs wheeling over his head, the body then sailing, wind-tossed and loosing sheets of crimson through the air. The jag redoubled his attack on Trull, the keening sound bursting from his mouth in a wail of outrage, blurring sword, bone-jarring blocks, one after another, and still the jag could not get past. Mostly buried beneath leaking corpses, Varat Ton lay motionless, one eye fixed on the battle between the 2 figures, Icarium and a Tiste Edur, It could not last. Against the jag no one could, yet that spear-wielder held on, defiant, displaying a skill so profound, so absolute, that the leathery found himself unable to even draw breath. Behind the Tiste Edur, children were retreating towards a rough-carved doorway at the apex of the chasm tunnel. The storm was a whirlwind now, circling the two battling figures, gods. They moved faster than Verret's eye could follow, but now, finally, that spear began to splinter amidst the frenzy of parries. Verret Torn heard weeping, closer to hand, and he shifted his gaze a fraction to see Taralak Veed huddled against a wall, curled up and sobbing in terror. He had been clawing at the stone, as if seeking to dig his way out, and bloody streaks glistened on the latticed rock.
"You wanted this, you bastard. Now live with it." Another splintering sound brought his gaze round once more, and he saw that the spear had shattered. The Ida flung himself backward, somehow avoiding a lateral slash of the sword that would have decapitated him. Roaring, Icarium advanced to finish off his foe, then suddenly ducked, twisted, and threw himself to one side. As a midnight-hued demon swirled from shadows, the wide-moored head on its sinuous neck darting out, jaws closing on Icarium's right shoulder, single foreleg raking huge talons down the front of the jag, along his ribs, seeking the softer flesh of his belly. The demon reared, dragging the jag into the air. But the single-edged sword would not be denied, slashing down, cutting through the demon's neck. Black blood sprayed as the huge body pitched sideways, legs kicking spasmodically. Icarium landed into a crouch, then struggled to loosen the death grip of those jaws clamped round his shoulder. Beyond Icarium, the Tiste Edur was dragging Alrada An's body back, retreating towards the archway. No point. No point at all once he's free. The roaring wind was abrading the stone wall, filling the blood-laden air with glittering pieces of granite. Cracks travelled the stone in a crazed web. The storm's roar grew yet louder, and all at once Varret's left eardrum shattered in a burst of agony. Staggering, his forearms bloody ribbons of flailed flesh, Troll pulled Alrada An closer to the portal. Ibra Golan no longer stood guard. In fact, the Ida saw no one at all.
Have they fled, surrendered the throne? Please, sisters, please, let them escape, out of here, away from this. He reached the entranceway and saw just within Ibra Golan the warriors back to Trull, facing the first throne, Trull saw, facing what was left of Monarch Ochem. The sorcerous windstorm must have raced into the chamber with a power the Bonecaster could not withstand. The Tilan Imas had been thrown back, colliding with the right side of the throne, where Trull saw with growing horror Monarch Ochem had melted, fused, destroyed and twisted as its body was melded into the first throne. Barely half of the Bonecaster's face was visible, one eye surrounded by its cracked, collapsed socket. To either side, and against the wall, crouched the pitifully few children still alive. Panic, kneeling beside the prone, motionless form of Minala, who lay in a slowly spreading pool of blood. Ibra Golan turned as Trull dragged Alreda into the chamber. Monarch Ochem has failed. The undead warrior intoned, "Move from the portal. Trull Singar. I will now meet the life-stealer." Trull pulled his friend to one side, then knelt and settled a hand on Alreda An's spattered forehead. To his surprise, the eyes flickered open.
"Alrada?"
The dying warrior sought to speak, mouth opening then filling with bubbles of blood. A savage cough sprayed it into Trull's face, then a single word slurred free a moment before Alrada An died. A single word. Home. Ibra Golan strode out to meet the one he called Life-Stealer. 4 paces from the Jag, who had finally managed to tear free the Aptorian's death grip, the Tilan Imas charged. Stone and iron, sparks at the heart of the roaring winds, and on those winds spun fragments of flesh, bone splinters, clumps of sodden hair and pieces of armour. Collecting a spear from the scatter of weapons on the floor, Trull limped to place himself in the entranceway. Ibra Golan's attack had driven the jag back a step, then another, a harsh cracking sound, and the Talan Imas reeled, its flint sword shattered. Lifestealer's weapon whirled down, tore through the undead warrior's left shoulder. Another chop, ribs bursting, pieces caught on the wind. Ibra Golan staggered back, and the sword connected with the side of the warrior's head. The skull exploded into a mass of shards. Another swing ripped through the body, just above the hip, straight across, through the spine, out the other side, severing the Talan Imas in half. 4 more blows before what was left of the undead warrior could even reach the floor. Bone fragments skirling in every direction. Lifestealer tilted his head back and roared, the sound slamming Trull to the ground, driving all breath from his lungs. He stared, helpless, as the monstrosity took a step closer, then another. A flash, solid ripping of the air, and a figure stumbled as if from nowhere into the jag's path. A figure who hissed, "Damn you, Shadow Throne!" Trull saw it look up, take in the approaching apparition, manage a single step back, then, as the jag raised his sword, sorcery burst from the figure, blinding, and when it dispelled, the wind was racing with a banshee shriek back down the ragged corridor, and Lifestealer was nowhere to be seen. Varat Torn watched Icarium annihilate the Talan Imas, and saw once more the lone Tiste Edur readying a spear moments before that triumphant roar battered the warrior from his feet. The captain saw a gate open before Icarium, saw the unleashing of magic, and then Varat Town ducked as if to squeeze beneath more bodies, as the concussion that erupted when the sorcery struck the jag shook the very stone, the floor, the walls, and in an instant, a momentary flash, he saw Icarium wheeling through the air towards him, then over, then past, and the furious wind plunged into the jag's wake, only to return with renewed force, and Varat felt the sodden bodies around him jostle and press down as Icarium strode back over the dead, tilted forward, raising his sword once more. The cedar, dark-skinned, lithe, watched the jags approach, and then released another thunderous gout of magic, and Icarium flew back. The storm winds seemed to twist as if in berserker rage, howling, tearing at the stone walls, ripping huge chunks away. The bodies of the fallen were plucked into the air, the flesh scouring away from the bones thinning, then splitting apart. Weapons sailed past, withering into nothing. And Trull Sengar on his knees watched as the stranger hammered Lifestealer. Again and again, each trembling detonation punching the jag back through the air, spinning, flailing, striking some distant obstruction with deep, rattling impacts. And then, each time, the terrible slayer regained his feet and marched forward once more, only to be struck again. In the interval following the last one, the stranger turned and saw Trull Sengar, and, in Malazan, he yelled, "Who in Hood's name is that man?" Trull blinked, shook his head. Wrong question? Who in Hood's name are you? Roaring Lifestealer clambered closer, and this time he withstood the sorcerous blast, was pushed back but a few steps. And as the wild blaze faded, he shook his head and lifted his sword and came forward again. Another eruption, but the jag leaned against it, and Trull saw the mage jolt as if he had been punched. Skin split on the back of the man's hands, blood spurting. Lifestealer stepped back, then surged forward yet again. And the mage seemed to half vanish in a mist of blood, flung back, stumbling then, with a snarl, finding his balance once more in time for the jag's next assault. And Trull found the mage skidding to a halt directly in front of him. No skin was visible that was not sheathed in blood. Ruptures marred every limb. The face, the neck, the eyes were deep red, streaming crimson tears. One trembling hand lifted, and through torn lips the mage seemed to smile as he said, "That's it for me. All yours, Ida, and tell Shadow Throne and Cotillion I'll be waiting for them on the other side of Hood's Gate." Trull looked up, then straightened, readying his spear. Lifestealer's eyes blazed, and in that incandescence Trull imagined he saw recognition. Yes, me again. All at once, the roaring wind stuttered, seemed to rip into itself, sending fragments of detritus flying against the walls, and there was heat, warm, sultry heat, flowing from behind the jag, who raised his sword and tottered closer. Clawing part way free of the bodies, Varat town felt the shattering of the storm. His breath caught as a golden glow seemed to rise, suffusing the air, and in that glow warmth, life. Furtive movement to his left, and he twisted his head round. A figure, furred, as if wearing a skin-tight brown pelt. No, naked, a woman, no, a female, not human at all, yet. In a half-crouch, moving lithe, sinuous, filled with trepidation, approaching Icarium from behind, as the jag began walking towards the lone Tiste Edur. Then, a swift dart forward, Icarium heard and began his spin round, but she had reached out, a long-fingered hand, no weapon, reaching out, and Varat town saw the fingertips brush Icarium, just above the jag's right hip, the slightest of touches, and the slayer crumpled to the ground. Behind Varat, a wordless cry, and the Letharii flinched as someone scrambled past him. Taralak Veed, the unhuman female, had crouched beside the fallen form of Icarium, softly stroking the slayer's forehead as the amber glow began to fade, and with that fading the female herself grew indistinct, then dissolved into gold light, which flickered, then vanished. Taralak Veed turned his head and met Varat's eyes. "Help me," he hissed. "Do what?" the Letharii demanded. "The gate behind you, it fades. We need to drag Icarium back through. We need to get him out of here. Are you insane?" The Graal's face twisted. "Don't you understand? Icarium. He is for your emperor." A sudden chill, sweeping away the last vestiges of that healing warmth, and then, in its wake, a flood of emotion scalding his mind. Varat town pushed himself upright, clambered to join Taralak Veed. For Rulad. "Gods, yes, I see now. Yes, for Rulad, even that sword. Yes, I see, I see." The entranceway to the throne room was unoccupied once more, as the Tiste Edur had pulled the cedar into the sanctity of that chamber. Now was their chance. He and Taralak reached the prostrate form of Icarium. The Groel collected the sword and sheathed it beneath his belt, then grasped one arm. "Take the other," he commanded in a hiss. "Hurry, before they realize, before that damned gate slams shut." And Varat grasped the other arm, and they began dragging Icarium back. The slickness of what lay beneath the jag made it easier than expected. Kneeling, Trull Sengar wiped blood from the mage's face, cautiously, gentle round the closed eyes. From beyond the archway, a profound silence. Within this chamber, the sounds of weeping, muted, hopeless. Will he live? The Tiste Edur started, then looked up. "Cotillion, you said you'd send help. Is this him?" The god nodded. "He wasn't enough. I know that."
"So who would you have sent next?" "Myself, Trull Sengar." "Ah." He looked back down at the unconscious mage. "The Irasal. She did what no one else could do, so it would seem. Unanticipated, her arrival, I presume. Most unexpected, Trull. It is unfortunate nonetheless that her power of healing did not reach through into this chamber." The Tiste Edur frowned, then looked back up at the god. "What do you mean?" Cotillion could not meet his eyes. "Onrak. Even now he rises, mended, more or less." "I think she feels for him. And who feels for us?" Trull demanded. He turned his head aside and spat out blood. There was no answer from the god. The Tiste Edur slumped down into a ragged sitting position. "I'm sorry, Cotillion. I don't know if you deserved that. Probably not." "It has been an eventful night," the god said, then sighed. "Such is convergence. I asked you earlier, will Quick Ben live?" Quick Ben.
Trull nodded. "I think so." The blood stopped flowing. "I have called Shadow Throne. There will be healing." Trull Sengar glanced over to where Panic sat beside his mother, one of his mothers. Shadow Throne had best hurry before those children become orphans once again. A scuffling sound from the portal, and Onrak shuffled into view. Trull Sengar, he nodded, managed a broken smile. Onrak. "It seems you and I are cursed to continue our pathetic existence for a while longer. I am pleased." No one spoke for a moment, and then the Talan Imas said, "Lifestealer is gone. He was taken away, back through the gate." Cotillion hissed in frustration. "The damned nameless ones, they never learn, do they?" Trull was staring at Onrak. "Taken? He lives. Why, how taken?" But it was the god who answered, "Icarium Lifestealer is their finest weapon, Trull Sengar. The nameless ones intend to fling him against your brother, the Emperor of Lether." As comprehension reached through the numbness of exhaustion, Trull slowly closed his eyes. "Oh no, please, I see what will happen then, Cotillion." "I don't know, no one does, not even the nameless ones, although in their arrogance they would never admit to it." A squeal from Panic drew their attention, and there was Shadow Throne crouching down over Minala, settling a hand on her forehead. Trull spat again. The insides of his mouth were lacerated, then grunted and squinted up at Cotillion. "I will not fight here again," he said, "nor Onrak, nor these children, Cotillion, please." The god turned away. "Of course not, Trull Sengar." Trull watched Cotillion walk through the archway, and the Tiste Edur's gaze fell once more on the body of Alrada Ahan as Shadow Throne approached. Quick Ben, Trull climbed to his feet and made his way to where his friend was lying. "Alrada Ahn, I do not understand you. I have never understood you, but I thank you nonetheless. I thank you." He stepped to the entranceway, looked out, and saw Cotillion, the patron of assassins, the god, sitting on a shelf of stone that had slipped down from one wall, sitting alone, with his head in his hands. Epilogue. In a journey through the wastes, I found a god kneeling as it pushed its hands into the sand again and again, each time lifting them up to watch the lifeless grains stream down dismounting from my weary horse. I walked to stand before this apparition and its dusty hands, and watched for a time the cycles of their motion, when at last up it looked, eyes beseeching. "Where," asked this god, "are my children?" The lost believer's fissure. The bite, then the blessed numbness of smoke in her lungs, slowly released as Solara moved up to lean on the rail at Cutter's side. "You look far away," she said, scanning the endless seas. He sighed, then nodded. "Thinking of her, were you? What was her name again? Apsalar." She smiled, mostly to herself, drew in more smoke, watched it whirl away from her nostrils and her pursed lips, 3 streams becoming one. "Tell me about her." Cutter glanced back over a shoulder, and Solara, to be companionable, did the same. Barathol was at the stem, Shaw seated almost at the huge blacksmith's boots. Iskarul, Pust, and Magora were nowhere in sight, likely in the cabin below, arguing over supper's mysterious ingredients. The black mule had vanished days ago, probably over the side, although Iskarul simply smiled at their inquiries. Mappo was at the bow, crouched down, knees drawn up, rocking, weeping. He had been that way since morning, and no one seemed able to get through to find out what assailed him. Cutter turned and stared back over the seas. Solara happily did the same, pulling hard on her pipe. And the Daru spoke. I was remembering back. After the big fete in Darujhistan, there was another one, a smaller one, celebrating the withdrawal of Malazan interests for the time being. Anyway, it was in Coil's estate, just before we left the city. Gods below, it seems so long ago now. You'd just met then. Yes, well, there was music. And Apsalar, she danced. He looked across at her. She danced so beautifully, all conversation stopped. Everyone watched. Cuttle shook his head. I couldn't even draw breath, Silara, and yours is a love that will not die. So be it. A good memory, Cuttle. Hold on to it. Me, I could never dance well unless drunk or otherwise softened up. Do you miss those days, Silara? No, it's more fun this way. What way? Well, now, you see, I don't miss a thing anymore. Not a thing that's very satisfying. You know, Silara, I do envy your happiness. She smiled across at him once more, a simple act that took all her will, all her strength. So be it. Cuttle said, I think I need to lie in your arms right now, Silara. For all the wrong reasons. But there's this in this hood-damned world. It's worth taking what you can get. Whatever you can get. 3 streams into one. Karsa Orlong turned about as Samar Dev moved up beside him and settled down. A fierce gale was busy ripping off the surface of the waves in the sea beyond, and the hammering against the hull was incessant, as if eager spirits sought to tear the craft to pieces. Well, woman, what has got you looking so excited? Something's happened, she said. Here, give me some of that fur cloak. I'm chilled to the bone. He yielded the bear fur. Take it. I bless your martyrdom, Karsa Orlong. A wasted effort. Then he rumbled in reply, I will be martyr to no one, not even the gods, just a saying, you thick-skulled oaf. But listen, something happened. There was an assault, hundreds of Edo warriors and leathery auxiliaries, and another champion, Karsa grunted. Plenty of those in this fleet, but only that champion and his servant returned, and one leathery. The rest was slaughtered. Where was this battle? We have seen no other ships. Through a warren, Karsa Orlong. In any case, I heard the name of the champion, and this is why you have to listen to me. We have to get off this damned ship. If we even come in sight of land between here and that empire, we should go over the side. You said I was excited? Wrong. I am terrified.
And who is this terrifying champion, then? He is named Icarium, the Slayer, whose servant is a Trell. She frowned. No, a Graal. Do you know Icarium? Do you know the awful legends surrounding him? I know nothing of legends, Samar Dev, but we fought once, Icarium and I. It was interrupted before I could kill him. Karsa, but the Toblakai was smiling. Your words please me, woman. I will face him again then.
She stared at him in the gloom of the hold, but said nothing. On another ship in the fleet, Taralak Veed was curled up in the hold, back to the sloping, sweating hull, as shivers racked through him. Icarium stood before him and was speaking, difficult to understand. The Letheri seemed so contemptuous of me before, so what has changed? Now I see worship and hope in their eyes. Their deference unnerves me, Taralak Veed. Go away, the Graal mumbled. I'm not well. Leave me. What ails you is not physical, I fear, my friend. Please, come up on deck, breathe deep this enlivening air. It will soothe you, I am certain of it. No. Icarium slowly crouched until his grey eyes were level with Taralak's belligerent stare. I awoke that morning more refreshed, more hopeful than I have ever been. I feel the truth of that claim. A warmth deep within me, soft and welcoming, and it has not diminished since that time. I do not understand it, friend. Then the Graal said in a grating voice, bitter with venom, I must tell you once more what you are. I must tell you, prepare you for what you must do. You leave me no choice. There is no need, Icarium said in a soft tone, reaching out one hand and resting it on Taralak Veed's shoulder. You fool, the Graal hissed, twisting away from that touch. Unlike you, he spat. I remember, Icarium straightened, looked down on his old friend.
There is no need, he said again, then turned away. You do not understand. There is no need. He stood on the highest tower of Mock's Hold, expressionless eyes on the chaos in the city below. The adjunct's ships were drawing away from the harbour, out into the unlit waters of the bay beyond. To his right, less than 3 strides away, was the fissure that gave the far side of the platform an alarming cant. The crack was recent, no more than a year old, reaching all the way down the keep into the cellars below, and the repairs by the engineers seemed desultory, verging on incompetent. The old heart of the Malazan Empire was wounded, and he did not expect it to survive much longer. After a time, he sensed a presence behind him, but did not turn. "Emperor," he said in his quiet voice, "it has been a long time, hasn't it?" Shadow Throne's whisper reached out to him like a chilling caress. "Must this be your way, Tayshrin? Each and every time?" A soft snort, the voice drawing closer, as it continued, "You've let yourself be caged again. You drive me mad. You have had a busy night," the Imperial High Mage observed. "Ah, you sensed my activities. Of course you did, so not as caged as it would seem, I endeavour," said Tayshrin, "to take the long view on such matters." He paused, then added, "As do you." He glanced over at the insubstantial smear of darkness at his side. "Your new role would not have changed you that much, I suspect." "You schemed with Quick Ben and Kalam," Shadow Throne said. "You travelled all the way to 7 cities to do it. Yet what have your plans achieved? The Empress on shifting sands, a gistal priest waddling unfettered in the corridors of power, the Claw infiltrated and decimated, and my loyal Wiccans assailed. But tell me this, Tayshrin, could you have ever predicted Dirik's answer to the betrayal of the priests and priestesses? Betrayal! Dirik slaughtered your kin. Every temple, the High Mage was silent for a dozen heartbeats, as the god at his side grew ever more agitated. Then Tayshrin said, "A year ago an old friend of mine set out in haste from here, sailing to the grand temple of Drek in Kartul City." "You knew all that?" Tayshrin half smiled. "The ship he hired was mine. Alas, he was unaware of that detail." "I knew it," Shadow Throne hissed. "You never left the cult. The worm of autumn is the harbinger of death, and death comes to us all, us mortals, that is. How can one leave the acceptance of that? What would be the point? This empire was mine, not Drek's, not yours, Emperor. Your paranoia always disturbed me more than your acquisitiveness. In any case, Laseen now rules, for the moment, unless he squinted at the god you are planning a triumphant return, to save everyone from themselves? I think not. Hate is the world's most pernicious weed, especially when people like you do nothing. Every garden I have tended is either dead or wild, Emperor."
"Why did you agree to be Quick Ben's shaved knuckle in the hole, Tayshrin?" The High Mage blinked in surprise. "And why didn't he call on you when I sent him into that nightmare?"
"I would have been disappointed indeed," Tayshrin slowly said, "had he called on me so soon. As I said earlier, Emperor, I hold to the long view on matters of this realm. Why didn't Derek kill you? She tried. What? I talked her out of it."
Abyss, take me! How I hate you! Even gods must learn to control their tempers, Tayshrin said. "Lest they set a bad example. You said that to Derek? I'm saying that to you, Shadow Throne. My temper is fine. I am perfectly calm, seething with fury and hatred, mind you, but calm. Neither spoke for a time after that, until the god murmured, 'My poor Wiccans, they are not as vulnerable as you fear, Emperor. They will have nil and nether.'
They will have Temul, and when Temul is old, decades from now, he will have a young warrior to teach, whose name shall be Coltane. He clasped his hands behind his back, frowning down at the smoke-wreathed city as the first greying of dawn approached. If you would fear, he said, fear for your own child. I fear nothing. Liar, you heard temper, step out of coops, and you fled. Expedience, unquestionably. You're in a nest of vipers here. I am happy to leave you to it. Tashrin sketched a modest bow. Emperor, please convey my greetings to Cotillion. Tell him yourself, if you dare. It was not me who stole Kalam from him. Tell me, does the assassin live? He's in the dead house. Isn't that answer enough? Not really? I know. Shadow Throne cackled in glee, then vanished like mist in the wind. The morning was bright, the sun already warm, as the master investigator paused outside the imperial domicile in the city of Khartoul. He adjusted his uniform, ensuring that every wrinkle was smoothed away. Then he licked the palms of his hands and carefully, tenderly eased back his unruly hair, unruly in his own mind at least. A last glance down at his boots, reassured by their unmarred polish. Then he smartly ascended the steps and entered the squat building. A nod rather than an answering salute to the guards stationed just within. Then down the hallway to the door of the commander's office. A knock, sharp and sure, and, upon hearing a muffled invitation to enter, he opened the door and marched inside, halting before the desk, behind which sat the commander, who now looked up and scowled. "All right, you pompous ass, let's have it." The slight deflation was involuntary on the master investigator's part, but he managed to mask it as best as possible. "I have the following to report, sir. Regarding the investigation I rigorously undertook on the mysterious deaths of the acolytes and priests of the temple dedicated to Durek on the street of—" "Will you shut up? You want to report your conclusions?" "Yes. Then do just that." "Of course, sir." "Given lack of evidence to the contrary, sir, only one conclusion is possible. The devotees of Durek have, one and all, committed a thorough orgy of suicide in the span of a single night." Lizard Eyes regarded him for an uncomfortably long time. Then he said, "Sergeant Hellian, the original investigator, said precisely the same thing. Clearly a perceptive woman, sir. A drunk. I shipped her to the 14th. The 14th? Write up your conclusions," the commander then said, "and close the investigation. Now get out of here." The master investigator saluted and escaped with as much dignity as he could manage. Along the corridor another nod to the guards, then out through the main doors onto the landing, then down the steps. Where he paused, looked up. The sunlight was glistening from the magnificent webs of the Perrault spiders, now resident in the towers of Khartoul, a skein of crystal beauty, scintillating like threads of diamond against the stunning blue sky. Optimism returning, he sighed, deciding that he had never before seen such a wondrous, breathtaking sight. And so he set off with a lighter step, boots ringing smartly on the cobbles, while a score of huge spiders, crouched in their small caves, dug into the walls of the towers, looked with cold, multifaceted eyes, looked down upon all that crawled below, occasionally curious, ever patient, even as the sweet whispers of hunger flitted through their liquid brains. The webs were set, and the traps in their elaborate elegance were never empty for long. This ends the 6th tale of the Malazan Book of the Fallen.